So hey guys, how are you all? Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was the All-Might Child of Winter? Part 2 of Avenger series. This series will have 3 parts. If you want early access of stories, join our Patreon. If you are new here, subscribe, either I will take your quirk. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to Space into Milky Way. LOL, joking, you can find it in description. Harry James Potter had a good life. He knew it wasn't perfect, especially if you asked certain people, but he was happy. It didn't matter what they thought. It was a lucky day when Harry had decided to stop listening to what everybody else thought he should do with his life and decided to start with what he wanted out of life. He was sick of fighting. He was weighed down by guilt and grief and fear. When Harry decided to apply for an internship at St. Mungo's, it was mostly to just quiet the guilty nagging in his chest, telling him that he was a murderer and destroyer. When he healed instead of hurt, when he repaired rather than destroyed, he felt those chains of self-doubt and guilt begin to break. Suddenly, he found skills he had never realized he had: empathy, compassion, a listening ear. His wand performed healing spells with the same power and skill he had applied to defense and attacking magic when he was a child fighting for his life. He found his heart expanding and thriving in the stress and bustle that was a hospital career. He took his NEWTS and apprenticed under a surgeon at the earliest opportunity. He chose to follow the path of a healer. Ron didn't understand, at first. A lot of people didn't. Some, like Ron, meant well, but others were cruel and refused to think that Harry actually might be choosing to be a healer because he genuinely wanted to. They called him coward or weakling, or accused him of choosing not to become an Auror out of misplaced guilt or a sudden desire to stop protecting people. Even Ronald Weasley, as loyal a friend as he was, accused Harry of trying to save strangers in some bizarre effort to bring back those he'd lost. Harry was aware of all those things, and to be honest, his decision to follow healing had originally been about soothing his guilt and making up for the pain and death that had followed him like a cloud since he was born. But he found healing himself. He found a way to properly grieve his lost childhood and everything else he'd lost, and let go of his guilt and sadness and pain. He became healthier, emotionally speaking, as he reached out to others and allowed them to help him. Ron understood in time, and so did his sister, although Ginny pursued professional Quidditch and Harry fell into his apprenticeship and they quickly drifted apart. Neither of them was sure when exactly they completely broke off any romantic relationship with one another, but break up they did. The Weasley matriarch eventually got over it. Harry's most loyal friend through all of his soul-searching was Hermione. After she returned from Australia to fetch her parents and undo their memory charms, she supported Harry and defended him in his chosen career. On account of Ron's pig-headedness over the whole thing, the two of them grew strained until Hermione, smart girl that she was, broke it off. They all stayed friends, though. How could they not? After all they had been through, the three young people, nicknamed the Golden Trio by who knew what romantic, were closer than siblings and stayed caught up, even though they all took different paths. Hermione returned to Hogwarts for her final year. Ronald Weasley didn't bother and still got into the Auror program. Harry advanced in his healer's apprenticeship and tried to stay out of the limelight except strictly as necessary. After Hermione Granger graduated from Hogwarts with all the NEWTS she had hoped for, she pursued a role in the ministry, fighting for equality and fairness for all people, especially for house elves and muggleborns, of course. Harry supported her in her work, and he supported Ron as he trained in the Auror program. He ignored the media, stayed focused on his work, and was grateful to have such good friends once the bumps of the latter half of 1997 were behind them. Entering 1998 with high hopes and strong friendship, their main goal, as the Golden Trio, was to have Severus Snape's name cleared. It was laughably easy to get Minister Shacklebolt to issue a full pardon, since the guy actually knew firsthand what Snape's true loyalties had been and nobody in the ministry cared to block the pardon of a dead man anyway. The Malfoys were surprisingly supportive of the whole thing, even though Lucius was under house arrest for life, and his fortune had been confiscated to pay for the damages of the war. Thanks to the efforts of the Golden Trio, Lucius and Draco avoided Azkaban, and Narcissa retained some level of dignity. Saving the life of the Chosen One had certainly been the wisest move she'd ever made. Hermione remained the brains of the trio, Though thanks to Ron's bullheadedness and Harry's popularity, their efforts bore fruit, and a Snape wing at St. Mungo's opened in January of 2000, sponsored by numerous anonymous donations that were all actually from the Potter Vaults. It was an intensive care wing, mostly for victims of poisoning or long-term curses in memory of the dead potion's master. And Harry often laughed silently to himself at how Snape would have loathed the whole thing. He never told a living soul about his conversation with a dead man on that stormy day in May, but he often reread the letter he had received. At times sarcastic, biting, or horribly sentimental, Harry realized the more he read the yellowed piece of paper that there were sides to Snape he had never known existed. He wished he could have gotten to know the man better, but what was done was done. He often speculated to Hermione and tried to understand why Snape was the way he was, though he never once hinted that their old professor was actually alive still. She had actually understood the bitter man a little better than most of their fellow students, and her insight, on all topics, never ceased to astound him. It was almost surprising to Harry to realize that he was falling in love with Hermione Granger. He wasn't really sure how it started, but he and Hermione had always been close. After she returned from Australia with her parents, who were understandably upset with her, the two of them would occasionally meet over coffee in quiet little Muggle tea shops to complain about their mutual lives. When Hermione returned to school, they exchanged long letters. They found the strength to laugh at the Daily Prophet and shake their heads at those who slandered the boy who lived to save them, and found comfort in one another. They shared what they had learned recently and played hangman on tea napkins. They smiled and laughed and cried together. Harry cried on Hermione's shoulder when he and Ginny broke up, just after 1998 began. Hermione had cried on Harry's shoulder when her and Ron broke up right before she returned to school after Christmas of 1997. Harry cried a bit too, because Ron wasn't speaking to him again. That lasted about 2 weeks, and Harry felt like it was his fault that his friends were no longer together. It was typical of Harry and his enormous guilt complex, but in response to it, Hermione dragged him off to meet her family for Easter. Her parents had forgiven her by this time, and they were delighted to finally meet the famous boy who caused their daughter to become a hero. Needless to say, Harry was welcomed with open arms by the Grangers at a time when the Weasleys were barely speaking to him. Molly got back in good terms with Harry later, but at the time she was understandably upset that her darling daughter was dumped by Harry, who then, apparently, stole her son's girlfriend. Once she realized how judgmental she had been, she apologized profusely, but Harry was never very close to them again. Trying to get along with all the Weasleys was an emotional roller coaster he just didn't have the strength for, especially since the Grangers were so much mellower and tolerant of him. Harry thought of Hermione as a sister for a long time, terrified to think of her as anything more lest she be offended. But he was hopelessly in love with her and stupidly blind to her affections as a result. It was Ron who had to knock him upside his dense head and tell him that Hermione was in love with him. He didn't delay any longer, and the night he told her he loved her, they both cried. Directly after that, he asked her to marry him, and Hermione said yes through tears of joy. They married in the spring of 2001. It was an ordinary wedding by every stretch of the word, but plenty of magical guests were in attendance. Molly insisted on cooking most everything, which Hermione's mother appreciated since she burned water when she tried to cook. Andromeda Tonks was there with Harry's godson Teddy, though she was rather stiff and uncomfortable around all the strangers. Ron, of course, was the best man. Dan Granger walked his daughter down the aisle, and Harry's godson insisted on being the flower girl, the little scamp. The precocious 4-year-old was even determined to give himself feminine features. While it was a little weird, Teddy did a good job, especially once they were able to talk him out of completely morphing into a girl, and he fell asleep from too much cake under a table while everyone went frantic, looking for him. It seemed he'd inherited the marauder genes for mischief, even unconsciously. Harry didn't think he could be any happier on that beautiful day. He was just 20, she was 21, with their whole lives ahead of them. She was a successful ministry worker, he had Medi-Wizard degree already, and they planned to outdo the Weasleys in baby production. Once Harry sold off Grimmauld Place, the gloomy horror house, the happy young couple moved into a perfectly Muggle house in a quiet old neighborhood not far from where Hermione's parents lived. Set back from the main street and nicely removed from its neighbors, Asphodel Cottage became Harry's favorite place in the world. Even Creature seemed to like it. The house elf knew to hide himself from muggles, but he would have rather died than leave his dear Master Potter, so Creature was part of the family. He kept the house spotless, fussed over the both of them, and seemed to be recovering from his years of darkness in the shadow of the Black family and the cursed locket he had guarded. Harry loved his home, and of course, it became so much nicer when his and Hermione's first child was born. James Sirius Potter entered the world in early 2002, early by 3 weeks, as if he just couldn't wait to get out into the world. He was a red-headed, chubby little bundle of energy, the happiest baby Harry had ever met, and he was pretty sure he was grinning like a lunatic for the next year. Although, it could be that he really was a lunatic after all the sleep he lost that first year, but he was deliriously happy. He had no idea it was possible to love so much, and after a lifetime starved for love, he was lavishing everything he could on his wife and son. It was planned for the next baby to be a girl and bear the name Lily Dora, but that just didn't work out. By the time 2003 rolled around with Hermione once again in a Muggle hospital giving birth, she didn't trust the magical world's obsession with old-fashioned things. Like midwives, Harry learned once again that nothing in his life ran as expected. When the tiny black-haired boy was in Harry's arms after Mione's long and difficult labor, he was wondering why on earth he and his wife had never discussed possible boys' names for their second child, and suddenly thought of a man he had not remembered in years. Where was Snape these days? Was he still alive? Was he safe? Happy? While it seemed a bit much to think of Snape as happy, Harry knew that anything was possible. Sometimes, years later by now, he thought of that day, the day of Snape's funeral, and wondered if he'd somehow dreamed it. But he still had the letter and the Marauder's map tucked away in his photo album. He knew the greasy old bat had truly been alive, had attended his own funeral, and had used the American portkey Harry had sent him. He announced to his wife that their son was to be named Severus Albus Potter, but Hermione objected on several accounts, not the least of which was that his initials would be SAP. She suggested naming their baby Albus, with Severus as the middle name. Of course, Harry didn't like the initials ASP either, and pointed out that Albus was already such a popular baby name that come 2014, their son would be forced to go by his middle name at Hogwarts anyway, so why not give him that name to begin with? After some arguing, and good points on both sides, Harry got his way and Severus Albus Potter joined his big brother James at Asphodel Cottage. Time passed, the babies grew, work and life went on, and Harry became a full-fledged magical surgeon in St. Mungo's emergency ward. The twins were a big surprise several years later. After 2 miscarriages and Hermione quitting her ministry job to focus on research so she could be more of a stay-at-home mom for her babies, carrying a set of twins to term seemed like a miracle. Lily, Dora, and Rose Natalie joined the Potter family during the Christmas season of 2008, and Harry didn't think he could be any happier. His life was absolutely perfect. James, Sev, Hermione Potter shouted up the stairs. Get down here to kiss your father goodnight before he leaves for work. Harry smiled at the sound of his wife's exasperated tone, even while he was still reading Goodnight Moon to the 4-year-old girls snuggled in his lap. Hermione always made sure all the kids kissed their daddy before he left for work, especially since it was also doubling as a good-night kiss during the past month while he'd been taking the night shifts at St. Mungo's. This was the 3rd time in the last 10 minutes she'd yelled for the boys to get down here, and her tone was definitely exasperated by now. Coming, Mom. James hollered down. Good night to the old lady, whispering hush, Harry murmured from memory, while he looked up and gave his wife a loving smile and wink. Grandma, Lily piped up, as she did every time her favorite story was read to her. Apparently the old lady whispering hush was Grandma Granger to her. Shoo. Rose hushed her twin. Harry chuckled and went on reading, saying goodnight to the bears and chairs, the air, and a bowl of mush. By the time he finished, the cuckoo clock on the mantel was chiming and Harry's enchanted wristwatch was telling him he was nearly late for work. Another one, Daddy? Lily pleaded, gazing up at him pleadingly with big green eyes. She was a cleverly manipulative little girl, but in the most adorable way imaginable. Chuckling, Harry kissed his daughter's damp brown hair and tucked her pink dressing gown more securely around her. I'm afraid I can't, Lily Flower, he said regretfully. You know I've got to go to work now. Lily pouted, but Rose flung her arms around her father's neck, almost knocking his glasses off. You can't go now, the quieter, but by no means less cunning, twin cheered. We gotcha. Oh my goodness, so I am, Harry mused, falling limp as if overpowered. Who will save me? Nobody, Daddy. Lily shrieked happily, getting into the game, throwing her arms around her daddy's neck too. You stuck now. Help, Harry laughed, dropping the book and holding out his hands dramatically. Mione, rescue me. Hermione chuckled as she came into the sitting room, drying her hands. I'm afraid I can't save you, Harry, she said wryly. Those are two of the most terrifying witches I've ever seen. Lily and Rose shrieked with laughter and squeezed their father harder, almost choking him. There was a clatter on the stairs like a herd of hippogriffs were on their way down right before the two boys hurtled in. I want to play. I want to play too, they yelled, throwing themselves at the armchair. James grabbed his father's hands and Severus clambered up on Harry's knees in between his sisters and snatched his glasses away. In between hysterical laughter, Harry felt his heart swelling with love and adoration. He loved his family more than words could tell, and every single one of them was perfectly beautiful. Hermione, her face flushed slightly from doing dishes and cleaning the kitchen after supper, was prettier than she had ever been. He would swear it. Her brown hair was tied back in a bun, and some of her untamable curls were escaping and framed her rosy face becomingly. She was dressed casually in some of Harry's clothes. He thought she was 10 times more attractive in them, and she was still quite trim and slender. An active woman who practiced dueling as a hobby, grew a large garden of both magical and muggle plants in Asphodel Cottage's backyard, and kept up with 4 active children while working from home as a writer and independent researcher. Her stomach bulged slightly under her baggy t-shirt, the sight almost making Harry choke up with tears again. She was pregnant with their 5th child, and it looked like it was going well. After the twins and another miscarriage, they had been nervous about trying for another, but it seemed fate would be kind to them this time. Hermione was in her 4th month, and the baby was doing very well. James, his oldest son, actually looked like a little Weasley despite his name. His wildly curly red hair, just the shade that Harry's mother had borne, complemented a face full of freckles and sparkling hazel eyes. He was tall and active, filled with energy and easily distracted. He loved flying and Quidditch, hated schoolwork, and was a friendly, happy-go-lucky boy who loved his siblings with a passion Harry recognized in himself. Lily and Rose had their mother's brown hair, and it was almost as crazy as James. Taking the Potter's untamable hair gene and combining it with the Granger genes for bushy curls apparently turned out children with wild heads of unmanageable hair. The girls were sweet and precocious, intelligent and mischievous, while James was fun-loving. He hadn't inherited the Marauder's prank-loving streak and was honest as the day was long. Apparently, the troublemaking genes waited until Lily and Rose to show up. He could see those girls turning out almost as bad as the Weasley twins unless they were taken firmly and gently in hand, and Hermione was more than qualified to encourage their creativity while discouraging any tendencies to become the detention champions of their generation in Hogwarts. Severus was different. For that reason, Harry supposed his second-born was his favorite, although he technically wasn't supposed to have favorites among his children. At least, Hermione said so. But since Sev was so different, it was easy to overlook him with 3 grinning, happy, outgoing siblings. Severus had the nicest hair of all his siblings, miraculously missing the awful bushy tangles that his brother and sisters were cursed with. He alone of his siblings had inherited his mother's chocolate brown eyes and his father's pitch black hair, though it was not nearly as untamable as Harry's. He was a skinny boy, rather shy, and he got sick often. Actually, except for his frequent ailments, Severus reminded Harry of himself when he was a kid, and Hermione said Sev was like her when she was little. He was reclusive and bookish. He needed glasses. He disliked crowds or strangers or talking too much, and he liked to hide in cupboards and out-of-the-way places. Harry knew his youngest boy felt different, left out, and strange, and he tried his best to show his son that he loved him no matter what, but it was hard for Sev to grasp, especially because Severus Albus was apparently a squib. Though it was extremely rare for a Muggle-born to have magic-less children, Harry had a long line of pure-blood ancestors on his father's side, and that rather increased his risk of fathering a squib, even though his own mother had been Muggle-born. Little James had been able to change the colors of his toys when he was a year old, and by the time the twin girls were 7 months old, they were making their mobile spin and their dolls hover. But Severus never had so much as a spark of accidental magic, and he was already 8 years old. Neville, now a professor of herbology, advised them not to worry about it, since his own first incident of magic didn't show up until he was 7 and got dropped out a window, even though he'd been hit, terrorized, and even almost drowned by his family in an effort to scare some magic out of him. Since the Potters would never even think to do something so terrible, Neville was sure that Seth's magic would just take some time to show up and maybe a life-threatening situation to boot. So the Potters tried not to worry and tried to get Seth to feel normal. They taught James to never taunt his little brother for not being able to do magic, even when James proved to be almost as precocious as his dad when it came to accidental magic. The twins were a little harder to discipline, especially since they were in the habit of swiping their parents' wands and playing around with them. No amount of timeout, grounding, or outright scolding could stop them. They seemed to have an innate sense for teasing, and teasing their magic-less big brother tickled them pink. Harry and Hermione tried to impress on their second-born that they loved all of their children for who they were, not for their magic, but it didn't change the fact that Sev still felt different, and it hurt him to be missing something his entire family and all their friends had. It hurt his parents too, to see their little boy suffering for something that wasn't anyone's fault. But despite all that drama, Sev was mostly a happy boy, content to read and pester his parents with questions, goof off with his siblings, and watch the world around him with a wide-eyed gravity that was almost terrifyingly grown up. "Help, they're killing me," Harry gasped, laughing too hard to even think about shaking off his captors. Hermione was laughing too hard to help him, but when Harry's wristwatch alarm started going off, James turned into the hero. It was always amazing to see how good 10-year-old James was with his siblings. Somehow, without being overly bossy or obnoxious, he could get even his rebellious twin sisters to cooperate. Once he untangled his siblings from Dad and managed to get them all calmed down, they all kissed their father goodbye and goodnight. For months after, Harry would replay this evening in his mind. It was the last happy evening their family would enjoy together for a very long time. He kissed Rosie first, since James was holding her in his strong arms. She giggled and gave him a very sloppy kiss in return. He then kissed James, who was just reaching the age where he felt self-conscious kissing his daddy. But the boy bravely gave Harry a peck on the cheek and a cheery, "Night, Dad." Lily Flower was the next, and she was pouting so she didn't return her father's kiss. Sev, who was standing behind her, tickled his baby sister until she spluttered a laugh and squirmed away to pout in peace, but she wasn't really in a bad mood anymore. Harry relived this moment in his head over and over in the next few days. He cupped his youngest son's chin in his hand and gave him a quick kiss on the forehead, accidentally knocking the little boy's glasses askew. Sev straightened his thin glasses and then threw his arms around his dad's neck. "Love you, Dad," Sev whispered. "Good night." "Good night, son," Harry murmured back. "No more reading in bed. You hear me? You'll kill your eyes." Sev blushed and backed off, twiddling his fingers in embarrassment. He mumbled in agreement. James nudged him with his shoulder, and Rosie squirmed out of her big brother's arms and toddled over to her twin, who was still pretending to pout over the ending of story time and her game with Daddy. Harry kissed Hermione last, letting his hand linger on her rounded belly, saying a silent goodbye to his youngest child. "Call me if you need anything," Harry said cheerfully, adjusting his glasses as he drew his wand and swirled his green healer's robe around his shoulders. "Should be a quiet night, so don't hesitate to bother me, got it? Will you go on?" Hermione huffed good-naturedly, flapping her towel at him. "You know I'll send you a Patronus in a real emergency. Anything else can wait till morning." "You'd better," Harry laughed, kissing her again and chuckling at the theatrical groans of James, who was picking up bad habits from Teddy. Suddenly, Sev spoke up boldly. "Stop it, James," he scolded his brother, giving him a shove. "When I get married, I'm gonna give my wife lots of sloppy kisses to show her how special she is. Grandpa Granger says sloppier kisses mean more love. Harry and Hermione laughed too hard to reply to that, though they both gave him an extra kiss and messed up his hair fondly. No sloppy kisses anytime soon, though. You got that, Sev? Harry gasped, once he could breathe again. I don't want you married until you're at least 30. Oh, course, little Severus replied gravely. She'll have a dad that won't let her kiss anybody till she's 30, so it'll be perfect. That's my boy, Harry chuckled, messing up his son's hair until it looked like his own. Be good for your mother tonight, kids. I don't want a bad report card when I get home in the morning, clear? Clear. James and Sev saluted. Claw. Rose and Lily lisped angelically. You'd better hurry, you're late, Hermione said fondly as she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Not yet. I'm not, Harry chuckled. He turned and activated the flue with a handful of powder, announcing the St. Mungo's staff room. As he whirled away, he heard his wife's voice fading behind him. Creature, would you draw a bath for the twins? Hermione smiled contentedly as she padded softly through the house, suffering from another bout of insomnia. Sometimes, pregnancy was burdensome. Her mood swings and exhaustion gave way to cravings and insomnia every single time. So she padded around the house in a dressing gown over her pajamas, checking on her little ones and waiting until she got sleepy again. On nights like this, she really missed Harry. But he was at the hospital, performing magical surgeries and saving lives. The children were sound asleep in bed and all was quiet. She passed the sleepless creature taking care of some late-night dusting, and she smiled gratefully at him as he beamed happily up at her. It was almost heartbreaking how he still almost fainted with happiness at the least sign of approval or kindness from his master's family. She truly had never had the heart to try and explain freedom to him, once she had gotten married and learned how horribly damaged the poor elf really was. To him, being bound to his family wasn't slavery, it was belonging. He was like an abused child that had finally found hope. Ever since Harry brought the elf into their new home and introduced him to his wife, whom he had only known at Grimmauld Place as the Mudblood wench, he never once called Hermione a mudblood and only insulted those who dared insinuate that any member of his master's family was less than perfect. In return for the kindness he was shown, Creature was an obsessive housekeeper and a remarkably competent babysitter. After all, the house elf pointed out, who else changed Sirius and Regulus nappies and kept them out of trouble when they were toddlers? Purebloods couldn't be bothered to raise their own babies, apparently. But Creature truly loved Harry and Hermione's children and was remarkably tender and kind toward them. He respected Hermione and worshipped Harry, and if she ever asked the elf if he was happy, the ecstasy in his big green eyes was more than answer enough, even as he enthusiastically blessed the name of Potter and all his family members. Hermione settled down in the comfy sitting room with some of her work, a new book she was writing for the Muggle Studies course at Hogwarts. Several Muggleborns were already submitting manuscripts for the long overdue revisal of the class, and Harry had suggested that she take a swing at it. The commission was a few hundred galleons, nothing to sneeze at if she managed to impress the Board of Governors, who were not quite as biased as they once were. After all, progress and tolerance were only 100 years behind modern times in the wizarding world. She wrote notes in ballpoint pen and typed the chapters out on her typewriter, as apparently computer paper was much too odd for the ministry to even touch. But she would die before she wrote a whole book with a quill. That was utter madness. Creature suddenly tiptoed into the sitting room and set a cup of her favorite tea on the table near her chair. She glanced up and smiled, loving how the little elf lit up at the approval. "Why don't you pull up a seat and keep me company, Creature?" she asked gently. "Would you like a cup of tea too?" Creature was used to his mistress' strange ways by now, and he simply jerked his head, snapped his fingers, and was soon seated on a cushioned stool, holding his favorite teacup, a white, two-handled mug with a company logo on the side. It was actually one of Dan Granger's mugs he'd loaned and never got back, though he really hadn't liked it much. Apparently, he disliked Stark Industries for some reason that Hermione couldn't be bothered to remember. All she knew was that SI products were too expensive for practicality, even if they claimed to be more efficient, secure, reliable, etc., and the rest of the world seemed to grudgingly agree. Her family didn't need cell phones. Heck, they didn't even have a TV, and they were perfectly happy. If they needed a phone call so badly, they ran down the street to her parents' place. "How was your day, creature?" Hermione asked casually, crossing out a line in her notebook and scribbling a revision in the margin. "Creature had a good day, mistress," the house elf replied enthusiastically, his gravelly voice reminding her of a bullfrog, as always. Creature polished all the silver in the house in less time than last time, unclogged the toilet after Miss Lily dropped her shawl in, and chased a stray cat off the back porch. "Creature's day was productive, mistress." Hermione chuckled softly. "I had a good day too, creature," she said as she sipped her tea. "And now it's even better because I'm drinking tea with my favorite house elf in the world." Creature's eyes filled with tears. "A mistress is too kind," the elf choked. "Creature's having the best day ever of his life. Mistress is the kindest witch in the world. Yes, she is." Creature would do anything for mistress. Yes, he would. Only to say the word. "Has mistress." "Thank you, creature," Hermione said quietly. She smiled softly at the loyal elf. "But you do more than enough for me. You take care of the house, you watch the kids, and you take care of me too. We're all lucky to have you in our family, creature." The poor elf burst into happy tears and hopped off his settee to kiss her hands. After he'd found that she was horrified to have him kissing her boots, he came up with a compromise. Hermione used every opportunity she could to tell Creature that he was loved and appreciated. The abuse some house elves had received made her blood boil, but she was doing her best to rectify it now. The most wonderful thing she could say to Creature now, it had horrified him before, was that she was proud, glad, lucky, etc. to have him as a member of her family. To be considered a part of a wizard's family wasn't completely unheard of for a house elf, but for an elf from a dark pureblood family like Creature, such words were valued more than gold. Here, Creature's greatest ambition wasn't to become a head on a trophy wall, but to care for his master's family and protect them. His greatest ambition was to earn the wonderful family he had been given to serve. He was better protection for the children than an army of trained bodyguards. Not only did he have magic at his disposal, he was practically rabid in his desire to defend them from every danger. Just last month in the garden, he had killed 3 snakes on the edge of the flower beds because they came within a few feet of the girls, and he confounded a muggle man at the park who he said was making bad eyes at Severus. Hermione wasn't all that certain if it was true, but she trusted Creature. He didn't go around secretly hexing every muggle who glanced at her children, so she decided that there must have been something to the threat after all. Yes, her family was very lucky to have Creature. "Mistress, Creature is thinking there is something wrong." The house elf suddenly piped up, his raspy voice low and grave. His eyes were darting back and forth nervously. "What is it?" Hermione asked in a whisper, drawing her wand and glancing around the dark living room. The fire had burned low by now, and the children were silent upstairs. It was about midnight and far too late for any of them to be awake. "Creature isn't knowing yet," he replied carefully. "May Creature investigate?" "Of course," Hermione replied at once. "But be careful." The elf nodded solemnly and vanished with a pop. Hermione cast several detection spells and came up with nothing. The house's wards were intact. Since they lived in a muggle neighborhood, their house wasn't unplottable or unnoticed like most wizard dwellings. They lived in the muggle world too, and their wards were more like a standard security system, except magical. They recognized intent, obviously, and discouraged thugs, thieves, and ne'er-do-wells with mild compulsion charms like the ones Dumbledore had laid around the Dursleys' home to keep Harry safe from muggle criminals. If there was something, it was likely just an animal, a stray dog or cat that tripped the house elf's personal wards, which Hermione didn't know much about. Harry had said that Creature had asked him for permission to add his own protective magic around the house when Harry was laying the groundwork for the wards. But neither of them really knew what house elf magic was capable of and hadn't understood Creature's enthusiastic explanation. As Hermione was thinking all this, the house elf returned, teeth bared and eyes glowing with alarm. "Mistress," Creature gasped. "There be's a man coming, sneaking through the wards. Magic's not affecting him much, Creature thinks." Hermione's heart stuttered in her chest. "Who is it? What does he want?" "The man's a muggle, mistress," An odd muggle, Creature babbled. He got a metal arm and lots of muggle weapons, he does. Oh, Creature doesn't know what he wants, but sneaking man's always means bad, it does. Right, get the kids up, we're going to the safe house, Hermione said grimly. She transfigured her dressing gown into something better for fighting in and pressed a hand to her racing heart. Creature obediently popped away to wake up the children, and Hermione cast a lockdown curse on the house. Unless they blew a hole in the wall, no muggle would be getting through. It was times like these she wished they had a phone to call the police. But she did have a wand. Casting a Patronus, it was no longer an otter. After her school days, it had changed into a lioness. She sent the messenger to her parents to call the police, because an armed muggle man had gotten through the wards somehow and was coming for the house. She cast another, almost too distracted to drag up her happy thought, holding her son for the first time, and sent it to Harry with practically the same message, though she added that they would be at the safe house. No sooner had she done that when a window shattered suddenly and her magic snapped at her with a sting like a broken rubber band. A miasma of dark magic flowed over her senses, almost knocking her unconscious. She recognized it. Ward stones. The muggle must be wearing some to protect him from magic and break through wards. Such things were powerful and rare. So how did a muggle get a hold of even one, let alone the 5 she could sense? Incarcerus. Stupefy, she incanted, swinging her wand toward the shadow near the broken hall window. She gasped at how fast the man moved. One second she saw him crouched there. Next second he leapt aside, the light of her spells flying harmlessly out into the night, briefly illuminating a shaggy head and glinting off the left arm, which was crafted of silvery metal. The face that turned toward her was masked and goggled like a faceless phantom. He was muscular and tall, dressed in black combat gear and carrying a pistol in his gloved hand. The metal hand was clenched in a fist. Hermione cast Diffindo and followed it up with Sectum Sempra out of desperation. She hated using Professor Snape's dark-cutting curse, but it was more efficient than casting dozens of Diffindo curses in quick succession. This time, her spells hit, even as he raised his gun and fired at her. She gasped and dodged, the muffled bangs of the discharge making her head ring. Her pregnancy-enhanced nose could detect the faint scent of hot metal and gunpowder. Where was Creature with the kids? She dodged as he threw something at her and cast a sloppy Protego charm. The thrown thing was a knife, and it embedded itself in the wall. The man didn't even pause after the knife. Hermione heard the pop noises but didn't even register the sounds as gunshots until they shattered her shield, sending her to her knees from the backlash, and then her chest and wand arm erupted in fiery pain. Hermione fell on one knee, casting a weak explosion curse that knocked their attacker against the wall. She felt suddenly dizzy and she looked down at her wet robe, briefly registering that she'd been shot multiple times. She was bleeding out, and oh God, the baby. The baby was going to die. She sank down, her head swimming with shock and pain. She couldn't feel much pain now, there was just too much. She watched as her spinning vision spiraled away from her, and she dearly hoped Creature could save the children, and that Harry wouldn't grieve too much. Creature was a loyal house elf. His loyalty was first to Master Harry, and second to Mistress Hermione. His loyalty extended to all that belonged to his master and mistress, from their home to their children. He would die to defend them. That he had sworn years ago. House elves have a keen sense of death. It was said that a house elf always knows somehow the day they die. Creature knew, as he sipped tea from the white mug. He felt the cold fingers of dread around his heart, and he suddenly knew he would die in blood and pain tonight. But he was not afraid. Creature was proud to die for Master and for Master's family. He didn't know who the sneaking muggle was, and the man shrugged off his desperate attempts to stop him. Black magic oozed from warded items in his possession and cast a cloud like a shield around him. Creature could not read his intentions or see his plans. All Creature knew was that his family would die this night unless he did something. Rushing upstairs to the children on Mistress' orders, Creature barely had time to yank them all up and drag them out of bed. There was no time to even get their dressing gowns. Up, up. Creature hissed at the children. A muggle is attacking and Mistress says to get up. The twins were terrified and began to cry, but he cast silencing magic upon them as the glass shattered downstairs and they could hear their mother shouting. What's happening? James asked in a wobbly whisper. Little masters must listen very carefully to Creature, the house elf croaked hoarsely. There is a dangerous muggle man carrying very dark magics on him. Creature cannot stop him, so the little masters and misses must run. Mistress says, run to safe house, but Creature thinks master be better. Use the flu, oldest little master, Creature ordered James gravely. Master says St. Mungo's staff room. Can young Master James remember? St. Mungo's staff room, James repeated shakily. He scooped Lily into his arms, and his younger brother grabbed Rose's hand since the little girl was too big for his skinny arms now, and they waited for Creature to apparate them downstairs, since it sounded like the battle was happening near the foot of the stairs. The house elf grabbed the two boys, ordering them to hold onto their sisters, and transported them down to the sitting room just as their mother's shield shattered, and she fell in a haze of blood and twisted limbs, and an explosion shattered more windows and knocked a strange man in black into the wall. The children screamed. The man got up, shaking his shaggy head after Mistress' exploding curse had caught him head-on. Flew, young master. Creature ordered his master's eldest son. Fearlessly, the elf darted forward, knowing his magic was useless. But this muggle could still be affected physically. Leave Creature's family alone, he shrieked, barreling into a pair of strong legs. The man kicked him violently aside and fired his weapon at him. Creature felt something in his old body break as he slammed against the wall, and he gasped as the tiny muggle projectile struck his chest. Creature is sorry? The elf rasped. Creature failed. The asset was surprised at such resistance. He had expected a simple extraction, and the family was supposed to be asleep. His reconnaissance over the past few days supported that. But now everything was going to hell, and he shivered, knowing that he would be disciplined for such failure. Still, he could finish the mission and retrieve the target and eliminate the witnesses just as he'd been ordered. It would just be sloppier. He hated sloppy jobs. The asset was created to kill and destroy, but there were times when his stomach clenched and his head swam as he raised his gun or knife to finish yet another life. He did not remember every mission he'd been given, but the knowledge was there, somewhere. He fired on the woman and suppressed his shudder as she fell in a growing puddle of blood. He raised his head to look at the children. Sidestepping the woman lying still on the floor, he advanced on the target, his eyes locked on the smaller male, the one with black hair and dark eyes. The older boy yelled and staggered back, falling down and crouching protectively over his little sister. The dark-haired boy put another girl behind him and put up his fists. Brave child, the asset mused. He paused, eyes behind dark goggles assessing, analyzing. And suddenly an image flashed into his mind of a blonde-haired boy, skin and bones and blue eyes, fighting two boys bigger than he was. The asset shook his head in a quick jerk, dispelling the malfunction. He had a job and a target, and the boy was right in front of him. His gloved hand darted forward, and he grabbed the target by the front of his pajama shirt. Dragging the boy toward him and pressing him against his chest, he raised his pistol to shoot the crying little girl in the head, but hesitated. The boy in his grip was fighting valiantly, but he was too small and skinny to fight against the asset's superior strength. The older boy suddenly cried out and lunged upward, grabbing his arm. The asset fired instinctively, and the boy looked shocked as he spun back, a dark stain spreading on his shoulder. The little girls both screamed suddenly, making the asset's sensitive ears ring. Again, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy appeared in his mind again, getting up out of the mud, wiping a bloody nose on his bony wrist. The asset growled softly, wishing he could stop the malfunctions. He had a job to do, a target to retrieve. He had orders. He couldn't afford to malfunction after he'd already failed to keep this mission quiet as he'd been ordered. His recalibration and discipline would be unpleasant enough. Abruptly, he raised his pistol. The target in his grip squirmed loose and grabbed his arm, interrupting his aim again. The asset rapped the boy on the head with the gun, stunning him but not hurting him over much. As he turned and fired at the two girls and the boy lying stunned against the wall, the strange, big-eared creature appeared in front of his pistol, taking all 3 shots to its bony body. At the moment Creature got up, he was still in a daze, amazed at the strength of the Muggle man. The elf was bleeding heavily from his wound, but he wasn't dead yet. He still had a family to protect, and so long as he drew breath, that was his duty. Creature saw the man only a few feet away, standing over the bleeding body of Mistress and holding little Master Severus. He was raising his Muggle weapon again, and now all the children were crying. James was very white, lying on top of his mother with blood all over his hands and chest. The twin girls were clutching their mother and brother, screaming for their father as the Muggles' weapon leveled itself on Lily's head. Brave little Master Sev struggled loose long enough to grab the Muggle's arm and save his little sister's life, and the man hit him on the head before turning to the children and firing 3 quick shots. But Creature was there in front of the man's weapon. 3 holes exploded his fragile body, and James howled in anguish. The elf barely had the strength to drag up his last reserves of magic, touch his mistress, and send her to Master. The elf collapsed once Mistress and those touching her were gone. They were safe. But little Master Sev was still in the Muggle's grip, fighting and screaming. Creature is sorry, the elf whispered, too spent to do anything but lie in a growing puddle of his own blood. The Muggle holstered his weapon, not seeming to care that the rest of the family was now gone and their defender was dying at his feet. He firmly turned the sobbing, squirming boy around, jerked his thin arms behind his back, and methodically bound him. He shoved a gag into the boy's mouth, silencing his wails, and wrapped a blindfold around his eyes. Then, without a second glance at the dying elf, the man picked up Severus, now bundled up like a lamb for the slaughter, and he left the house. A single tear rolled down Creature's wrinkled face, and a raspy breath rattled out of his broken lungs. He had failed to defend his master's family and home. He had failed to protect his master's favorite son. More tears trickled from his bulbous, dimming eyes. He wished he could die quickly, but he also knew he deserved the pain as punishment for his failure. He drew in another rasping breath, or tried to. His punctured lungs weren't working. Suddenly, the fireplace near him whooshed with green flames, and someone stumbled through. Creature was still staring up at the ceiling, and he could hear the wailing of sirens outside. But in a second, Creature saw Master's face above his. His beloved Master's green eyes blazed with worry and fear behind his round lenses, and his hair looked even messier than normal. Creature is sorry? The elf choked softly. No, don't talk. Relax and let me work, Master ordered as he whipped out his wand, and Creature obeyed instantly. The Master's magic danced through his body, healing and cauterizing, and Creature longed to tell his master that he didn't deserve to be saved. He deserved to die. Master needed to go after little Master Severus. Reaching out, the elf grabbed his master's wand, a tingle rushing through his little body as the magical item reacted to his own magic. Creature? Master asked in a shaky voice. What is it? Little Master Sev, Creature rasped brokenly, air wheezing through the holes in his chest. Creature, failed. You saved Mione, James, Lily, and Rose, the good master whispered, clasping his bony little hand tenderly. You are the most loyal elf I could ever ask for. You didn't fail, Creature. Little Master, is alive? Creature managed to choke out, feeling his life draining away. Leave, Creature. Deserve death. Save little Master. No, Master cried, his salty tears dripping down onto the elf's face. No, Creature. You mustn't die. Do you hear me? I'm a healer, a surgeon. I'll save you. Save. Little Master, Creature gurgled, his body jerking slightly in his death throes. You can't do this to me, Master sobbed, cradling the elf's broken body very gently against his lime-green robe, soaking himself with his failed house elf's blood. Not you too, Creature, please no. Master, good Master, Creature whispered, blinking up at the man who was holding him, weeping over him, even after his failure. It was so much more than he deserved. He didn't want to go, but he had no life, no blood, not even any magic left. It was all draining into the wand he still gripped with his blood-soaked hand. He loved Master more than his own life, and if he could have saved all of Master's family, he would have. The last thing he saw in this world were the tear-filled eyes of his beloved master, the best and most wonderful master in the world, who wept at the death of his failure of a house elf. Even though Creature had failed, he died happy, because Master still loved him. Well, I'm back with a new story and bam, I hit you with an awful chapter full of tragedy and blood and death. What's wrong with me? Anyway, if this chapter was too much, I'm sorry. It's just going to get worse from here for a while. If you read the epilogue to my story Avenge, you'll see the asset reporting to his handler after his target's retrieval. Next chapter, we'll see Seth's reaction to his kidnapping and his POV during that epilogue I wrote in Avenge. Reviews are welcome, and don't say I didn't warn you about this FIC. It's dark and scary, and it'll be a while before I can get around to Dark World and a little more lighthearted stuff with Snape and Asgard and Loki and Thor and the Warriors 3. Loss, rated M. This chapter contains medical experimentation on a child, pain, and humiliation. Chapter 2. Loss. Harry felt numb. Hours ago, his life was perfect. Now he was sitting all alone in St. Mungo's waiting room, head in his hands, blood crusting on his healer's robe. Hermione was in surgery, James was sedated, and the twins were in a drugged sleep as well after their traumatic experience. Creature was bundled in a conjured sheet back at the safe house while Muggle police crawled over Asphodel Cottage. Their refuge from the world, their safe, happy home, had been invaded and violated, and Harry wanted to throw up or scream just to be able to feel something. But he felt nothing right now. He had been forbidden from seeing his family until the healers were finished working, on account of his hysteria. While at the house, he had tried casting detection spells for his youngest son, but Severus Albus seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. His kidnapper may have fought like a Muggle, but he had been carrying some dangerous and powerful dark magical objects to cloak his presence and break through the wards the way he had. Harry couldn't reconcile in his mind any wizard who would fight like a Muggle, except maybe a squib, but then they would have to be in league with someone who could enchant their objects for them. Harry still had many enemies. Even though he'd chosen to become a healer and had retreated as much as possible from the public eye, there were some Death Eaters and sympathizers who had escaped justice. So far, none of them had been able to find where he lived, because he had chosen a Muggle neighborhood on purpose, but Asphodel Cottage was no longer safe. After he got his wife's Patronus, he'd been in surgery, he had to find another healer to take over what he was doing. But as he ran to the flue, suddenly his wife and 3 of his children had popped into existence, leaving the taste of his house elf's magic in the air. Healers came running, James was babbling and bleeding from a shoulder wound. The twins were crying and clinging to him, and Hermione was unconscious and soaked with her own blood. Harry was finally chased off by the competent Reed, not panicking, healers, and he fled home, noting that Severus and Creature were still missing. His elf was dead. Again, another elf had given his life for Harry, or for those he held dear. His heart felt like it had been carved out with a dull knife. Now, he might lose his wife and their unborn child, and he might never see little Sev again. He was waiting for the owl to arrive with an ultimatum, a demand. But would he be able to offer himself in exchange for his son if Hermione died and left their 3 other children orphans? A painful sob clawed its way out of his throat, and the ache, the dull pain in his chest, exploded. The numbness, the shock, was wearing off, leaving behind a sharp pain the likes of which Harry had never experienced. The waiting room door whispered and someone walked toward him, 2 someones. Harry glanced up, wiping his eyes, and was shocked to see Neville. He was apprenticing under Professor Sprout to take over for her in a few years, and Harry was surprised he'd heard something already and had come to see him. The man behind him was, of course, Ron, in full aura robes and sympathy on his square face. "Mate," Ron murmured, grabbing his oldest friend and dragging him into a firm hug. Harry burst into fresh sobs, clinging to the broad shoulders of his best friend in desperation. Neville gently gripped Harry's shoulder and stood there for him while he cried his heart out. None of them said anything, and Ron and Neville didn't ask questions. They just stayed there for him, and Harry released the grief and fear and numb horror that were poisoning his soul. When he was a bit more composed, a very long 15 minutes later, Neville silently handed him a hanky and then hugged him too. Harry sighed heavily and patted his friend's shoulder gratefully before he sat back down. The Aurors are going over Asphodel Cottage with a fine-tooth comb now, Ron said quietly. Do you? Are you ready to give a statement? Harry shrugged and took another deep breath, this one rather shaky. He closed his eyes and ran through some of the occlumency exercises he had been able to pick up. On account of his guilt about the failed lessons from Snape in his 5th year, he had tried to take up occlumency again. Hermione wasn't half bad at it, of course, but Harry couldn't get past the relaxation and focusing exercises. He was just too emotional for true occlumency, their teacher had told them. Harry started hoarsely. I was on duty here. Sometime after midnight, Hermione sent me a Patronus, said a muggle was somehow breaking into the house and she wanted to meet me at the safe house. I took a few minutes stabilizing my patient and getting another surgeon to finish, and then I ran to the flue. But I was only a few feet away when Hermione, James, Lily, and Rose suddenly appeared in front of me. They operat in? Ron asked, letting a quill and scroll record what Harry was saying. No, Harry murmured. Creature sent them in. I didn't know magic could do that. Actually, I thought it worked like side-along apparition. Harry trailed off and shook his head. He blew his nose into Neville's hanky and his friend silently handed him another one. Harry threw him a grateful, but weak, smile and wiped his face again. He knew he looked awful, but he really didn't care anymore. So what was their condition when they arrived? Ron asked gently, getting them back on target. James was trying to talk, but he was in a lot of pain and covered in blood. Harry shuddered. He'll be okay, I think. He got shot in the shoulder and lost a lot of blood, but he should be fine. The girls were okay, I think, just traumatized and hysterical. Harry swallowed hard and rested his arms on his knees and dropped his head in his hands. Hermione might not make it, he whispered brokenly. She was shot several times and suffered magical backlash from some of her protection shields. I think she lost the baby. Harry choked up and couldn't speak any longer. Neville gently rubbed his back as he fought another wave of tears. Harry was grateful for his thoughtful friend, who may not know what to say most of the time, but he certainly knew how to be a comforting presence. So what did you do after that? Ron asked. I left them to the healers and fled home, because I couldn't see Sev and Creature was missing, and James kept saying something about him getting shot and Sev getting grabbed. I found Creature, but I couldn't save him. He told me the muggle took Sev, and I needed to go after him. Did you? I couldn't find them, Harry said, desperation filling his voice. He gripped his hair and shuddered with grief. I cast locating charms, point me, even some that I really shouldn't be knowing. They've disappeared off the face of the earth, as far as magic's concerned. The Aurors were saying the same thing, Ron sighed, running a hand over his red hair, which he kept cropped short these days. Whoever it was, he had some powerful warding runes attached to his person, prevents us from getting a clue about who he was or where he's taken Sev. Ron hesitated and then said softly, additionally, if the man's a true muggle, and if Sev is really a squib, there's next to no chance that magic could find either of them. I'm sorry, Harry. You know we'll do our best. But would you like to get the muggle police involved? I don't know, Harry whispered faintly. If they send demands or ransom notes or whatnot, what am I supposed to do? Call the Aurors, Ron replied at once. Better yet, call me directly. We won't let you go through this alone. And if they send you a note demanding you give yourself up or something stupid like that, you promise me you won't go all hero mode and try to do it alone. Got it? What if they threaten my boy? Harry whispered brokenly, more tears sliding down his face. Why would anyone take my younger son, anyway? Why? I don't know, Harry, Ron murmured. But we'll do our best and we'll help you. All right, mate? You don't have to go through this alone. Harry nodded. Ron clapped him gently on the shoulder. Lav says you can crash at our place, if you want. My place is warded tighter than a Gringotts vault, thanks to my curse-breaker brother. The girls will probably love it there. Diamond and Ruby miss their god, cousins. Thanks, Ron, Harry whispered. I'll think about it. Great, Ron grinned, though anybody could tell it was forced. I'm afraid I've got to get back. Thanks for the statement, Mate. And don't worry, we'll find Sevi and that piece of shit that took him. Harry nodded silently, and Ron squeezed his shoulder one last time before he left. Neville sighed next to Harry and nudged him. Hey, he's right, you know, Neville murmured. You're not alone, Harry. You never are. I'm staying right here as long as you need me. Thanks, Nev, Harry whispered, wiping more tears from his cheeks. Won't Hannah worry, though? She's the one who told me to stick by you like glue, Neville confessed, his cheeks slightly pink. So, have the healers told you anything? Harry shrugged and sat up straight, stretching his aching muscles. Neville suddenly drew his wand and silently cleaned Harry's blood-stained robes. Though he was tired, Harry smiled gratefully at his friend and marveled again that although Neville had been clumsy and uncoordinated back in school, he was now confident, competent, and capable of so much. His thoughtfulness exceeded that of everyone Harry knew, except his wife, of course. Hermione's in surgery, Harry said quietly. James is sedated, but they already took care of his shoulder wound. The girls are sleeping in the children's ward. Neville nodded and opened his mouth to say something else when a woman healer stepped into the waiting room. Mr. Potter, she asked quietly. Harry jumped to his feet, and the woman beckoned him to follow. When she tried to stop Neville from joining them, Harry assured her that he was a trusted friend and he wanted him along. The healer nodded and led them toward the hospital recovery rooms. Mrs. Potter is out of surgery, she said as they walked. How is she? Harry demanded. Did it go well? Is she stable? As far as we can see, it went well and she's quite stable. She should recover within the week. They walked on in silence until they reached Hermione's recovery room. Harry barely felt his friend at his side. He only had eyes for his wife in the bed. She looked frail and small under the white sheets. Her brown hair tumbled in damp, tangled curls around her face, where the healers had washed the blood off her. Monitoring spells blinked softly in the air above the bed, declaring her stable and sleeping to Harry's trained eye. But there was a set of monitors missing. His heart in his throat, he turned to the healer who was still in the room with them. The baby? Harry asked her softly. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, she replied even more quietly. He was already gone by the time we worked on her. Neville wrapped his strong arm around Harry's skinny shoulders in silent support. Harry was glad of it, because his heart was breaking, and if he had been alone, he would have sunk to the floor, too weak and grieved to go on. He wept silently, leaning against his taller friend, and wondered what he had done to deserve this tragedy. He had lost 2 sons today, and he could only pray he didn't lose his wife too. Young Severus was terrified. He could not see, he could not speak, and he could not move. But he could hear. The fellow who'd kidnapped him was really weird. The way he talked was so unnatural he had a hard time understanding anything. The guy called himself the asset and called Sev the target. He carried Sev and ran like the wind, and now they were in a cold place that echoed. The guy put him down on the floor that felt like concrete and moved around a bit, locking a door and going through what sounded like a pile of supplies. He tried to take off Sev's gag once, but Sev started screaming as soon as he could, and the guy stuck the bad-tasting cloth back into his mouth after ordering him to be silent several times. Sev was thinking he would probably not yell if this thing was taken out of his mouth again. He was terribly thirsty, and the gag was making him want to vomit. Now he could hear the man talking to someone who wasn't in the room. He tried to take deep breaths like Dad taught him, but it was dreadful. He was too scared to breathe evenly, and his whole body was shivering with terror. When his kidnapper suddenly picked him up off the cold floor again, he yelled, or tried to, and squirmed desperately. He thrashed and fought, and he sobbed through his gag until the man put him back down. He curled up and cried, soaking his blindfold. He wished Dad would come. Several minutes passed, and his kidnapper stopped talking to the other fellow. He moved around a little more, grunted softly in what sounded like pain, and Sev wondered if maybe he was treating his cuts. His own pajamas still smelled like the chap's blood. The target must get up, the weird man suddenly said. Sev stiffened in fear, realizing that his kidnapper was talking to him. He felt hands grab his bare feet, and he whimpered until he realized that he was just being untied. His hands stayed bound, but now he could wiggle his feet and maybe even get up. His gag was pulled out of his mouth, and Sev waited, but those hands did not take off his blindfold. "My dad's gonna kill you," Sev mumbled, shivering with fear. "You better let me go." "Irrelevant," the man grunted. "Stand up." "No," Sev boldly retorted. He opened his mouth to yell for help, but a hand clamped painfully down on top of his mouth. "Be silent," the man growled in his ear. "You will get me disciplined if you do not follow orders." "Disciplined?" Sev thought in confusion. Mum called punishments discipline, but adults didn't get disciplined, did they? But despite his confusion, he nodded slowly and the guy took his hand away. Sev choked back some more tears. "I'm thirsty," he whimpered. "I am not permitted to water you," the kidnapper grunted. "Stand up." This time, Sev obeyed. He stifled a sob as pins and needles stung his feet, but the man helped him up. One hand was soft and normal, but the other one was hard and cold, like metal. The hands guided him to stand with his back against a concrete wall and then left, but Sev could tell that the man was standing next to him now. They stood that way for several minutes before Sev's legs tired and he tried to sit down. The man grabbed his arm and jerked him back up before he was halfway down. "I'm tired," Sev wailed, starting to cry again. "I want to go to sleep." "You will sleep at the compound," the gruff voice growled at him. "Stand at attention and wait for retrieval." "You talk weird," Sev spat, too tired and achy to even think about being afraid. He slumped back against the wall, but didn't try to sit down again. "I talk as I have been trained. You are disrespectful. If you do not control yourself, you will be disciplined." Sev shivered at the way the man said, "disciplined." It made him choke on fresh tears. Once he gulped them back down, he asked timidly, "Who are you? What are you gonna do to me?" "I am the asset," the man replied woodenly. "My mission was to retrieve you and keep you contained until the extraction team arrives. My mission is completed, and I will have nothing more to do with you." "Why'd you kidnap me?" Sev whimpered softly, biting his lip. "I didn't do anything. I had a mission." "Damn your mission," Sev spat, cringing as he waited to be punished for the bad language like he would at home. But the man didn't even react. The boy wondered if maybe he would be disciplined later, when the extraction team came. Last time James went to the dentist, he had to get a tooth extracted. Sev wondered if he would get something extracted too. He shivered in terror and pressed his back against the cold wall. He almost missed the soft whisper of the man beside him before silence wrapped around them both. "Yes, damn my mission." Alexander Pierce stepped out of his expensive car in the bank's narrow parking lot, donning sunglasses in the bright glare of Washington, D.C. summer. He was dressed smartly in suit and tie and carried a briefcase in his right hand. Nobody would think anything was out of the ordinary. Just one more man in a suit doing business at a bank. His bodyguards surrounded him as he stepped into the shadow of the columns. No one would be able to guess, watching him and his security detail, that the impressive building was only a front for Pierce's true purpose. He passed the security guard at the door with a nod and marched to a back room where another pair of bodyguards subtly saluted him before letting him through. Alexander was early today, but he was sure that his presence would be welcomed rather than not. Another door, like a padlocked cage, opened to an elevator and Pierce descended into the earth. When he stepped out into the correction room, he was greeted by the sight of medics pulling the asset out of the chair after a lengthy session. A pair of guards grabbed the man's bare, sweat-slicked arm and dragged him away to the correctional cells. They nodded at Pierce and he nodded back, passing through the room to the other one. Those guards knew their job, and when they finished pounding obedience back into that idiot's skull, they'd put him back into his cryo-freeze chamber until they needed him again. The boy was waiting in the room beyond, strapped to a table and flanked by two masked doctors. Dark brown eyes met his, wide and terrified. The child was naked and had obviously been struggling against his bonds for a while. His wrists and ankles were red and raw from his squirming, and he was panting and sweaty. "Let me go," the boy yelled, his voice hoarse from shouting. Pierce smiled and walked up to the table, casually dropping his hand on the boy's arm. As he'd calculated, the child froze at his touch and shivered with horror. "I've been really eager to meet you," Alexander said gently, smiling benevolently down at the boy on the table. "You can call me Handler Pierce. You're Severus, right?" The boy slowly nodded. These doctors just want to give you a quick exam and a couple shots to make sure you're healthy, all right?" The Hydra head smiled. "Can you be a good boy for me and behave?" "Oh, let me go, please," the boy whispered faintly. Tears brimmed in his chocolate-colored eyes. "I want to go home. Please, sir," he pleaded. "I'm scared." "I know," Pierce said with a smile. "But don't you worry. Soon, you won't want to go home. We're going to do great things together, my boy. I promise." He turned away from the terrified child, giving his bare arm another possessive pat, and nodded at the doctors. "Begin the first series of injections," he ordered them coldly, his grandfatherly tone completely gone. "Monitor his progress the whole way, and send me a message when you've given the last injection." "Yes, sir," the first doctor murmured. "Hail Hydra," the other added, a fanatical light in the eyes behind his thick glasses. Pierce nodded, satisfied, and turned to leave. The boy, strapped down to the table, let out a wailing scream as the door closed behind him, and the Hydra head smiled to himself. Soon, the first summer soldier would be born. It would be glorious. Sev struggled uselessly as the doctors swabbed his arms and chest with alcohol wipes. Tears dripped down his face and wailed please tumbled out of his mouth, so fast he didn't even know what he was saying. He wanted Dad, or Mom, or even James. He wanted out of here. After a long night in which he was passed from one pair of hands to the next, rode in several Muggle vehicles, and was only given one sip of water and one stop for the toilet. He was exhausted and almost too terrified and tired to fight when they arrived, and he was thrown into a cold room like the concrete place he and the asset had stayed in. He was woken up some time later, his hands were untied, and he was given a very small amount of water, but no food. The first time his blindfold had been removed, the men had taken all his clothes too and forced him to take a cold shower that left his teeth chattering. They dragged him kicking and screaming into this room and strapped him down on the cold table before the doctors came and started poking, prodding, and scanning him. Then that creepy old man had come in, all white teeth and cold snake-like eyes and a nice suit like Grandpa Granger wore sometimes. He knew something bad was going to happen, but he didn't even have accidental magic to help him. He was helpless. The first needles entered his skin, one in the crook of each skinny arm. Sev shuddered and whimpered, biting his lip in pain. Another pair of needles entered his skin on his chest, just above his ribs, and that stung worse. He yelled in pain and begged them to stop, but the doctors didn't even look at him. They attached tubes to the needles, and Sev watched them fearfully. They murmured to each other before turning on a strange little machine that the tubes were connected to. A pale blue liquid began rushing up the thin tubes, and suddenly, it was gushing into his skin. Sev's eyes widened and his whole body stiffened. His mouth opened, but he couldn't even scream. Fire was flying through his veins, filling his body, and it hurt so bad he couldn't cry. He couldn't move. He could only howl in his own head. The pain reached a level where Sev could finally let out a hoarse scream. He screamed and screamed until blackness took him and blessed relief followed. Sev woke in his concrete room on a hard cot made out of plastic, covered with a thin blanket. He was still naked, shivering with cold despite the blanket, and his arms and chest ached fiercely where the needles had gone in. His body tingled painfully like a foot that fell asleep. He slept again, only waking when a medic came to inject something into his sore arm. He whimpered, but was too weak to fight or scream. He wished he had magic so he could maybe sense Dad coming for him. But sadly, he was nothing but a stupid squib, and he couldn't do anything to protect himself. After the medic left, he fell asleep again, waking up when 2 guards came and dragged him back to the room of horrors. Sev started whimpering the minute they were in, and soon he was screaming and fighting as hard as he could. The men strapped him down, laughed at his struggles and tears, and the 2 doctors came in. After the guards left, the torture began all over again. Sev cried and begged, but they didn't even look at his face while they put more needles into his stomach and legs this time, pumping him full of blue fire. He screamed himself into unconsciousness again, wondering if these people were trying to kill him. The cycle repeated so many times Sev lost track of it all. He woke in his cell. A medic came and checked on him, gave him an injection in the arm, and then left him to sleep. Guards woke him, dragged him back to the torture room and strapped him down while the doctors slid needles under his skin, poured blue liquid into his veins that burned his body like fire and drove him into darkness. But after a few sessions, Sev realized that it wasn't hurting quite as much. That is, the first wave of agony was no longer paralyzing, only extremely painful. It still caused him to scream and scream, even though now his wails of agony were soft croaks against his abused throat. It took longer for him to drop into the sleep of relief. The day finally arrived when Sev screamed until the pain lessened and didn't lose consciousness. He lapsed into soft croaking, whimpers, and realized that all of the blue liquid was finished pouring into his body. His skin and flesh and everything underneath tingled with stabbing pain, but it wasn't like being lit on fire inside anymore. He was tired, covered in sweat, panting for breath through lungs that felt like they were being stretched apart. But strangely enough, he felt stronger than before. The doctors, even under their masks, looked pleased. They ran beeping scanners over him, peered into his eyes with little light beams, and pulled the needles out of his flesh, wiping the drops of blood away from the tiny pricks. It was the weirdest thing, Sev thought. He could feel those little spots where the needles had gone and start to tingle fiercely. The doctors looked even more pleased as they poked and prodded and pressed on the boy's muscles and bones. Sev moaned softly in pain, darkness clouding his vision. His throat was tingling too, and he had a strange feeling he'd be able to scream just fine soon. Was he healing really fast now? That was weird. He wasn't even magical. "Tell Secretary Pierce," one of the doctors said softly, his eyes glowing maniacally. "Tell him that our little soldier has passed stage 1. Result: successful. Ready for phase 2, the other doctor murmured, moving to unstrap the boy from the table. Sev shivered in horror and wondered what other tortures were planned for him. Asphodel Cottage still didn't feel the same, and probably never would, but Harry and Hermione agreed that nowhere else felt like home. They'd intruded on Ron and his family for a month, and it was too stressful to stay there any longer. Ron's son Diamond and daughter Ruby were a little wild, on account of their parents being rather permissive. Hermione and James were physically recovered, but the whole family suffered from nightmares and depression. Getting away from the stressful life at the Weasleys would hopefully help. Harry was back at work, but only part-time, and he was only doing checkups and coma patient work, since he was too distracted for delicate jobs like surgery. The Aurors hadn't been able to find Sev or his kidnapper, though they tracked down the warded items the man had carried. They had been destroyed by fire near an abandoned bunker that had been dug out by the British military during World War II in case of a Nazi invasion. The Muggle police didn't have any more luck, and in fact they seemed to think they were making some of the stuff up. Dead ends everywhere, and Harry couldn't stand it. The healers had been able to retrieve the remains of the unborn baby who had died from shock, and the child was buried in the family plot in Godric's Hollow. They named the baby Charlie Harold, after Harry's grandfather Charles and Harry, of course. After grieving for that loss, the family was more than ready to return home. It was empty and dusty. Hermione's parents had already arranged for people to fix the broken windows and clean the blood off the floor and everything, but that was weeks ago by now. Creature's funeral had been held the same day as little Charlie's, though they went and buried their loyal elf at Shell Cottage, with Bill and Fleur's permission, so he could rest beside the other elf to give his life for Harry and his loved ones. Dobby's grave had grown into a garden over the past few years, and a lot of freed elves made it a tradition to visit the spot and leave behind a single sock. Apparently, it was supposed to be an omen of good luck to find a good home the way Dobby had. Now the lonely little grave had a neighbor and a small, rough headstone reading, "Creature, loyal elf, greater love hath no man than to lay down his life for his friends." It wasn't enough, Harry felt, but he could do nothing more. His family was broken, and he had no idea how to fix it. What was worse, the Daily Prophet somehow learned of the tragedy and exploited as only Rita Skeeter knew how. The rumors flying around now had so distorted the truth that a great many people now thought the Potters had been performing some illegal dark ritual that had somehow backfired and caused their youngest son to vanish. The rumors had such strength that Harry was actually arrested and interrogated at the Ministry until Ron managed to make the idiots back off and stop harassing the Potters. But rumors have a way of sticking around. It was worse than the way things had been for Harry in his 5th year, and he was sick to death of the fickleness of some people. At least his oldest friends stuck by him and his family in their grief and bewilderment. Ron, of course, and his family, most of the Weasleys, Neville and his family, Luna, and wonder of wonders, Draco Malfoy. After the loss of his family fortune, Draco had been forced to face the fact that he would likely have to work for a living. He found a surprisingly good job as an investigative reporter for an up-and-coming newspaper that might eventually surpass the Daily Prophet in popularity, the Magical Times. It used a simple, no-nonsense approach to the news that already surpassed the Prophet in substance and quality, and it was rather shocking to Harry when he was given a copy of the paper at the hospital one evening and read a scathing expose about the horrible way the Potter kidnapping was being handled by the Ministry. The cherry on top was the author of the piece. He signed himself Draco Greengrass, but he was obviously Malfoy, especially since he'd married Asteria Greengrass some years ago and apparently had a son now, close to Seth's age. Intrigued, Harry wrote to Draco, thanking him for his support of the truth and asking if he'd like an interview. Harry realized he was being rather Slytherin as he sent off the owl, and Hermione actually laughed when he confessed his sneaky scheme. Not only was his offer a sort of thank you to Draco, what reporter wouldn't salivate at the thought of an exclusive interview, but it was also an invitation to talk. Harry wanted more information on this, and since Ron couldn't talk, and he wasn't an Auror, he really would like to know how much this investigator business had uncovered for Draco. Plus, he just wanted to put their stupid schoolboy rivalry aside and start over. From what he'd been able to see, Draco was a good writer, a thorough researcher, and was not really concerned with people's opinions, especially since they thought of him as scum anyway on account of the tattoo on his arm. Harry was shocked when Draco accepted the invitation, but he almost fainted when the pureblood snob actually offered to meet in a Muggle cafe. Hermione just smiled and told her husband that he wasn't the only one who had changed over the years. Harry could only nod dumbly and wonder what he'd gotten himself into. He was nervous. Why in the world would Harry Potter be nervous about something stupid like an interview with an old childhood rival? He was standing across the street from the suburban cafe Draco had named, but he was getting cold feet. He took time off work for this. Hermione was home with the kids and they were fine. He had all the time in the world and a list of things to talk about in his pocket. So, what was the problem? He sighed and ran a hand through his hair, messing up the careful way Hermione had fixed it for him. He was just about to gather his Gryffindor courage and march over there when he sensed someone stop beside him. "You know," a somewhat familiar male voice murmured, "I'm not really craving tea and sandwiches today. I know a pub nearby with some excellent fish and chips." Harry jumped and turned, trying hard not to let his jaw drop. This was not how he expected Draco to look. The man's silvery blonde hair was short and styled to look carefully tousled and windblown, nothing like the perfectly styled, slicked-back look of his childhood. He was wearing dark Muggle sunglasses on his pale, pointy face, and his tall, trim figure was dressed in a casual Muggle suit of a soft gray color that complemented his hair and complexion. His jacket was unbuttoned to reveal his white button-down shirt, his hands were in his pants pockets, and his shoes were a little scuffed on the toes. All in all, if Harry had bumped into this guy in the Muggle world, he'd have assumed he was a dapper university student, not a wizard from a snobbish pureblood family. Draco Malfoy smirked, oh there it was, and stuck out a slender, pale hand. "Shocked, Potter?" Harry actually chuckled a little as he shook Draco's hand. "A little," he admitted. "Muggle clothes really suit you." "Of course they do," Draco sniffed haughtily. "Would I wear them if they didn't make me look flattering?" "Vain as ever," Harry smiled. "Naturally," Draco nodded. "So, tea and sandwiches? Or alcohol and junk food?" "I actually prefer fish and chips myself," Harry answered cautiously. "I had too many sandwiches growing up." Surprisingly, Draco answered easily enough. "The pub it is then," he spoke decisively. "Follow me. It's just a few blocks over." The dapper man sauntered off down the sidewalk, and after a moment of stunned stillness, "Draco? Walking a few blocks voluntarily?" Harry hurried to catch up with him, not feeling quite as dapper in his plain black trousers and maroon button-down shirt. "Merlin's sake, Potter," Draco suddenly drawled, giving him a look over the top of his sunglasses. "You look like you've just been to a funeral." I know you own lighter colors than that. What's with the somber look? Harry fidgeted and then shoved his hands in his pockets. I wear dark colors when I'm in a dark mood, he said quietly. I'm sorry if I've messed up some dress code I didn't know about. Relax, Potter, Draco sighed dramatically. I'm not picking on you. My godfather was the same, except he always was in a dark mood, as you put it. So, he never wore anything but black. I don't think he owned anything that wasn't black, actually. Just dark colors make you look pale. You look downright ill. I am, Harry admitted, not looking at Draco as he felt an embarrassed flush traveling up his neck. I haven't really slept or eaten much in the past month. I'm sure you can guess why. Draco nodded, but thankfully said nothing. They crossed the street at a crosswalk, skirted some crowds near a row of quaint shops, and ducked into a dim, cozy little pub called the Lion's Den. Harry chuckled as they sat down in a booth and nodded at the lion's crest above the fireplace. So, Gryffindor vibes appeal to you? No, Draco grimaced as he whipped off his glasses. But I thought the atmosphere would put you at ease. Very Slytherin of you, Harry said graciously. Draco smiled and slipped his sunglasses into his coat pocket. Thank you, he replied with false bashfulness. I really try, you know. A waitress came by and took their orders, and Harry observed the place while they waited and Draco perused a Muggle newspaper. Oh, the irony. Draco, Harry suddenly spoke up, and then paused, because he really wasn't sure what to say. The silvery gray eyes that rose to his suddenly flickered with sardonic humor. Not Malfoy, he asked lightly. I'm sorry, Harry muttered, his face heating up. Mr. Malfoy, I didn't mean to be so forward, really. I'm just… He trailed off in surprise as he realized Draco was laughing. He was chuckling, folding the newspaper, and shaking his head. Really, Potter, Draco chuckled. I don't care what you call me. I've been called so many names in my life by now. I don't really have a preference, so long as I know you're addressing me. Merlin knows being insulted is better than being ignored, anyway. I don't know about that, Harry muttered, memories of the insults and cruel words of the Dursleys ringing in his memory. The days when they ignored him had been some of the better days of his life. Besides that, his experiences with the slander of the wizarding world taught him that being ignored was way better than listening to people tell lies about you. Yes, well, I suppose a Malfoy would rather be insulted and noticed than ignored and forgotten. Draco nodded, with remarkable understanding. But you'd prefer to be ignored, is that it? I spent most of my childhood pretending to be invisible, Harry answered quietly. Entering the wizarding world was a huge shock. I had no idea what to do. I really didn't mean to insult you the way I did on the train. I just didn't want to be friends with somebody who reminded me of my cousin. I actually met your cousin on a story once, Draco drawled. And we are nothing alike. I don't know about that, Harry grinned, feeling strangely delighted that his two childhood bullies had met, however weird that it sounded. You were both spoiled brats who picked on me for years before you learned better, got married, and ended up in terribly surprising jobs. You mean you never expected your cousin to become a social worker? Just as I never expected someone like you to become an investigative reporter for a newspaper, Harry tossed back. Draco laughed lightly. Point taken. So how'd you get the job? I had no idea you could write so well. I was impressed when I read your last article. So you said in that long-winded letter of yours, Draco muttered, but he looked pleased. Their drinks arrived, and he took a sip of his warm, foamy alcoholic beverage with a sigh of pleasure. He licked the foam off his lip with an air of habit and fished in his coat pocket for a notebook and a fountain pen. You were lying, Harry accused with an amused smile. You do come here a lot, don't you? Don't tell my father, Draco replied with an arched eyebrow as he set his pen and book down. He raised his mug to drink on it, and Harry knocked back a drink of his plain whiskey in solidarity. You've changed, Malfoy, Harry said thoughtfully, running his thumb along the rim of his glass. I'm sorry I never looked you up before this. So am I, Draco confessed. But years passed, and then I had other things to worry about besides social calls. And speaking of surprising careers, I don't think anyone was more surprised than myself when I heard you decided to become a surgeon, of all things. Thought I was a shoo-in for the OR department? Harry guessed. Me and everyone else, Draco shrugged. You should have seen my father when he heard the news. Apoplectic with rage? More like shocked to silence, a rare thing indeed. Or you don't know Lucius Malfoy. I just wanted to do something that helped. Harry started and then trailed off before he got the courage to keep going, keeping his eyes on the glass in front of him. I didn't want to spend my life doing something I hated just because everyone else expected me to do it, he said quietly, amazed that he was talking about this for the first time to someone who wasn't a friend or his wife. I wanted to help people, sure, but not through fighting. I was sick and tired of fighting. I turned to healing, mostly because I wanted to fix the things I did wrong, make up for my mistakes. He glanced quickly at Draco, who had a strangely nostalgic look in his gray eyes. My godfather was a good man, Draco said quietly instead of answering. He taught me a lot, and most of it I didn't listen to until it was too late. One of the things he taught me was that only I can live my life. If my father's trying to live out his ambitions and dreams through me, that's his problem, not mine. He told me to do what I felt was right, and not to give a damn about what anybody said. Draco stopped and laughed drily before he sipped his drink. Turned out he was following his own advice a little better than I thought. Your godfather sounds like a great mentor, Harry said carefully. I would have given anything to have someone like that in my life when I was a kid. Draco burst out laughing. Harry was slightly hurt and bewildered, especially once Draco started to bang the table with his hand and wipe tears from his eyes as he laughed and laughed. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes, gesturing to a concerned waitress that they were fine, and sipped his burning liquor while waiting for Draco to get a hold of himself. I'm sorry, Draco gasped, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief before fussily folding it back up and tucking it back into his coat pocket. I do apologize, but the thought of you and my godfather exchanging soul-deep conversations is truly a funny one, I assure you. I don't see why it's so funny, Harry huffed stiffly. My godfather was Sirius Black, remember? My godfather was Severus Snape. So there, Draco threw back with a satisfied smirk when Harry's mouth fell open. The pureblood chuckled again and shrugged as he took a long pull from his mug. So now you see why it's so funny, he added. Harry swallowed hard and suddenly thought of the yellow, wrinkled letter he kept tucked into his photo album and knew he ought to have recognized the advice already. It was the same advice Snape had given him. Thinking of Snape made Harry remember that too. Draco and everyone else, he was dead. But Harry knew he was alive. Would he be willing to help locate a Potter? And his namesake on top of that? Harry suddenly wondered why he'd never thought of it before. But could he trust Draco to keep such a thing quiet? Probably not. He'd have to think about it later. For now, he would pursue this lead as far as it would take him. Suddenly, their food arrived, 2 baskets of fried fish and potato wedges, still piping hot. Draco called for a pickle, and when the waitress scurried off, Harry nervously fiddled with his napkin. It's not so funny, he said quietly, picking up a chip to wipe off most of the salt. We didn't really get along in school, of course, but that was my dad's fault, mostly. He was friends with my mom. That's right, Draco said thoughtfully, breaking one of his fish fillets in half and dipping it in tartar sauce. I think my father might have mentioned that detail a few times. Really? Harry snorted, wiping his greasy fingers and suddenly finding it funny that Draco had a passion for such a messy, undignified, Muggle food. Father was Professor Snape's prefect for a couple years, Draco explained. So he would have known him well enough, as well as whoever his friends are. From what I understood, my godfather really didn't do friends at all. Your mother and my father might have been the only friends he ever had. Harry shook his head, trying to think of Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape, and Lily Evans all interacting at some point just made his head spin, especially because he could barely picture Snape as a boy without the memories he'd seen in the Pensieve, and he could only picture Draco as Lucius. We're way off topic, Harry sighed, dragging a fish fillet through a small cup of malt vinegar. I thought this was supposed to be an interview? I thought you just said that because you wanted to chat, Draco objected with a sly smile. He popped a mouthful of fish in his mouth and chewed. You've got promise as a Slytherin, dear boy, but you'll have to work a bit at the subtlety. So what's the notebook for? Harry asked, forgoing table manners since Draco seemed to think it was fine to talk with his mouth full here. "Notes," Draco replied cheekily, washing down his food with a gulp from his mug. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. He shoved his basket of food aside, propped his elbows on the table, and leaned forward. "I know my son isn't dead," he said in a low voice. "He was kidnapped, and now he's being hidden so well that not even the Aurors can find him." "Or maybe the Aurors don't want to find him," Draco suggested darkly, also shoving his food to the side so he could put his notebook in between them. Harry blinked in shock. "What do you mean?" No, you don't understand. Ron Weasley's the second in command at the Auror Division. He would know if there was some sort of cover-up. He would know, but could he talk about it?" Draco asked slowly. He drummed his fingers on the table. "Honestly, a lot of things about the case don't make any sense. The attack was odd. There was no ransom note, no demands, and they didn't even return a body to the family. It wasn't a threat or a personal attack. So what was it?" Harry shook his head miserably and leaned back in the wooden bench. "I've gone over everything with Hermione and James, and you're right, it doesn't make any sense. I was so baffled I turned to Muggle sources for answers," Draco went on thoughtfully. He opened his notebook, which looked like it was magically enlarged, and flipped through it until he reached a page full of sketches and grainy photographs literally transposed on the paper. He spun the book around so he could see. They were copied pages from Muggle newspapers, and one looked like a secret file from a police dossier. "Is this legal?" Harry asked in a hushed voice, poking the dossier page. "For an ordinary Muggle, not really," Draco smirked. "For an official police investigator, absolutely." Harry looked up incredulously, taking in Draco's mischievous smirk and sparkling eyes. By Merlin, the little ferret was downright proud of himself. Harry had to admit he was rather impressed too. He turned his attention back to the pictures and studied the grainy photos. They all showed a tall, broad-shouldered man in form-fitting clothes like those modern Muggle soldiers wore. But one sleeve was missing and the exposed arm looked off. Squinting at it, Harry saw that in the sketches, a shaded 5-point star was drawn on the upper bicep, while in the grainy photo, there was a dark smudge in the same place. The secret file page declared him in 3 simple words. "The Winter Soldier." "What?" Harry whispered. "That's what they call him," Draco whispered back apologetically. "There's no real name, not even a suspicion of who the man could be." "But who is he?" Harry demanded, still whispering. "He's a ghost Potter," Draco answered quietly, his voice grim. "He's been credited for more than 70 high-profile assassinations and acts of sabotage in the last 60 years. This picture was taken in 1954, and that sketch was drawn from a sighting in 1969. This photo here was supposedly taken in 1977, and if you'll note the way I put them side by side for comparison here, the man looks almost identical to the fellow he was over 20 years before that. How's that possible?" "Perhaps simply saying the Winter Soldier is misleading," Draco suggested thoughtfully. "I mean, it may not really be a single person, but rather a series of trained assassins with the same MO. Harry nodded. That made some sense. But they would all have to be the same build, around the same age when they're sent out, Draco added, frowning in concentration. "I'm sure there's a simple explanation." He flipped forward several pages in his notebook. "What's that?" Harry demanded, stopping him on a page full of what looked like copies of police reports. "This file here was sort of secret," Draco explained, flipping the book so Harry could clearly see the written report with a stamp at the top. In Russian, Harry could tell a translating spell had been used on the main body of the document by the odd slant to the letters. Apparently, Draco murmured, in the 1990s, an Iranian nuclear scientist was being escorted here to Britain by a Russian agent. It was never made public, of course, but an assassin killed the scientist, and he shot right through the bodyguard to do it. She survived, and her testimony pretty much sums up what we know about the chap. He's strong, fast, skilled in all manner of weapons and fighting techniques, typically wears a mask and black combat fatigues, and has a red star on the bicep of his left arm, which is made entirely of silver metal. Harry felt his blood run cold. That described Sev's kidnapper to a T, if James and Hermione's memories were anything to go by. But if this was simply a specialized Muggle assassin, why would he kidnap a small child from a famous wizard's home, guarded by powerful dark runes? What makes you think he's the same man who took my son? Harry asked in a hoarse voice. How many Muggles do you hear about who have silver arms? Draco tossed back in a tone that sounded like he thought Harry was slow. For that matter, how many Muggles do you think could take a cutting curse to the chest and still keep fighting? This man is apparently something other than human. He's been known to take several bullets and still keep fighting if some of these stories are to be believed. They could be exaggerated, Harry said softly. Maybe, Draco wrinkled his nose slightly in annoyance. But I doubt it. The newspapers, if anything, downplay his skill and power. The police reports are much more serious, and if MI6 is worried enough to create a full dossier for the chap, he's legitimately dangerous. Harry shook his head, not understanding most of the implications of what Draco just said. How is it I grew up with Muggles, and you're the one who knows more about them now? It's annoying. Malfoy smiled briefly at the compliment and flipped through several more pages. It's a mystery, this Winter Soldier. But I think I can tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that he's the one who took your son. But why? You said he's a high-profile assassin, not a kidnapper. He's an agent, Draco corrected him quietly. Agents obey orders. Perhaps this chap's main skill set lies in assassinations, but that doesn't mean they won't use him for other jobs if they need. But I'm afraid that this Winter Soldier's history means that your son was targeted, probably shadowed and observed for a time. And then the agent was deliberately sent in to extract their prize and eliminate all witnesses. Harry closed his eyes. You've really put a lot of thought into this, he said weakly. I've been investigating this since I got the tip-off from my contact in the Ministry. Harry's eyes popped open in surprise. Why?
Because.
Draco hesitated. Well, first reason, I was intrigued. I enjoy a good mystery, particularly the ones that let me run amok in the Muggle world. Second reason, you named your son after my dead godfather for some bizarre reason, and he's just about Scorpius' age. Scorpius? My son, an only child. Harry sighed and messed up his hair again as he ran his hands through it. Sounds pretty sentimental for you, he said slowly. You're sure that's the only reason? Well, I do owe you a life debt, Potter. If I save your son, will you consider it paid and let it off my conscience? Like you even have to ask, Harry smiled weakly. But thank you. Really, Draco. If you manage to pull this off and find out who took my son, I'll be the one owing you. Malfoy's mouth twitched and he fingered the corner of his notebook. Well, we have a lead, but I'm afraid that's all I can give you. There are no clues as to who the Winter Soldier is, where he came from, who he works for. Nothing. I'm sorry. Harry swallowed his disappointment and nodded. So this was another dead end, but at least he had a name for his son's abductor now. Any idea who I should talk to about this? He asked. If the greatest intelligence operations in the world haven't found him by now, I doubt we can, Draco said quietly. The presence of dark runestones on his person suggests that he can and will work with the magical community. They knew what they were doing when they attacked your family, and if all had gone without a hitch, you'd have come home to find them all dead in their beds and your youngest son missing. Thank Merlin for Hermione's insomnia, Harry muttered, tiredly rubbing his eyes. But you ought to know that there isn't much hope to find him, and even less if your son is a squib. Harry groaned and shoved his glass out of the way so he could rest his head and arms on the table. I know, he sighed into his arms. If he doesn't have magic, I can't use our father-son bond to find each other because it would rely on similar magical cores. Luna already explained it to me, but we don't know if Seth's a squib or not. He might just be a late bloomer. Yet your spells have had no effect, Draco soberly pointed out. I'm sorry, but if you got nothing the first 3 or 4 times, there's no hope that your son has any sympathetic magic to reach out to yours. Harry took a deep breath, but he didn't raise his head. He was afraid he'd start crying if he did. Look, I know it sounds totally unsympathetic of me, seeing how fond you were of your son, but some might say it was for the best. Squib children were usually killed outright in the old days. But if they lived, they always felt like outcasts and failures. Perhaps it is merciful to just let him go. Harry growled with rage and leapt up from his bench. itching with the desire to draw his wand and curse the arrogant, bigoted arsehole. For several seconds, they stared at one another, Harry's green eyes snapping with fury, and Draco's silver eyes looking rather bewildered. "I was wrong about you," Harry finally whispered. "You're still a damn bigot." He spun on his heel to leave and threw over his shoulder, "Thanks for dinner and the drink." He left the pub and didn't look back, making for an alley where he could safely apparate home and cry in peace. The very thought of someone thinking his son should never have been born, of someone telling him to forget about his own flesh and blood just because he didn't have magic, it was so appalling he wanted to throw up. A little niggling thought in the back of his mind told him that he had been a bit unfair to Draco. In his own way, the man had tried to be delicate with his words. It wasn't his fault he'd been raised by bigots and blood purists. But Harry's heart was too sore and broken to be understanding right now. A letter arrived at Astle Cottage that evening after the twins were in bed. James was doing summer homework in his room, and Harry was sitting silently with his wife on their bed. They were grieving in silence together, as they had spent their tears already. The owl that tapped on the window was a familiar eagle owl, regal and aloof. When Harry took the letter, the owl fluffed its feathers snootily and hurtled off without waiting for a reply. "Draco?" Hermione asked quietly. Harry sighed and sat on the bed, cracking open the seal and unfolding it. "I wasn't really being fair to him," he admitted. "But people used to tell me my parents should have gotten rid of me or that I ought to have never been born. And it made me so mad. You have no idea." "People?" "Aunt Marge, mostly, Uncle Vernon sometimes. Aunt Petunia once or twice," Harry confessed. Hermione knew all about how he'd been treated by his mother's sisters. It was something he had refused to keep a secret between them, especially since there were a few scars on his body that couldn't be explained by a fall down the stairs. "I'm sorry, love," Hermione whispered, leaning against his shoulder in silent support. Harry sighed and reached over to tangle his fingers in her curls while he read the letter in his hands, which was surprisingly short and to the point. "Potter, apologies for offending you. I didn't mean in any shape or form that you should completely forget your child or wish he'd never been born. Scorpius had a twin brother. He was a squib. My wife took the baby somewhere when it was obvious he didn't have magic. I never asked what happened to him, but my heart still aches for my son. There is nothing I can do, as my wife is completely in her legal rights to do as she wishes with our squib children. But I wish she had talked to me first." His name was Severus too. "Draco," a smothered sob choked out of Harry's throat as he dropped the letter on the floor, feeling dreadful for his quick temper and harsh words. So, while Draco had gone about it the wrong way, he had really been trying to comfort a fellow father in the best way he knew. Harry knew so little about pureblood laws, but he knew enough that children and wives were considered property of the husband and father, unless they didn't have magic. Apparently, now he knew that squib children were the property of the mother. Maybe that was why so many squibs made it to adulthood despite the widespread bigotry against them. Few mothers would willingly kill or abandon their children, but it seemed that Asteria Greengrass was totally indoctrinated. Hermione cried too once she read the letter, and Harry clutched her as they both wept over a mad world that slew its own babies and mocked those who dared grieve for their lost children. "I'll apologize to him tomorrow," Harry whispered. "Can I come along?" Hermione asked softly. "The kids wanted to visit my parents tomorrow anyway." Harry shrugged and kissed his wife. "I'd be glad to have the company," he admitted. "This story is a lot different from Avenge, and I can see that reflected in the reviews. Don't worry, when I start Dark World, that one will be closer in tone to Avenge one, so don't read this one if you don't want to. I will explain what is necessary when I need to. I know some of you like this, and some of you hate it, but I'm going to finish it anyway. By the way, Draco totally stunned me when he insisted on waltzing into this story. I mean, really, Malfoy? A newspaper man? But hey, I'm starting to like this new Draco, so hang with me here. Also, thanks to advice from reviewer M2R, I'm putting this story on the M tag to be safe. I debated the rating back and forth in my head beforehand, and M2R tipped the scales decisively. So, thanks. And some reviewers asked if this is a Harry is master of death story, and the answer is no, sorry. Frankly, I choose to think that the particular legend of somebody becoming master of death, if they unite the Hallows, is kind of silly. No human being can master death. So in this universe, Harry's still extraordinary, though he's a bit softer because he's spent the last 15 years as a doctor, not a policeman. But he can still fight like nobody's business, and so can Hermione, when she isn't surprised by gunshots and superhuman reflexes and metal arms. This story won't have them fighting until later, though. Thank you all for reviewing, favoriting, following, and reading. Strategic Retreat, Rated M. Discussions about grief, guilt, and mention of abortion. Chapter 3. Strategic Retreat. Harry contacted Ron to get the address for the official printing office for the Magical Times, and was mildly surprised that it wasn't in Horizon Alley like the Daily Prophet's office. It was actually located in Old Town Greenwich, disguised as a Muggle bookstore. In fact, the brother of the newspaper's founder was a squib and ran the store. Armed with the right information, Harry and Hermione operated to Greenwich and found the shop's address without much problem. They sure have a sense of humor, Hermione commented when they found the store. It was a small brick building with decorations reminiscent of the Victorian age, and lo and behold, it was actually called the Magical Times Bookstore, proprietor Samuel S. Brown. Advertisements for the latest Muggle fantasy and science fiction books stood in the display windows, and the logo hovering above the fancy sign was a witch on a broom. The plump little man behind the counter looked up in surprise when Harry and Hermione stepped in, the pleasant little bell tinkling overhead. "Welcome to Magical Times Bookstore," he drawled, folding a newspaper he'd been reading. "Can I help you find something?" Yes, Harry hesitated. He glanced down at the brief note he'd gotten from Ron when he'd asked for this newspaper's official office. There was a code to alert the squib storekeeper that you wanted to talk to the folks who actually ran the paper. "I'm wondering if I could buy a newspaper," Harry said casually. The store owner arched an eyebrow. "London Times?" he asked drily, knowingly. "Actually, I prefer something a bit more magical," Harry replied, suppressing a grin. The security here was sort of ridiculous, but kind of fun in its own way. "In that case, follow me," the squib grunted. He hopped off the stool he'd been using behind the counter and waddled to the back room. Judging from his stature, Harry wondered if he had goblin blood, like Professor Flitwick. Once they stepped through the door, Harry felt the shimmer of magic over his skin. They were now in what looked like a lobby, with chairs along the walls, some pictures and framed articles and potted plants for decoration, and a desk for a secretary smack in the middle of the room. Behind the secretary was a wide staircase going down to the offices. Harry could hear the clacking of machinery, and he suddenly wondered whether magical newspapers were printed on machines of some sort. "Sally, 2 visitors," the store owner grunted. He waddled back out, slamming the door behind him. The secretary looked up and smiled at them. She was a thin young lady with a sunny disposition and bobbed yellow hair like a girl in the 1940s might have had. "Hi, can I help you?" "I'm actually here to see an employee of the newspaper," Harry explained. "A Mr. Draco Greengrass? We had an appointment for an interview, but we didn't exactly finish, and it was my fault." "I see." Sally smiled understandingly and opened a drawer in her desk, fishing around through stacks of small colored notebooks that were probably enchanted communicating notepads. "I'll attempt to contact him. Shall I tell him who is calling?" Harry gulped uneasily and glanced at his wife. Hermione shrugged lightly and Harry sighed. "Here goes nothing." "Potter," he answered shortly, bracing himself for the gushing, the stammering, the special treatment, but she was professional to the core. Harry wasn't sure whether to be relieved or embarrassed when she didn't react to his name, didn't even glance at his forehead, and simply treated him normally. "All right, Mr. Potter, I'll get on it right away," Sally said pleasantly. "If you would like to take a seat." "May I help you, ma'am?" she asked, turning to Hermione. "Oh, I'm with him," she answered easily. "We're Mr. and Mrs. Potter." "Gotcha," the girl grinned. "It'll take a few minutes as he's out in the field, but for an unfinished interview, he'll drop what he's doing and come." "That's fine. Tell him to take his time," Harry assured her. "We've got all day." They sat in the comfortable chairs and perused the magical magazines that had been left out. Hermione picked up a copy of the Quibbler and was soon engrossed in it. Harry nosed through the magazines, mostly news and sports publications, until he spotted one called the Practical Potioneer. Surprised to see a potions magazine in a place that couldn't possibly be more different from this profession, he picked it up. To his surprise, his old potions professor Horace Slughorn winked at him from the cover. He was definitely getting older and fatter, but apparently he was receiving some type of award for a common medicinal potion he'd modified for children who'd had allergic reactions to the key ingredients. Curious, Harry flipped it open. He found the article on Old Slughorn easily enough and skimmed it, not really interested. Until a quote that had been set off from the main script caught his eyes. "I can't take full credit for this development, as most of the work was done by a brilliant former student of mine. As he is sadly no longer with us, it was up to me to finish his work and give the benefit to the world." Harry skimmed the article again, searching for that elusive comment, and quickly found it in the portion where Professor Slughorn was being asked about the experimentation process. His notes were difficult to decipher, but "I am nothing if not determined," Horace chuckles self-deprecatingly. I, who had to unravel the riddles of his homework, was left to unlock the keys of his genius. I know Severus Snape wasn't a beloved professor by any means, but no sane person would deny that he was brilliant. As many of our readers know, Professor Snape was one of the most advanced and brilliant potioneers of his generation, patenting more than 200 original potions and modifying almost every potion he brewed to be more efficient, effective, and successful. The potioneering community greatly mourned his passing at the end of the war. A master who died too soon. For Snape's legacy, see article on page 25. Harry's heart pounded, and he dropped the magazine in his lap, completely conflicted. On the one hand, it was weirdly thrilling to see positive attention being given to Snape after all he had suffered and sacrificed for the war. But on the other hand, Snape was still alive, and other people were reaping the benefits of his life's work. Slughorn was patenting modified potions that Snape had invented and never finished. Writers at the Practical Potioneer were singing his praises and writing articles about him in the past tense. Was Snape supposed to get monetary compensation for his patents and articles like in the Muggle world? If so, then Snape's money had been going elsewhere and not to its rightful owner. None of it felt right at all. He'd heard a couple of years ago that some enterprising former student had decided to take his detailed school notes from when Snape taught and give the current potions books a long overdue edit, which was good, but still. "Harry?" Hermione whispered. "Are you all right?" Harry shook himself and flipped through the magazine until he found the article on Snape's legacy on modern potion brewing. Silently, he showed it to his wife. "Oh," Hermione murmured, dropping the quibbler and taking the magazine from him. The picture of Snape for the article was glowering out at them as usual, but it was one that neither of them recognized. There was a strange crest hanging on a heavy chain around his neck. The silver medal stood out on his shiny black cloak, depicting a cauldron and a bottle, with a knife and a stirring rod crossed over them. Was it the sigil of some sort of potioneer's guild? Harry wondered. "The main article's about Slughorn," Harry whispered to her. "Did you know he's got Snape's old notes, and he's getting patents for Snape's modified and invented potions?" "In the Muggle world, that would be illegal," Hermione muttered, chewing her lip. "But I'd have to research magical laws on copyrights. I can't believe Professor Slughorn would do that." "I'm sure he means well," Harry backpedaled uncomfortably. "I mean, Snape didn't leave a will or anything. Maybe he wouldn't care who got the patents so long as they were being used. You know how practical Snape always was. He never struck me as somebody who cared about money." Hermione mumbled, absorbed in her reading. "Hey, they interviewed Madame Pomfrey for this one. Take a look." Harry adjusted his glasses and read the paragraph his wife pointed out to him. Hogwarts resident Medi, which had apparently seen firsthand how Snape perfected even quite common potions like the Pepper-Up or Fever Reducer, resulting in what she called unparalleled quality and efficacy. She lamented that while Slughorn and the Newt students were wonderful, she had never been able to stock her cupboards with the kind of potions Snape had brewed. He had truly been a master of his craft, meticulous, exacting, and obsessively careful even with the simplest of potions. Many of his own created potions were rather expensive once they first appeared in the market, but Hogwarts had always been well stocked with the first and the best of all Snape's inventions. Her conclusion was that he truly had cared about his potions and about the people who be receiving them, no matter what his stormy exterior had indicated otherwise. The writer concluded that the magical world would be unpacking its great debt to Severus Snape for generations to come. "It's so nice to see the positive attention his name gets now," Hermione said softly. "Severus is becoming a popular middle name in the maternity ward," Harry commented absently. He was not a woman's doctor by trade, but dealing with his wife's 3 successful pregnancies and the other ones that had ended in miscarriage had taught him a bit. He was on emergency call for the maternity ward and had performed 2 life-saving surgeries there in his career, one a cesarean section and a heart operation on a premature little girl. They were probably his proudest moments as a doctor. Nothing gave him more joy than to heal and give life, especially to the most vulnerable. Thinking of that made him think of his precious Sev, who had nursed baby birds back to life and told his father he wanted to be a healer too, so he could save lives. Thrusting the painful memory away, Harry shut the magazine and tossed it on a side table. "Harry?" Hermione murmured. "I'm all right, Mione," Harry sighed, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "I really am." "You just miss him," she whispered. And she wasn't talking about Snape. "Well, so do you," Harry whispered back, kissing her hair. "We'll find him." "I know we will." Hermione just nodded, but her body language told him she didn't share his optimism. She was ever the practical one of the two of them, and if he knew it would take a major miracle for them to find their son, she most certainly was aware of it. 2 months had passed already, and they were no closer to finding Sev. The Aurors and the Muggle police had moved on to other things by now, and the Potters kept hitting dead ends. Well, Harry thought reluctantly, I haven't hit all the dead ends yet. If anyone would know ways to find folk that would prefer to stay hidden, Snape would. But I won't even try to contact him unless there is no other way. Mr. and Mrs. Potter, a familiar voice drawled. Harry looked up in surprise. They hadn't even heard Draco approach. He was standing several feet away, dressed in more traditional wizard clothes this time, though even Harry could tell that they were terribly casual for a pureblood of his standing. It was basically like a Muggle suit, just with more buttons and nicer fabric and a more old-fashioned vibe. His clothes were black, of course, but they only heightened how pale his face was and how rumpled his silvery blonde hair looked. He looked rather tired, actually. "Hello, Malfoy," Harry said cautiously as he and Hermione stood up. "Got a minute?" Draco studied them both with his gray eyes before he slowly nodded. "We can chat in my office. This way." He led them down the wide staircase, past young and old workers packaging boxes of newspapers, hot off the presses. Tomorrow morning's edition, Harry thought, glancing into one as he passed. Draco turned and held open a heavy door for them, and they entered a large, quieter room arranged like a honeycomb of little offices that were the size of closets. He led them along the outer edge of the honeycomb, and Harry could feel the faint buzz of silencing charms all over the place from a dozen different wands. Draco suddenly turned and walked into a cubicle with a placard declaring the occupant as D. Greengrass, investigative journalist. Draco graciously pulled out a chair from the desk for Hermione, the only chair, and as there were no others and no room for more anyway, Draco and Harry stayed standing. "Malfoy," Harry started carefully at the same time that Draco sighed. "Potter?" They both smiled at each other, and some of the tension fell out of the shoulders. "You first," Draco said quietly, "and you might want to throw up a silencing charm. I'm not allowed to use my wand." "They can't do that," Hermione burst out. "Can they?" she added in a softer voice, looking uncertain and righteous at the same time. Draco shrugged and smirked. "I'm Death Eater scum, Mrs. Potter," he drawled condescendingly. "One of the conditions of being able to lead something approximating a normal life is to never use my wand, at least, not where the Ministry can locate it. Savvy?" "It isn't right," Hermione said quietly. "I don't really care anymore," Draco huffed. "I have found other ways to cope." An awkward silence followed. Harry slowly drew his wand and cast Muffliato around the cubicle. Draco must have recognized it, because his eyebrows climbed up into his hairline. "What?" Harry asked cautiously. "Nothing," Draco said quickly. "Just surprised you know that one. My godfather invented it, you know." "I know," Harry sighed. Had his old potions textbook in 6th year. He put a lot of weird notes in the margins. Ah, like that nasty cutting curse you almost killed me with? Harry winced and groped for something to say that wouldn't sound trite. Relax, Potter, Draco laughed, looking genuinely amused. I'm not holding a grudge over something so petty. Plus, it gave me an excellent excuse to beg off my next 2 Death Eater meetings. Again, that awkward silence, and Harry glanced uneasily at his wife. She just gave him a weird look. Harry knew what she was, wondering, but he dared not ask if Draco was completely sane or not, because while he had always been annoying as a kid, now he was just odd. Harry mentally shrugged. He wasn't here to examine Malfoy's sanity, after all, and he cleared his throat as he slipped his wand back into his pocket. Well, I just stopped by because… Harry floundered for the right words. I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I had no right to talk to you the way I did and then just storm out. It was childish of me and I apologize. Well, I won't deny that your temper still needs work, Draco said, with a small smile. But I suppose that I was also out of line. There is so much I am still learning. That the world doesn't revolve around the purebloods and it'll go on changing whether I like it or not, for example. But I still tend to fall into old assumptions and ways of thinking, and I apologize for my insensitivity. No, I understand now what you were saying, Harry assured him. And I suppose, since you told me your reason, I may as well tell you mine. He swallowed hard. I was hated, growing up. You know I grew up with my Muggle relatives, right? Well, the adults in my life loved to tell me I shouldn't have been born, or I should have been done away with. And then to make things worse, the doctor Hermione and I went to for Sev's pregnancy told us he was defective and wanted us to abort him. Kill him? Draco clarified, horror dawning on his face. Before he was even born? No healer would do that. He was a Muggle, and we got a new doctor immediately because he was wrong anyway, Harry shrugged. But it just goes to show, these attitudes aren't exclusive to purebloods, Malfoy. Humans in general have very little tolerance for things, or people, that are different. I just assumed you were still your old intolerant self. Draco nodded slowly and glanced at Hermione. She gave him a smile that assured him she held nothing against him, and he sort of smiled back. It was actually you-know-who that showed me where my bigotry would get me, he said slowly. I was there when he killed Professor Burbage. I'd never thought about killing like that before. It became real for me. I suddenly pictured some of my Hogwarts classmates in her place, and it hit me. I couldn't put my heart and soul into a cause like that. It was impossible. But you needed to stay alive, Harry concluded. Draco hunched his shoulders and fiddled nervously with his sleeve. I was a coward, he said softly. I didn't want to die or suffer, and I didn't want to serve him, but what choice did I have? You saved us at Malfoy Manor, Harry told him. And Luna told me how you took care of her and protected her while she was there. You weren't a coward. Far from it. Actually, now, you're a reporter and you seek the truth above everything else. If that doesn't take courage, I don't know what does. Draco gave Harry a surprised look before a small, pleased smile appeared on his lips. For what it's worth, Potter, he said. Thank you. No, thank you, Harry retorted with genuine warmth. I really mean it. Right? Hermione announced, interrupting their little moment of friendship. Harry filled me in on what you guys talked about yesterday, the Winter Soldier and all that, but was that it? No, actually, Draco replied, suddenly looking grim. I wanted to cover something a lot more serious, but we didn't have the time. What is it? Harry asked warily, back in worried mode. Have either of you read The Prophet this week? No? I didn't think so. The blonde turned and started rummaging in a box of what looked like manila folders stuffed with newspaper clippings. He pulled out one folder and leaned on his desk as he sifted through them. When he triumphantly produced a crisp page from a folder that looked quite new, he read out the headline. This was from 6 days ago. Ministerial candidate vows to put a stop to favoritism in the ministry. YEA I, Harry said slowly. Sounds pretty dull. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Draco said softly, his gray eyes piercing Harry's with blazing clarity. You do know the minister elections are in a couple of weeks, right? Unfortunately for you, Potter, You're a public figure. And most unfortunately, you and your family crisis have ended up the central issue in this election. He produced another newspaper clipping. This is from this morning, Draco announced grimly. Ministerial candidate discusses new investigative measures for fratricide cases. Fratricide? Hermione choked, covering her mouth as if she was going to be sick. Favoritism? Oh my God. Harry shook his head, still clueless. I'm sorry to be the dumb one here, but what are you two talking about? There's an election this month. Big deal. I've been too busy looking for my son to bother about voting. You really are thick, Potter, Draco groaned in exasperation. This article is from a few weeks ago. Ministerial candidate slams OR department for favoritism. And this one from a month before that. Ministerial candidate condemns dark rituals. And this one from a little over a week ago. Ministerial candidate demands St. Mungo's healers be evaluated for mental health. Oh, and the cream of the crop. Ministerial candidate demands we truly see the men behind the heroes. You see where this is going yet, Potter? Harry's head spun as it started to click. He could recall the silly little false arrest a few weeks ago, but he was released and got a formal apology from the head of the OR department and everything. He stopped even looking at the Daily Prophet because of the horribleness of knowing his family's tragedy was being discussed from the tabloids to the front pages. He had no idea that it was so serious that the candidates running against one another for Minister of Magic were taking it and crafting policy around it. He felt physically sick and wrapped his arms numbly around his middle. I see you finally get it, Draco sighed. Look, Potter, I'll spell it out for you. Whoever gets elected, it'll be ugly for you and your family. That's the simple truth. But I don't even know who's up for office. Wasn't Shacklebolt? He's outgoing, Draco explained. He's been re-elected to his limit by now. The new chaps coming in have something to prove. All of the candidates? Hermione asked softly. All except one, and she's not likely to be elected, so I won't even bother with her, Draco replied, shuffling several moving photos and pinning them to a corkboard on the wall behind Hermione. He pointed at an elderly gentleman with a scowl on his square face. So, we've got Martin Greengrass, who's my father-in-law. Actually, he's the chap who wants to audit healers for mental disorders, which is really rich considering he's from a pureblood family with almost as many nutcases as the Blacks, meaning no disrespect to your late godfather, Potter. Of course not, Harry sighed, running his hands through his messy hair. Hermione silently got up and stood beside him for support, and also so she could see the photos and newspaper clippings Draco was pinning up. The others? Harry asked quietly. Theobald and Adalbert Quinn, Draco went on, pointing to two men who looked roughly the same age, in their 40s, with wild blonde hair and flashing blue-gray eyes. They looked like fighters, Harry thought absently. They're former Aurors and half-brothers, running against each other. They're rather popular, but they fight nasty. Theobald wants to reform the ministry, especially the OR department, and remove favoritism, bribery, etc. Adalbert is focusing on catching dark wizards, and he's the one who's so against dark rituals and the like. He thinks the reason we fell into the last war was the old pureblood family's obsession with the old ways. Of course, they're both flaming fanatics, so it isn't likely they'd be elected, despite how popular they both are. Hermione nodded, her sharp brown eyes flicking over the board. You think the next minister won't be any of those three? My money would be on this new chap, Anthony Parkfield, Draco said, tapping the last picture. It was a mild-looking middle-aged man with thinning gray hair and a thin, pale face. His eyes were sharp and bright blue. He had a small graying mustache on his upper lip and looked like his suit had to be magicked on every morning. It fits so perfectly. He's a conservative, Draco explained. He's moderate, soft-spoken, and photogenic. Has all the right ideas and hits the right notes for reform, taxes, prosperity, etc. He seems like the perfect candidate. Except? Hermione sighed resignedly. Draco arched an eyebrow. Exactly. He seems perfect, and that actually makes him the worst of the lot. But who is he? Harry demanded. And why are they all obsessed with me, and what happened? Well, to answer the first question, Parkfield's a banker and investor from a pretty wealthy family. Draco laughed without amusement. His mother was a squib, meaning he's magically a half-blood. But genetically, I suppose he's pure blood. Anyway, blood politics aside, he's a sneaky one. His father supported you-know-who in the First War while Anthony studied abroad, and by the time the Second War rolled around, the old man was dead and this chap was in charge of the family fortune. Now, as you might have realized, Lucius Malfoy apparently knew Anthony Parkfield back in the day. Draco paused and hesitated. Now, my father's mind is going, but he once said something rather curious about the Parkfields. Apparently, in the First War there was some sort of purge. The Dark Lord sent his loyal Death Eaters after wizards and witches who were supposedly part of some secret group that wanted to combine the magical and muggle worlds and rule one united world as its elites. Basically, these people wanted the best of both worlds, but they each kept themselves and their goals a secret from their own people. The Dark Lord was understandably angry, seeing as how he believed that wizards ought to rule muggles, not conspire with them, so they got hunted down. My father thinks old Lord Parkfield sent his son away to escape the purges and pledged his support to you-know-who as recompense. And he didn't try to kill Parkfield later during the Second War? Harry demanded. That makes no sense. Oh, he accepted the galleons from Parkfield, who had vested interest in keeping the Dark Lord happy. After all, Draco chuckled. But he gave a few assassination orders, and Parkfield barely survived. That's why he looks so sickly. My father said he never recovered. This is making my head spin, Harry groaned. It makes sense, though, Hermione said thoughtfully. So, why does this Parkfield have it out for Harry if he probably didn't truly support Voldemort anyway? Draco flinched imperceptibly at the name, but he didn't bring attention to it. I have no idea, he confessed. But if you take the political speak away from his words, what he wants is to expose both sides of the last war as being hypocrites, liars, warmongers, idiots, or crazy people, and show the wizarding world that only those in the ministry, the elites, are above the petty squabbles of us mere mortals. For these rumors to start flying around about Harry Potter of all people possibly playing with dark magic is really just the cream of the crop for him. If he can get Potter exposed as no more of a saint than anybody else in the war, it'll be perfect for him, and his popularity will only grow. He knows how fickle people can be, and he practically owns the Daily Prophet. One reason I never even attempted to get a job there. But the dark magic wasn't from me, Harry shouted. I wasn't even at home when the dark runes appeared. And Mione's wand confirmed that the only dark curse she used was Sectum Sempra, which is kind of popular by now, you'll admit, and doesn't leave dark magic traces except in the wounds. I know all that, Potter, Draco said in exasperation. But as it's looking like Parkfield will get elected, no matter what the facts say, I think you need to take an extended vacation of sorts. You mean flee before Harry gets thrown in Azkaban and the rest of our children get taken and put into foster homes, Hermione snapped, her face flushing as her temper rose. Can't we fight this? No, you cannot, Draco snapped back. You know that there are people in the ministry with a long-held grudge against the boy who lived. I've heard rumors before that they would love to get him put in Azkaban on account of that one unforgivable he used on Caro. So how much more will they fight to get him locked up if this ridiculous charge of dark rituals and fratricide go through? They're just waiting for the right minister, and once they get that, they'll move in for the kill. They hate Potter and all he did to upset the order of things, and they just want to get rid of him. It's political corruption at its finest, you see? Hermione and Harry were stunned, too horrified to speak for several seconds. Harry gently pulled his wife into a tight hug, just needing the support of her body against his. I lost my son, 2 of my sons if you count the unborn baby, and they dare think I killed them somehow in an illegal ritual? Harry asked softly, his eyes wide and filled with pain like a wounded deer. After all I did, all I sacrificed, they'd turn on me like this? Draco shook his head and sighed at his Gryffindorish simple-mindedness. They don't see it as sacrifice, he said carefully. They see you as Dumbledore's pawn, and they hated the old headmaster. You know that. If they can't get to Dumbledore, they'll get to you. Nothing much against you personally on my end, Potter, but you made a lot of heads roll when you were just a kid. Now that their immediate danger is over, they want to make you pay for making them look like fools back then. This can't possibly be legal, Hermione said weakly. Her body was trembling slightly against Harry, and he squeezed her a bit closer, gently rubbing her shoulder. You're sure we can't do anything to fight this? Tell me, do you really have the time and energy to fight this? Draco asked more gently. You've lost your son, and an unborn child as well, to an unprovoked attack on your own home that combined the worst of the magical and muggle worlds against you. You're still reeling from it all, and your whole world is turning on you faster than you can process. Trust me, if you decide to stay and fight, you will never stop fighting. Your names will be ruined, your reputations shot, your family, your children viciously attacked, and you may well have to move anyway just to stay sane. Leaving now is simply shortening the time and grief you'd spend on it. To be honest, you probably should have disappeared right after the war to avoid the inevitable turning of the fickle-minded sheep. But you can still get away now, and you've got a little over 2 weeks to do it. In the chaos of the election, none of the ministry workers will do anything too bad. They arrested me before, Harry whispered, feeling numb and lost. He hadn't been so blindsided by fate since he'd received the letter expelling him from Hogwarts the summer he turned 15. They were merely testing the waters, especially public sentiment. With that arrest, Draco said severely, you noticed there wasn't a whole lot of public outrage against your arrest, except from your personal friends. It was a tactic to show off the favoritism you've got and how all your personal friends are influential members of society now. Ergo, corruption. But it's not. Draco shook his head and huffed as if he couldn't believe Harry was so dense. I know it's not, you know it's not, but they don't. So who are they to believe? They believed you were a lunatic pretty easily back in '95. How much easier is it now that they really haven't seen much of you for the past 15 years? So that's it? Harry demanded, throwing his hands in the air and feeling suddenly angry. We just run? We give up before the battle's even joined? Hermione gently took his arm, and the gesture caused his temper to die down. Their hands joined, and Harry could see his own despair and fear mirrored in her eyes. They had been dealing with far too much in the past weeks. Draco ran a hand through his short blonde hair, musing it further. As unthinkable as it would be to a couple of grief-finders like yourselves, the journalist sighed. I believe that you should carry out a strategic retreat, yes? Draco paused and folded his arms, tapping his fingers on his elbow. And I think the battle's already joined. You just haven't been able to hit back yet. Hard to hit someone you can't see, isn't it? But where would we go? Hermione asked, her brain rushing into high gear. We can't just drop into a foreign country. There's packing to do, passports to get if we go the Muggle way, international portkeys if we go the Wizard way. We have to sell the house, change our address. If it isn't too abhorrent to you, I could help, Draco interrupted. The looks of shock on both Harry and Hermione's faces must have been comical indeed, since the purebloods suddenly smirked sardonically at them. Oh, did I shock you senseless? He asked in an amused tone. Do I need to repeat the offer? And no, Harry stammered. He coughed into his fist and glanced helplessly at his likewise dumbstruck wife. I heard you, but you might, want to elaborate. This isn't some Slytherin attempt at blackmail to put me forever in your debt, is it? If you'd like, we can write up a wizarding contract and swear unbreakable vows and everything, Draco smirked. But I am not actually attempting to blackmail you. Exactly. I am trying to forge an alliance, if you would. An alliance? Hermione blurted out. Are you serious? Harry's a half-blood who's married to a Muggle-born. Surely you're not going to ruin your family's reputation by associating with us. It doesn't have to be public, Draco laughed, looking genuinely amused. And anyway, I thought it would be the noble and saintly House of Potter that would be objecting to an alliance with the dark and most evil House of Malfoy? You're not evil, Harry said awkwardly. I actually don't think you ever were. Well then, what's the problem? No problem, Harry said hastily. We were just hoping you're actually serious, that's all. Hermione sighed and patted her socially awkward husband's arm. So what would your help entail, Mr. Malfoy? She asked cautiously. And what do you get out of this? Draco flashed her a grin that was almost flirtatious. Brownie points? He suggested, widening his silver eyes disarmingly. Hermione actually laughed. "Where did you learn that?" "Muggles," Draco said cheerfully. "And additionally, your friendship would be nice. After all, even though you're in disgrace now, the Potter family is still wealthy and influential. The sun will shine on you again once this current craze is over. And why not have a backup home in another country to spend the summers in? The Malfoy family has 2 mansions in France and 1 in Italy." Harry rolled his eyes. "I'd prefer an English-speaking country," he said drily. "How's Australia this time of year?" "Actually, I was thinking, America." "The United States?" Hermione said incredulously. Then she turned thoughtful. "Actually," she paused and glanced up at Harry, the familiar light of determination and fascination in her brown eyes. "That might be a good idea," she went on slowly. "America has a long history of accepting refugees of all sorts. Would we be going there by Muggle means, or magical?" "Magical would be simplest," Draco replied at once. "I have a cousin-in-law who works in the American Congress, in their healing department. He was complaining about a lack of good, well-trained healers at their main hospital. I think it's called St. Winifred's or something like that." Harry blinked as he let the idea soak in. Honestly, he was surprised that Draco had put so much thought and work into this. "So, you have a job all lined up and everything?" he asked weakly, feeling strangely off balance. "It makes things legitimate," Draco explained. "That way you can tell people you moved for work, rather than to escape political intrigue." Hermione spoke up, seeing as her husband seemed too stunned to react. Should Harry apply straight away? Naturally, Draco arched an eyebrow. "And since international owls take forever, American wizards actually have something similar to Muggle instantaneous communications, electronic mail, I think they call it. Harry can send an email to the American wizards?" Hermione laughed in delight. "I am so going to love that country." "You would," Draco said drily. "They consider themselves to be the most advanced magical society in the world right now." Harry nodded, feeling slightly less off balance now that he had a mission in mind. "How do I do it?" "Go to the transportation department at the Ministry of Magic and ask for Darlene," Draco said with a small smile. "Technically, the regular people aren't supposed to know about Instanote technology yet, but if you tell Darlene that I sent you, she'll know what it's for." "And that's it?" Draco nodded, looking altogether too pleased with himself. "Ask to contact the head of St. Winifred's Hospital in the U.S., and she'll set you up. If you get an interview, they might ask you to international, Porky over, but I think you've got the money for that, right?" Harry nodded dumbly. "If you get the job, tell them that you'd be moving your family from Britain, and hopefully the American wizards will direct you to their travel department, so you can get set up in a home and get Muggle. I.D. if you don't want to live in the strictly magical areas. I took Asteria and Scorpius on vacation to New York last year, and they were most helpful." Harry and Hermione both nodded, feeling both overwhelmed and grateful. There was really no way to repay Draco for this, any of it, but why was he even doing such a thing? "Thank you, Draco," Harry said quietly, putting every ounce of fervent honesty he could behind his words. "I don't know how to repay you. I really don't. Consider my life debt paid?" Draco suggested with a flourish of his hand. "Of course," Harry said as if that was obvious. "But you know I never would have called you in on it anyway, right? Unless you really needed to, you mean," Draco corrected him with a smirk. "You're such a Gryffindor, Potter." "Thanks," Harry chuckled, feeling relieved in a dozen different ways. Getting answers and solutions always did that to him. No matter the danger, as long as he knew what was going on, he was reasonably sure that he could handle whatever it was he was fighting. After the past several weeks of shock and grief and frustration, he was starting to feel almost like his old self again. "So, I guess we have things to do," Hermione announced, almost back to her old self too. "Indeed you do," Draco smiled, gathering his notes, clippings, and photos back up. "Do drop me an owl when you get there, and tell me how things are in the States. I hear it's lovely in the capital this time of year." Rain beat against the gables of Asphodel Cottage, and insomnia had gripped Hermione again. Harry was no longer working night shifts, and he was up with his wife, methodically checking on the kids. James had taken homework to bed again, and Harry knew it was a coping mechanism. His oldest boy never touched books if he didn't have to before, but he was using most of Sev's old books, so it wasn't the schoolwork that James was after. He was trying to stay close to his little brother in his own way. But it wasn't healthy, pushing himself to study after lights out like this. Harry set the books aside and pulled the covers over his red-haired son, sighing as he smoothed the boy's curls off his forehead and resolving to talk to him in the morning. It wasn't the first talk they'd had, and it wouldn't be the last. The whole family was grieving and dealing with the trauma differently. Hermione slipped out of the girls' room as Harry finished tucking James in. "They're fine. Just sleeping together again," she whispered. Harry nodded. He knew from George that twins, especially magical twins, got a great deal of comfort in sleeping close to one another. Rose and Lily had been quite excited to sleep in their own beds once he put the two small beds in their room, but ever since Sev's kidnapping, the girls more often than not slept together, tangled up so tightly that nobody could extricate them. Again, it was their way of coping. "Maybe moving will be good for all of them," Harry murmured. "A change of scenery?" Harry sighed and wrapped his arms around his wife. They stood silently at the top of the stairs for a few minutes, holding on to each other and rocking slightly. "Remember when we danced?" Hermione suddenly whispered. "It was just us in the tent, danger all around, that stupid locket wearing us both down. But somehow we found the strength to smile in all of that." Harry smiled and stepped back a bit so he could see Hermione's face. Her eyes were wet with tears, but she was smiling. "So long as I have you," Harry whispered, cupping her face in his hands, "I'll always have a reason to smile." He tilted his head slightly and Hermione tipped hers, and their lips fell gently against one another. It was a slow, gentle kiss, nothing like the frenzied desperation of the first love-crazed embraces of their first days being married. They had all the time in the world now, and they explored one another gently, reverently, softly, neither wanting it to end. "This is why I love you, Harry James Potter," Hermione murmured a little breathlessly when the kiss inevitably finished. "Because I'm such an awesome snogger?" Harry smirked. Hermione chuckled and wrapped her arms tightly around him again, resting her head on his shoulders. "You silly. You've gotten better, but I wouldn't say I married you for your physical skills, Harry. I married you because I loved your heart, your spirit. Life is always kicking you from behind, and you always turn and fight it to protect those you love. Nothing ever keeps you down for long." Harry was silent. He had no idea how to answer that. While it was true he fought desperately for everything and everyone he loved, it hadn't even been enough this time. Sev was gone. The rest of the children were suffering trauma after the attack, and their family would have to relocate. St. Winifred's in America's capital city had been so eager to have him that they hired him on the spot. The interview tomorrow was a formality. They were being forced to flee the unreasonable and stupid accusations of jealous, horrible people. He wasn't fighting. He was running. "Harry?" Hermione whispered, raising her head to look up at him in concern. "Tell me what's going on. What are you thinking?" Harry swallowed hard and wrapped his arms more securely around Hermione as if he could keep her from leaving. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't protect you. Or the kids, and now we're just running. I'm not strong enough, and I'm not fighting. I'm just—" "Harry, please stop," Hermione sighed. She pulled away from his embrace, but she grabbed both his hands instead. "Let's take this to the kitchen. Get some tea." Harry obediently followed her downstairs, past the spot where Creature had died. He still avoided looking at it, and into their cozy, spacious kitchen. Hermione forced Harry to sit in one of the tall stools while she put the kettle on. After she laid out the tea things, she sat down across from her husband. The kitchen had an island in the middle and a few stools around it. The children often sat in here watching Creature work, or more recently, watching Hermione cook or make tea. It was summer and none of the kids had school, although Rose and Lily were too young for the Muggle primary up the street yet. James would probably be starting school in a different country this fall alone. He still had one more year of primary before he was old enough for magical education, and really, Harry had no idea what he was going to do about that once they got there. His heart bled for their eldest. James was a tough boy, but he had been utterly devoted to his little brother. The 10-year-old was taking all of this harder than anyone, and his parents had no idea how to reach him. All right, Hermione suddenly sighed. So, first of all, I can see that guilt complex of yours hard at work. Harry squirmed under her sharp gaze and fiddled with his glasses. She had always been able to read him better than anybody, ever since they were just naive kids getting into all kinds of trouble. He pulled his glasses off and stared at them, feeling his heart break afresh as he remembered that Seth's glasses had been found on his bedside table. He hadn't even been able to grab them when Creature got them up. Wherever his poor boy was, he was suffering strained vision without those glasses, not to mention whatever else he was suffering in his captivity. Harry, Hermione whispered, reaching out to cover his shaking fist with both of her hands. Harry, let it go. Cry it out. Obediently, Harry dropped his glasses and covered his face with his hands. With a gut-wrenching sob, he started to cry. He wept hard, missing his son, hating and blaming himself, grateful for Hermione. He didn't even know what he felt anymore. It was one long cycle of rage and hurt and grief that he couldn't fathom or comprehend. Hermione reached out and rubbed his arm, stroked through his hair, and ran her soft fingers over the hands that covered his face. Somewhere in the midst of his tears, he opened his hands and clasped hers tightly, covering her knuckles with tears and kisses. He was so very grateful for Hermione. She had seen him at his worst and still stuck with him. She had given him 4 beautiful children, and they had grieved the loss of others who were never born, including this last one. Little Charlie would be alive still, growing in his mother's womb. If only Harry hadn't been such a failure, if only. Love, none of this is your fault, Hermione said gently once Harry's cry seemed to winding down. I don't blame you for anything, nor should I. Nobody should be blaming you, or me, or the kids, for any of this. It was the Winter Soldier, and whoever he works for, that did this to us. Stop blaming yourself right now, Harry. It isn't healthy, and it isn't honest. But I could have done something, Harry sobbed, pressing one of his hands to his forehead to alleviate the headache growing there. If I hadn't been so wrapped up in my stupid work, I could have been home. I could have run him off, saved you and the baby, or Sev. And now we're just running from it all like we really are guilty. And what'll they go on saying? Hermione sighed and got up to fetch the kettle which had begun to sing. They were both silent as she steeped the tea and carefully poured out 2 cups, measuring the milk and sugar into Harry's cup for him, just the way he liked it. He mumbled his thanks as she handed him his cup and saucer, and didn't look up at her as she sat back down. Whatever I do, Harry said softly, no matter where I am, or how old I am, or what I do, it's never enough, Mione. I'm never strong enough, or fast enough, or skilled enough. And you never will be, Hermione said decisively. Not with standards like yours, Harry love. But you're good enough, strong enough, fast enough for me. You were always strong, Harry. That was what I was trying to say earlier. It takes a strong man to see their weaknesses. You accepted Draco's help. The Harry I knew in school would have cut off his own nose to spite his face if Draco Malfoy had ever offered anything like this. You've grown up, you've changed, and you need to stop blaming yourself for everything bad that happens. But we should fight back. We can't just run. You heard Draco, and I'm afraid he's right. Defending ourselves will only make things worse. We should have really disappeared after the war. That would have made everything easier, you know? I suppose, Harry murmured huskily. What's the matter, Harry? Why are you feeling so terrible tonight? Harry sighed and fumbled in his dressing gown pocket for a handkerchief, wondering himself why he was feeling so depressed. But pressing the clean cloth to his face brought a whiff of the laundry soap Creature had always favored because it didn't make his hands as wrinkly, and Harry burst into fresh tears. Creature, he sobbed, burying his face in the hanky. I couldn't save him. I tried. I'm a surgeon. I should have been able to do it, but he died in my arms, just like Dobby, and it's my fault. Everything I touch dies. Why? Oh, Harry, Hermione whispered. She got up from her stool and came over to him, wrapping her arms around him. She thought back to the first days after she woke in the hospital and Harry had held her as she cried, told her it wasn't her fault, that losing Sev and the baby wasn't her fault. Why was it so easy to see the truth in other people, but not in oneself? She had gone through her own stages of grief with Harry at her side. He had been so strong and immovable, so convinced that she had saved their other children and had fought like the lioness of her Patronus. He had comforted and held her when the sadness and the self-blame had been the worst, and she would never have come through the worst of it without him. Seeing him now, she wondered if he set aside his own guilt and grief to help her and the children. It was such a Harry thing to do that she almost burst into tears herself. He hadn't had time to truly grieve, to air his guilt, to be absolved the way he had absolved her. My fault, my own wretched, stupid fault, Harry mumbled into her chest as he wept and let her hug him. Stop it, Hermione whispered, combing through his messy hair and feeling helpless. It's not your fault at all. I don't know what to do, how to fix this, Harry whispered through his tears. What if he comes back for the other kids? What if he kills you this time? I can't bear it again. He won't come back, Hermione whispered fiercely. If he does, we kill him this time. Simple as that. But then I will go to Azkaban, won't I? Harry sobbed. For murder, and my do no harm oath too. And what will become of you? The kids? Sev's still out there. I know he's alive, but I don't know how to find him or how to stop those people from hurting him, or whatever they're doing. Stop, Harry, Hermione whispered, fighting the burn of tears in her eyes. You're making it worse. We'll find Sev, I know we will. But we won't, Harry whispered, clutching her harder. We won't unless they want us to. And if they want us to find him, Sev won't be the same. Our precious, precious boy. Hermione rested her head on top of her husband's and let him cry and mumble out his fears and worries and guilt. It was the best way for him to let it all out before it poisoned him, and she did her best to tell him that it wasn't true, that he wasn't guilty of anything, that he was making the right choice in taking them away from all of this. But it seemed like Harry wasn't listening tonight, and that was all right, because they had many more nights to keep purging this poison from her husband's heart. International portkeys were the worst, Harry decided. He had taken one of France for a healer convention a few years ago, but apparently distance had something to do with it, because the portkey he took to America was the most jarring, nauseating, uncomfortable 3 seconds of his life. When he arrived in the American porting hall, he had to fall on his knees to keep from vomiting. A very nice travel agent, a black-haired girl with glasses and a bright smile, talked him through his dizziness and nausea, and sympathetically told him that one got used to it. She then nodded at another international porting booth, where a well-dressed wizard was sauntering out with a briefcase, looking none the worse for wear. Apparently, she recognized him and informed Harry that the chap commuted almost weekly from out of country. She explained that portkeys were very common in America because of how big the country was and how few people had big fireplaces. Apparently, flu travel was more common in Canada. Here, portkeys were the norm. Magical kids even got to school by portkey, not train. Harry realized he had a lot to learn here. The travel agent, Quinn Little, acted as his guide through the huge porting station, seeing how overwhelmed he was. Apparently, the station was located right under New York City's largest airport. Washington, D.C. was a little far to walk. As Harry followed the chatty girl, gaping at everything around him, they passed a spot that was roped off. Some magical construction workers were there, putting in new floors. Scaffolding was up around the walls too, as if they were constructing a new wing for the porting station. But it actually looked like repairs, since the flooring tiles didn't exactly match the surrounding tiles. What happened there? Harry asked curiously, nodding at the huge, roped-off area. Oh, that's just leftover from the Battle of New York, Quinn said carelessly. Took the Congress almost a month to approve repairs in the first place, and by that time all the magical construction crews were booked up everywhere. So they're only just finishing now. Harry frowned. Battle of New York? He repeated carefully. I'm sorry, I don't follow American news. What happened? The alien invasion? The girl prompted, looking at him with a frown. How could the magical folks in Britain not have heard about it? She looked just as perplexed as Harry felt. I'm sorry, he said quietly, embarrassed. I've been rather preoccupied the past few weeks. Well, apparently the Norse god Loki invaded New York and created a portal to somewhere, Quinn explained with an air of derision. Whatever it really was, Some army of alien creatures came through and devastated several blocks worth of New York City, but some horrors and a non-magical group of superheroes managed to stop them. It was really big news. How could you not have heard? The Nomads were screaming about nothing else for weeks. Harry suppressed the urge to laugh. Seriously, Loki? He asked mildly. He actually called himself the god of magic? He made some speech in Germany about how we mortals needed to kneel before his greatness, Quinn snorted. I've never seen anybody so crazy. Whether he's the actual god or just a lunatic calling himself Loki, he could use magic the likes of which our wizards can't explain. Harry shook his head in bewilderment. And the American Aurors actually worked with the Muggles? How could they break the statute of secrecy like that? Or were things simply handled differently in the U.S.? They didn't exactly work together, Quinn shrugged as they reached the bustling porting station proper. The Magicals and the Nomads never met. My cousin's sister-in-law is a New York Auror and she was there, but they didn't see more than glimpses of the superheroes. Quinn paused and then shook her head. They've got freakier people protecting their planet than we do, and that's the truth. We have Dementors guarding our prison and werewolves running in the backwoods, Harry said drily. Seriously, can things get freakier than that? A skinny kid getting turned into a hulking super soldier through some kind of magic serum back in the 1940s, and then getting frozen for 60 or 70 years before defrosting. None the worse for wear? A mild-mannered physicist getting caught in a radiation explosion and turning into a mutant raging beast 10 times worse than a troll? Yeah, right. Harry didn't have any reply to the girl's easy humor. Moreover, he had no idea what she was talking about. Americans were so weird. She escorted him to the right port booth and said goodbye. Harry presented the booth's guard with his international portkey pass, which was good for 2 weeks and gave him basically unlimited port jumps to anywhere in the vicinity of 200 miles once he was in America. It also didn't exactly specify a guest limit, so Harry was planning to hold on to it so he could take his family directly through customs, despite the nauseating transatlantic jump, as quickly as possible. The wizards could take care of their legal status in the States much more quickly than Muggles. You're going to where in D.C? The guard asked in a friendly manner. He waved his wand over the pass, and it glowed for a minute before he handed it back over. St. Winifred's Hospital, Harry answered at once. I have a job interview in 15 minutes. Okay, then you'll be porting directly in. So that'll be a cinch, the friendly man grinned, handing him a tourist map of the city of Washington, showing magical areas on one side and Muggle areas on the other, all for his convenience. Apparently, here in America they put a dim view on folk who wanted to stay completely separate from Muggle society. It made sense that the two would be rather entangled. It was radically different from Britain, though, so it would take some getting used to. Harry took the map and stuffed it in his pocket, giving the guard as real of a smile as he could muster. Thanks, he said carefully. So, just out of curiosity, I'm thinking if I take the job at St. Winifred's, I'd bring my family over. Any suggestions on where I should live if I do that? Really depends, the guard shrugged. My family lives in a perfectly nomage apartment just north of here. But I know a guy that lives in the magical district of New York, and he says there's not too much difference. Just that magic is more noticeable around there, and a lot of people don't carry their wands all the time anyway. Most magical people live pretty normal lives here in America. I hear that England's a bit different, though. A bit, Harry admitted. Thank you for your help. That's what I'm here for, the friendly guard grinned. Have you ever used a porting booth before? No, I haven't, Harry said nervously, glancing at the booth which looked like an old-fashioned elevator, complete with the accordion grill for a door. Come on, I'll show you, the man said amiably. He pulled open the grill and stepped in, showing him the shiny brass handles along the walls. You just hang on to one of these handles and say St. Winifred's and whoosh. Away you go. Got it? I think so, Harry said slowly, stepping in as the guard stepped out. Any handle? The whole room activates for just the one place once I close the door, and you say the destination phrase, the man shrugged. It doesn't matter which one you grab. Wicked, Harry breathed, wondering in annoyance when Britain would step out of the past and jump into the 21st century. He wanted to use one of these port booths instead of a flue all the time. He grabbed the first brass handle he reached and turned as the guard clanged the grill shut behind him. He felt a magical barrier hum into being around him, and as he glanced around, he saw the guard grin and give him a thumbs up. Harry took a deep breath. Gripping the handle for dear life, he shouted, "St. Winifred's!" He expected the lurch behind his navel and the sense of being spun through space before being tossed back on his feet like the portkeys he was used to. But instead, the entire room blurred, and he felt a sensation like going down in a muggle elevator. It made him gasp at the swoop in his stomach and blink at the disorienting swirl of the walls around him. But as soon as it happened, it stopped. He was standing on solid ground. The room just outside of his sight was much different than the huge open lobby of the porting station, and he hadn't been given any nausea or the sensation of trying to regain his balance. "That was totally wicked," Harry whispered, grinning like a child. No wonder magical folk in America used portkeys so much. Their technology was incredible. By guiding the transportation energies around a room rather than forcing it all into a singular, small object, the transition was much smoother and less violent. Harry let go of the handle and stepped toward the grill door. He pushed it open, amazed at how smoothly it slid aside. He was in a bustling lobby lined with these porting booths like the flue hallway at the Ministry of Magic. People were popping in and out and going up and down the wide hall. Grill doors were opening and closing with rattling clanks, and at the far end of the hall, Harry saw some larger porting booths under a huge sign that read, "Emergency only." Bewildered, Harry followed the majority of the people who were going up the hall away from the emergency area. He glanced over his shoulder and saw some healers in dark blue exit one of the emergency booths, accompanying a hovering stretcher. It was so much more like a muggle hospital than St. Mungo's that Harry felt a bit dizzy, wondering if he'd be able to fit in here. "Excuse me, do you need some help, mister?" Harry jumped and turned to the dusky-skinned woman in a dark blue uniform, not a robe, who was smiling kindly at him. She was a matronly-looking lady, with concern in her twinkling brown eyes and white smile. "I'm sorry. I'm here for a job interview with Healer Stevenson," Harry said with a strained smile. "Oh, right. You'll be that foreign surgeon they're bringing in," the lady laughed good-naturedly. Her accent was nice and warm, and despite her blunt words, he felt welcomed and relieved. "That's me," Harry smiled a bit more easily. "Do you mind pointing me in the right direction, ma'am?" "I ain't no ma'am," the woman laughed heartily. "You just call me Maisie, you hear? I'm a respiratory therapist, and magic essay, a lung healer." "You're an actual surgeon?" "Yes," Harry answered, straightening his back instinctively. He knew he looked young, but the glasses helped him not look like some wide-eyed kid fresh out of Hogwarts. He never envied Ron's broad shoulders and height more than when people asked him condescendingly how old he was. "Awesome." The lady, Maisie, grinned as she jerked her head at him in a clear invitation to follow her. "We haven't had a decent one o' those in a long old while." "Why's that?" Harry asked curiously as he followed her up the bustling hallway. "When I corresponded with Healer Stevenson before, he seemed rather eager to hire me on the spot." "Good magical surgeons are hard to find," Maisie shrugged. "The kind of magic it takes to be really good at that sort of thing is rare in a healer. Usually you find that kind of magic in an auror or something." Harry felt a strange sensation crawl up his throat. Was that why St. Mungo's had seemed so desperate to keep him when he sent in his resignation? They'd offered to double his already substantial pay just to keep him on. He'd assumed it was just because of his famous name. "So," Harry said slowly, "fighting magic works best in cutting patients open and then sealing them back up?" "Put so crudely," Maisie laughed and nodded. "Essentially, yeah. How come you didn't know that?" "I don't know," Harry sighed. "There's a lot I still don't really know about magic. We've got one of the best magical libraries in existence right here in this city, honey." Maisie grinned at him, leading the way up a flight of stairs. "Really?" Harry perked up, wondering if the thought of such a thing would be enough to pull James out of his obsession over his brother's books. "Hermione would love it for sure." "Anybody can go in?" "Anybody magical," Maisie shrugged. She sidestepped a gaggle of other healers, all in dark blue uniforms more like what Muggle nurses wore, and Harry slowed to blink at them, a realization growing in his head. "You don't wear Robes here in America, do you? Bathrobes, sure, but only at home, Maisie snorted, grinning at him with good humor. But if you're a skin about those man dresses they wear in other magical places? No siree. We're real modern here in the good old US of A, and proud of it. Harry smiled, relieved. You have no idea how much I hate robes, he said fervently. Whatever nutcase thought healing would be easy, in robes needed his brain checked. Not to mention that god-awful shade o' green he picked, Maisie chuckled. They turned and went up yet another flight of stairs to a floor that had offices rather than hospital rooms. She grinned over at him and suddenly nudged him with her shoulder in a way that might have been considered too forward in England, but was strangely comfortable in this American witch. You know, I think you'll fit in nicely here, Healer. Potter. Healer Harry Potter, Harry replied with a smile. Not only did it feel good to have to introduce himself, it felt doubly good to know she wouldn't recognize his name and either get weird and awkward or gushy and exhausting. Well, it sure is nice to meet you, Healer Potter, Maisie grinned. They reached a door that advertised the owner as head healer Gary Stevenson, and Maisie took her leave, cheerfully commenting that she was late for her shift. Harry felt guilty for making her even later, but she laughed it off, saying that her story of meeting the foreign doc would more than make up for her lateness. Harry knocked on the nice wooden door and a rich, deep voice of a man who could only be the head surgeon called out for him to come in. As he let himself inside, he got his first glimpse of the healer who had demanded to hire him after less than 5 Insta message exchanges. He was a tall, dark-skinned man, bony and wiry, with neatly trimmed hair, a smooth, angular face, and warm, energetic eyes of a liquid brown, shot through with flecks of gold. You must be Healer Potter. Stevenson greeted him cheerfully from behind a large desk. He gestured him closer with big hands and a friendly grin. Come in, come in. You're early. Harry glanced at his watch, which he'd calibrated for America's Eastern time zone. Only by 5 minutes, he replied, feeling slightly flustered. But he stepped in and closed the door behind him. The office was cozy, but not claustrophobic, and the view out the window showed the urban sprawl of America's capital. It was strangely soothing. So, how was your trip? Healer Stevenson asked once Harry got settled in with a mug of coffee, the American version of the tea ritual. It was interesting, Harry smiled self-deprecatingly, glancing down at the brown liquid in his ceramic mug. I'm really not used to portkeying long distances, but the porting booths you have in this country are amazing, aren't they? Stevenson laughed. He had a strong, hearty laugh, the kind that made you feel comfortable and at ease. Now, we know this is only a formality, but in less than 5 minutes, the rest of the members of St. Winifred's board of directors will come in, and my only advice is be yourself. They know we're hiring you, but we want this chance to get to know you, all right? I completely understand, Harry nodded. He sipped the coffee, which was surprisingly good, though he might not give up tea completely, even if Americans were supposedly the worst tea brewers on the planet. We're very excited to have you, Healer Potter, the head surgeon said in a genuinely warm tone. Your references spoke very highly of your skill and dedication. Harry nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed, but also pleased. I hope to be able to prove my skill and dedication to you, sir, he answered politely. So, what does your wife think about all this? Stevenson asked casually, sitting back and lacing his fingers together across his flat stomach. She's very enthusiastic about the whole thing, Harry replied at once. She actually thinks we should move the whole family over here. England's magical world has become a bit toxic, and we just want to get our kids away from it all. Stevenson nodded gravely. I can understand that. Needing a change of pace, a swap of scenery. Your resume was pretty straightforward. But may I ask what prompted you to pursue healing? Your strongest areas in school were such I'd expect you to become an auror or something more action-based. Healing isn't exactly the most glamorous career in the world. Harry hesitated and glanced down again at his coffee, absently swirling the mug's contents. I was in the last wizarding war Britain had, he said quietly. I wanted to stop fighting. Totally understandable. Then I met someone who advised me to figure out what I wanted to do, no matter what other people were telling me. So I looked into healing. I had to take some crash courses in my weaker courses, and my lack of education in ancient runes and arithmancy meant that certain types of healing, like certain spell reversals and curse breaking, were just out of the question, but I could be a surgeon. I was good at precision-type spells, like cutting and that sort of thing, so that was good. Also, I have a pretty strong magical core, so I was able to get some advanced training in magical resuscitation too. I saw that, Stevenson nodded pensively, and that's pretty impressive for somebody your age and build. Excuse me? Harry asked, startled. You're on the small side for your age. Physically, Stevenson smiled apologetically. But it apparently didn't stunt your magical core, which is really good. The few people I knew who had strong magic like that and small bodies wasted away into an early grave. Too much magic in the body isn't good for us, especially when channeled in the way magical resuscitation is. Harry blinked. I was actually hit full in the face by an AK when I was a baby, he speculated slowly. It rebounded and left me with some side effects. Do you think that might be why I can withstand my own magic without self-destructing? Interesting theory, the dark-skinned healer nodded thoughtfully. You never decided to get a full exam done? No, Harry snapped in disgust. And I won't here either. I hate being treated like a project or a pawn. I'm not an experiment people can poke and prod just because they feel like it. I totally understand. Believe me, Stevenson smiled reassuringly, his brown eyes flashing completely gold for a second. Harry's eyes widened in recognition. Remus' eyes used to get like that when he was emotional. Sir? Harry hesitated, not sure what the stigma was like against werewolves here. I'm a werewolf, Stevenson confirmed calmly. My magic is a little bit different from most wizards on account of that. But getting to where I am now wasn't easy. Americans are a bit more tolerant of the monthly furry problem than some other countries, but the fear and the prejudice is still there. I never wanted anybody picking me apart for science, and neither would you. Why would they want to pick you apart? I have been able to control my wolf since I was a child, Stevenson shrugged. I don't need wolfsbane, or chains, or confinement, or a pack. I transform, I lay around all night in a canine body, I change back in the morning and go about my life. Nobody's ever been able to explain it. Harry was silent. He glanced down at his mug yet again. My godson's father was a werewolf, he said quietly. He would turn up after full moons all scratched and exhausted. Not me, Stevenson said just as quietly. The transformation itself hurts like hellfire, but my wolf never hurts me on purpose. Never has. Again, I'm a freak of nature. Like me, Harry said with a weak smile, glancing up at St. Winifred's head surgeon again. I think we're going to get along just fine, Healer Potter, Stevenson chuckled. The door clicked as someone knocked and then let themselves in, and both Harry and Healer Stevenson stood up, grinning at Harry as he introduced his associates, soon to be Healer Potter's associates as well. I suppose this chapter was a little breather after the craziness of the last two. Hope you enjoyed it. By the way, I have my Dark World story up on my profile now, 2 chapters in already. Check it out if you haven't yet. It is a more direct sequel to Avenge featuring Snape in Asgard. Thanks for reviewing and for being kind and encouraging. Just a note, reviews are not a space for personal insults. I believe they're called flames. You don't like the story, either tell me exactly what it is that you think doesn't work in the story, nicely, of course, or hit the back button and read something else. I don't mind constructive criticism, but I will delete stuff that's just vulgar and insulting. Plus, if you're an unsigned guest, I can't reply to you. Anyway, I've only gotten maybe 1 or 2 of those, so I consider myself blessed. Thank you to all the rest of you. You're awesome. We're moving. Rated M. Threat of spanking as punishment. HBWINT RHBSWLDIRHB. Chapter 4. We're moving. And they want me to start right away. Harry finished, unable to keep a relieved grin off his face. Oh, Harry. Hermione squealed, throwing her arms around him. That's wonderful. She stepped back and tucked several flyaway hairs behind her ear, right back down to business. All right, so they want you to start right away as in tomorrow morning? Or can they wait a couple of weeks? Well, Harry sighed, his silly grin disappearing. They really would prefer that I start as soon as possible, but I told them about having to move my family on short notice and all that. So they gave me a definite week before they want me in for at least half days, 4 days a week to start training. Training? His wife asked, frowning curiously. Why? You're one of the best in your field already. St. Winifred's is way different than St. Mungo's, and I mean, night and day different, Mione. Of course, Hermione smiled excitedly. I can't wait to see everything you've told me about. The kids will love it. And I can't wait to visit that library. Harry sighed and sank down into a chair. The kids were scattered over the house, amusing themselves after supper, and they could hear Rose and Lily shrieking with laughter over something. James would normally be right in the middle of whatever it was, but Harry knew the boy was holed up in Hermione's library/study, claiming to be doing homework. We need to tell the kids, Harry said quietly. It's a sure thing now, and we can't put it off any longer. Hermione nodded. I figured now would be the time, she answered softly. Harry sighed and ran his fingers through his messy hair. So, you still think we should just send letters to our friends? We talked about this, Harry, Hermione said gently. She reached out and gripped his shoulders, squeezing gently. Ron, Neville, and the rest, they wouldn't understand. They'd want us to stay, and they'd do anything to stop us, which would make it that much harder. Harry nodded. He did understand, of course, but he didn't have to like it. This felt like deception, and going behind Ron's back like this after everything the Weasleys had done for him just didn't feel right. But we'll tell your parents, of course, and Andromeda too, right? He asked quietly. And Teddy, Hermione nodded in agreement. Maybe he can visit for Christmas, Harry shrugged sadly. But we can always send letters the old-fashioned way, to avoid killing owls anyway. Maybe we should invest in male albatrosses, Hermione quipped, smirking a bit as her good humor returned. You know Luna wouldn't make a fuss, Harry said hesitantly. And she is the girl's godmother. Do you think? We'll just do owls, Hermione said firmly. Ron is James' godfather, and we'll be sending him an owl. Right, Harry agreed. You're right, I know it's hard, Hermione said firmly. But you know I'm right. About everything. You're always right, Mione, Harry sighed with fond humor. And don't you forget it, Hermione chuckled, messing up his hair. Hey, do you mind? Harry complained. She just stood there and laughed, brown eyes twinkling mischievously. Smirking suddenly, he jumped up from the sofa and grabbed his wife in a tight hug, making her yelp as he kissed the ticklish part of her neck. Harry, Hermione squealed, pushing at him ineffectually. Skinny and wiry he might be, but he was still stronger than her. Her struggles and both their laughter caused them to fall on the floor in an undignified, giggling tangle of limbs. They relaxed on the floor, panting from their childish wrestling match and grinning at each other stupidly. Suddenly Hermione reached up to brush her husband's forehead free of the tangled dark curls covering it. Her thumb gently traced his faded white scar, the famous lightning bolt. Harry stayed still and let her, as his arm was trapped underneath her anyway. I miss this, Hermione said quietly, her eyes burning with love and affection in a way that made Harry almost choke up. Me too, he whispered. Didn't feel much like playing around lately. I guess it's a good sign, Hermione smiled sadly. It means we're healing. Yeah, Harry sighed, allowing a small smile to twitch at the corners of his mouth too. You know I love you, right? Hermione whispered, only slightly teasingly. She was rubbing her thumb in soothing circles over the insignificant white line on his forehead, and it was making him sleepy for some reason. I love you too, Harry replied just as earnestly. He shook her hand off his head and darted in for a quick kiss. You get the girls and I'll get James, he told her quickly, before either of them changed their minds. We'll tell them right now. 10-year-old James raised his head curiously as the faint sounds of his parents laughing together in the sitting room reached his ears. It had been so long since they laughed together, and it was good, he knew. It meant they were getting better. Sev would come back one day, and then everyone would laugh again. It wouldn't be so rare anymore. James would laugh again. He was currently sitting on the floor in a corner of his mom's study, or library, as she liked to call it, reading a book. He really had been trying to work on homework, his own, but he got bored. He was reading the thin little history book that talked about the Great Wizarding War, as they called the war his dad and mom fought in. It was an anthology, which Sev could have told him meant it was a book with a lot of different parts all written by different people, and he was getting confused by all the different points of view and opinions. Right now, he was reading what Mum had written about Professor Snape. She had written quite a few pieces in here, and one was all about his little brother's namesake. He wondered why his parents had named their youngest son after the meanest, nastiest, most unfair teacher in Hogwarts, until he reached the middle of the first page and read what else his mum thought of Professor Snape. He was unwavering in his convictions. He was clever and cunning and really, scarily, smart. He was protective of those he saw as his own. He was secretive and even kind of shy, which he hid with a nasty temper and an ugly scowl. He was terribly unhappy and sad, which made him an angry person, but despite all of that, he was brave. Dad said that Sev was named after the bravest man he'd ever known. And here, Mum confirmed that she thought Professor Snape was the bravest man in the war. He was also the cleverest. Even old Voldy Shorts never found out who he was really working for until Dad taunted him in the last battle. He killed Professor Snape thinking he was still loyal to the bad guys. It was pretty amazing that Snape had been able to outsmart the most dangerous dark wizard ever, and even more amazing that he was brave enough to try. He could almost imagine his own little brother pulling off something like that and getting away with it too. Sometimes, he wondered if Mum and Dad knew that Sev was sneakier by far than the twins. Most of the girls' ideas came from Sev. Actually, James never tattled on him, mostly because it was just awfully funny to see Mum and Dad puzzle over how on earth a couple of 4-year-olds could do some of the things they did. Now, he found himself wanting to tell his parents every sneaky thing Sev had ever done, mostly because he couldn't stand them, possibly thinking that his little brother was helpless and too shy to do anything important. Sev may not have magic, but he had more brains than all his siblings put together. Reading about the amazing stuff Dad and Mum had done with Uncle Ron when they were just kids a year or two older than himself gave James hope that his little brother would be able to wriggle out of whatever trouble he was in. He had to keep believing that, or else it would mean he'd never see Sev again. And he wouldn't believe that. Never. James. Dad's voice startled him. The boy jerked in surprise and hid the book instinctively behind his back. He stared up in wide-eyed innocence as his father came around the back of the desk and arched an eyebrow at him, curled up in the corner surrounded by his books. "Hi, Dad," James squeaked, his fingers growing sweaty where they clutched the book behind him. "And need something?" Sev was the smooth liar, not him. James knew he couldn't lie if his life was in danger. "No, sir. Mum and I just need to talk to you and your sisters for a bit," Dad said gently, and then his green eyes narrowed suspiciously behind his thick glasses. "And why are you hiding a book behind your back?" "I'm fine," James blurted out. "Really, you don't need to talk to me, Dad. I'm doing much better, I promise." "Mum," Dad hummed disbelievingly, arching one eyebrow at him. "Seriously, how did adults do that?" "Well, in any case, it isn't another talk about feelings, all right? Mum, and I have something very important to tell you. Are we having another baby?" James asked innocently, as that was the usual topic of very important talks the family had, before his brain caught up with his stupid mouth and he clapped a hand over his lips in horror. The flash of pain across Dad's face made James want to cry. He hadn't meant to say anything to bring up the death of Charlie. "No," Dad answered quietly, taking a deep breath and giving him a fake smile. "It's something different. Just come on, all right? You'll find out what it is soon enough." "Right?" James mumbled, getting to his feet and shaking the tingling pins and needles out of his right leg. He forgot to keep his book hidden, and Dad was looking at it before James could remember to put it back behind his stack of homework to put away later. "James," Dad sighed wearily. He held out his hand for the book. "You're not old enough for the books on the top 2 shelves. You know that." Do I?" James asked in a trembling, high voice. Giving his father a wobbly smile, he handed the book over and then clasped his hands behind his back anxiously, waiting for Dad to say the magic, dreaded words. "We'll talk about this later." "James, really?" Dad said gently, tapping the thin book on his palm. "You don't need to pick up all Seth's old habits, you know. You've got your own bad habits." "I didn't. I wasn't." James spluttered in indignation. "Oh." Dad arched the eyebrow again. You've been reading and doing schoolwork in bed, getting into books you know you're not supposed to, sneaking around, getting the twins riled up, hiding in the coat closet. Need I go on? I just felt like it. James scowled, folding his arms. James, Dad said gently. I love you as you are. James serious. Potter, my son, I don't need you to replace your brother. He waved the book. This isn't the healthiest way to deal with your emotions, you know. You can come talk to me, or your mother. I just wanted to read about Snape. James blurted out in his own defense. Well, this book isn't really for someone in your age group, and I think you knew that, Dad sighed. He turned and tossed the book on the desk. But we'll talk about this later. Right now, you come with me. Slumping his shoulders, James shuffled out of the library in front of his dad, and he heard the door thud shut behind them. He sighed and made his way to the sitting room. Mum was just coming in, holding Rose and Lily by the hands and talking nicely to them, since they looked on the verge of throwing fits. They'd apparently been having a tea party, and Miss Lovebird got very cross if her tea got cold. Hey, we're going to have a very important meeting, Dad announced from behind James. Why don't you two come over here and help me? Rose and Lily went willingly enough, climbing up on their daddy's lap, and James slumped down in the armchair with his arms folded. He was sulking like a brat, but he didn't really care. How dare Dad accuse him of trying to replace Sev? That was just, he'd never even think to do that. He was just doing stuff Sev used to try to get him to do, but he never got around to it, that's all. All right, Dad sighed. Him and Mum did that silent communicating with looks thing, and Dad went on. Now, I know we've all been dealing with some pretty heavy stuff lately, and you're all making me so proud. You kids have been very helpful to your mum in helping her out. Now that creature isn't here to help anymore, and you've been very good in all that. We in trouble? Rosie asked anxiously, peering up at her father with anxious green eyes. No, you're not in trouble, Dad laughed, rubbing her back reassuringly. You're not, but I am, James thought peevishly. I wanted to tell you something that Mum and I have been talking about for a very long time, Dad said carefully. James could tell he was worried about something, and he felt strangely apprehensive about whatever Dad was going to say next. We're moving, he said, at last. We weren't sure before, which is why we didn't say anything, but it's definite now. So we thought we'd have a family meeting and sort things out. What do you think? Yay! Lily cheered, waving her arms in the air. We moving? Yay! Rosie echoed her sister, bouncing up and down on her daddy's knee. When? James asked, knowing his voice sounded as hollow as his heart fell. Mum and Dad were running away. They couldn't stand Asphodel Cottage anymore. Sev's ghost, and creatures too, lived in every closet, every cupboard, every corner. They couldn't stand it, so they were moving out. He'd never felt so betrayed and disgusted in his life. How could his parents just abandon their son like that? What if Sev escaped and came back home to find strangers there? We're going to move out in just a couple of weeks, Mum answered, her knowing eyes fixed on his face. You know magic makes packing really easy. What about Grandma and Grandpa? What about school? We can't just leave, James demanded, aware that he sounded like he was whining, but he didn't care. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be happening. We know, son, Dad said wearily. We don't want to leave either, but we really have no choice in this. Are we moving closer to Uncle Ron or something? So he can protect us? James snapped. You're scared that Muggle will come back, aren't you? I thought you're the one who said we shouldn't let fear control us. James, his mum said in that cold voice that made him shake all the way down to his toes. That's enough. You know better than to talk to your father that way. Sorry, Dad, James muttered, feeling too rebellious to really mean it. I meant, where are we moving to, please? Dad took a deep breath and exchanged a look with Mum that looked like he was groaning. Here we go, with his eyes. I've been offered a job at a different magical hospital, Dad said quietly. We decided it was for the best, so I said yes. I'll start leaving sometime next week, getting the new house set up in the meantime, and it'll be up to you kids to help out your mom. James sighed and kicked the chair leg. Moving and everything to do with it was just stupid. Why did they need to move, anyway? What about Uncle Ron and everybody? He asked carefully. Uncle Ron was his godfather. They couldn't just leave so quickly without telling him at least. Could they? Do they know where we're going? Don't we have to send them our new address? We will, Mom answered quickly. But for now, we're only going to tell a few people. We don't want any big excitement over the whole thing. So, we'll start packing tomorrow, Dad said more cheerfully as if the whole stupid thing was an adventure. I'll be around to help almost all week. There are just some last-minute things for me to take care of at St. Mungo's. You kids will help your mom, and everything will be great fun, right? The twins agreed enthusiastically, though what did 4-year-olds know about moving anyway? James watched them with a bitter scowl as they chattered excitedly, and then Dad took them back upstairs after doing the silent communication with Mum again, which no doubt meant, James is in trouble. I'll be back so we can lecture him together. The minute Dad was gone, James burst out, Dad never said where we're moving. Are we moving to a magical neighborhood, 'cause this one's not safe? No, love, Mum sighed. We don't know exactly what our new neighborhood will look like, but I doubt it'll be in a magical area. James frowned. That doesn't make any sense, he muttered angrily. We really are moving just to run away from all this, aren't we? James. No, Mom. I'm not stupid. You see Sev and Creature everywhere in this house. You can't stand it. I don't like it either, but Sev'll come back one day, and he'll find strangers here. He'll think we abandoned him. James, Mum sighed again, shaking her head sadly. Honestly, sometimes I think you've got too much of your parents in you. The boy blinked as his mother's unexpected comment caused his anger to screech to a halt. Huh. You're impulsive like your father, but blunt and direct like me. I'm not so sure I like your attitude, son. I'm sorry, James mumbled, feeling chastened. I want to know why. We'll tell you, Mum said with a gentle smile. That's why your dad took the girls away. We think you're old enough to understand. Dad came back in right at that second as if he'd been cued from off stage, and he sat back on the sofa next to Mum. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and lacing his fingers together. His green eyes looked sad and distant and strained. Mum scooted closer to him and rubbed his back, but her brown eyes were focused on their son in the armchair a few feet away. James, you think we're running, Dad began gently. And we are, but just not in the way you think. Remember I told you once that, when I was a boy, the newspaper printed a lot of lies about me, so that's why we don't ever have the Daily Prophet in our house. Why, yes, James answered slowly. But what does that have to do with? The newspaper is printing lies about us again. Dad's voice was harsh, angry, and the line between his eyes had grown deeper. There are ministry elections in a couple of weeks, and depending on who gets in, they might attack me and my family. We have to get out of their reach before they can hurt any of you. So you're not moving with us? James gasped in dismay. No, 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 that's not it at all, Dad sighed. He reached up and ran his hands through his hair and kept his head bowed. We're moving to a different country, James. They can't touch us in America under their political asylum laws. We have ample proof that we're innocent, but these crazy ministry people have a grudge against me. So, if we get out of the country for a while, they'll find something else to chew on, like any old grouchy dog. A different country? James gasped, his eyes round and horrified. He couldn't think or breathe. Sev would never find them in a different country, especially one as far away as America. You gave up, James whispered, stunned to realize it. You think Sev's dead. James. Dad started. No. James shrieked. He jumped to his feet and skittered away from his parents, feeling hurt and betrayed. His eyes welled up with burning tears. You're cowards, that's all. You're too scared to tell us Sev's dead and gone, so you're leaving everything behind. Well, he's alive, I know it. He'll escape and he'll come home, and it won't be home because we'll be gone and in a different country and… Sobbing, James turned to flee. I hate you, he croaked. With that cruel parting shot, he fled up the stairs to his room. He threw himself on the bed, feeling so alone and heartbroken and bewildered that he didn't even think how badly his cruel, thoughtless words had shaken his parents. HPWINTRHBSOLDIRHB, that went well, Hermione whispered shakily. Harry shut his eyes miserably and tears leaked from under the eyelids. He'd been so stupid to think James would take this well. What made it worse was that every accusation his son had tossed at him had already found a match in Harry's heart. There was nothing in James' hurt tantrum that Harry hadn't already accused himself of. "Harry?" Hermione murmured, squeezing his shoulder. "Talk to me. Don't shut me out." "He's right," Harry whispered. "He's right, and there's nothing we can do about any of it." "Harry," Hermione sighed wearily. "We're running. We think Sev is probably dead, or at least dead to us. Moving to a different country means that if our son is still in England and he manages to escape, he'll come here, and he'll think we gave up on him." "Harry, don't do that to yourself," Hermione scolded, tears in her voice. "Look at me, Harry." Obediently, he opened his eyes and blinked at her through his tears and fogged glasses. "Sev might be dead, or he might be alive, we don't know," his wife said firmly. "If he escapes, he might come here, or he might end up somewhere else. He knows how to get into Diagon Alley. He knows where Ottery St. Catchpole is. He knows how to reach his godfather with an owl. He is smart, Harry. If he can't find us here, he'd go to his grandparents anyway." Harry sighed. "You're right. I always am." Harry chuckled drily and patted his wife's knee gratefully as he stood up. "Well, I guess I should go talk to him while he's willing to yell." "He needs consequences for that, Harry," Hermione said warningly. "I know he's upset and hurting, but he needs to learn to express himself respectfully." Harry grimaced. He hated punishing the kids, especially lately when they were all dealing with so much. But Hermione was right. Spoiling the kids with such permissiveness, especially with how volatile James was, really wasn't what the kids needed right now. They needed stability and strength from their parents. The boundaries of rules and consequences were a good start, however distasteful that happened to be. "I'll talk to him," Harry assured his wife. "But should it be soap or grounding?" "He can't call names or say he hates people just because he's angry, Harry, especially his parents," Hermione sighed wearily. "It'll have to be soap, and maybe if he isn't sufficiently sorry we can talk about something more. But for now, that'll be it." He nodded in agreement and trudged up the stairs, hoping that 5 minutes would have been long enough for his quick-tempered son to start having regrets. James felt bad for shouting. He hadn't meant to say such awful things. It just all slipped out. He lost it. Sev would be nagging him right now to go say sorry right now and stave off whatever punishment Mom and Dad were cooking up right now, but he just couldn't do it. Just because he hadn't meant to be hurtful and cruel didn't mean he hadn't actually meant what he said. He sighed and wiped his tears again before he rolled over onto his back. The bed was soft and he was wrinkling the counterpane, and with Creature gone, he'd have to fix it himself, but it could wait. He was feeling too miserable right now to get up and straighten the bedclothes. The knock on his bedroom door wasn't really a surprise, but James was startled anyway. He didn't bother to sit up, and he angrily kept quiet. Mum didn't knock soft like that, so it was Dad. And he was madder at Dad right now, so he didn't say come in. He'd opened the door anyway, so there wasn't a point. Sure enough, the door clicked open and Dad poked his head in. His hair looked even messier than normal and his eyes looked really tired. James looked at him for 2 seconds before he felt even guiltier. He hadn't noticed how awful Dad was looking lately, and now he'd made things worse. Reluctantly, James sat up, warily watching his father, who was still just standing there. "Can I come in?" Dad finally asked. James shrugged and then pulled his knees up so he could hide his face better. He didn't see, but he could hear Dad close the door and drag over the chair from his desk. Dad sat down and sighed, probably running his hand through his hair like he did when he was stressed out, and silence descended on the room. "Do you have anything you want to say, James?" Dad finally asked, his voice quiet and sad. James squirmed. He hated it when his parents talked like that to him after he did something wrong, but he had to admit it was effective. "Sorry for shouting," he mumbled into his knees. "Is that all?" Dad asked in a dry, unimpressed tone. "James, please look at me when I'm talking to you. I feel like I'm talking to a mop." Fighting a smile at the unexpected tease about his hair, James lifted his head and rested his chin on top of his knees, scowling for all he was worth. He wasn't sorry, not for saying what he thought. What was wrong with him anyway? 2 months ago, he never would have dreamed of yelling at his parents like that. "I get that you're upset," Dad said firmly, his bright green eyes looking sad and stressed, but not angry. That was a surprise. He'd be mad if some kid called him a coward, but Dad was a lot more mature than he was. Okay, he was starting to feel a little guilty now. It's fine to be angry, Dad went on, but it is not all right for you to lose your temper and shout at your mother and me like you did. It was very disrespectful, even aside from the hurtful words you said. Don't you even feel bad about it? No, James muttered rebelliously. Squirming, he looked away from his father's penetrating eyes. Well, maybe a little bit, but I meant it, every word. I'm sorry for saying it, but I'm not sorry for thinking it. You meant to call your mother a coward? Dad asked in that icy voice he used when he was getting angry and trying to keep from shouting. Your mom? Who almost got herself killed trying to protect you and your siblings. She's a coward? James shut his eyes and shuddered. No, sir, he whispered in a tiny voice. Dad was scary when he was mad. Then why would you say such a thing, James? Dad demanded, his voice turning frustrated. You have no right to call your parents names, especially not lies like that. Your mother is the bravest woman on earth, and if you ever call her a coward again, I will forego our no spanking rule. Do you understand me, young man? James whimpered and nodded, sniffling as more tears welled up. Dad was right. He had no right to call Mom a coward when she'd almost died protecting them. She even lost the baby because she was trying to fight. She wasn't a coward. He was. He'd never felt so rotten. Even squished flobberworms were better than him at this point. I can't hear you, son, Dad said in a calmer tone. Yes, sir, James sobbed, wiping his tears with his sleeve. I'm sorry, really I am. You'll say sorry to your mom later, Dad sighed, leaning back in the creaky chair. Right now, I just want to know what you were thinking. Why would you ever say the things you did? Would you repeat them right now? Do you really believe what you said? And no, James moaned, pressing his hands to his face. Thinking about those words now, it made him feel sick. And just a few minutes ago, he'd been telling himself he honestly believed it. What a load of rubbish. Talk to me, son, Dad said quietly. Tell me. I won't punish you for anything, so long as you keep it civil. No insults or nasty words. Just tell me what's going on. James bit his lip and fought a few more sobs before he managed to form a coherent thought. Seth's gone, he blurted out. He's never coming back, is he? I don't know, Dad said very quietly. I want him to, and I'm doing my best to find him, but sometimes our best isn't good enough. James choked on a lot more tears before he moaned. I don't know. I don't hate you or Mom, Dad. I don't know why I said I did. What do you hate? Huh. Dad sighed, though when James peeked up, his father was smiling a little. You must hate something. If it isn't your parents, what are you angry about? The muggle with the metal arm, James answered at once, disgust and anger coloring his tear-choked voice. I hate him. He killed Creature and Charlie and hurt Mum and me and took Sev. I hate him, and I wish you'd been home so you could've. I dunno. Stopped him, I guess. I wish I had been home too, Dad said quietly. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke again. It hurt, James. It hurt when you said those things to me. I blame myself for everything. It's the way I am. But I should have been home to protect you. And I should have protected the house better, and I couldn't save Creature or find Sev. And you know I love your brother even more than you do, right? James nodded dumbly. Every time his temper got him in trouble, Dad was somehow always able to help him see it from the other side. It was actually pretty amazing, but now, he just felt even more rotten. I'm really sorry, he mumbled. Won't do it again. I hope not, Dad sighed. Your mom says you need the soap for that outburst, so I guess we'll need to get that done. But about the other stuff you've been doing, the things Sev used to do. Why, James? I don't know, the boy murmured, feeling ashamed in a way he couldn't pinpoint. He couldn't explain why he was doing that stuff because he didn't understand it himself. James, nobody blames you either, his father suddenly said, sounding stern and serious. James felt his mouth fall open a little. How had Dad known? He really had been an idiot, of course, and this whole thing was his fault. So why would Dad say nobody blamed him? What? James stammered. B but the flu, A and Creature and Sev. It all kind of is my fault. That isn't true, Dad said firmly. You put yourself in harm's way for your siblings, and you did your absolute best to protect them. You kept your sisters together and managed to stay close enough to your mom that creature was able to transport you all. You did very well that night, and I really am proud of you. I wasn't just saying that to make you feel better, son. I was and still am very proud. James blinked in confusion. But creature told me to flew right away, and I didn't do it right away. That's why Sev got caught in the first place. Why? Dad asked simply. Why couldn't you flew right that second? James closed his eyes as he thought back. It all happened so fast, he whispered. He came closer, and I was scared. I tripped. Fear is not something you can naturally control, Dad said reasonably. You're only 10, and you'd never been in a situation like that before. It is all right to be scared. I'm 32 and I still get scared. Really? James said in awe. Do you have any idea how scared I was when you four appeared in front of me at the hospital? I was terrified, James. I was shaking. Being afraid is no reason to blame yourself. And you're right. Everything moved so fast that if you tried to flew, he could have shot you or the twins in the back and killed you instantly. You saved Rose and Lily's lives. James shivered and wrapped his arms around his knees. But why are we moving then? He asked softly. If it's okay to be scared and all that, why are we running away? We are making a strategic retreat, Dad explained. It's running where we are in control, not the people attacking us. They aren't controlling how we move, where we go, or anything. Why? James whined. We're retreating because there's no point in fighting smoke and mirrors, Dad huffed. Can you beat shadows? These lies are like that. There's no fighting them. The best thing to do would be to just drop out of sight for a while. Without anything to report, the newspapers will stop salivating over our story and the ministry should turn their attention somewhere else. James swallowed hard as a new thought occurred to him. Will we come back in time for me to go to Hogwarts? Dad opened his mouth and then shut it. He leaned forward on his elbows and rubbed his face. I don't know, son, he said quietly. James' mouth dropped open in shock. It couldn't be. It couldn't possibly. Dad would never leave Hogwarts behind. Would he? Not while Teddy was going and all of his friends would go. Dad wouldn't make him go to an American magical school, would he? He was getting angry again and he couldn't afford to slip up again. So he pressed his lips together really tightly and flopped over onto his side, his back to his father. Dad was saying something else, but James wasn't really listening. He was angry and confused, and he wanted to be alone. Dad seemed to guess that, because he got up to go. But before he left, he put a hand on James' shoulder. I know it's hard, son, but your mom and I really need you right now. The twins need you to be brave. If they see you're angry and afraid about the moving, they'll get scared. They're still little, James. If we can't be happy again without Sev, at least we can try for their sake, all right? James managed a tiny nod. Dad patted his shoulder, told him to come down when he was ready to apologize to his mother, and left the room. James let out a shuddering sob before he gave in and let himself cry. Everything was falling apart, and it didn't look like any of it could be fixed. Not for the first time. He kind of wished the metal, armed man had taken him instead. Moving wasn't ever easy, but the Potters managed somehow. Hermione's parents helped a lot, since they knew something about moving. They were sad, but they understood. They even thought it was a good idea, even without the stuff their daughter and son-in-law faced from the magical world's media. Harry went back and forth between America and Britain a few times, never getting used to the awful, nauseating journey, setting up their new home. He was wealthy enough that buying a modest little house in a quiet suburban neighborhood wasn't a big deal at all. Registering it as a magical dwelling with America's version of the ministry, the Congress, was a piece of cake, really. Harry was grateful they got it done so quickly. The house he purchased in Washington, D.C. was smaller than their cottage, with 3 bedrooms instead of 5, and only 1 floor. But Hermione assured Harry that they could really be comfortable anywhere, and he shouldn't be looking for the American version of Asphodel Cottage. They weren't selling the house, of course. They would lock it down magically, make sure nobody bothered it, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger would keep an eye on it as well. They couldn't bear to part with it, though. James never exactly came out of his funk, but he did help, and made an effort to make the twins think this whole thing was a grand adventure. With Mom and Dad using magic to shrink most everything, packing was absurdly easy. The girls did not help much, really being too little to properly organize their clothes into packing boxes or anything like that. But they were able to handle gathering their toys and crawling under beds to pull out the treasures underneath. Hermione never would have believed that 2 weeks was enough to pack their belongings and clean the house so thoroughly, especially as Harry started to go back to America for his training and to secure their new house. A whirlwind wouldn't have been able to describe the flurry of activity in Asphodel Cottage. A tornado might have been a better description of it. Unfortunately for everybody, Ron stopped by one afternoon while Harry was still in America and Hermione was packing pictures off the walls. Her mother had taken the twins out somewhere to get them out from underfoot, and James was packing books in the library with his grandfather. The doorbell rang, and instantly, Hermione was on her feet with her wand out, stupefied and incarcerous on her lips. But after a few seconds, she calmed down, blinked the half-flashback away from her mind's eye, and hesitantly approached the door just as the bell rang again. James poked his head out of the study/library. "Who is it, Mum?" he called out curiously. "I don't know," Hermione answered quietly. She held her wand down by her leg and cautiously approached the door. She groaned when she saw who it was, but she also knew Ron a little too well. She sighed and opened the door. "Oh, hey, Ron," she greeted him with a little smile. "Hermione!" The bulky redhead greeted her cheerfully. He gave her a brotherly peck on the cheek and stepped inside, past Hermione. She sighed and let him through, knowing it would just look suspicious if she asked him to come back another day. "Uncle Ron!" James yelled and came running. Hermione closed the front door as Ronald Weasley greeted his godson, and she reminded herself to act natural. Ron may be an Auror now, but still, he often didn't see things that were right in front of his nose. "So, I just came by to see how you were doing," Ron said a bit awkwardly once hugs and hellos were finished. "We're doing fine, Ron," Hermione answered quietly. She had already stowed her wand back up her sleeve, but she was aware that he was looking around at the clutter and the boxes she still had to shrink and put in the carry-alls. "Doing some spring cleaning in the middle of summer?" Ron asked with a laugh, giving her a curious look. Hermione smiled and shrugged, and she could feel her oldest son's eyes burning accusingly into her. "Did you need something in particular, Ronald?" Hermione asked lightly. "Hey, I didn't mean to interrupt anything," the redhead replied apologetically. "But I was in the neighborhood, and I haven't really heard from you or Harry since you guys moved out. Lavender was saying this morning how she misses the kids. They're so well behaved, you know." Hermione allowed herself a brief smile. "I know," she laughed a little. "I'm sorry, Ron. It's just, things have been really crazy here in the past few days." "Yeah, I understand that," Ron sighed. "I stopped by because I was a little worried." "Worried?" "Yeah, I went by St. Mungo's this morning, and they told me Harry doesn't work there anymore. Are you guys doing all right? Did they fire him for some reason?" "No, nothing like that," Hermione hastened to assure him. "We were going to explain everything later, just not now. Things are rather hectic right now. Harry is perfectly fine." "You're sure?" Ron asked searchingly. "Because, not that I personally think anything, you know, but the Ministry is still investigating whatever happened to Sev, and Harry should stick around until we close the case." Hermione glared. Ron couldn't possibly be serious. He was their best friend, Harry's oldest friend. "You can't be serious," she said steadily. "Harry is not a suspect in this." No, that's not what I meant, and you know it," Ron retorted, his temper rising. "You know, I don't believe all the hogwash the prophet's screaming about. It's just, there are people keeping an eye on his movements, and well, as his friend I was asked to see if he'd come in for a quick interview." Hermione blinked and staggered back. She couldn't speak. Harry had people spying on him now? This was ridiculous. It was beyond ridiculous. It was alarming. James looked confused. "Interview?" he asked innocently. "Like the one Dad had with Mr. Draco?" Hermione closed her eyes in misery as Ron rounded on her son. "Draco? Like Draco Malfoy? What was Harry doing talking to that prick?" "Language, Ron," Hermione snapped, her eyes opening again. "Not in front of my son." Right, sorry." Ron apologized sheepishly. But James isn't serious, is he? Harry wouldn't talk to Malfoy unless his life depended on it, would he? His life does happen to depend on it, Ronald Weasley, Hermione said coldly. And you will not be dragging my husband off to another interview at the Ministry ever again. And you have my word on that. Hermione, I'm not the bad guy, Ron huffed, looking irritated and a bit angry. But folk are getting suspicious, and you know how stupid people are. We have to show them Harry's fine. He's not unstable. And how well did that work out when Harry was 15? Hermione interrupted. You remember, Ron. Don't tell me you don't. He has been dealing with accusations of insanity and instability ever since that stupid Triwizard tournament. I'm tired of watching it destroy him. You think I don't care? Ron demanded. He's my friend too. He was my friend before he was ever yours, and don't you forget that. You abandoned him when you got jealous. I never did. Hermione shouted back. You accused him of lying when he would never lie to you about something like that. You turned your back on him in our 4th year, and you have no idea how much it hurt him. I stayed true to him, and I didn't care what the idiots were saying about him because I knew Harry. So I'm the bad guy now? Ron yelled, both of them seeming to forget that James was still in the room, watching them with big, scared eyes and trembling limbs. You're going to protect Harry from me? Is that it? I will if I must. Hermione thundered, stiffening to her full height, which wasn't that tall, especially with the hulking Ron standing in front of her. But her eyes blazed with determination, and anyone who knew the petite witch knew that she was not to be underestimated, especially when it came to her family. Her Patronus had not become a lioness for no reason, after all. Hermione. Ron sighed, deflating slowly. What are we doing? Fighting, Hermione replied with a sigh, also slumping wearily. Just like old times, right? Right, Ron chuckled nervously. Only we're fighting over how to protect Harry. Just like old times, Hermione repeated with a little shrug. Look, Ron, I'm sorry I overreacted. I know you just want Harry to be safe and happy just like I do, but you can't help him right now. In fact, taking him in for an interview, however informal, would be the worst possible thing for him right now. But it would show people he's got nothing to hide. Ron protested. And how many times does he have to prove that? Hermione said, sadly, folding her arms. He's already been interviewed by the Aurors and Muggle police, and the Ministry also arrested him that one time. Held him overnight, even. He won't go back, Ron. He said what he needed to say, and the Aurors aren't helping to find our son. So, we've decided to stop asking them for help. We want them to close the case, or at least shelve it for now. Hermione. Look, by this point, Harry and I know more about Sef's kidnapper than you do as the number 2 Auror in all of Britain. No offense to you guys, but you didn't help much, and we don't have much hope that you would be able to help any further. How'd you learn about his kidnapper? Ron asked quietly. Have you been investigating on your own? Not exactly. A friend of ours who's familiar with some top-secret things was able to pass the word on to us. Friend? Ron said with sudden bitterness. Oh, your new friend, Malfoy? You know, I saw the interview he published in his little newspaper. Nobody reads that rag, you know? Some of us know exactly who these people are. Ted Nottingham, Draco Greengrass, Millie Morris. They're Slytherins, and we went to school with almost every single one of them. They think changing a name here and there is going to help them hide. But we know who they are. Some were outright Death Eaters, like Malfoy. You can't be serious, hooking up with people like him. You don't know anything about him, Ron. Hermione snapped, and then closed her eyes as she took a deep breath. This is ridiculous. You'll never listen to me. So why do I even try? We met with Draco, yes. But he's not the boy you knew in school. He's not even the man Harry rescued from Fiendfire. He's got a family now, and a respectable job. Ron snorted. Respectable? Is that what you call that Skeeter woman? Is that what you call Luna? Hermione threw back sharply. Or her father? They're different, Mione, Ron groaned, as if she was the stupid one. The Lovegoods run a magazine mostly full of nonsense, not a newspaper read by hundreds of thousands of magical citizens. You know what? I'm done, Ron, Hermione snapped. I can't reason with you. I never could. So if that was all you wanted to say, you can go back to work now. We have a mess to clean up." Ron stared at her in a mixture of bewilderment and anger. He was still standing there, staring, when Dr. Granger came out of the study with a box in his arms. Though he was smiling mildly, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Ron, who was still standing in the middle of the sitting room with a stricken look on his face. "Well, honey, this is the last of it," Dan Granger announced with false cheer. "Is something going on?" "Nothing, Dad," Hermione sighed, raking her fingers through her brown curls. "Just, you remember Ron Weasley, don't you? From the wedding?" The dentist adjusted his square glasses and peered at the tall, suddenly awkward-looking young man in the middle of the living room. "Weasley? Oh yes, big family, lots of red hair, right?" "That's us," Ron said with a fake smile. "It's, nice to see you again, Mr. Granger." The dentist murmured noncommittally, as if he wasn't quite sure if it was nice to see this hulking redhead again, especially since he likely remembered that this was the boy who very nearly could have been his son-in-law, rather than Harry, and was currently in the middle of a shouting match with his daughter. "Ron was just leaving, Dad," Hermione hastened to add. She could sense her father shifting into Papa Bear mode, as she called it. He was bristling to protect. "Yeah," Ron said awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck as if he too could sense it. I'm sorry, Mione. I didn't mean to, be yourself?" Hermione supplied with a teasing smile. "It's fine, Ron. You just need to trust that Harry and I know what we're doing. We'll be fine. But thanks for the heads up." "You're welcome," Ron said, looking relieved. "I guess I'll just be going then." Suddenly, the front door banged open and Harry's excited voice rang through the house, making Hermione and James flinch. "Not good. Hermione, you'll never guess. I found this quaint little second-hand store in New York's magical district, and it has all sorts of things we can use." Harry burst into the living room, not noticing Ron at first. "We probably won't even have to pack the big stuff if we don't want to, and just get new furniture in that antique colonial style like you owe." Harry stopped short, blinking at Ron from behind his glasses. "Hi, Ron," he said awkwardly. "I didn't see you there. You were in New York?" Ron repeated stupidly. "Shopping? Well, yeah." Harry shuffled his feet nervously and threw an anxious look at Hermione. She sighed and turned away, rubbing her face with both hands. Today was not working out the way she had planned. "What the bloody?" Ron spluttered. "Ron!" Harry interrupted his friend sharply. "Not in front of the kids. Hey, Jamesy, had a good day?" "Suppose," the boy mumbled, looking more uncomfortable by the second. "Want-y? Me and Grandpa could." "That's an excellent idea," Hermione butted in, spinning around and smiling brightly at them. "Why don't I help you?" Leaving Harry to do the awkward explaining, she herded her father and eldest son into the kitchen, grateful that they hadn't packed the tea things yet. HBWINTERHBSOLDIRHB. "So, New York?" Ron prompted. Harry sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Him and his stupid big mouth. He'd been so excited to tell Hermione about the shop that sold the antiques Hermione loved from magical houses or owners, and he hadn't been thinking. Wasn't that always his problem? He was always blabbing something, or sticking his foot in his mouth. Not for the last time. He wished he had been able to pick up those occlumency lessons. Right now would be a great time to be able to lie like Snape. "Harry? I don't know what to tell you, Ron," Harry said quietly. "That what you heard, you were not exactly supposed to hear it. So, I don't know what to tell you. So you'll just obliviate me then?" Ron snarled, looking inexplicably angry. "What? No, Ron, of course not. Your wife had no problem doing that to her own parents." Ron snapped, his temper at full blaze. "What's to stop her from obliviating her ex?" "It's not like that, Ron," Harry shouted. "Honestly, get a hold of yourself. There's no reason to get upset. What me and Hermione do and talk about is really none of your business. What are you doing here, anyway?" "What am I doing here?" Ron repeated incredulously. "Can't a bloke check up on his friends when he's worried about them? I didn't think it'd turn into this big drama, all right?" "Okay, just calm down, Ron," Harry warned him. He puffed out his cheeks and shoved his hands into his pockets, and then winced as he realized he was still wearing the dark blue scrubs that were the standard uniform of St. Winifred's healers. Maybe Ron wouldn't notice, he thought, and plowed ahead. Look, I'm sorry about all this, okay? But this really is a bad time for us. I'm glad you checked on us and all, but we're fine. Or at least you were fine, right? Ron sneered, surprisingly looking even angrier. Look here, Harry. All I wanted to do was warn you that the ministry's starting to mumble against you. The OR department wants me to pull you in for a quick interview to show them you've got nothing to hide and all that. But your wife seemed to think that she had all the decision-making power in this house. So who wears the pants here, Harry? She was telling you exactly what I want, Ronald Weasley, Harry growled angrily. I don't want to talk to them anymore. They've been close to useless so far. Harry, you do know I'm an OR too, right? Ron said testily. Nothing against you personally, Ron, but the ORs don't know what we're dealing with. It's been over 2 months, and you haven't been able to do anything about finding my son. I can't handle any more interviews or questions or arrests. I'm done. But Harry, you just need to listen. No, Ron, you listen to me, Harry snapped, drawing himself to his full height and glaring at Ron steadily. I'm done with the ministry, and I'm done with the ORs, and I'm done with England. I'm finished. I can't stand it anymore, Ron. They turn on me after everything I've done, and this is not the first time. I have a family to think about now, and they come first. I won't let them be hurt by people who want to simply destroy me, just because they hate me. You're finished? Ron repeated stupidly. You're leaving? That's why you were in New York? You're moving there? We were going to tell you, Harry sighed heavily, not bothering to correct Ron's assumption about New York. But it's for the best, Ron, really. I can't handle it anymore. If I try, I'll break. They're blaming me for the death of my unborn son and Sev's disappearance. How would you feel if Diamond got kidnapped and they started thinking you did something to cause it? Ron squirmed, his anger slowly dissipating. I get it, he muttered. But I think running away is the worst thing you could do right now. Even people who don't really believe it will start thinking you've got something to hide. I know, but fighting it out in courts would do the same thing, Harry huffed. I don't need all that. They don't believe me now, and they're determined not to. So I'm not going to waste my life, my children's lives, fighting a battle where my enemies have chosen the battleground. If they want me so badly, they'll have to come up with something that will bypass the American Congress's asylum laws. I'll fight them there if I must, with sanctuary as a political refugee to protect my family. Ron looked stricken, but much as it pained Harry to see that expression on his friend's face, Harry knew he was in the right. He couldn't subject his wife and the rest of his children to the ravages of the ministry when they were already dealing with so much. Draco was right. They needed to retreat, bring the battle onto their own grounds. It wasn't as if Harry cared about what the rest of Wizarding Britain would think of his disappearance. As the saying went, those who mattered wouldn't care much, and those who would throw a fit didn't matter. Harry hoped Ron would see that and somehow understand. I love you, Ron, Harry said gently. The kids love you. We all love you, and your entire family. But I told you 14 years ago, and I'm telling you now, I'm done fighting. I don't owe anything to the ministry or Wizarding Britain. I can go anywhere I want. They don't have any power over me, since I didn't do anything wrong. They don't know that, Ron mumbled uncomfortably. They can go stick their overgrown heads in Moaning Myrtle's toilet, Ron, Harry shouted, almost at the end of his rope with Ron's stubbornness. I don't care what they do or think. This is my life that's being destroyed here. I'm not staying here until I lose everything. Again. Don't you think you're being kind of paranoid about all this? Ron said desperately. You've already got people watching you suspiciously, and if you go off and disappear all of a sudden, there will be questions. So you talk to them, Harry said more calmly. You tell them what I told you. I'm sick and tired of their attacks and suspicion when I've done nothing to indicate that I'm violent, or unhinged, or dark, or evil, or whatever it is they think. I survived a war, Ron. I was almost killed every year for 7 years, and I was attacked and tortured and I died. You'd think that would be enough for them, but no. They want me to pay for their own stupidity and laziness, and I am done paying for other people's mistakes. Ron blinked and shook his head. Slowly, he backed away from his friend. I didn't know you felt like that, he mumbled. I, I'm, I don't know what to say. Harry sighed and ran both of his hands through his hair. Maybe he had come on too strong. He knew Ron had gotten over most of what they had suffered during the war much better than Harry had. But frankly, Ron had not dealt with as many tragedies as Harry had. He wasn't being all that fair to his oldest friend, and he felt bad. "Come here, Ron," Harry sighed, dragging his friend into a fierce hug. "I know you just want to protect me," he mumbled into Ron's broad shoulder. "But you can't help me here anymore, Ron. I have to leave. Start over." "What about Sev?" Ron whispered, clutching Harry so tightly he was afraid his burly friend might crack a rib. "Maybe someday we'll find Sev, but the Oris aren't helping," Harry said gently. "You have to let me do what is best for the rest of my family, Ron." He hesitated. "For what it's worth, Ron, we're not selling Asphodel Cottage. We might come back. Once it blows over?" Ron asked hopefully, releasing Harry so the two of them could see each other's faces. "Maybe," Harry shrugged. "Might be nice to have two houses, you know." "Back up." Ron shrugged back. "Lav's gonna miss you," he said softly. "Everybody I care about here is going to miss me," Harry said with a bitter smile. "I know that. But I wanted to wait, Ron. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want us to fight." "You didn't think I'd understand," Ron muttered, turning away and crossing his arms angrily. "No," Harry said gently, "and you still don't. But let me do this, Ron. I have to do what is best for me. Please don't make it harder for us than it already is." "We won't see you for picnics or Sunday dinners anymore," Ron said mournfully. "We won't get together with everybody else for birthday parties or family reunions. You're moving to a whole different country, Harry." "I know," Harry replied simply, "but we're only a portkey away, you know. Send us the invite, and we'll see if we can make it. But not anytime soon, all right? We just need some time. And space." Ron shrugged, as if he didn't really care one way or the other. Harry reached out and gripped his friend's shoulder. "We're still best friends, Ron." Ron turned finally, his blue eyes wet with tears. He smiled, though, and gripped Harry's other shoulder. "Yeah," he choked. "We'll always be friends." "I'll send you our new address," Harry said cheerfully. "You can write, though I wouldn't recommend owls." "Ever thought of learning how to properly use Muggle Post?" Ron laughed through his tears, remembering when his family sent Harry a card covered in stamps. How long had it taken for Harry and Hermione to explain that they only needed a single stamp in the corner? "I'd like that," Ron admitted. "Me too," Harry said with a relieved smile. "The kids would love it too. I hear Muggle Post is a bit slow going over the Atlantic, but at least they can get it back and forth quicker than 2 months, which was how long ships used to take crossing the ocean back in the day." "Back in what day?" "Oh, it's a Muggle phrase. It just means a long, unspecified time ago." Ron laughed, but there didn't seem to be anything more to say. He wiped his tears and hugged Harry again, called out his apologies to Hermione in the kitchen, and said goodbye. As Harry closed the door behind his friend, he let out a long sigh and leaned against the front door for a few minutes, thinking. When he straightened and turned, Hermione, James, and Dan Granger were all watching him. "I think we should leave England tonight," Harry said quietly. Hermione didn't bat an eyelid. James sighed and trudged off to finish packing. Dan Granger looked pensive, and he nodded slowly. "You don't think that boy would report you?" the dentist asked grimly. "On purpose, no," Harry sighed. "Ron means well, but he's got a big mouth," he complains. "Any chance we had of keeping this secret flew out the window when I stepped in. Before tomorrow, anybody Ron interacts with on a regular basis will know we're leaving the country." "Don't blame yourself, Harry," Hermione warned him, looking exasperated. "You should have erased his memories," Dan said mournfully. "After all, if I came out on the other side more or less intact, a magic chap ought to be fine." Hermione squirmed and looked desperately over at Harry. He shook his head, indicating that she should forget it. She was still sensitive about memory charms and would probably feel guilty about what she had done to her parents to her dying day. Dan and Elaine were more or less over it. Sometimes they couldn't remember things from Hermione's childhood or other things that had happened while she was home over the summer while she attended Hogwarts, but otherwise they were fine. She had saved their most important memories, the way Snape's memories had been caught in her bottle, in a moment of foresight, and had used them to reconstruct the blocked neurons in her parents' minds. It was clever, but not recommended. Dan and Elaine's chances of developing dementia as they got older had gone up a good percentage thanks to Hermione's impulsive little stunt. "Well," Harry said firmly, "what's done is done. The new house is ready enough. I've layered a few good protection charms into the yard and everything, and the American magical government has a standard series of things they do to newly registered magical dwellings." "All right," Hermione sighed. "I think you're being overly cautious and paranoid, but I also have a feeling you're right. You are here to help us finish packing, right? Mr. and Mrs. Potter, not sure where you got the tip-off, but it was quite smart of you to leave when you did. Thanks to a certain loudmouthed weasel friend of yours, the ministry got wind of what you were planning and issued a no-travel notice for a certain Harry J. Potter, all in the interest of making sure he didn't leave an ongoing investigation hanging, of course. But thanks to your foresight, by the time such a ban was issued, there was no Harry J. Potter in England anymore. I congratulate you and advise you not to come back anytime soon. The elections are tomorrow, and the whole wizarding world is in somewhat of an uproar. Parkfield is indeed trending as the victor, and his self-righteous declamations of you and all veterans of the Great Wizarding War gets more nauseating by the day. By the way, if you forgot something over here, I advise you to invest in a telephone and get it mailed the Muggle way by Mrs. Potter's relatives. There is no way you'll be escaping custody if you portkey over at a time like this. I'm here if you need something." Noted on the outside of this envelope is the Muggle address of Magical Times. Send mail there, to the attention of Draco Greengrass. I may make a trip to America myself in the near future, as I've stumbled upon the threads of a fascinating new story, so I may take the liberty of calling upon St. Winifred's while I'm over there. Regards, Draco L. Malfoy. P.S. Do not forget your promise to write to me about the weather this time of year. Next chapter is going to be intense, so this one was kind of quiet. Thank you all for your reviews and encouragement. You really keep me going. After being away all weekend, coming back to see all the new reviews in my inbox really made my day. Remade. Rated M. This is the chapter one had in mind when I wrote most of those warnings at the beginning of the story. So we have torture and brainwashing, through the chair, from Winter Soldier and Civil War. Humiliation, abuse, training a child to be an assassin. Essentially, if any of that disturbs you or you don't want to read it, please skip the entire chapter. If you scroll to the bottom, I will give you a quick rundown of what happens, so you can pick up in the next chapter. Chapter 5. Remade. The asset was woken from cryo-freeze, and he obediently stumbled into the clothes he was given. His body was damp and racked with shivers, but that was normal. Or at least, as far as he could tell, it wasn't unnatural. His mind was disconcertingly blank whenever he was taken out of cryo-freeze. He knew nothing but the present moment. He could follow orders, but he was a blank slate. He knew nothing of what was, or what is, or what might be. Seated in the chair, he shivered with dread, because while he may not have specific memories, his body remembered what his mind did not. His heart raced and sweat broke out on his already damp skin. Phantom pains spiked across his skull, and a pounding headache started up without warning. But he wasn't strapped in yet. Handler Pierce walked in, holding a yellow folder with his next mission under one arm. He set it in his lap as he sat, and he smiled at the asset. "Let's start with a blank slate, shall we?" the handler said pleasantly. Obediently, the asset sat back in the chair and accepted the mouth guard between his teeth. He waited while the clamps closed around his arms and legs and head and shut his eyes, struggling to control his panicked breathing as the mechanism lowered over his skull. It sparked and the asset flinched before full-blown agony erupted in his brain. He screamed through the mouth guard and squirmed against his restraints, but it was no use. It never was. All he knew was pain, white-hot and sparking across his brain. It was all-consuming, wiping away any other emotion or thought until he was pain. That was all he was. He was pain. It was his existence, the only one he had ever known. It stopped at long last, and the asset was calm. His mind was clear and clean, and as he opened his eyes, it was like seeing for the first time. Everything was unfamiliar, yet it felt familiar. And then a voice spoke the first word. Longing. The asset's body stiffened, ingrained doors flying open in his mind too painfully fast and making him squirm in discomfort. Though his first trigger word was spoken in Russian, he could understand it perfectly. Most of his orders came in Russian after all. At the moment, he could not recall how he knew that the voice was speaking in a certain language at all, but he did not question it. Rusted, the asset growled, screwing his eyes shut as more doors opened, causing his already aching head to start pounding. Skills, code, words, methods of correction, relevant training. It was flooding his mind too quickly to process, and his head was going to explode. 17. He struggled, crying out against the mouthguard in his teeth. Stop, stop, slow down. It's too much, too soon. Daybreak. The asset screamed, bucking against his restraints, straining against his own mind, filling with too much knowledge. Images, sensations, orders, training, even emotions. Furnace. He gasped for air, feeling tears slipping down his face from the agony, screwing his eyes shut against the terrible sense of his mind filling with too much, too quickly. His brain was swelling and filling up, and a strange image came to mind, of filling a rubber balloon with water and then throwing it at a small, skinny boy with messy blonde hair and an infectious grin. The image was vaguely familiar, and he clung to it with the desperation of a drowning man. 9. He groaned against his mouth guard, his muscles trembling and his head throbbing in time with his heartbeat. He clutched the strange image of the grinning, scrawny boy with blonde hair and wondered what it meant, since it did not fit with his other programming. Benign. The asset slowly calmed down. Colors were splashing the tapestry of his thoughts. His mind felt comfortably expanded again. Homecoming. He remembered the malfunctions. They were not supposed to happen. He carefully plucked the smiling, skinny child out of his immediate thoughts and buried it like contraband in the back of his thoughts, focusing instead on what he now knew would be expected of him. 1. He opened his eyes and unconsciously sat up at attention. He was nearly ready now. He understood. This had happened many times before, he knew. He was the Winter Soldier. He was the fist of Hydra. He was their asset, and he had a mission to fulfill. Freight car. All was calm. All was right with the world. He was ready to be who he was created to be. Good morning, soldier. The asset took one breath and opened his mouth. The rubber guard was gently taken out by discreet hands, and he ran his tongue over his teeth. More than half of the ones in his mouth weren't real, he absently noted. They had been knocked out during his training or during recalibrations and had been replaced with superior ones, like his arm. He had been built into an indestructible machine, the fist of Hydra. He was ready. Ready to comply, the Winter Soldier answered, just as he had been taught. Sev was still scared, but no longer quite as terrified. For the past few weeks, he had been given liquid food that tasted like oily, grainy water. He was given clothes and allowed to shower every day in warm water, and a few times a week, just after morning rations, he was taken to a gym-like area where he had to practice new exercises under the stern eye of a man who called himself Handler Rumlow. He exercised for an hour, enduring the weird routine and the occasional painful shock with the guard's strange sticks to keep him focused, and then he was returned to his cell, where he was usually too tired to cry or even think much. After some time, he was always taken to the room of horrors where he was poked and examined by the doctors before they took him back to his cell where they left him for hours at a time. And then after evening rations, he was dragged out by random soldiers who ran him ragged in the gym for a few hours with the exercises Handler Rumlow taught him. They sometimes hit him with their sticks that burned and sparked when they touched him, and they would shout a word at him. The same word, over and over, every single day, at random times, always accompanied by a shock from their sticks. Nightfall. They barked it at him randomly as they made him run laps and do dozens of push-ups or sit-ups or crunches or lunges or combinations of the actual fighting stuff they were teaching him. He now had hundreds of different routines of the martial arts stuff that reminded him of his mom's dueling exercises, and he had to do them over and over and over until he was dripping with sweat and aching all over and stumbling over his own feet while his eyes were falling shut. Sev would be herded back to his cell and fall onto his cot, so exhausted and achy that he could barely even cry before he fell into a deep sleep that lasted until he was rudely awoken the next day by his door clanging open. And then the whole thing would start over again, like an awful nightmare. He had given up waiting for Dad to come for him. It had been weeks and weeks now, and he was pretty sure nobody was coming. He hadn't seen this snake-smiling man called Pierce in all that time, ever since his first experience with the blue fire. The boy decided that Phase 2 really wasn't too bad, even though it left him exhausted and sore. As time went on, Sev realized that he was actually feeling better and healthier than he had in his entire life. He was shocked when he showered, no longer with ice-cold water, and was able to see actual muscle forming on his body where he was pretty sure he'd always been skin and bones no matter how many times James had tried to get him to exercise back home. Before, it had just left him breathless and sweaty. But now, strangely enough, the past few weeks of constant exercise and the strange water drink they fed him instead of food were making him strong, and it was a rather uncomfortable feeling. What were they doing to him? He was sitting on his hard plastic cot, doing nothing and trying to figure out what time it was outside, when his cell was opened. He got up, ready for his several hours of getting run ragged by random guards, but it was Rumlow at the door. It had been a few days since he'd seen his handler/trainer, and his insides thrummed with alarm at the change in routine. He silently followed Rumlow out of his cell, careful to walk with his head up and back straight as he'd been ordered. His soft boots barely made a sound on the concrete floor. His soft pants whispered as he walked, and his tight, sleeveless shirt exposed his arms, which weren't quite as stick-thin anymore. Everything here was black. His clothes, training equipment, the guards' uniforms. He longed for sunlight and a bit of color. Down here, everything was so drab and dull and utilitarian. They stepped into the gym area and Sev stopped in surprise. Standing in the middle of the room was a familiar stranger. The man stood at attention, heels together, hands at his sides, and eyes straight ahead. It was his kidnapper. Sev shuddered and tried to back up, but Rumlow grabbed him firmly by the shoulders and marched him forward until he stood a few feet away from the man. Seeing him again in brighter light made a huge difference, especially because the man wasn't wearing a black face mask or cracked goggles over his eyes. He had a round, hollow-looking face with a square jaw, dark, dull eyes that might have been blue, and thick brown hair that fell in shaggy lengths to his round shoulders. His metal arm shone under the fluorescent lights, and a red star winked at him from the upper bicep. He was dressed in light boots, soft pants, and a sleeveless shirt, much the same as Sev's outfit, and Sev wondered uneasily what was going on. "You have your orders, soldier," Handler Rumlow growled, shoving Sev toward the man. "Begin." Combat-ready stance. The man, the asset, the soldier, said in a firm, but toneless voice. Sev dropped automatically into the position he'd been drilled in for the past month. He dropped one foot back, widened his stance, and raised his loose hands as high as his chin. He relaxed, though he was nervous, and wondered what was next. Without warning, the man's flesh hand came flying toward him, and Sev gasped as he automatically raised one hand to block it. There was a lot more force behind it that he was used to from Rumlow, and he staggered under the unexpected weight. Distracted, he didn't notice the metal arm fly up and hit him in the gut until he was flying backwards. He'd never been hit like that in his entire life, and he lay on his back, mouth open as he fought for air. Again, the metal-armed soldier ordered him. Wheezing, trembling, Sev wrapped his arms around his middle and let out a hoarse croaking noise, begging for a little time. But, apparently, his training was not a time to be coddled. He was yanked up by the front of his shirt and set roughly on his feet before a fist came toward him again. This time, Sev hunched his chin and raised his arm, twisting his hand to grab his opponent's wrist. He turned aside, twisting the man's wrist before they froze. That move finished. The man suddenly whipped his wrist free and pivoted, aiming a kick at his knee. Sev skipped aside and dodged another fist before his other foot was kicked out from under him. His knee screamed in pain as he came down hard and a fist connected with his temple, making him see stars. He gasped and almost fell over, but the man's hand grabbed his shoulder and threw him onto his back, saving him the trouble. "Again!" the asset commanded him tonelessly. Sev had no choice. He got up and got knocked down again, and again, and again. He wondered how many times he would have to fall down and get back up before he really, truly couldn't rise again. But so far, the asset wasn't punching or hitting as hard as he really could, and Sev was grateful. But he also wanted to learn as fast as possible so he could hopefully avoid getting knocked down or hit at all. He was so focused that he failed to pay attention to his surroundings. Rumlow's #1 rule. One of the guards stepped forward, and before Seve even realized he was there and could spin to defend himself, the man hit him with his sparking baton. "Daisies," the man intoned, and smoothly stepped away, almost before Sev had even fallen to one knee on pain. The asset didn't let up just because a guard stepped in to sabotage him, with another weird word. The metal hand grabbed his arm, and the other hand twisted him around until he was sure his arm would break. Sev panted as he was held in that uncomfortable position for a few seconds, and the asset released him, right onto the concrete floor. "Again," he ordered. Sev groaned and stumbled to his feet. Again. More weeks passed than Sev could count. He didn't really think anymore. His new word, daisies, was added to nightfall, with the same unpredictable routine of being electrocuted and told the new word, but he had no idea what they meant. Nightfall was for training and daisies was for sparring. But why? Sev couldn't understand it, though sometimes the guards would bark words at the asset that sounded like another language. He would snap to attention and listen, going even more emotionless and blank than before. The man was always harder on Sev when he was really blank like that too. So maybe it was some sort of secret code telling the asset to stop going so easy on him. Sev wondered if maybe his own strange words would become a code too. He sometimes found himself saying the words in his own head and remembering each time they had been said to him. It actually helped him to remember combinations and moves that he had been drilled in before. Sev was getting better at his training, which was kind of nice, being able to be good at something. He wasn't stupid. He knew he was getting good. But what was he getting good for? He knew by now that he was being molded into a weapon. Sometimes, it was terrifying to wonder what Handler Pierce meant when he said he was going to do great things with Sev. He wished he could talk about it with the asset, who he was actually starting to like once he understood some key things about the chap. The asset was a prisoner like he was, forced to train him and fed the same disgusting water rations as he did. The asset had been ordered to be hard on him, and they were watched by guards every time they trained, and punished if either of them said anything that wasn't related to training. Sev made that mistake on day 8, asking the asset what his name was during a lull in their sparring. The guards flicked out their stun batons and marched up to them. The asset dropped to his knees, his dull eyes flashing with apprehension, but Sev thought he was going to be given his new word, daisies, again and braced himself for a painful little tap on the shoulder or arm. But one of the men hit him in the lower back with the electric prod, and he fell to his knees with a scream of pain. They were both lashed several times with the batons and sternly ordered to focus on their training, or else. Sev didn't say anything else during training again, not even his usual pleas for time to recover when he was pushed to his limits. He didn't want those electric burns on his back again, even though he healed really fast now. They hurt for hours after, and he'd gotten the asset in trouble too, which made him feel bad. But the asset made the same mistake some weeks later when Sev managed to knock him down with an excellent kick. The man flashed him a slight smile as he is standing back up, no more than a quirk of the corner of his mouth, and told him, "Good job, kid." The guards were on them with the electrocuting rods again, and the flash of horror in the asset's dark blue eyes when they dragged him away after their discipline, for some time in the chair, haunted Sev for days. The asset returned the next day for training, as dull-eyed and toneless as he'd been on the first day, and went over several of their first lessons as if he couldn't remember teaching him before. But Sev was careful to be silent and just focus on the sparring, and they moved quickly through their old lessons as the small boy proved that he remembered them. He wondered what the chair was, that it would create such a terrible change in the strong man. But Sev decided he never wanted to know. The random guards, who showed up after evening rations, had started teaching him how to use various weapons once the asset was there to beat him into exhaustion every day. He got a new word for the weapons training too, plateau. Now what did nightfall, daisies, and plateau have to do with running laps, practicing martial arts, and shooting targets? He didn't know, and he couldn't figure it out. Sev did realize something amazing once they started teaching him how to shoot muggle guns, though. He could see the target perfectly. How long had it been since he'd needed glasses? He couldn't even remember the last time he'd even thought of them. But the elation at being able to see so perfectly and so clearly caused him to ace his marksmanship tests, even when they were moving. Dad had once told him that he'd inherited his father's skill for catching small, fast-moving objects. He had chased practice snitches all over the yard and house ever since he could walk. Not even James had been able to beat him, even though his brother was much bigger and taller. Richards, his shooting trainer, was impressed, and then turned him over to a man who taught him how to throw knives. After Sev got the hang of that, he was acing the knife-throwing exercises too. It must have been 11 or 12 weeks since his training started when Rumlow informed him that he was ready for some kind of exam. Handler Pierce, the creepy old man with the snake smile, came for his test. Sev demonstrated his skills with weapons first, shooting targets, throwing knives at them, fighting an opponent with a knife, and then with a stun baton. He held his own, which was all right. He'd only been in training for close to 3 months, after all. But he even fought the asset one-on-one. He was fast, and he was small. He used that to his advantage. That and the fact that he was much stronger than he used to be. Much stronger than any 8-year-old had any right to be honest. He wore his stronger opponent down, and the spar ended with Pierce calling a halt before either of them won, which filled Sev with pride and excitement even though he knew the asset had been going easy on him. After the test, he was taken to the medical room and examined by the 2 doctors who had injected the blue fire into his body. He was still terrified, but they didn't have to tie him to the table this time. They examined the bruises he'd gotten during training, old sparring injuries, and other things to determine how fast he was healing. Luckily, the entire exam, while lengthy, was not very painful. They treated him like a thing, not a person, and never once talked to him. They called him the project and the subject. They poked his aching bruises and throbbing scrapes, prodded him and scanned him, and discussed the samples they needed from him. They measured his metabolism by making him drink some very salty water and waiting until he was ready for the bathroom. They tested his urine, took samples of his saliva and hair, and then took some of his blood and muscle tissue, which hurt, but the needle prick healed almost as soon as the needle was out and the incision in his arm started healing once it was sutured. Once they finished with all that, Sev was shivering with cold and fear, and he felt queerly like an insignificant thing himself. The doctors declared him ready, and a success and a triumph of modern science, whatever that all meant. But Handler Pierce seemed very pleased about all of it. He declared that their summer soldier be cryo-ed until Phase 3 was ready, and so they could see how he handled it. One of the medics injected something cold into Sev's arm that made him feel clumsy and sleepy right away. He had to be carried out by the guards, who brought him to a room that looked like a packing center at a post office. They put him in a box like a coffin with weird wires all around him inside, and he shivered because the box was cold and he was naked and afraid. They shut the box and immediately, cold liquid flowed in, coating his bare skin in frozen mist. He gasped and the cold bit him down to the bone before he fell away into cold darkness, wondering if he'd been frozen to death. Alexander Pierce was more than pleased at the way Hydra's plans were moving forward. S.H.I.E.L.D. had received and approved the final modifications from Stark for the Project Insight helicarriers just today. In a few months, they should be all ready to move on and show the world what they were capable of. Unfortunately, while Project Insight would give them a large measure of control over the world's population, Hydra itself was proof that corruption always grew from within. Their miracle project in Sokovia was hitting dead end after dead end. Most of the volunteers had died, a few had gone insane, and one had turned horribly violent. They had then turned to magical volunteers, hoping that perhaps something in the physiology would give those individuals the ability to withstand the process. But something worse had happened to those unfortunate wizards and the witch. They had become obscuruses, horrifically devoured by the excess of their own magic. Project Miracle was now housed in a much sturdier facility after the last one had been destroyed, and the local scientists were making adjustments with their methods and volunteers. But it wasn't looking good. If they couldn't tap the mind-controlling powers of the scepter, they might have to fall back to the original plans for the summer soldier program, which meant the chair. A child army might be considered problematic today, but soon enough the world would see what a mercy it was. These young ones would know no other existence, no other happiness, but to serve Hydra forever. Their young, resilient bodies would absorb and adapt to the new enhancement serum which Hydra had developed over the last 50 years without the excess of dangers seen in earlier trials. The second round of Winter Soldiers which they had developed in the 90s had become uncontrollable and chaotic, and they were practically immune to the chair, as they did not understand pain. They were only driven by the urge to kill and destroy everything in their reach. But the program had been so ridiculously expensive and disappointingly intensive that the 5 former soldiers were still sleeping in Siberia. Pierce had hoped that the scepter would have given them the means to control those Winter Soldiers, but if they couldn't even control willing subjects, how would they control rebellious, violent monsters that only existed to destroy? No matter. Training up younger soldiers to obey out of fear could only go so far. Hence, the chair. Unfortunate tool though it was, Pierce knew it was effective. They needed to cut the boy's ties to his past. With their current asset and the boy both now in cryo-freeze, the vault was silent and dark. Today, he would be returning to the facility to begin training the boy to his own set of trigger words. Already, during his physical training, a word had been repeated at him at random, along with the shock prod. Nightfall, daisies, plateau. They were ready to introduce the other 4 words. But first, their little soldier needed to learn his name. Sev squinted as light and awareness seemed to return. His whole body was numb, but he was beginning to feel cold. His teeth were chattering. He shivered while large, strong hands pulled him out of the cold box he was in, and someone tossed clothes at him. His skin was wet, and he was shivering so hard he couldn't really think. Someone with rough hands dragged the light pants and shirt over his damp skin while he blinked and shivered and wondered why it was so hard to think. He was overwhelmed with too much sensory information. He didn't protest as the rough hands propelled him out of the cold concrete room with the strange machines and glowing, blinking lights. He stumbled down a concrete hall and randomly wondered if he would ever see the sky again. His bare feet stumbled on the rough floor and he fell on his face. He groaned as the shockwave rolled through his aching body, but he didn't feel quite as cold anymore. The large hands yanked him back to his feet and shoved him along. He glanced down absently and noted that a nice layer of skin had been shorn off the top of his foot, just above his big toe, where he'd stumbled. There was a little blood beading up, but he could already feel it tingling. It would heal soon. He entered a room that was cozy compared to most of the bunkers in this weird place and blinked stupidly as he looked around. The smiling, snake-faced man was there, in his nice suit, sitting in a chair. In front of him was a different chair, which looked kind of scary. It looked a lot like the chair James had sat in at the dentist when his crooked tooth got extracted. He wondered if he needed a tooth extracted too, and experimentally ran his numb tongue along his teeth as he shivered again. The smiling snake man nodded at him, and 2 masked medics grabbed Sev by the arms. They deposited him in the chair and strapped his wrists down. His heart began to pound, but he felt too slow and stupid to ask what was going on. He slumped in the chair and let his eyes close. The medics strapped his legs and chest next, and then they ran a softer band across his forehead to keep his head still. The small boy grimaced and ran his tongue along his teeth again, wondering which one they were going to take. He hadn't even lost his baby teeth yet. A machine hummed strangely and Seth's eyes popped open. He was starting to wake up, to be more aware. And he suddenly realized that being strapped down in a bizarre chair with a humming thing bearing down on his head was a bad thing, and he started squirming. "What's going? What are you doing?" Sev slurred, his mouth and tongue getting tangled up as he struggled to ask. "What is your name?" the smiling snake man asked gently. Sev stopped struggling and blinked at the man. It was the first time anybody had asked his name here. "Severus Albus Potter," he replied promptly, though his voice was a little shaky. "No," the snake-faced man smiled. "It's not." White-hot pain lanced across his head along with the sound of crackling and burning like one of old Mr. Weasley's broken radios, flashing light behind his eyelids like lightning, and Sev screamed until the darkness came. "Your name is Summer Soldier Zero," the handler said gently. "Do you understand?" He squinted. The lights were too bright, Everything was spinning out of focus and his every muscle and nerve burned. What was the question again? So what is your name? His mouth didn't work right. His head hurt. His brain felt shaken up and jumbled. But he knew what his name was. Severus. Allel. Albus. Pod. Potter. No, Summer Soldier Zero. The patient voice came again. That is not your name. Let's try that again. Pain. Flashes. Darkness. You are Summer Soldier Zero. The voice boomed in his aching ears. He flinched and moaned, keeping his eyes shut. And no, he sobbed. He didn't even know what he was saying no to. His voice hurt, but his throat tingled as healing started to happen. Your name is Summer Soldier Zero, the voice repeated. Snot, he moaned deliriously, struggling weakly. LMEG, go. Stubborn one. Isn't he? Let's go again. The sparks like lightning flashed beyond his eyelids, and the agonizing pain stabbed through his brain and around his head. He howled and struggled, but he tumbled down into the dark again. He was too weak to fight back. HBWINTRHBSWLDIERHB. What is your name? S. Severus. He sobbed weakly. It wasn't Summer whatever Zero. He wasn't a soldier. He was a kid. P. Please, S. Stop. He begged. I do hate doing this, the smiling man sighed, sounding like he was no longer smiling. Your name is not that, boy. It's Summer Soldier Zero. Say it. And no. No, it's not, he tried to say. But his mouth felt numb, and his lips felt stiff and stupid, and there was blood in his mouth. Had he bitten his tongue while he was screaming? Do it again. Agony. HBWINTRHBSWLDIRHB. Your name, asset. My patience grows thin. He felt blessedly numb, blessedly stupid. His brain was going in circles. He couldn't open his eyes. The lightning was flashing on the inside, and opening his eyes made the light outside stab his eyeballs. Name. He needed a name. His name. Oh, right. He remembered, though it was foggy and hard to think. Sev. He croaked. Severus. Albus. Summer Soldier Zero, the voice shouted. Repeat it. P. Please, no. He whimpered. Let me die, mister. I can't take it anymore. I don't know what you want. Again. The pain and the lightning came, piercing his skull and letting the past fall away almost before he could scream. HBWINTRHBSWLDIERHB. What is your name? Blank. Nothing. What is my name? What is a name? Did he have one? Of course he did. He had to have a name. Everything had a name. But he didn't know his name. He felt like he should. He was too tired to think or answer, so he just sat, breathing and numbly, ignoring the pain sparking in every inch of his body. What is your name, Asset? A. Asset. He whispered, blood dribbling down his chin. His body shook and twitched minutely in the restraints. He remembered flashing pain drilling into his brain, and nothing more. You are Summer Soldier Zero. Repeat that. S. Summer. Wait. Summer was a time when it was warm outside, and that meant warmth and a garden and gold. Golden sunlight, golden balls with fluttering wings, golden highlights in red or brown hair, golden flowers with brown centers. What was this he was remembering? A fuzzy image of a black-haired man with glasses. The man was laughing, tossing a small yellow ball with small flapping wings at him. His tiny hands were catching it, snatching it out of the air. Great catch, son. The echoes of memory faded, leaving him in a spinning little room of torture and concrete. Tears spilled down his cheeks. Soldier? And no, he whispered hoarsely. Jay, just a kid, nada. A frustrated sigh. Again, and we won't get him back up again after this. He's had enough for today. We can try again tomorrow. He whimpered even before the pain started again, and he lost himself in the agony of his own raw throat just as the fire consumed his head. He woke in the concrete cell. His whole body was shivering, and he was both cold and burning hot. The pain made tears roll down his cheeks, and he cried, but stayed as quiet as possible. His mind felt like it had been shaken around a few times, and everything was out of order. Bits and flashes came to him as he lay there, aching too much to even curl up for warmth. What is your name? Your name is Summer Soldier Zero. Again. The boy choked and retched, and then managed to lunge upright and vomit over the side of his bed. There was nothing in his stomach but bile that burned his mouth and made him dry heave some more. He spat the nasty stuff out and lay back down, exhausted and trembling. "Remember," he ordered himself. "You have to remember." But remember what? He couldn't think clearly anymore. It was easier to simply not think and just lie here as if dead. But somehow, he knew there was something important. He couldn't just lie here and do nothing. But he fell into a dark sleep before he could even push his aching brain in that direction. He struggled when they came for him again. He screamed and begged for help and fought with all his might. The men hit him and barked a strange word at him. They hit him until he obeyed, and they still told him the word. Somehow, other words came to mind. Nightfall, daisies, plateau. This one was arid. It meant obedience. He learned to fear the chair. Sometimes, he thought of a man with a square jaw and fear in his dark blue eyes, but he could not place him. His mind was fracturing. It was being taken apart and put back together every time they dragged him, kicking and screaming, to the chair. Arid was invoked, fists fell, electricity made his whole body burn, but he could not stop fearing the chair. "What is your name?" Handler Pierce demanded every time he was strapped in. "Summer Soldier Zero," he replied. Sometimes, another word almost leapt from his mouth, something that started with Sev. But he never got further because the sparks and the pain always followed. Even when the other designation appeared in his mind, he learned to say what he was supposed to, nothing else. Anything to escape the chair. But they wiped him anyway, each and every time. The images and memories that used to be his were falling far away, hiding in the recesses of his mind where they could no longer be used to torture him. Sometimes, well, a lot of times, he screamed for someone designated as Daddy or Mummy. He had no idea who they were, but he was always wiped thoroughly when he said such designations. He learned to keep certain words to himself. He was a fast learner. He did not know time, and he did not know what came before. He knew only that he was the summer soldier. He was zero, because he was the first. Nothing came before. There was only the after. Nightfall. He could last. He could push his body to and beyond endurance to get the job done. He was tough and strong and agile. Daisies. He could fight. He was small, but fast. He could twist and leap and strike and nobody saw him coming. He fought men larger than himself and beat them. He broke fingers and wrists with ease and felt nothing as they screamed, because he was rewarded when he did not show reactions. Somewhere deep inside, he might have felt satisfaction or guilt, but he did not acknowledge them, and they stayed deep inside where they could not get him disciplined. Plateau. He could use weapons to get his job done. He could shoot or throw knives or stab or slash if he needed to. Red soon became a color he knew well. The sound of impact as a weapon shattered flesh or bone became familiar. He could use weapons or improvise them out of whatever came to mind. And he knew he was strong, even if his stomach twisted at the sounds or smells or sights of violence. Arid. He obeyed every order. While he was blindfolded and his ankles were tied, they beat him while they ordered him to report to his handler. He reported, eventually. He was blind and hobbled, and he had no idea which man was his handler. He figured it out. They gave him orders. He carried them out as quickly as possible. Hesitation was punished with rods or fists or boots. Refusal was punished with the chair. He was smart. He avoided the chair and the prod and the beatings and just did what he was told. There was no reason not to anymore. He couldn't recall any other way to live. 13. He could kill. He was small and young. He knew that. But he could kill. They brought in a pig and had him shoot it. They brought a lamb next time, and he obediently stabbed it in the heart. They brought a dog, and he cut its throat. They congratulated him and rewarded him with no chair. When he hesitated to stab a helpless little piglet, squealing frantically as it tried to escape, they put him in the chair for a while until he didn't remember anymore. Mistletoe. He learned codes and phrases. He learned how to talk efficiently. He once remembered telling another asset they talked funny, and it made him laugh because he was talking funny now too. They put him in the chair. He learned that Summer Soldier Zero did not laugh and did not make that mistake again. Eagle. He was the summer soldier. He was Zero, first of many. They declared him ready. His first mission was to continue training along with the new summer soldiers in base Sokovia. The summer soldier obediently stepped into the cryo-freeze tank for transport to his new mission. But he felt nothing. He was blank, hollow, empty. His last conscious thought startled him, since the chair had removed all malfunctions and all past references. "Daddy, you never came for me." Alexander Pierce could not contain his grin of triumph as he settled in his comfortable armchair with some reports so classified he couldn't even bring them to the privacy of his office. A breakthrough had been reported in Sokovia. Mere days ago, the research team had discovered that while the scepter of Loki could not be harnessed to control the minds of others, when exposed to it enough, some subjects were starting to develop strange abilities. A squib child from Britain, part of their experiments for almost 7 or 8 years now, had developed almost magical powers after lengthy exposure to the scepter. Although he was only able to fly and see through walls, it was not useless, even if it was rather odd. Gathering other children of magical parents without magic themselves would be the final test. Having a child army was one thing. But if those children had miraculous powers, in the words of base Sokovia's proud Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, there is nothing more horrifying than a miracle. Alexander Pierce could not agree more. Raising his glass in a salute to the empty, darkened sitting room of his apartment, he grinned triumphantly. "Hail Hydra," he whispered, downing the liquor in one gulp. "All right, for those who perhaps did not read the chapter, here is a summary. The asset is assigned to train 8.5-year-old Sev in combat, and the boy notices that he is changing, and not for the better. After a few weeks, Sev finishes his basic training and is frozen for a week or two to see how he handles it. After he comes out, he is brain-wiped by the chair and accepts his new name, Summer Soldier Zero. He still has malfunctions, memories, like Bucky did, but he hides them as well as he can to protect himself. Alexander Pierce receives news that the scepter is giving squibs weird powers, and he is once again optimistic about controlling the world. Okay, so this was a doozy of a chapter. I must have edited this one almost a dozen times before I felt remotely satisfied with it. I hope you all enjoy this, despite how terrible are the events it depicts. Next chapter does a time skip, and we probably won't see Sev again for a long while. I had an entirely different direction worked out for his character, but I decided to go a different route by focusing primarily on Harry for this FIC. We might get Pierce's POV a few more times, and mentions of Sev, but I don't think he will physically appear again until Avenge 4. Yikes, I'm already thinking ahead to Age of Ultron. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy this and I do appreciate your reviews. Running Man, rated M. Nothing triggering here, I think, except talk of PTSD, not mentioned by name or in detail. Chapter 6, Running Man. It was early autumn now, and Harry was walking in the crisp open air of early morning on his way to work. Home was not far from the nearest porting booth, and he walked when he could. Only sometimes he missed the convenience of flu travel. Sometimes. He didn't think about it much anymore. He left the car for Hermione to use and hardly ever took the bus, unless it was raining too hard. Besides, learning to drive in this country was stressful enough, without actually trying to beat Washington, D.C. traffic in the mornings. Hermione had picked up American driving habits faster than he had, so it was better this way. Besides, he enjoyed walking. His preferred route to the nearest public porting booth took him right through the heart of America's capital city, and it was beautiful. In their first weeks of settling down here in America, Harry and Hermione had taken the kids to see the sights on the weekends, mostly as a mutual distraction. But it was enjoyable despite all that. They visited the Smithsonian Museum and the Vietnam Wall, and the big obelisk that seemed almost out of place in its modern surroundings. The Lincoln Memorial remained a favorite of theirs. With its columns and hushed, temple-like atmosphere, it truly didn't feel like the heart of the most important city in the country. It felt like a different era, sometimes. Even though the Potters were settling into their new life, Harry had not given up on Sev. He contacted both the magical and muggle law enforcement offices here in America and told them his story. Although they were kind and understanding, he wondered if they even believed his story, such as it was. Nobody was taking them seriously. Due to the relaxed laws on family rituals here in the U.S., Harry and Hermione had done a few locating spells, but to no avail. Sev needed some kind of magical core to sympathize with the magic his parents were expending, And if he had no magic, then he couldn't be found that way. Harry wished he knew spells that could locate muggles, but so far, he hadn't even been able to find anyone who would help. The thought of writing Snape occurred to him several times, but the one time when he rented an owl, the creature didn't even want to leave with the letter, and Harry gave up in disgust after an hour of trying. He missed Hedwig, but even with the lingering pain of losing their son, the rest of his family had settled down by now, and they were almost used to living in America. They got news from family and friends in the wizarding world, and Ron had apparently decided to invest in a telephone installed in a small cottage on his property, but well enough away from the house that it shouldn't be a problem. So far, though the line was crackly and sometimes cut out, it was working out all right. Things were settling down somewhat, but some other veterans of the Great Wizarding War were getting the magnifying glass thrown over them by the new ministry, like Ron and Neville and even Luna. They assured Harry that it wasn't anything they couldn't handle, but he still felt bad for leaving them behind in such a mess. The Ministry of Magic had given up on him and his family once they saw how troublesome it would be to demand his return through the American Congress, which was a relief. But the Daily Prophet was still printing up stories about the Potters and the war and other nonsense that was either taken out of context or completely false. Harry was glad they'd left. How does one fight that kind of stupidity? Harry often passed joggers taking advantage of the early morning coolness, but he hardly ever acknowledged them. Even to random muggles, he was dressed like a nurse or doctor on his way to, or from, work, with his dark overcoat slung on top of dark blue scrubs. The daily commute from his house to the post office where the porting booth was located only took 20 minutes at the most, and he enjoyed the brisk exercise and the fresh air. It looked like rain this morning, and Harry hunched his shoulders into his coat, glancing up as he passed the Lincoln Memorial again. Looking out, down the wide steps, he saw a man jogging laps around the pond. He was dark-skinned and athletic, and Harry recognized him as someone who came here at least once a week. He was one of the, what Harry thought of as, regulars. But he didn't know the man's name. Why would he? They'd waved to each other exactly 2 times, and once Harry had stepped aside to let the man jog past. But something made the man stop this morning, or at least slow down. He was panting and sweaty, but grinning in a friendly fashion. "Hey," he greeted Harry breathlessly. "Hey," Harry returned cautiously, still wary of strangers and surreptitiously glancing at the man's hands. They were empty and relaxed, which reassured Harry. "You don't jog?" the man asked, still grinning and panting. He bent over and rested his hands on his knees. "Not really," Harry answered uncomfortably. He wondered if the man was a threat, but just as quickly dismissed the idea. He was just a friendly American looking for a chat. "I just walk through," Harry explained, "on my way to work." "Oh?" The man squinted up at him and then grinned again. "Well, it's kinda nice to see a regular. I'm Sam." He stuck out a strong, lean hand for Harry to shake, straightening up as he did so. "Harry," he answered shortly. He shook Sam's hand and then backed off. "I'm sorry, but I really ought to go. It was nice to make your acquaintance." "Same here," Sam said cheerfully, beaming all over his sweat-shiny face. "Come on out one of your mornings off and put a mile or 2 in. It'll put a smile on your face." Harry frowned, considering the odd advice. "I'll consider it," he said gravely, "if you'll excuse me." With that, he left on his way, wondering if all Americans like to invite random strangers to jog with them to put a smile on their face. Hermione liked to have everything just so, but over the past few months, she had been forced to adapt her standards, obviously. After the chaos of the metal-armed Muggles attack and moving to a whole different country, the Potters had more or less settled down, and Hermione felt like her life was somewhat back on track. The house they now lived in was rather smaller than she was used to, but that was all right, because there was less to clean. With only 3 bedrooms, they were comfortable. The girls shared a room, using a very nice antique 4-poster with a trundle bed if they suddenly wanted to sleep separate, but ever since the attack, she hadn't seen the girls sleeping apart from each other, which was fine. James had a room to himself, although there were a few boxes in one corner and some more in the closet that were labeled with Sev's name. And James was obsessive about keeping his brother's side of the room bare and spotless so it could be ready at a moment's notice. The master bedroom was nice, though not as large as the one in Asphodel Cottage, and the backyard was spare too. Next spring they would have a garden, Hermione assured the kids and her husband. But this time, of course, they wouldn't have Neville and his wife to help, so who knew how it would turn out? With Neville as assistant, professor to Sprout now, he was way too busy even for a weekend visit in the early spring. Hermione would just have to wing it, as these Americans said. Whatever else could be said about Americans, they were mostly friendly people. Their neighborhood had the typical locals, but in all, they lived in a quiet place with respectable neighbors who were helpful and polite, and left them in peace to live their own lives. It was refreshing to be able to go to magical places too and not be recognized. She knew Harry enjoyed the anonymity. James' new school was a Muggle one, but he was enjoying it so far. It was a charter school, and thankfully he seemed to get along with nearly all his classmates and teachers. There were no Snape-like characters to make her son's life miserable there. Just professionals, most of whom happened to enjoy working with children, doing their job. Hermione was just relieved. Her own school experience had been all right, except for an obnoxious language arts teacher who had once read out a not very good poem of hers in class in a mocking tone before she tore it up like so much rubbish. Bullying had been a bit of a problem for her too, but thankfully, James' school did not tolerate such behavior at all, and James had not had a single complaint. He seemed more relaxed with the promise of Little League football season coming up, and was determined to figure out how to play. It wasn't any more dangerous than Quidditch, so Hermione knew her own hands were tied if he decided he wanted to try out for that. The girls were just as sweet and mischievous as ever, and Hermione kept them home, despite the local Mrs. Busybody, a sweet lady, if a bit nosy, insisting they needed socialization at a kindergarten. Rubbish. They would be 6 come Christmas, and next year they might go to school, but it was too early to think of such things now. Rose and Lily could read a little and write the alphabet and a few words, including their names, and from what Hermione could see, that was mostly what children learned at a kindergarten anyway. Keeping up with the twins and the housework every day, not to mention driving James to school and picking him up 5 days a week now, was exhausting. Harry worked 5 days a week and left early in the morning, so he wasn't able to help much. If he got home early enough, she might be able to tell him to take the car to the closest market and pick up a few things for supper, or she would do it when she picked up their eldest from school. Things worked out, somehow or other, but in the midst of the busyness, Hermione still found ways to go through what they had unpacked from their old home. She was going through some boxes of books while the twins were napping when one of the heavier tomes tumbled free of the shelf and hit Hermione in the foot. She yelped and then grumbled as she bent to pick it up. She opened it out of idle curiosity, wondering which photo album it was. She was surprised that it was actually Harry's old photo album, the one Hagrid had given him. Originally, he used to keep it in their bedroom, in the knick-knack shelf that always collected dust. But Hermione was reorganizing everything, including Harry's hoarded things. She gingerly picked up the old album, hoping she hadn't cracked the spin or torn a page or something, but something yellow slid out. It was lined notebook paper that reminded her of her parents' old notebooks from the 70s, and it had been folded and unfolded so many times that it was falling apart. Frowning, Hermione put the album down on the coffee table and held up the folded page, wondering where it had been in the album. She must have looked at this entire book a couple dozen times with Harry or the kids, and she was pretty sure she had never seen this before. Maybe it had been a hidden message or something. Curiously, Hermione lifted the top third of the letter, wondering if it had a date on it. It didn't, but the handwriting and the familiar insult made her breath stop in her lungs. "Mr. Potter, you are a dunderhead." Harry arrived home in drizzling rain, exhausted from another long day. It didn't rain in Washington, D.C. as often as could in some parts of England and Scotland, but it rained enough, and it got much hotter in the summertime. Hot and humid weather was now giving way to warm, muggy afternoons and chilled, clammy evenings. Fall was not really his favorite time of year anymore. Without Hogwarts to look forward to, and here in the States, the unpredictability of the weather was driving him mad. After working late at the hospital again, Harry was exhausted and wet, and he just wanted to take a warm shower and go to bed, feeling too tired even for supper. He got inside the door and the girls came running to greet him, and then they squealed when they felt how wet he was. Greeting them as cheerfully as he was able, he peeled off his wet shoes and hung up his coat before puttering into the house, wondering why his wife hadn't come to give him a kiss as she usually did. James was at the table, chewing on his eraser while he bent over some math homework, and startled when his father messed up his hair. "Dad!" James yelped, dropping his pencil. "Hi, son," Harry said tiredly. "Where's Mom?" "Oh, she locked herself in her room after supper," James huffed, looking annoyed. "She's been acting odd ever since she picked me up, but I asked and she said it wasn't me or the twins. So whatever's bothering her, I think it's something you did." She seemed mad. "Me?" Harry blinked in surprise. What had he done? He couldn't recall anything all that significant. Yes, he burned the potatoes last night when he was supposed to keep an eye on them, but he hadn't thought she would be upset about that. He kissed her goodbye this very morning and she'd seemed perfectly happy. "Well," Harry said awkwardly, "I'd better go see what I can do to fix it." "Yeah, and you might want to be careful of the mess by the bookshelves," James suggested, turning back to his homework. She was going through all the photo albums earlier. "Maybe she lost a picture and thinks you took it." Harry frowned and shook his head in confusion. When he walked into the hallway where their bookshelves were, sure enough, there was a mess there. He drew his wand from his sleeve and flicked it, watching as most of the mess cleaned itself up, but he stacked the photo albums on the coffee table behind him so he could organize them later. He continued down the hall until he reached their bedroom door. Hesitantly, Harry knocked 3 times, wondering if he would have to play 20 questions or if Hermione would just tell him what he'd done already. Nobody was answering, so he knocked harder and waited again. After another few seconds, Harry sighed and rattled the doorknob. To his surprise, it was unlocked. Carefully, he pushed it open and peeked inside. Hermione was nowhere in sight. Frowning, Harry slipped inside the bedroom and shut the door behind him, then busied himself in getting some fresh clothes out of the bureau drawers. When he turned around, he almost jumped out of his skin because Hermione was standing right behind him. She looked furious, and she looked like she'd been crying. Harry put his hands up by his shoulders, dropping his clothes in the process, and smiled sheepishly. "Whatever it was, I'm sorry." "Of course you are," Hermione scoffed. She was holding a silvery swath of material in one fist, and he gave it a curious look. "My invisibility cloak? You were in here the whole time?" "Genius," his wife muttered. Her eyes were red and puffy, and her cheeks were blotchy, but she was radiating anger in a way that made him very uneasy. "Hermione, love," Harry said patiently. "James told me you were upset, but I can't think of anything I did. So, could you give me a hint? I really am sorry about the potatoes last night, by the way." "You think this is about potatoes?" Hermione laughed bitterly. She shoved her cloak at him, but he dropped it on the floor because he couldn't imagine why she was acting like this. "Why don't you start telling me about the secrets you've been keeping from me, Harry James Potter? Because I can't imagine what you'd hide from your own wife." Harry blinked, completely bewildered. "Hermione," he protested, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any secrets. Did someone tell you something about me? Do you? You're not thinking I've been unfaithful, do you? Because never in a million years, Hermione. I'd never." "This is not about an affair," Hermione hissed. "Though at this point, I don't even know what to think that you'd immediately jump to that conclusion." Harry flinched and wondered if that tightness in his throat was going to turn into tears of his own. "Mione," he said carefully. "Just tell me, already." You're scaring me." Hermione did not reply. She glared at him for several more seconds before she reached into her jeans pocket and withdrew a tattered piece of lined paper, yellowed with age. She tossed it at him, turned on her heel, and dropped down into the chair sitting in the corner of the bedroom. She was still glaring at him furiously. Harry sighed and picked his clothes up. He put them on the bed before he bent to pick up his invisibility cloak and the folded piece of paper. He stood up before he realized that he recognized it, although he hadn't actually looked at it in several years and hadn't thought of it for weeks. His blood froze and he groaned as he sat down on the bed. "Oh, Merlin," he muttered. "What a mess." He unfolded the paper and shook his head at the spiky handwriting, faded through the years, with its odd mix of insults and profundity, derision and advice. She had a right to be upset. He knew that. He would be upset too if she had been the one with the secret. He didn't know what to do or say. but apologizing seemed like the best place to start. I'm sorry, Hermione. He looked up at his wife, who had narrowed her eyes at him. Sorry I found out? Is that it? She demanded. So when were you planning to tell me you've been in contact with a dead man, Harry? Harry hesitated, wanting to be honest, but not sure of the answer anymore. If she had asked him before Sev had been kidnapped, the answer would have been a definite never. But now, I don't know, he said quietly, staring down at the letter. If you had asked me last year, the answer would have been, I wasn't planning to tell you. Exactly. It didn't seem important. Not important? Hermione snapped, her face crumpling with hurt. Severus Snape isn't really dead, and you think that's not important enough to share with me? What would you have done? Harry asked a little desperately. Would you have tried to send him an owl? Pestered him about how he's doing? Invited him to Sev's christening, maybe? Right? I'm that stupid. Hermione shook her head bitterly. Harry winced and cursed his big mouth again. She turned away to wipe her face and Harry tossed the letter down. In a few seconds, he was on his knees in front of her. He reached out for her hands, but she yanked them away from him and crossed her arms over her chest. Hermione, I didn't mean to hurt you, Harry said in a low voice. But I owed him my silence. You didn't tell me, Hermione whispered, shaking her head angrily and swiping at the tears that dripped down her face. It's as if you've forgotten that I was the one who kept all your secrets in school. I was the one who sneaked around with you after curfew. I was the one you told first about what you saw in Snape's memories. I was the one who was with you when you, Arg. I can't even say when he died, can I? Harry shrugged helplessly, his hands still on her knees. It's not as if we've kept in touch, love. I should have destroyed this letter to begin with, but that letter is full of the nicest words Snape had ever said to me. You could have told me. I was thinking about it, Harry admitted. I was considering trying to contact him about maybe knowing how to find Sev, but you never got around to it, she said with quiet hurt. I'm really sorry, Hermione, Harry insisted, a bit desperately. He wished she would let him take her hands and wipe her tears. I should have told you as soon as possible, and I had no idea it was. I mean, I didn't think, and I'm just so sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Hermione sighed and reached up to wipe her face. Harry fumbled in his pocket for a fresh handkerchief, but he only had a used one. He stood up and searched the drawers for the hankies. When he found a nice blue one, he came back and knelt back down in front of her. She took the cloth without a word and wiped her tears before she blew her nose. Remember when I asked you to marry me? Harry asked softly. We were in your parents' house, in that den off to the side of the sitting room. You were sitting down like this. I knelt down, and you said those 3 words that changed my life forever. Hermione finished softly, giving him a look that said she saw what he was doing, distracting from the issue at hand. Harry laughed a little. I think I stammered out a few more words than 3. I only heard 3. I love you. Hermione's mouth twisted into a reluctant smile. Make that 6 words, she amended. I love you. Please marry me? Right. Harry sighed and clasped her hands in his, the soggy hanky and all. I'm so sorry, Hermione. I never should have kept such a secret from you, and I never will again. I hope. Can you ever forgive me? His wife drew in a deep breath and nodded reluctantly. I forgive you, I suppose, she murmured. But it hurts, Harry, that you'd keep something like this from me. How long have we been married? Harry winced and shut his eyes briefly before he looked up at his wife's pain-filled face. I'm really sorry, he repeated, but I swear that's the only secret I've had from you, Mione. I wanted to tell you in the beginning. Remember when we were dating and we chat about Snape? I wanted to tell you about it so badly, but it felt good to be keeping Snape's secret, you know? Especially after how badly I screwed up with the pensive 5th year. Hermione sighed. I suppose I understand, she said slowly. But you could have told me. I know it, Harry murmured apologetically. I want to make it up to you, and I will. I can't imagine how shocking it must have been for you. I know I'd be angry if I'd found out something like that. You would, Hermione snorted. But she looked like she was in a better mood now. Is there anything I can do right now? His wife shook her head impatiently. Just tell me what happened. How on earth did he survive? And where is he? And how did you know he was still alive to give him the Marauder's map and the money and the port key? I don't know. And we met at his funeral, Harry answered, feeling relieved that his wife's temper seemed to have burned itself out already. He was disguised as somebody else. Do you remember that gray-haired man who stayed near the castle while the speeches were going on? I pointed him out to you and wondered why he was so far away from everything. Slowly, Hermione nodded, her eyes widening with recognition. That was him? I never would have guessed. He went up to the tombstone during the refreshments, and I went there too. We talked. I thought he was a friend of Snape's, actually. Hermione laughed softly through her clogged nose and wriggled her hands free from Harry so she could blow her nose again. So he started losing his temper with me and said some strange things, and then he freaked out, insisting that Snape was dead and gone and good riddance, and if Snape was alive, he might want to make up for his crime somehow by doing good. And it got me thinking about maybe not becoming an Auror just because everybody expects me to. In all, it was the most civil conversation I'd ever had with him. And you sent him a letter? And the map? No. Harry hesitated, frowning as he thought about the order in which he'd done those things. I dropped the map as I left so he could sneak into Hogwarts to get anything he might have left behind there. He probably could have snuck in on his own, but I guess he used it anyway. Then I sent him some money since I knew the goblins might have frozen his accounts if they got word he was dead, and a portkey so he wouldn't be forced to try and sneak out on a muggle boat or something. He sent me back the map with that letter. I saved it, of course. It was some of the best life advice I'd ever gotten. Still is, I suppose, Hermione said quietly. She glanced up at the yellowed paper on the bed. I was thinking about contacting him. The thought actually came to me when I was talking to Draco the first time, but I never did it. Actually, I tried to get an owl, but the stupid creature wouldn't even leave. Maybe it was my accent. American owls don't listen to British citizens? Hermione smiled crookedly. I think it might have been something else. Harry smiled back and shrugged. I don't know why it wouldn't listen to me. But, do you think, wherever he is, would he respond? I don't know, Hermione muttered with a frown. They don't really use many owls here in America, but they have some other birds. Pigeons are really popular. So are ravens. Harry chuckled at the thought of Snape getting pigeon mail. Somehow, I think Snape would prefer a raven to a pigeon. Hermione smiled a little. I bet you're right. So, we're writing to him? We've tried everything else, Hermione sighed. And they had. They had reported their missing son to the correct authorities here in America, and they had also done as much research as possible on the Winter Soldier, but they hadn't come up with very many new pieces of information, besides records of a few assassinations that made their blood run cold. The Muggle and magical authorities here had put out some notices for Sev, mostly to placate the frantic parents, but they had not had any luck. He had vanished off the face of the earth. All right, Harry said. I'll check the magical district of D.C. for a different male bird. Do you want to write? Sure, Hermione shrugged, straightening up. I suppose after the tantrum I threw, it's the least I can do, right? Harry laughed and leaned in to kiss her soundly. Don't ever change, Mione, he murmured against her lips. Sam was running again when Harry walked to work the next morning. He was lost in thought about Snape, the bird he had to get for the letter, and all the other problems in his life. His chest ached when he thought of his younger son. Where was Sev today? Was he alive? Was he suffering? He sighed and shook the thought away. It wouldn't do him any good to kill himself over it, and he had a long day of delicate surgeries and consultations to get through. They put him in the emergency wing last week, and he'd spent hours of numbing work undoing spell accidents and treating burns. This week he had a round of heart surgeries and an organ transplant on his schedule, and while he wasn't exactly excited about them, he looked forward to the delicate work. It gave him something to focus on that wasn't Sev, or the rest of his family, or the latest letter from Neville Longbottom. Hey! Harry jerked in surprise, realizing that Sam had been calling him 3 or 4 times already. The man jogged up from behind and stopped next to him, panting, but not as hard as yesterday. You doing all right, man? I waved and you didn't wave back. I'm fine, Harry answered automatically. I just have a lot on my mind today. I totally understand, Sam nodded solemnly, his dark eyes gleaming with understanding. Anything I can do to help? Advice? Prayer? Shoulder to cry on? Harry laughed at that last one, and Sam smiled self-deprecatingly. Prayer would be nice, Harry admitted. Well, I have a lot going on and it's complicated. You got it, Sam nodded decisively. And hey, I wasn't kidding about you getting out here, working out some miles. You really don't jog at all? You're built like a jogger. Not really, Harry laughed nervously. I've got terrible stamina. He awkwardly adjusted his glasses. Really, this man was probably only a year or two younger than him and offering help like an older gentleman. Did he truly look so pathetic? Well, we can start slow. How about Saturday? Saturday? Yeah, say 7 o'clock? In the morning? Sam laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, Harry, my man. Don't tell me you sleep in on the weekends. Doesn't everyone? Harry retorted with an easier smile. Well, I promise that sometime jogging in the peace and quiet of a cool autumn sunrise makes it all worth it. You might even get addicted. Harry hesitated. Well, don't count on it, he said cautiously, but I'll think about it. Looking forward to it. Sam laughed happily. He held out his fist and Harry only just remembered the correct response in time. He carefully set his own fist against Sam's and laughed a little as the man threw him a salute and jogged off. Harry shook his head at himself and wondered what he was getting himself into again. Hermione laughed as Harry described the jogger who had invited him to join him on Saturday. The three children were romping noisily in one of the bedrooms, with James playing the dreaded tickle monster and the girls squealing and shrieking like banshees. And you met him where? Hermione asked again, shaking off a dripping plate to dry it. Harry chuckled and set a glass in the drying rack before plunging his hands back into the soapy water. He jogged some mornings along that track around the pond in front of the Lincoln Memorial, he explained. Yesterday we got each other's first names. Today I got an invitation to get in some miles. So, I asked what you think. Hermione smiled and shook her head. I think it would be nice for you, Harry. I know we used to have our little training routine, but with all that's been happening, we haven't really been staying in shape. You think I need to stay in shape? Harry laughed as he rinsed a plate. I'm wounded, Hermione. It would be good for you. And to have a friend, maybe, Hermione added thoughtfully. What's this Sam like? I don't really know, Harry grinned. I basically met him yesterday, remember? Hermione paused and thoughtfully pursed her lips. Well, if he is part of some nefarious plot, you'll have your wand. They won't be expecting that. He seemed muggle enough, Harry said cautiously. But Look, if you had a good feeling about him after 2 conversations, I'd say he's probably fine. You go, have fun and maybe learn something. You never know what might happen. Harry shrugged. Knowing my luck, it'll be something odd. But nothing odd seemed to happen. Harry arrived in front of the temple-like building at precisely 7 a.m. on Saturday, and only a minute later, Sam jogged up. Dude, you came! The athletic man cheered, grinning brilliantly. His teeth were bright white and straight, and Harry suddenly felt shy about grinning back. His own teeth were slightly crooked in comparison. Here I am, Harry said sheepishly. Go easy on me, all right? Sure thing, Sam laughed. Let's start with some stretches. The running stretches Sam showed him were not too different from the stretching he and Hermione used to do before their dueling routines. But he was a few months out of practice and his muscles protested. After 20 minutes of stretches, Sam started him off on a gentle jog no more than a loping walk. Harry fell into stride easily enough and found he was barely winded. They sped up a bit, and Harry still had breath for chatter. So, Sam, he said casually, how's the wife? Non-existent, Sam laughed. Yours? Getting breakfast for the kids, probably, Harry chuckled back. His muggle running shoes clicked on the concrete path in rhythm with Sam's, and their breathing was almost in sync as well. You've got kids? That's awesome, Sam grinned. First time I saw you I thought college student or something. But married with kids? Nah. How old are they? 10, and the 4-year-old twins, Harry answered promptly. And then his heart took a nosedive as he realized that he'd left out Sev. He slowed his steps and stood there, stricken and horrified. Was he really moving on from the loss of his son to such a degree that he had forgotten how Sev would be 9 in January? That Severus was still his son and decidedly not dead, and shouldn't be left out of a list of his children. He ignored Sam's worried voice and turned to go. He was still panting and warm from jogging, so he turned and ran. He ran all the way home, and when he got there, his muscles were weak and rubbery and his breath was coming in stuttering gasps. He stumbled into the house and right into his wife's arms. By the time he convinced his wife that he wasn't actually running for his life, and he had only run because he was sort of running from himself, he had the girls clinging to him and trying to tell him it was okay, and James was hovering worriedly with a fresh cup of tea for him. "I love you," Harry murmured to his family. He kissed Hermione. He kissed Lily. He kissed Rose. He beckoned James over and hugged him tightly, knowing how his son didn't really appreciate kisses these days. He held on to them with all his might, not wanting to lose any more members of his family. In his heart, he felt like he had lost Sev all over again, as if by unintentionally forgetting him for a brief moment, he had somehow abandoned his boy. HPWINTERHPSWLDIERHP, you doing all right? Harry glanced up, startled by the concerned voice. He was walking on his normal route to work and hadn't even reached the Lincoln Memorial yet. But Sam had been waiting for him, apparently. "Should I be worried that you apparently have my schedule and my route memorized by now?" Harry asked without any heat. He was too tired this morning for a fight. Nightmares had kept him up all night. "Nah," Sam smiled kindly. "I just tried to chase you when you ran off Saturday and ended up as far as here before I lost you." "Was it something I said?" "I am sorry about running off like that," Harry said uncomfortably, aware that his tone was a bit stiff. It's my fault. I started the conversation. You didn't do anything." Sam nodded, a strangely solemn look on his face. "What service were you in?" he asked quietly. Harry blinked. Of all the questions he had been asked in his life, this was the strangest. "What? Oh, you weren't?" Sam looked surprised. "I'm sorry. I just assumed. It's something in your eyes." "What's in my eyes?" "The look of somebody who's seen war, or maybe just death on a brutal level. Tragedy, I guess you'd say." "I'm sorry for assuming." Harry shook his head slowly. You're not far off," he said quietly. "I was in a war. I saw death, lost people, but I'm British-born, as I'm sure you could tell from my accent. I wasn't in any American branches of military." Sam nodded in understanding, still looking solemn. "I was rescue, U.S. Army. Lost my wingman. He was right next to me." Harry nodded, though he was not entirely sure what a wingman was. He understood loss in either case. "I know you said you weren't in the American military, but hey, Britain's our ally, right? You're welcome to come down to where I work. It's the VA Center downtown. There's always somebody around. We've got some nice gardens, a gym, some talks every other week too. I run a therapy group, actually. You'd be welcome to come check it all out sometime, if you want." Harry blinked slowly. Did Sam think he needed help? Hermione had nagged at him to get some sort of therapy after the war, and he'd always blown it off. She eventually quit trying. He'd heard she went to a therapist for a couple of years herself, and she seemed much more put together than he felt most of the time. The way she had been able to bounce back after the losses of Charlie and Sev had impressed and awed him. Maybe there really might be something to learn from Muggle mind healers. "I'll think about it," Harry said slowly, reluctantly, unable to explain why his throat felt tight. "Thank you, Sam." Sam grinned, though there wasn't so much fun in the expression as genuine concern. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded scrap of paper. "Here, I thought you might want this," he said with a shrug, holding out the paper. Harry took it and found that it had the name Sam Wilson and a phone number scribbled on it. On the back were the words VA Center, D.C., and an address. Harry looked up and blinked hard against his burning eyes. It had been so long since anyone, stranger, anyway, had done something so thoughtful, so genuinely kind. "Why?" Harry whispered, fighting the strange surge of emotions that bubbled up inside him. Confusion, surprise, a bit of anger, true, gratitude. He felt like someone had thrown him a line while he was drowning. "Well," You can call me anytime, day or night. Sam nodded at the paper in Harry's hand. I can't guarantee I'll be coherent if you call me in the middle of the night, but I'll be there on the other side. I'll listen. Harry shook his head in bewilderment. You don't even know me, he muttered. No one. Nobody's cared. I just… Why, Sam Wilson? Why are you trying to help me? Hey, man, Sam smiled brilliantly. I just saw you day after day, and something told me you could use a friend. So, I took that step. Harry shook his head. It couldn't be that simple, could it? He didn't really know Sam, but something told him that this man was telling the truth. This man wanted to help him. As bizarre as that sounded, it had been so long since a complete stranger had offered him so much as a genuine smile and greeting that he was overwhelmed with a strange mixture of gratitude and bewilderment. So, your hobby is finding pathetic, wayward souls to give hope to? Harry asked, making his words sound joking, but he was actually curious. What was in it for this Sam Wilson? Pathetic? Wayward? Sam laughed. Nope, not you. And you're kind of the first guy I've ever even approached like this, to be honest. Like I said, I had a nudge and a good feeling about you, Harry. If you want a friend, I'm here. Harry stared and blinked. Eventually, he smiled. I wouldn't mind, I suppose, he said softly, and stuck out his bony, pale hand for a shake. Friends? Tentatively? Tentatively. Sam chuckled genuinely and grasped Harry's hand strongly in his own large, dark one. The two of them clasped hands for a few seconds, longer than a normal handshake would last, but Harry could sense something beginning here today. As he dropped his hand back to his side and Sam stuck his hands in the pockets of his shorts, he realized that Sam Wilson was his first friend in America. HPWINTERHPSWLDI Daddy, help me. Harry couldn't reach him. His feet were sloshing through sludge, and Seth's voice was getting further away. He looked down and saw that he was wading through blood. He cried out and realized he was falling in. He was drowning in blood. Crucio! A high-pitched voice chanted and his boy screamed somewhere. Sev! Harry tried to shout, but the words clogged in his throat. He couldn't breathe. He was falling, dying, drowning in blood. Harry jerked upright with a wheezing gasp. Sev's name on his lips as he woke. He clawed the damp sheet from his face, and Hermione grumbled on the other side of the bed before she dropped back into dreamland. She was a heavy sleeper these days, for which Harry was grateful. Trembling, he rubbed his sweaty face and untangled himself from the bedclothes. Easing himself out of bed didn't wake Hermione, and Harry was shaky and wide awake. He shrugged his robe on over his sweat-damp pajamas and automatically stuck his feet into his slippers. Even though here in America it wasn't quite chilly and damp enough to warrant wearing slippers in the house all the time, old habits died hard. He made his way to the kitchen and made some cocoa. When he sat down with it, the shaking still hadn't really gone away. He could barely hold the mug steady enough to drink. Pushing the steaming mug away, he buried his face in his trembling hands, letting out a harsh, angry breath. He couldn't go on like this. He hated feeling so weak and helpless, but he couldn't fight what he couldn't see. He had no idea what Muggles did when their kids went missing, but he had done his best with the Muggle police. He had done everything he knew to do. But the owl had not been able to find Snape. Hermione's desperation led to an internet search that yielded nothing, and their mutual efforts with magic had been just as useless. He did not want to accept that Sev was probably gone forever. The Muggle police had been kind, but even then, they didn't lie. They pointed out that if a kidnapped child was not found within the first 48 hours, chances were slim of them being found at all. Alive, anyway. The magical police had been sympathetic too, but upon learning that Sev was a squib, they did not seem optimistic about him ever turning up again either. He was stuck in this nightmare with no way out. This was not the first series of nightmares he had endured about Sev. Sometimes he was seeing everybody he had ever lost, all falling through the veil one after another. Sometimes he was chasing people in Death Eater masks while his son's voice cried out to him from somewhere, and sometimes, like tonight, he was listening to his boy being tortured while he was trapped somehow. He couldn't talk about such things with Hermione. It would simply reignite old pain for her too, and he didn't have the strength to be strong for her. He needed to talk. He wanted to. But there was no one he could talk to about this. Or was there? Jerking his head up in realization, Harry got up from the table and went to the front door. After rummaging in his coat pocket, he found the scrap of paper that Sam had given him the other day. He had not given it much thought, and certainly had not ever meant to actually avail himself of Sam's generosity in the middle of the night. But he was feeling desperate. Being able to talk to a virtual stranger about this might be easier than waking Hermione and reducing her to tears at the thought of their son, dead or suffering or simply lost. Harry grabbed the house phone before he could change his mind. It was a bit bulkier than normal telephones because of some regulating device the U.S. wizards imposed on electronics in wizard households to protect them from shorting out in the presence of magic. So long as spells did not actively touch the devices around the house, nothing should happen, but the Potters were still careful. He carefully dialed the number on the slip of paper, and biting back his guilt when he noticed the time, not quite 3 in the morning, he set the phone to his ear. It rang a handful of times and Harry's guilt was eating him from the inside out. He was about to just hang up and try to apologize the next time he saw Sam, when it was answered. "This Wilson." A groggy voice came through the phone, which Harry recognized as Sam's. "Hello, Sam," Harry said hesitantly. "It's Harry." "Oh." Sam sounded more alert now, though his voice was still froggy with sleep. "Hey, Harry. Bad night?" "You could say that," Harry replied with a nervous laugh. "Look, I'm sorry I woke you up, and I shouldn't be calling you at this hour. I don't even know what I was thinking. I'm sorry. I'll just dash." "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on," Sam groaned. He yawned and Harry could hear him rummaging through things on the other side of the line, and then the roar of a coffee grinder startled him. Once it stopped, Sam spoke again, sounding a bit more awake. "I'm the one who told you to call me, Harry, no matter what time it is. End of story. I'm here. It's okay, I promise." "So what's the matter? Nightmares?" "Something like that," Harry said a bit desperately. "I can't talk to my wife about them, that's all. They're eating me alive." "You did the right thing, buddy," Sam assured him. "Want to tell me?" "I'm listening." Harry took a deep breath, and then another. He realized he was trembling and his eyes were burning. He reached up and rubbed the bridge of his nose and wondered idly if he should go back to his room for his glasses. But he had just made cocoa with only the light from the microwave and the moonlight from the window and didn't really need them. His vision was blurred, but not that bad in the dark, actually. Not when he moved mostly by muscle memory in a house he was pretty familiar with. "Harry?" Sam suddenly spoke up, sounding worried. "You still with me?" "Yeah, I'm here," Harry murmured. He was not going to cry about this. All he did was cry. He swallowed and took a deep breath. "I just don't know where to start. I could tell you the dream, but you wouldn't know the significance of anything, and that's not really what I wanted to talk about anyway." "Okay then, tell me whatever you want. What's on your mind?" "Remember when I was telling you about my children?" Sam hummed, sounding like he was smiling. "They sound like great kids. I have 4 children, not 3. I only told you about 3. "Okay." Harry pressed his palm to his forehead and rested his elbow on the table. "We moved here to America after Sev, my younger son, my 8-year-old, was kidnapped. This chap broke into the house, shot my wife, my older son, and took my boy." "Wow, man," Sam murmured, sounding shocked. "Man, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. Can I ask? How long has it been? Since?" "It's been, I don't know, maybe 4 months since it happened," Harry sighed. "Nightmares are something I've always had. But lately..." He trailed off helplessly. "Hey man, I get it," Sam said compassionately, his voice completely sincere and serious. "I had no idea about your son, Harry. For what it's worth, I'm just really sorry. I can't even imagine. But the nightmares? Totally normal. They're how your brain processes terrible things, a lot of the time. How are you holding up otherwise?" Harry hesitated. "I don't know," he whispered honestly. "My wife. She's handling everything so much better than I am. And she even had a miscarriage because of the attack. I don't know why I'm so weak." "It's not weakness, Harry," Sam replied solemnly. "People process things differently and on different levels. It's possible that your wife actually isn't holding up as well as you think because some folks internalize things. But I don't know. I've never met her, obviously. All I'm saying is, don't compare your progress to others. Everybody's journey is different. Harry was silent as he processed this information. May I ask? Sam spoke up carefully. Has there been any progress with finding your son? Or, Harry choked on a sob and swallowed his tears. He blew out a harsh breath instead. He just disappeared off the face of the earth, if you'd believe it. Nobody can find him. Nobody has any hope that he's still alive. I don't want to give up, but I don't have anything left to do. I'm so sorry, Harry, Sam said quietly. I wish I could do something for you. Harry found himself laughing a little. Relief, pure and refreshing as clean water, coursed through his veins. He wasn't alone. He wasn't being made to feel weak for his struggles. You already did, he replied. You're here now, listening to my pathetic rambling. You even invited me to go jogging. I just needed a friend, I guess. So thanks. Anytime, Harry, anytime. Sam chuckled quietly. On the other side of the phone, Harry could hear a cupboard slamming and the clink of a ceramic mug. Was he getting coffee? Will you tell me about your son? Sam suddenly asked, sounding hesitant, but also curious. Did you say his name was Sev? Severus, actually, Harry replied with a small smile. Sev's his nickname. Nice, Sam said approvingly. He grunted and sighed as he seemed to sit down and then sipped what was probably his coffee. So, what's he like? He's a quiet boy. He likes to read and write. He likes being outside. He likes hiding too, when he's upset or scared. There was this cupboard in our old house where he hid sometimes, kept his treasures there. He's got great reflexes. I had this ball from when I went to school. It's pretty small, but he caught it each and every time I threw it for him. Harry fell silent, thinking about his black-haired son and his sparkling brown eyes. More wonderful memories filled his mind. A mind that had been so full of darkness and despair only moments ago was now filling with light. Sev's light. I know you love him a lot, Sam said softly. Your voice changed when you started talking about him. Harry laughed a little. Don't tell James that's my oldest son, by the way. But Sev was always my favorite. He's smaller, skinnier, and not quite as healthy as my other children. He was the only one to need glasses like me. But he is special. I believe it, Sam murmured solemnly. I have no idea why anyone would kidnap him, Harry whispered heartbrokenly, running his hand absently through his messy hair. He wasn't anyone special, except to us. He was a brilliant student, but he wasn't the only smart kid at his school. He wasn't especially handsome or skilled in a way that would attract that kind of attention. I don't understand, Wilson. Why did they take my son? You know I can't answer that, Harry, Sam said slowly. But I can tell you that you shouldn't fall into despair or give up, and you shouldn't obsess over it either. Your wife needs you. The rest of your kids need you. Most importantly, you need you. Don't neglect your own health in all this, Harry nodded, but then remembered that Sam couldn't see him. I won't, and I'm not, he answered. Why else am I calling you in the middle of the night? Sam laughed heartily. Good point, my friend, he said cheerfully. I'm glad you called. I really am. It ain't good to keep it all bottled up. So what else is stressing you out lately? You don't want to know, Harry sighed wearily, even though he secretly would like to spill everything right here, right now. It was dark, he was exhausted, and it was so nice to hear a friendly, non-judgmental voice that he lost his own judgment. I do actually, Sam retorted in a friendly fashion. Besides, I'm awake already. Let it all out, brother. So he did. I really enjoyed this chapter. Sam always seemed like a steady, reliable guy, and he was a good friend to Steve from the get-go. Why not throw him in with Harry, who really needed a more sensitive friend than Ron anyway? No offense to Ron fans out there. I personally am not fond of Ron, and Falcon's one of my favorite characters, so I'm definitely biased. Ron is a typical guy, I guess. Kind of clueless. Nothing against guys, of course. I just never liked Ron enough to be able to write him sympathetically. I'm stuck right now on the chapter after next. Wish me luck. I'm struggling with how I want the attack on Fury and the entrance, or re-entry, of the Winter Soldier to go. Thank you as always for your reviews and for reading. Author's note. See the prologue of Avenge I for the full script of Snape's letter to Harry. I forgot to mention that before. Oops, winky face. Captain America, rated M. Nothing of warning, besides some casual talk of war and nightmares. Chapter 7. Captain America. Healer Potter was not exactly enjoying himself as he sat in his little office space and organized patient files, but he knew it could be worse. He was back on a less demanding shift and grateful to have left the life of an emergency room surgeon. But the extra time on his hands was spent toiling in his least favorite job ever, paperwork. It seemed no matter where one went in the world, magical or muggle, one could not escape the dreaded paperwork. Harry sighed as he perused a long page and affixed his signature to the bottom, setting it aside in its appropriate pile and then flicking his wand to return the whole stack to the proper file in the wall cabinet. For not the last time, he was glad that he was a wizard. Knowing that muggles managed the same, or similar, jobs without magic was rather impressive, actually. Harry checked his watch as his stomach let out a gurgle and noted that his next appointment was in a little over 2 hours. More than enough time to grab some lunch. Straightening his desk took only a moment, and then Harry was out the door, already envisioning the nearest porting booth to the nice little eatery he had been wanting to try. He was on his way down to the porting corridors when someone called out his last name. Harry spun around instinctively, since that voice had also come with a posh British accent, truly jarring after 2 months of hearing nothing but the harder, clipped tones of Americans. "Potter!" The voice came again, and darting around a nurse and 2 visitors, a tall man in a charcoal gray suit and tousled blonde hair was none other than Malfoy. Harry spluttered in disbelief as the other wizard greeted him, grinning in a sly, self-satisfied way. "What? Surprised to see me?" "Wah." Harry blinked. "What are you doing here? Is something wrong? Other than kidnapping you for an hour?" "No, nothing's wrong," Draco Malfoy grinned. "So, are you free?" "Free? For what?" Harry asked, coming back to his senses. "I was just going to get some lunch." He trailed off as a familiar woman approached them with a suspicious look in her eyes. "Everything okay here, hon?" Maisie asked him while giving Draco a scrutinizing look. "Everything is perfectly fine, Maisie," Harry hastily assured her. "This is actually a friend of mine. From across the pond, as you say." The dark-skinned woman arched an eyebrow as if she didn't quite believe it. But then, Maisie had become rather protective of Harry since he'd come here. "I'm pleased to meet you, Maisie, was it?" Draco said with a charming smile. "Healer Potter is fortunate to work with such concerned colleagues. I am Draco Greengrass, and I actually promised to visit a few months ago. Is it all right if I steal him for a quick lunch?" "Depends on if Harry wants to be stolen," Maisie snorted, not at all fazed by Draco's charm. "I'll be fine, Maisie," Harry huffed, stepping past her. "I'm not a child, you know. There's no need to coddle me." "Uh-huh," Maisie nodded, flashing her bright teeth in a grin. "You keep telling yourself that, hon." "Yes, I will," Harry smiled painfully. "I'll be back in an hour. There's that appointment that got rescheduled." "Won't hold my breath," the nurse laughed. "Go on and catch up with your friend. If you're late, I'll chat up Mr. Corinthus till you show up. You know he can't resist a good bit o' gossip." "Thanks, Maisie," Harry threw over his shoulder at her, not completely insincerely. He then grabbed Draco's arm and dragged him along. The blonde seemed altogether too amused by the whole thing to come very willingly. "That woman is your self-appointed nursemaid?" Draco asked, not quite mockingly, but dangerously close to it. "She's a nurse, not a maid," Harry gritted out. "And Maisie is just that way with all the young healers. She's a collector of motherless souls the way some women collect stray cats. I've learned to take the path of least resistance when it comes to her." "You resent her protectiveness?" Draco laughed, finally pulling his arm away from Harry's grip. "And look, you've wrinkled my suit." "How devastating," Harry deadpanned, stepping into a porting booth and shutting the door once Draco stepped in. "I assume you know how to use these?" "I knew how to use them before you even heard of them," Malfoy grinned, enjoying himself a bit too much. "Gorm Street," he shouted, almost before Harry even had time to grab a handle. He had found through trial and error that not grabbing hold of the brass handles resulted in a nauseating, jarring ride similar to yet unlike a portkey journey as he had once been used to. But thankfully, he grabbed hold just as the room activated, and he glared daggers at Malfoy once they landed in Washington, D.C.'s magical district. Like Diagon Alley in London and its connecting alleys, Gorm Street, Cham Avenue, and Thunderbird Court were a small area, relative to the surrounding city of Muggles, non-magicals. Gorm Street did have some lovely little restaurants, including one that the children loved, which was just like an American diner. He and Hermione were not actually that fond of American comfort food. It tended to be a bit too much for the taste buds, not to mention dreadfully unhealthy. Draco stepped out of the porting booth, grinning cheerfully at Harry's death glare. "Now I remember why I thought you were a heartless git," Harry grumbled as he followed the blonde wizard out. "You could have warned me." "Why, Potter, I counted on your superior reflexes to save you," Draco drawled teasingly, letting the booth close behind them. "This way." "I really hope we are actually getting lunch," Harry groaned as he reluctantly followed the other wizard into the busy little street. "Because I wasn't joking when I said I would be back in an hour. I do have appointments." "I get it, you're a busy man," Draco replied in an airy tone. "And rest assured, we're getting lunch. You won't want to miss this." 10 minutes later, they were stuffed into a corner booth in a dim restaurant that played American music from the 1930s and looked as if it had been around since the 1830s, which was actually quite possible, given the magical world's reluctance to modernize. Draco apparently knew the waiter and ordered for both of them, to Harry's annoyance, but he was honestly too hungry to care what he ate, and if Draco was paying, he wasn't about to back down from a free meal. Call it survival instinct leftover from his time with the Dursleys, but he really wasn't picky when it came to food. When he was a boy, he couldn't afford to be. Once the waiter left, Harry sipped his glass of lemon water. Draco smiled at him in infuriating silence until Harry leaned on the table and scowled at him. "So, what is going on, Malfoy?" he demanded in a low voice. "Why does something need to be going on?" Draco asked cheerfully. "I promised I would visit, did I not? You never wrote to tell me of the weather here, so I decided to come see for myself. And you are getting lunch out of this as well, so what is there to be suspicious about?" "You're acting altogether too smug to not be up to something," Harry pointed out. "I haven't complained. I just want to know, is my family in danger?" "Danger?" Draco turned a bit more serious. No, your family's perfectly safe. I think. I haven't been focusing on the Potter obsession in the local media in a while. No, I've been investigating something completely different. It could change the entire wizarding world. Or at least, it could change Wizarding Britain. "Oh, yes, Potter," Draco grinned. "You see, I believe that Severus Snape may actually be alive." Harry stared incredulously at the blonde. Then he blinked. He almost wanted to laugh and tell Malfoy that he knew about it already and even had a letter proving it. But actually, he had no idea how to react. So he did nothing. How did Draco even find that out? Anyway, "I know it is a bit of a shock, and I must sound utterly insane," Draco prattled on, "but I am almost completely certain of it." "Your point?" Harry asked in a bland tone. "Didn't you hear me?" Draco demanded. "I just told you that Professor Snape may still be alive, that he might have somehow survived the Dark Lord's snake, and you don't care? I mean, I expected at least indignation and anger from the likes of you, but apathy?" "I do care," Harry sighed, humoring him. "I just want to see the evidence." "How do you know he's alive?" "Well, it was something completely random," Draco said, his face falling. "And actually, I don't have the proof anymore. It was deleted from the Muggle internet soon after I saw it." "I assume you know what the internet is." "Of course I do," Harry snorted. "I'm married to Hermione, remember? I think I'm more surprised that you know what it is." "Ah, of course. Stupid question then. What I meant was, you know how the internet works, don't you?" Harry sighed patronizingly. "I'll repeat this one more time. Malfoy. Hermione? Just tell me what you found already." "It was a picture," Draco whispered, leaning across the table. "The quality was terrible, and it was not all that popular trending, I think they call it. Anyway, I was almost completely positive it was him, but in my excitement, I forgot to make a copy of it. And what's strange is that it's disappeared. I can't find it anywhere anymore. You know how when muggles put things on the internet, it's supposed to be out there forever? Harry nodded. Well, it's not. It has been erased completely, and I couldn't tell you who has the power and influence to even do something like that. It would require that picture being scrubbed hundreds, perhaps thousands of times. So, my story is twofold. Is my godfather alive, and who is covering it up? And why, of course? Harry sighed and leaned back. He tapped his fingers on the table, wondering if he should tell Draco what he knew. After all, Snape was Malfoy's godfather. Draco had a right to know. But Harry had kept this secret even from his own wife for years. He wasn't sure it was the right thing to do. Then again, if Draco could track down Professor Snape, it would eliminate the need for stupid American owls that couldn't even find him. They could work together on this. Potter, Draco said carefully, watching the emotions flitting over Harry's face. I know you and Professor Snape never saw eye to eye, or got along at all, really. I know it must be a shock, finding out that he might not be dead after all. But you were one of the people advocating for his pardon more strongly than anyone else, so I thought, you do believe me, right? Yes, Harry murmured, glancing up as their food arrived. I believe you. Their two plates were exactly the same. A flaky pie crust oozing a light-colored sauce covered a pie about half the size of a normal-sized pie pan. The smell wafting up from the chicken pot pie made Harry's stomach growl again. As he and Draco tucked in, the blonde spoke up. I don't know what Snape's been up to these past 15 years, he commented, piercing the flaky crust of his pie and admiring the steam that curled out. But apparently he was in the Battle of New York. I assume you heard of that? Alien invasion? Loki? Harry snorted as he scooped up a steaming forkful of chicken and gravy and carrots. Yes, I heard of it. But Snape being in the battle? No, I didn't hear that. You wouldn't, Draco smiled. From what I can see, his name and involvement were kept strictly top secret, if he was there at all. What I have is not exactly evidence, but it looks like Severus Snape was fighting Loki without a wand. Harry's head snapped up. Without a wand, he repeated. Exactly, Draco said, his gray eyes flashing. Whatever he's been up to the past decade and a half, he's obviously terrifically powerful. I really hope it is him, and not some Dark Lord upstart we need to be careful of. Again. Harry nodded without speaking, his mouth full. Why do you believe me so readily, Potter? Draco suddenly asked, his tone cautious. Are you? You're not just patronizing me, are you? Humoring the poor, deluded Slytherin who lost his godfather and is now hunting shadows in hopes that it's somehow a man returned from death? Harry laughed and put his fork down. No, I'm not. Really. He took a deep breath, his decision made. I believe you, because I already knew Snape survived. I've known for years. I just didn't know what to say when you told me you saw a picture of him on the internet. Draco Malfoy was utterly speechless. His gray eyes bulged and his jaw hung slack. After a few seconds, he recovered, shaking his head and suddenly glaring at him. You knew? All this time? And you didn't tell me? Harry sighed and rolled his eyes to the roof. Yes, Malfoy, I knew, he huffed. And I already went through this with Hermione. But how? The blonde demanded. When? What happened? How do you know? Harry raised his hand to stop the rapid fire of questions directed at him. I met Snape at the funeral, his funeral, to be exact, and he said he wanted to be forgotten so he could live a normal life. Or at least, an anonymous one. He left England. And no, I have no idea where he is or what he's been doing with his time. It's been 15 years, you know? We haven't exactly been pen pals. Draco worked his mouth several times, but nothing came out. His eyes grew distant as he thought, and Harry shrugged and went back to his chicken pot pie, which was surprisingly good, all things considered. So, he is alive? Malfoy suddenly spoke up, his voice strained and hoarse. You're positive? Harry nodded seriously. I have a letter from him at my house, if you want to see it. I thought you said you weren't pen pals? Harry snorted a surprised laugh and shook his head. I said not exactly. I sent him one note and a package, and he sent me a letter in response. That's it. I guess we sort of patched things up between us, but I don't know. Draco shook his head and a faint smirk appeared on his face. I can't believe this, Potter. Every time I think I have you figured out, you go and throw me something like this. Are you sure you're not hiding some other supposed dead people in your brain? Maybe Professor Lupin? Or that old crackpot Moody? Harry sobered at the reminder of two men who had died during the war. Moody had died while helping him escape Privet Drive for the last time, and Remus had been slain in the final battle, leaving his infant son an orphan. So many deaths Harry still carried in his heart, and on top of the raw pain of the loss of his son and being unable to find Snape, he wished he hadn't admitted anything to Draco. No, Harry answered shortly, digging back into his food. Draco seemed to catch on to Harry's sudden mood shift and didn't press the issue. They finished their lunch in near silence, chatting about other news to fill the sudden awkwardness. Draco's son, Scorpius, had taken up fencing as a hobby. His father's health was deteriorating, and his mother remained roughly the same and doted on her grandson. In turn, Harry told Draco how he and his family were settling in, how well James was doing in school, and how hectic his work was. It was actually a nice conversation, all things considered. Soon, just as they were finishing, Draco brought up the Battle of New York again. He babbled on and Harry listened politely, but he didn't really know what all the unfamiliar words were referring to. Superheroes? Avengers? Stark Tower? He filed the information away, but it didn't exactly mean anything to him. How much do you know about it? Draco asked once it was obvious Harry had no idea what he was talking about. I only know that Aurors fought some of the creatures and some Muggle, or Nomage, group fought them too, but they didn't actually meet, Harry explained with a shrug, pushing aside his empty plate and draining the rest of his glass of water. Well, I suppose you don't really know anything then, Draco muttered, setting his fork down on his own plate, which wasn't nearly as clean as Harry's. Thanks a lot, Harry muttered back with a frown. It's not as if I've had a lot on my mind lately, you know. Draco nodded, not really responding to the sarcasm. He leaned back and fixed Harry with an intense stare. Well, my point was, if we can find the Muggle Snape was working with to fight Loki. If it was really Loki, Harry interrupted. Draco sighed and gave him an annoyed look. That is irrelevant. But as I was saying, we find these Avengers, we find Professor Snape. It's that simple. Harry smiled, slightly condescendingly. If Snape didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be. Didn't Draco know that? You don't think an owl would be better? He challenged the reporter. Are you seriously asking me that? Draco barked out a laugh. Severus knows at least a half-dozen ways to shield himself from magical detection, including owl mail. We must find him the old-fashioned way. Oh wait, don't tell me you already tried using an owl. I won't tell you then, Harry grumbled, feeling his good mood evaporating for some reason. He felt guilty and squirmy, and he had no idea why, and it annoyed him. Was he not supposed to be spilling Snape's confidence to his own godson? He got up with a jerk and left a tip on the table, but he managed to give Draco a somewhat civil smile, recalling the way their last restaurant meal had ended. Thank you kindly for lunch, but I really must return to work, Harry said, turning to leave. I'll walk with you, Draco replied at once, jumping up and straightening his coat. They left the little restaurant and headed back up Gorm Street before Draco spoke again. You did, didn't you? His voice was definitely amused. You said not to tell you. Draco didn't laugh or tease, surprisingly. Instead, his voice was quiet and sympathetic. I suppose you were wondering if he had any expertise in locating kidnapped squibs? Not expertise, Harry corrected him in a somewhat snappish tone. I wanted to ask if he had any ideas on how magical folk could find muggles that want to stay hidden. That's not a bad thought, Draco replied casually, strolling along beside Harry in his dapper suit and wind-blown hair. But? Harry asked testily. But nothing. I was just saying it wasn't a bad thought, Draco smirked. Sweet Merlin, you're touchy today, aren't you? Harry sighed and his shoulders slumped. He ruefully rubbed the back of his neck and smiled somewhat sheepishly at Draco. I suppose I'm a bit irritable, yes? I'm sorry. Drop it, the blonde said cheerfully. I'm used to dealing with grumps, no offense taken. So, about that letter you said you have, do you think I could come see it sometime? Harry almost stopped walking. Inviting Draco Malfoy into his own home? It seemed crazy, but then, his whole life was upside down now. He was jogging with a Muggle veteran before work and chatting with a magical newspaper reporter on his lunch breaks. But Draco had given him no reason not to trust him recently. To his own surprise, Harry shrugged and nodded. I suppose so. Let me talk to Hermione first. Why don't you come for supper, say, Sunday night? What time? Draco asked promptly. We eat around 6, so 5:30 wouldn't be too early, would it? 5:30 it is, Draco replied, sounding delighted. He suddenly quickened his pace so he could walk backwards while grinning insufferably at Harry. You know, I never thought the day would come when a Potter would invite a Malfoy to dinner. It's a sign of the apocalypse, Harry suggested in a dry tone. For certain, Draco agreed, completely deadpan. They had reached the porting booth and Draco held the door for Harry, though he didn't step in. You're not coming? I'm off to New York. Actually, Draco answered with a shrug. I'm going to see if I can snag an Avenger for an interview. Not holding my breath, but, Harry snorted in amusement as the door closed. You do that? Good luck. I'll need it. Harry gave him a casual salute. Until Sunday, Malfoy. He gripped the brass handle of the porting booth and took a deep breath. St. Winifred's. Jogging with Sam Wilson had become something of a habit now. Early every morning now, Harry joined Sam at the Lincoln Memorial and they jogged around the pond. On his days off, the weekends, he planned to be able to jog longer, but on usual mornings, he could only afford one warm-up lap before he had to hurry to work or he would be late. They had good conversations while they jogged, albeit kind of breathless ones, and Harry realized that Sam really was becoming a good friend. Hermione was asking when she would get to meet him, and Harry was wondering when would be a good time to introduce him to his family. But they had really only known each other for a little over a week now, so he felt it was too soon. Early on Saturday morning, Harry slipped out of his and Hermione's bedroom after kissing his half-asleep bride goodbye, and he almost tripped over James in the hallway. The boy jerked awake in a panic, and Harry calmed him down, keeping it quiet so they didn't wake the girls or Hermione. Hey, Harry shushed him, gripping his shoulders gently. It's me, Jamesy. It's Dad. Are you all right? You awake now? Why, yeah, James mumbled, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. What time's it? Just before 7, Harry answered. I'm going jogging, but what are you doing here in the hallway? Nothing, James muttered groggily, getting up and pulling his blanket around his shoulders. It was just nothing, really. Nothing important. Somehow I don't believe that, Harry said carefully. You can tell me, you know. I won't laugh. James threw him an anxious look, and Harry did his best to give his son a reassuring smile. Bad dream, James finally blurted out, lowering his gaze shamefully. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize for that, Harry said firmly. So, you were spending the night in the hallway to get away from a nightmare? I didn't mean to fall asleep, James protested, and then winced as he realized his voice was probably too loud. I mean, I came out where I could hear you and Mum, and Rosie and Lily. I wanted to hear everybody's breathing, so I knew they were all okay. That we were all okay. Oh, son, Harry murmured, feeling his heart break a little. He had of course been struggling with nightmares, but knowing his son was also struggling sent a dagger through his heart. Come here. He pulled James into a tight hug and rubbed his back. He didn't let go until his son had relaxed quite a bit. It's fine, son. Sleeping in the hallway shouldn't become a permanent solution, but I'm glad you told me why you did it. The 10-year-old nodded. You can try to go catch a bit more sleep before it's time to get up, Harry suggested. In your own bed this time, of course. James grinned bashfully and gave his father another quick hug. Love you, Dad, he whispered. I love you too, son, Harry answered softly. We can talk some more later, all right? He gave James a gentle pat on his shoulder and escorted him to his own room. Once James was tucked back into his own bed, Harry laid his hand on his son's head as if in blessing. I'll be back soon, all right? Okay, James murmured, looking sleepy again. Harry left, practically tiptoeing out of the house, and did his stretches in the garage before he put on his shoes and jogged to where he and Sam usually met up. He was deep in thought, and by the time he got to their usual route, he kept on going without remembering to say hello to Sam. The athletic man caught up with him, but had to call his name twice before Harry realized he was there. "Oh," Harry gasped, almost tripping over his own feet. He adjusted his glasses on his already sweaty nose and grinned in embarrassment. "Sorry, Sam. I was sort of lost in my own head for a bit. Anything in particular?" "James had a nightmare," Harry answered shortly, saving his words so he had more breath for running. "He was sleeping in the hallway." "Poor kid," Sam said sympathetically. "Your 10-year-old, right?" "That's him. He doing all right otherwise, though?" "He has his days," Harry huffed. "But overall, he's doing all right." "You're a good dad," Sam suddenly commented. "Keep on doing what you're doing. What your kids really need more than anything is for you to just be there for him." Thanks," Harry answered a bit breathlessly. "I don't have any idea what I'm doing, actually. My own father died when I was a year old. What about yours?" "He died when I was a kid, but he was a real good dad while I had him," Sam replied easily, definitely not as breathless as Harry, even though they were jogging at a good pace right now. "My mama moved us all to Louisiana after he passed, became housekeeper for the pastor of our new church. Didn't pay much, so we started a fishing business, and us two boys picked up what work we could when the going was slow. Even my sister did what she could when she was old enough. We didn't have much, but we didn't starve." "That's good," Harry answered for lack of something intelligent to say. "Me and my brother both went to the military. He was a bit older than me and got into the Marines. I was Army, ended up going into para, rescue." "I think you mentioned that," Harry panted, pleased he remembered. "Yeah," Sam agreed. "I probably did." "On your left?" A new voice interrupted them from behind. Harry was on Sam's right, and as he glanced over to his left, he saw a man running, not jogging, aiming to pass them. They watched the running man's back as he got further away from them. He was a tall, well-muscled man with short blonde hair, and Sam was looking a little goggle-eyed. Harry thought he had seen that man before, but he had seen all kinds of runners and joggers in his weeks of passing through on his way to work, and he couldn't exactly place the muscular man. "You know him?" Harry asked casually. "Yeah, and no," Sam laughed, picking up the pace a bit. He's kind of a superhero. I mean, look at him go." "He is fast," Harry agreed, watching as the man turned the curve of the jogging track and started getting smaller as he sped away. "But who is he? You really don't know?" Sam laughed breathlessly. "That's Steve Rogers, man. Captain America. I seen him enough times on the news to know his face and the way he runs." "Why is the running special?" Harry wondered out loud. Plenty of people ran for exercise. He didn't see what was so incredible or super about running. "He's a super soldier," Sam answered as if he ought to know what that was. "You really don't know about Captain America in England?" "He would be Captain England if we did," Harry joked breathily. "Look, no more talking. You can tell me about Captain America when we take a break, right?" "Sure, man," Sam chuckled back. "Let's see if we can catch him." They put their heads down and sped up just a bit, just for fun of course. But after a sprint, they slowed back down to their normal jogging pace. Harry lifted his head to the beautiful morning sky, relishing the cool, somewhat humid breeze lifting his sweaty curls off his forehead. Sam was right, less than 2 weeks ago. Jogging really did wonders for one's mood. Grinning a little, he barely noticed when, somehow, the so-called super soldier lapped them again. "On your left," he announced. The man passed them even as Sam was acknowledging the warning with a friendly, "Uh-huh, on our left, got it." Harry fought the urge to laugh at the slightly annoyed look on Sam's face, and he reached out to playfully smack his friend's ebony arm. "Don't take it personal," he panted. "We're not the only ones he's lapping today." He nodded at a woman with earphone wires coming out of her ears jogging a few yards ahead of them. Actually, even Sam and Harry might pass her. Sam laughed at that and pumped his arms. But barely 10 minutes later, Sam glanced over his shoulder and groaned. "He comin' to lap us again," he panted raggedly, sounding annoyed. Harry glanced back too and nodded tiredly, but he grinned in amusement. They were just finishing their own laps, and he was too winded to talk. He shoved his glasses up his nose again and wiped sweat from his forehead. "Don't say it," Sam suddenly shouted as the super soldier kept on coming, neither slowing his pace nor changing his trajectory. "Don't you say it. On your left." "Come on, man," Sam yelled, picking up speed to try and catch up, but he was winded and tired, and Harry was laughing and had to slow down. He fell behind, even as Sam slowed down himself and kept jogging, or staggering, at more or less their normal pace. Harry slowed to a walk and panted as he walked out, the burn in his legs. He felt a little wobbly, but it was no worse than yesterday. In fact, it was much better than it had been after running all the way home last Saturday. A little over 10 minutes later, Harry was still walking, but breathing a bit easier. He looked over his shoulder, feeling somewhat relieved to see that the super soldier was sweating and finally looked tired as he caught up. "On your left," the man announced with a crooked smile, somewhat breathlessly. "I'm not even going to try," Harry laughed, ruefully rubbing at the stitch in his side. The super runner passed him with a friendly grin, but suddenly slowed to a walk as well. He was panting and wiping sweat from his face, and Harry felt the urge to talk to him. He seemed friendly enough, anyway. "So you really are human," Harry announced jokingly, jogging a bit to catch up with the man's long strides. "Watching you run, I wasn't sure." The super soldier looked up at him, his forehead creasing in worry, and Harry winced, fearing that his joke had been in bad taste, somehow. He hadn't meant to offend. "Sorry," he apologized. "It was a joke. You're sweating, so obviously you're human, but you were running like a machine and, you know what, just forget it. My stupid mouth gets me into so much trouble." The man's face relaxed into a relieved smile. "No worries," he said hastily. "I misunderstood, that's all. You're English?" "Suppose the accent gave it away," Harry chuckled. "I'm Harry." "Steve." They shook hands and carried on with their walk toward where Harry could see Sam slumped against a tree in the grass, trying to get his breath back. "You two friends?" Steve suddenly asked, nodding at the man sitting under his tree. "We formally made one another's acquaintances a little over a week ago," Harry replied, running his hands through his sweaty hair and shaking out the curls. "He invited me to come jogging too, and I quote, put a smile on my face." Steve laughed. "I like him already. I've seen you around before, but not every day," Harry said cautiously. "Do you run a lot?" "Almost every day," Steve answered, "but not always in the same place." Harry nodded. They reached Sam's earshot by now, and he was giving them an expression that looked like an amused glare. Wilson's lean chest was still heaving as he caught his breath, and Harry was glad he'd stopped jogging when he had. "Need a medic?" Steve asked the man teasingly. Sam shook his head with an exasperated smile. "I need a new set of lungs, is what I need," he retorted good-naturedly. "Dude, you just ran like 13 miles in 30 minutes. Steve chuckled and put his hands on his hips, still breathing slightly hard. "I guess I got a late start," he joked. "Shame on you," Harry butted in with a grin. "You should get out there and run another 13 miles for that, soldier." Steve barked out a surprised laugh and shook his head at Harry. "You better watch him," he warned Sam with a teasing grin. "Real drill sergeant, that one," Sam agreed in equally good humor. Steve nodded and seemed to size up the man sitting under the tree. "What unit were you with?" 58, Sam replied promptly, looking surprised, but pleased. "Pararescue. But now I work down at the VA." He stood up and held out his hand to Steve. "Sam Wilson." "Steve Rogers," the man replied, grasping Sam's hand in a firm handshake. "Yeah, I kinda put that together," Sam chuckled. He nodded at Harry, and Harry smiled back. "That shrimpy little taskmaster is Harry Potter. In case you didn't get introduced," Sam added with a grin and wink in his friend's direction. "He's a doctor, believe it or not." "Really?" Steve said in surprise, turning to Harry, who could feel his already hot face getting even hotter, even though the other man had nothing but friendly curiosity and teasing good humor on his face. "Should I be calling you Dr. Potter?" "Harry is just fine," the wizard laughed nervously. "So?" He floundered as he tried to change the subject. "Sam told me you're some kind of a superhero?" It was Steve's turn to smile uncomfortably. I've been called that, yes, he replied easily, despite the discomfort in his eyes and body language. I'm sorry, I really don't know anything about superheroes, Harry admitted, wondering why Steve seemed so uncomfortable now. He plowed on, wondering if this super soldier might give him some clues about Snape and what went on in New York. I've been hearing that some sort of superheroes, Avengers, was it? Helped in that invasion battle in New York City. I was there, Steve answered, looking wary and a bit stiffer. Really? Harry blinked, hardly able to believe his luck. He only hesitated for a second before he blurted out, "Did you by chance meet someone there named Severus Snape?" The way Steve's face suddenly displayed alarm and then completely closed off made Harry step back in confusion. "I don't think so," Steve answered casually, a bit too casually. Sam was looking between the two of them curiously. "He was fighting Loki," Harry pressed, growing suspicious. "It's really important that I find him. A friend of mine is trying to find him too." Then Harry winced. That just sounded all kinds of suspicious. "I was fighting in the street," Steve answered dismissively. "Loki was up at the top of Stark Tower." That wasn't really an answer, Harry realized. It was not a denial, merely a statement of fact. Had Steve Rogers met Severus Snape? If he had, why was he so keen on hiding it? Harry realized he might be stepping into an anthill here and might have to be more careful. If Snape was involved with Muggle organizations like these Avengers, perhaps he had warned them not to disclose his identity for fear of the Statute of Secrecy and other things, like being presumed dead and buried. Harry was suddenly aware of the skeptical look on his face, and he wiped it away at once. "Oh," he answered at last, pasting another smile on his face that hopefully wouldn't seem too fake. "Well, it was worth a try, I suppose." "Must have been weird for you." Sam suddenly changed the subject, trying to steer the conversation back to safer ground. "Waking up after the ice." Steve shrugged, still looking rather uncomfortable. "Internet's real helpful to catch up," he said mildly. "And the food's better. We used to boil everything." "Say, if you've got time," Sam added, raising a finger, "check out Marvin Gaye, 1972, Trouble Man soundtrack. Got everything you missed packed into one album." "I'll put it on the list," Steve Rogers smiled. Harry knew it was forced, and made a show of pulling a notebook out of his pocket to write down Sam's suggestion. As he replaced the notebook, he frowned and pulled a cellular phone out of his other pocket. Harry had never owned one, but he had seen almost every other human being in this city carrying one of some sort. "Sorry, duty calls," Steve announced, looking up from the phone with a relieved smile. Harry guessed he hadn't much experience in extricating himself from uncomfortable situations or conversations, and he'd been saved by the bell, as it were. "Thanks for the run, Sam," Harry. His smile turned mischievous. "If that's what you want to call running." "Oh, that's how it is," Sam retorted, feigning offense, but smirking all the while. "That's how it is," Steve grinned back, once again in a good mood. Sam chuckled and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his jogging shorts. "Hey, anytime you want to stop by the VA, make me look awesome in front of the girl at the front desk, you're more'n welcome. I haven't been able to get Harry to come by, but maybe he will. What do you say, brother?" He grinned winningly at the wizard, who rolled his eyes and readjusted his glasses. "I told you I'd think about it," Harry said with a smile. He turned to Steve and shook his head in mock disapproval. "I warn you, he is one pushy chap." "Oh, I'm pushy now on top of being a lousy runner?" Sam protested. "Come on, you guys, ganging up on me ain't fair at all." "At least you're not a drill sergeant," Harry pointed out, smiling to show he was joking. "And at least we're honest," Steve shrugged, still grinning boyishly. Harry felt relieved that the discomfort of their earlier conversation was over and gave in to the grinning and teasing. A car drove up almost at that very second, driven by a slightly built, rather attractive woman with shoulder-length red hair. She rolled down the window and glanced coolly at the three men under the tree. Harry thought her gaze, while cool and outwardly unconcerned, was keenly intelligent and analyzing, and it made him feel slightly uneasy. "Hey, fellas," the woman said casually. "I'm here to pick up a fossil. Any one of you know the way to the Smithsonian?" "You're hilarious," Steve replied drily, sauntering toward the car. "Hey there," Sam grinned, waving at her. "How you doing?" Hey, she replied without answering, giving him an appraising look. When her gaze slid to Harry, he smiled uncomfortably, disliking the way her gray-green eyes seemed to pick him apart within seconds. "I'm married," he said drily, unable to think of anything more intelligent to say. The redhead looked slightly surprised and then smirked at him. "Lucky woman," she said with a charming smile. Steve had already gotten in the car and slammed the door. "You can't run everywhere," the super soldier said with a smile and an apologetic shrug. "No, you can't," Sam agreed, still admiring the extremely nice car. The window rolled up as the red-haired woman pulled away from the curb and sped off. Sam Wilson stepped further out and whistled appreciatively as he watched the car disappear. Harry stepped up next to him, about to tell him goodbye so he could head home to a shower, and when he leaned closer, something a bit more random fell out of his mouth instead. "You know, I'm still wondering why you people all drive on the wrong side. Drives me bonkers." Sam gave him a look that one might give an insane person. "Yeah?" he snorted. "Well, FYI, Harry my friend, you guys are the ones on the wrong side, not us." Harry laughed and elbowed him in the ribs, a friendly move Sam gladly reciprocated. Sam's ribs were better padded than Harry's with hard muscle, but Harry's elbows were sharper, so he guessed they were about even. "So," Harry said once they stopped laughing and started strolling toward Harry's route home. "Ice. You never heard Captain America's story?" Sam exclaimed. "Ah man, you have got to get the fam out to the Smithsonian. They've got a whole new exhibit all about Captain America." Harry nodded thoughtfully, an idea taking shape. "Maybe we'll go this afternoon. Want to come with?" Sam looked a little surprised, and then he grinned. "I finally get to meet the wife and kids? Count me in, brother." HBWINTRHBSWLDIERHB, who were they? Steve glanced over at Natasha and did not answer right away. He had learned in the past few months that the Black Widow could be remarkably casual when conducting an interrogation. She was definitely suspicious of the two men he'd been laughing and joking with. He tried not to take it personal, but she was really paranoid and it grated on his nerves. However, in this instance, perhaps she was right to be suspicious. One of them had asked him about Snape. "After all, just a couple of guys I lapped while running," Steve answered just as casually as he'd been asked. Natasha hummed. "So that's why you smell like sweat? Hey, do I comment on how you smell after a mission?" "A gentleman wouldn't dare," Natasha threw back with a sweet smile. Steve sighed and shook his head, but he was smiling too. They had grown more comfortable with one another as they had worked together since Steve moved to D.C. to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., and they teased and bantered with impunity now. "The black guy's Sam Wilson, ex-Army pararescue. He's harmless." "Sure he is," Natasha agreed easily. "And the attractive married guy? He's probably a wizard." Natasha did not reply right away. She had not heard that term since the last time she'd seen Severus Snape, the wizard who crashed into her life on the heels of Bruce Banner. Snape was now in Asgard, recovering after the Battle of New York. But most people didn't know that. To the wizarding world, he was dead. To the ordinary world, most had no idea he had ever existed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had scrubbed his face from the internet and tracked down the poor fools who had managed to get cell phone footage of the dark-haired, hook-nosed wizard. "Why do you say that?" Natasha finally asked quietly, flicking the turn signal and rounding a corner. "He asked about Snape." "Really?" "Yep, he acted all. I don't know. It was pretty good, whatever he was doing. If I didn't know any better I would have told him something, I'm sure. He seemed like he had no clue what superheroes were, or Avengers, or the Battle of New York. Or like the news was new to him. But he didn't believe me when I tried to deflect the question." "Naturally," Natasha smiled. "What exactly did you say?" "You know I can't lie. Not directly, anyway. I told him I didn't know anybody named Severus Snape, and I don't. I don't know him at all, really." Then he asked if I was sure and added that Snape fought Loki. I told him I was fighting on the ground. Didn't exactly answer. I think he caught on to that. "Anybody would have caught on to that," Natasha replied, though not unkindly. Steve sighed. He knew he was a terrible liar, and he might have just cost Snape something with his terrible espionage skills. "He caught me off guard, Tasha," he muttered. "And unless I avoid that park altogether, I am going to bump into him again." Don't worry about it, Natasha said grimly. Did he tell you his name? Harry Potter, Steve shrugged. But it's sure to be a fake. I mean, he had this British accent like Snape, and isn't Potter kind of a common name over there? Kind of like how Smith is here. Natasha slammed on the brakes as the traffic light ahead turned red before they could pass through the yellow light. Harry Potter, she repeated, turning to glare at him. Did you see any scars on his forehead, by any chance? Scars on his? Steve trailed off as his perfect memory recalled Harry running his hands through his sweaty hair and baring his forehead. Sure enough, he had this small jagged scar on his temple, kind of to the left. That what you're thinking of? Natasha shook her head slowly, her hands tapping the steering wheel convulsively. Harry Potter, she repeated. I can't believe it. It could be fake, of course, but it probably isn't. What are you talking about? I wandered down to New York on my last leave, Natasha said with a winning smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a small office down there, so I demanded to speak with augmented security, which is what they call the magical police. You talked to other wizards? A witch, actually, Natasha grinned, hitting the gas as the light turned green. Huh, Steve muttered. He supposed there would be witches if there were wizards, but his only experience with witches involved the Wicked Witch of the West and her evil sister. She had some very interesting information, Natasha added thoughtfully. Once I asked about magical England in particular, that is, such as, well, Snape is not actually wanted for anything in the UK. He's been completely pardoned due to the efforts of one Harry J. Potter and his allies. Pardoned? But you said Fury told you. I know. Natasha's face turned rigid and cold. Someone somewhere lied, and I'm not completely certain who did the lying. Their magical intelligence is compromised? Or S.H.I.E.L.D. is, Natasha corrected him grimly. Steve shook his head. I refuse to believe that. Natasha's shoulders slumped a bit. I don't want to believe that either. It's likely the magical side that's compromised, but I'm paranoid. You know that. Hard way to live, Steve commented quietly. Good way not to die, though. Natasha smiled sadly. Steve sighed and shook himself. The orders came from wizards, didn't they? So maybe some of his enemies were actually trying to kidnap him, punish him for something. Natasha nodded, but said nothing else. They were speeding along the highway now, headed for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. More specifically, its Quinjet hangar. Potter is now actually a fugitive himself from Wizarding Britain's new administration, believe it or not, the Black Widow suddenly volunteered. Interesting, Steve murmured, leaning back and half closing his eyes as he considered that bit of information. Harry hadn't acted like somebody on the run. But then, he didn't think a wizard would be all that worried about regular people turning them in when they didn't even know about magical people's existence, much less their criminals. We'll have to have a chat with him, Natasha said gravely. A friendly chat, I hope, Steve retorted, glaring a bit at her. If he's married, he probably has kids, and we don't know that he's done anything wrong. Relax, Rogers, Natasha chuckled, giving him a sly wink. Not everyone I have a chat with ends up with broken fingers. Steve sighed and shook his head at the obvious teasing. He had no idea why she baited him like that and then turned it around. There was one more thing that was still just as much a mystery to him now as it was 70 years ago. Women? Or rather, the kind of women he seemed to end up around, oddly enough. We'll do it right after the mission, Natasha assured him. I'll run a quick program to find out where he's living, and it should be done by the time we get back. After all, his house does have to be registered in the regular world too. Harry decided it was fortunate that he'd met Sam Wilson. The man fit right in with his family as if he'd been born into it. He came over promptly at 12, which was when Harry had asked him to come, just as the family was finishing their midday meal. Hermione liked him almost at once she learned who he was, and the children, though cautious at first, soon gravitated toward him, calling him Uncle Sam. Wilson, ever the American patriot, fairly burst with pride at the moniker and demanded that Mr. and Mrs. Potter call him Uncle Sam too. The adults drew the line there, with Harry still calling him Sam and Hermione sticking with Mr. Wilson until she knew him a bit better. After a nice lunch, there followed a hectic scramble for shoes and Lily's lost dolly, and then they climbed into the car, which held 7 people, luckily. with Sam Wilson riding along as their guide. Hermione drove carefully through Washington, D.C. to the Smithsonian Museum. James chattered about what they had seen the last time they had gone, and Rosie and Lily were bouncing in their seats with excitement. Harry rode in the very back with his oldest son, with the girls in the middle and Sam riding shotgun, as Americans called sitting in the passenger seat for some reason. The Smithsonian was crowded on this Saturday afternoon, but Sam guided them along expertly and got flyers and maps for the family. Harry was glad that this whole thing was free. Not that he wouldn't have been able to afford it if it wasn't, but it did make the trip just that bit less hectic. "Welcome to the Smithsonian," a woman's pleasant voice echoed from the speakers overhead. "Visitor information booths are located on the second level. Please enjoy your visit." Holding the twins by their hands, Harry brought up the rear as they ascended the escalator to the Captain America exhibit. James was more interested than the girls and wanted to see everything he could. Hermione was utterly fascinated too. So even though Harry had been hoping to be able to spend some time studying the displays himself, the girls were bouncing and eager to get going after just the first kiosk. He decided they should split up. He would take the girls on the whirlwind tour, with their short attention spans, and then take them over to the science division where they had activities and science experiments for younger kids, so Hermione and James could take their time. "But I know you were looking forward to this," Hermione protested. "Maybe I should take the girls and you stay with James." Harry hesitated. Much as he loved being with the chatty twins, he really was interested in this Captain America, aka Steve Rogers. "I don't mind," Harry said hastily. "You can tell me what you learned later. You're better at that than I am anyway." "You should spend some time with your son," Hermione said quietly. Under the hubbub of all the people around them, James probably hadn't heard her. His back was to them, watching a slideshow of photographs depicting a child Steve Rogers. "I don't." "Harry," Hermione interrupted gently. "I'll take Mr. Wilson with me. He's like an expert, right?" Sam Wilson laughed bashfully. "I dunno about expert, Mrs. Potter," he shrugged good-naturedly. "But I'll fill you in on what I know, sure." Harry sighed and handed Rose and Lily over. "I guess I'm outnumbered," he conceded with a wry smile. "What time should we meet?" "There's this cafe in walking distance," Sam piped up, pulling out his cell phone and tapping on the screen. "What say we meet there for dinner at 5? He showed Harry an overhead map that showed them inside the Smithsonian Museum as a big blue dot, and there was indeed a cafe within walking distance of the museum. From where they currently stood, Sam's phone informed them it was 3 miles away, but from the actual building, it was less than 1. "All right, 5 o'clock sounds fine," Harry agreed. "Mione? We'll see you there if not sooner," she promised. "You and James have fun. Ready, girls?" "Yay!" Rosie and Lily cheered, skipping along beside their mother. Lily demanded to hold Sam's hand to make a train, and the 4 of them went off ahead. Harry took a deep breath and joined his oldest son at the kiosk. The voice coming from the speakers was just finishing up, but as the slideshow started up again, James didn't move. "A symbol to the nation, a hero to the world," the narrator said solemnly. A sepia photograph showed a young man saluting the American flag in a uniform that looked as if it had been designed off the flag. There was a star on his chest and stripes on the uniform in alternating gray and white. The story of Captain America is one of honor, bravery, and sacrifice. The music accompanying the next series of photos evoked heroism and soldiers with its quiet horn section, and then it faded out, leaving only strings. Just who was Captain America? Born Stephen Rogers to a poor Irish immigrant couple, Captain America came from humble beginnings. The narrator informed them, showing a poor-quality photograph of a serious-looking man in uniform, a delicate young woman, and a big-eyed, solemn-faced baby. The narrator went on to detail the boy's poor health, intelligence in school, growing up in Brooklyn, New York, his father's death when he was only 9 years old, and his mother's when he was 19. The theme of this kiosk seemed to be a simple introduction. After all, the title of this display was Captain America Begins. When the slideshow ended a second time, James looked up at his father, and Harry smiled down at him. Even at only 10 years old, there was not much more than 5 inches difference between them. James would most certainly get taller than his father once he hit those weed-like growth spurts in his teens. For now, Harry could enjoy the luxury of looking down lovingly at his oldest son. They joined hands and silently walked to the next display, which was talking about the Muggle War they called World War II, a world at war. It gave a few basic reminders about how the war started and then talked about the Nazi science division, Hydra. They moved on to the next display, which talked about Johann Schmidt, a deranged Nazi scientist who had broken away from Hitler to form his own empire. He had been the subject of an experimental serum developed by a Dr. Erskine, which was supposed to give its recipient super strength, enhanced senses and healing, and possibly longer life. Harry was fascinated by the display devoted to Dr. Erskine and the development of the serum, and watched the narrated slideshow at least 3 times, wishing he had brought along something to write it all down. Muggle chemistry was somewhat like potions, and sometimes what he wouldn't give to be on good terms with Snape. The man was a genius, and probably knew all sorts of things about chemistry that Harry only knew in vague terms. James got bored and wandered away from his father, and Harry kept half an eye on him. The story had gotten back to Steve Rogers, and James was at an interactive display detailing Steve's volunteering for the military during the first drafts in 1943. By the time Harry finished absorbing all he could at the Super Soldier Serum display, he found his son comparing his height with a to-scale image of a 25-year-old Steve Rogers. 10-year-old James was nearly as tall as he had been. "He was a shrimp, Dad," James commented as his father came over. He pointed at the image of Steve Rogers beside the small Steve silhouette. "He was a great deal broader, and at least a foot taller." Harry nodded slowly. That silhouette more closely resembled the man he had met near the Lincoln Memorial. "He was small," Harry agreed. "Science is almost like magic, isn't it?" The red-headed boy smothered a mischievous grin before he returned to studying the display. "He just wanted to help," James said thoughtfully, glancing up at the slideshow that was playing images of a frail, skinny boy in an ill-fitting uniform jogging alongside tall, robust young men. The footage was grainy and silent, but the slideshow's music and narrator were playing over it. Denied enlistment due poor health, Stephen Rogers was chosen for a program unique in the annals of American warfare. One that would transform him into the world's first super soldier. Human experimentation? Harry murmured aloud. For some reason, he had thought Steve had possibly been captured by Hydra, hurt in some way, and recovered to become a hero. But the fact that he volunteered for an experiment funded by his own government was a little sickening. Having already learned what he could about the serum and what it did, he doubted it had been a pleasant experience. His stomach turned, and he walked abruptly away. In this rare footage, another kiosk's narrator was babbling as Harry passed it. Everyone's favorite war hero, Captain America, poses for a publicity photograph with his team, the infamous Howling Commandos. Harry glanced at the grainy footage of the same man he had met just that morning. He was sitting on a motorcycle and laughing with a group of uniformed men. It looked like they were trying to pose for a picture. A woman joined them, beaming and waving at the filming camera. She was dressed in a uniform that had a skirt instead of pants, and her hair was bobbed and banged in a very becoming manner that Harry was used to seeing on photos of women from that era. "Look, Dad," James exclaimed, dragging him from that kiosk to a large display of mannequins dressed in uniforms. The frontmost mannequin wore a very different uniform, almost like a costume. It was dark blue with a white star emblem in the center of the chest and vertical stripes of red and white on the torso. The mannequin also held a shield in front of itself, with 3 stars at the top on a blue field and vertical stripes of red and white underneath. "The Howling Commandos," Harry read off the display marker. He tapped the screen for the narrator to start talking, and James hovered over his elbow to watch the footage and photos. The Howling Commandos, originally a misfit group of soldiers of different backgrounds and nationalities, coalesced under the leadership of Stephen Rogers, who received a promotion to the rank of captain following his first unofficial mission. Harry and James watched as some interviews of elderly people detailed a daring, almost solo mission carried out by Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, British agent Peggy Carter, and Howard Stark to rescue an entire unit of men captured by Hydra. When Steve Rogers returned to camp with over 100 rescued prisoners of war, the Army realized that they could no longer keep their beloved Captain America behind the front lines. Most of the Howling Commandos were men rescued in that first mission who elected to follow Rogers. Battle-tested, Captain America and his Howling Commandos quickly earned their stripes. Their mission, taking down Hydra, the Nazi rogue science division. "Wow," James murmured, gazing up admiringly at the mannequins in costume. According to the little informational placard at the display, most of the models were wearing the original uniforms of their respective men, donated to the museum by the soldiers themselves or by the army. In the case of Captain America's costume, there was at least one uniform that was a replica created just for the Smithsonian, the uniform of Sergeant James Buchanan, Bucky Barnes. His name was James too. James piped up, grinning at the match of their names. Harry grinned back, and they turned aside to examine the lonely display dedicated to the memory of James Barnes, the only Howling Commando to give his life in service to his country, Harry murmured as he swiftly read the biography. Childhood best friend of Steve Rogers. Died on a mission to recover Hydra intelligence and capture a Nazi scientist. "That's sad," James said softly. "He lost his best friend." Harry nodded, glancing one last time at the picture of James Barnes that graced the whole left side of the display. It showed a handsome young man with a sensitive face, eyes that sparkled with life and determination, and strong, square hands that gripped an old Muggle firearm. James reached out and activated the screen that talked about Bucky Barnes' life, and then entwined his fingers with his father's. Harry and his son watched silently, a strange kind of solemnity descending over them, almost as if they stood at a grave. Best friends since childhood, Bucky Barnes and Stephen Rogers were inseparable on both schoolyard and battlefield. Having met at age 6 when both boys were only in first grade, theirs was a friendship destined to last forever. Several photographs, accompanied by appropriate music, showed two boys in the midst of a school picture, arms slung around each other at a swimming pond, sitting on a tire swing together, making silly faces at a carnival. It was obvious to Harry that Steve, skinny and frail, was the more serious one, while Bucky, always taller and more robust than his little friend, was a total ham, always making goofy faces and the like. After Barnes was drafted, Stephen Rogers determined to help the war effort by enlisting, but was denied 6 times on account of his poor health. Barnes was transferred overseas and subsequently was captured by Hydra soldiers while on patrol in northern France. More photos of the boys as young men followed, including what was probably the last time they were together in New York. Barnes was in uniform and Rogers was not, looking a little wistful as he grinned at the camera. The narrator went on to tell about how they met again, when Captain America rescued Sergeant Barnes from Hydra imprisonment. Several more photos interspersed with black and white film confirmed Harry's observation that James Barnes was a happy, cheery sort with a goofy side. His son began giggling when one photo of the Howling Commandos being silly featured Barnes crossing his eyes and grinning like a mad fool. The narrator then turned to Barnes' last mission, how he fell from a moving train into a ravine, and his body never recovered. Barnes is the only Howling Commando to give his life in service of his country. The narrator finished solemnly on a final shot of some memorial in New York to the memory of Sergeant Barnes and Captain Rogers. Silently, James and Harry turned to go, and nearly crashed into a man standing nearby, also watching the video and reading the display. He was taller and broader than Harry and wore a baseball cap over his short blonde hair, and his startled blue eyes were very familiar. Harry blinked, wondering if he was having déjà vu, but his son apparently recognized him too, because he opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, Steve Rogers smiled and put a finger to his lips. Harry and James nodded and stepped aside for him. When they got to the next booth, a very large one with the word sacrifice displayed at the very top and several pictures of a Hydra base and aircraft scattered over it, James immediately began whispering excitedly. "That was him, wasn't it, Dad? That was Captain America?" "Hush," Harry whispered with a smile. "Yes, I think it was. He looked so normal," James said thoughtfully. "But then, I guess all war heroes look normal? What makes you say that?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, you and Mum look normal," James pointed out as if it was obvious. "And Uncle Ron too, and even Uncle Neville. And everyone says you're war heroes." Harry nodded slowly. "I suppose you're right," he said quietly. "Most of the time, you can't even know what's going on inside someone who looks normal. Anybody around here could be a veteran, and we just don't know it." A lot of people serve their country and come home, and a lot of people never acknowledge what they did or blame them for the bad things that happened. Harry trailed off, wondering if he was talking about himself more than just veterans in general. James reached out and tapped the screen for the video, and then tucked himself close to his father, that solemn mood coming over the both of them again. The story of Captain America, while brief, epitomizes the best qualities of all heroes: honor, sacrifice, and courage. On what the world has since thought of as Captain America's last day on Earth, Stephen Rogers demonstrated all three virtues in abundance. Harry and James watched in solemn silence as the narrator told them of Captain Rogers' last mission, his sacrificial crash in the Arctic to save the U.S. from Hydra's explosives, and legacy. Presumed dead for almost 70 years, Captain America lived on in the public imagination as a symbol of courage and patriotism. The memorial erected after the end of the war, dedicated to Sergeant Barnes and Captain Rogers, presumably the only two Howling commandos to die in service of their country, was paid for by donations of ordinary people. One of Barnes' sisters, an elderly woman with tears in her voice, was interviewed, and she mentioned how quiet and good Stephen was. An elderly Agent Margaret Carter was also interviewed and quoted the doctor who had turned Steve into a super soldier. The world had enough strong men. What they needed was a good man. Stephen Rogers gave his life for the world he loved. He gave his life to stop Hydra. Harry felt tears burning his eyes at the strange similarity between himself and this superhero. Both of them had died, either literally or figuratively, and had returned. Although Harry had come back literally minutes after his life was snuffed out and Rogers had waited almost a century, they had both given their lives to save the world. Even though Stephen Rogers lives in truth, he has long lived in the hearts and souls of the American people. He is truly Captain America. Silently, Harry and James looked over the rest of the display before they wandered off to the others titled Legacy. These detailed the years after Captain America's death, or rather his disappearance, until his reawakening. The first booth in this section was dedicated to the role of British Agent Margaret Carter in the war and after. The informational video was already playing, and a woman was being interviewed. It was Margaret Peggy Carter. She looked older than the sepia-toned picture on the display, but she was without a doubt still just as beautiful. It was a terrible winter that year, Agent Carter was saying. Half our battalion was stranded behind the German lines. Steve. She trailed off and glanced to the side, taking a breath and regaining her composure. Captain Rogers. He fought through a Hydra blockade that had pinned our allies for months. He saved over 1,000 men, including the man who would eventually become my husband. The narrator took over, mentioning how Margaret Carter worked with world governments after the war to make certain Hydra stayed neutralized, and founded a worldwide intelligence agency to help guard the world from threats like Johann Schmidt. Harry frowned at that. While it was a good idea in principle, an agency like that was also an organization too well suited to corruption. A worldwide intelligence agency would have immense power and resources. Was something like that behind the mysterious vanishings of Severus Snape's pictures from the internet? Feeling suddenly paranoid, Harry glanced over his shoulder at the man standing quietly nearby. He had probably been watching the video that James was still engrossed in, but he was actually looking at something in his hand. When he closed it, whatever it was, and put it back in the pocket of his jeans, his blue eyes looked up and right into Harry's. For several seconds, the two men regarded one another in silence. Steve quirked an abashed smile and stepped a little closer. "I'm not stalking you, I promise," he whispered. "Was my paranoia so obvious?" Harry joked. "It's good to see you, Dr. Potter." Steve smiled broadly and stuck out a hand. Harry shook it briefly. "Good to see you too, Captain," Harry replied quietly, keeping in mind that Steve probably wanted to be anonymous here. The informational video forgotten, James whirled around and regarded Steve Rogers with open delight and awe. "Is it really you?" the boy asked in a hushed voice. Steve glanced up uneasily, looking like he would rather not be recognized here, and James hastened to reassure him. "I won't tell anybody, I promise. You're really awesome, and thanks for being a hero." Harry glanced down at his son in surprise. He and his wife had often talked to their youngsters about being grateful for the service of veterans, and James was by far the least shy of his children. But he did not think he had ever heard his son actually thanking a veteran for their service before. Steve looked delighted and a little shy at the gratitude. "I was glad to do it," the captain replied quietly. James nodded solemnly. "So was my dad," he babbled on. "He's a hero too." Harry hastily grabbed his son by the shoulder, feeling his face heating up uncomfortably. He didn't dare look up at Steve Rogers. "Ah, look at the time," the wizard laughed nervously. He had never quite grown out of his instinctive deflection tactics when anything connected to his fame turned up. "Looks like we have to go meet your mom and the girls now." "But it's not 5 yet," James protested in bewilderment. "I can tell you about Snape," Rogers interrupted suddenly, his voice soft and casual. Harry looked up into Steve's laser blue eyes, dead serious and probing. Slowly, Harry straightened up and assessed the man. He seemed sincere, and his attitude from this morning was definitely different. He actually looked rather tired. "You didn't seem keen on talking about him this morning," Harry replied just as quietly. "I've been thinking about it," Steve replied with a pensive nod. "I think I should. But keep in mind, I didn't even know him for a whole day." Harry nodded back and thought of all they had to talk about. Hermione wouldn't want to miss this. Come to think of it, Draco wouldn't want to miss this either. Holding out his hand in clear invitation, Harry smiled his friendliest, most harmless smile. "Would you care to join my family for dinner on Sunday?" "So, I brought Draco the reporter back and we've finally begun the actual movie timeline. I'm excited about going forward, and the family dinner with Steve and Draco will be fun." "Yes, sorry, I haven't written it yet, the final version. Anyway, thank you for your reviews, my loyal readers. Your support means so much to me. You have no idea." Smiley face. Godess, I've never actually been to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., and my own museum experiences are colored by the last time I went to my local museum of natural history years ago. So if you're lucky enough to have been to the Smithsonian and my descriptions of interactive displays are off, please forgive me. Let's just imagine that's how it works in this universe. Winky face. One of my original ideas had Bucky attacking the Potter's house without his mask, or getting it knocked off or something, and Hermione or Harry recognizing him in Bucky's display here. But I decided not to go that route, mostly because I need the family to have a good rapport with Steve before they start fighting the Winter Soldier. Just thought I'd throw that out there. The writing process is a dizzying series of choices. Family dinner. Rated M. A sad family talk about letting go and grief. Chapter 8. Family dinner. It was late, but Steve was up, staring at his record player as he sat in the living room, though he hardly heard the music as it filled the apartment. He couldn't believe himself. Had he really been so impulsive today? He was going to have dinner tomorrow with a wizard and a wizard's family. He hadn't had a family dinner since before the war. He wasn't sure he would be able to remember how to have a normal family-style meal anymore. And what on earth had he been thinking? Offering to discuss Snape with a veritable stranger. Natasha Romanoff hadn't told him much about this Harry Potter fellow, but if he'd been working to clear Snape's name, he had to be fine, right? Taking all the stupid with you. Yeah, right? Steve suddenly muttered to himself, shaking his head. He raised a glass of water to a non-existent presence in the room. "Looks like you left a little bit for me, Buck?" He drained the glass and sighed. For him, it had been less than a year since he had lost his best friend on that fateful train heist. For the rest of the world, it had been almost 70 years. Bucky's family was dead, or old, and Steve hadn't had the heart to seek them out. The only one he had tracked down was Peggy. A few weeks ago, he had gotten up the courage to find her family and found her in a nursing home, suffering from dementia and numerous other health problems. Their meeting had been full of tears and laughter, and they had spent hours just catching up. He tried to visit Peggy once a week or so, seeing how close she was to her last days. He planned to go visit her tomorrow after church. It was weird, going back to the church he had always gone to back in New York, and seeing how so many things had changed over the years made him feel all squirmy inside. It took some getting used to, but once he found a church in Washington, D.C., he went every week. Or he tried to. Missions sometimes got in the way. Steve startled as his cell phone vibrated on the coffee table. When he picked it up, there was a text from Natasha. "I'm at the door." Steve sighed and considered texting her back, but since he was still criminally slow at typing on these things, he put the phone down and went to the door. It was dark in the apartment hallway, but he saw her right away. Though she was in black as always, her red hair and light skin glowed like a beacon to his serum-enhanced eyes. He silently let her in and locked the door after glancing out in the passage for eavesdroppers. His neighbor across the hall, Kate, was home tonight, and she was altogether too perceptive for her own good. She was a nurse and worked wild hours, so he hardly ever knew if she was home or not. When Steve entered the kitchen, Natasha was making herself quite at home, whipping up some hot chocolate for herself and an herbal tea for Steve. Modern hot chocolate tended to be too sweet for him. "Ever heard of knocking?" Steve asked as he strolled into his tiny kitchen. "Texting's quieter," Natasha replied with a knowing smile. She tossed the packaging for both the hot chocolate and the tea into the trash can and turned the stove on under the silvery kettle. She turned around and leaned against the counter, fixing Steve with a coy look that he usually hated. "What?" he demanded as he folded his arms defensively. Natasha arched her eyebrows. "Can't a girl just smile at you without you getting all antsy?" "You're hilariously transparent," Steve retorted. "Come on. You know the way you look at me. It's like you're daring me to ask you why you look like the cat that killed the canary. So why don't you ask?" "Because I hate being maneuvered into things like that. Can't you just say what it is you want to say?" Natasha rolled her eyes at that, but her smirk was definitely fond. "I found out some things about your jogging buddy," she explained. "I just thought you'd like to know." "About Wilson? Or Potter?" "Potter, of course," Natasha replied as if he was an idiot. "I found out where he's living right now." "Well, good," Steve said, for lack of something better to say. Of course, that didn't matter. He would know where the guy and his family lived tomorrow when he went for dinner. Dr. Potter wanted to meet him at the park they jogged at. Apparently, his home was in the nearest neighborhood. Steve looked away from Natasha's probing eyes and tried to act casual. Lying was still impossible for him, but misdirecting and keeping secrets was even harder. "Don't tell me you bumped into the boy who lived again," Natasha demanded, sounding exasperated. "Boy who lived?" Steve repeated incredulously. He apparently survived a murder attempt when he was a baby, and they called him the boy who lived after that. "What the heck?" Steve gasped. "Who tries to murder a baby?" "Apparently, the Dark Lord that was trying to take over the world," Natasha replied. "They called him He Who Must Not Be Named." "It all sounds ridiculous," Steve muttered. The Black Widow smirked. "Says the World War II hero who survived a deep freeze for 70 years and woke up like a veritable Rip Van Winkle." Steve gritted his teeth and didn't deign to reply. Tony Stark was fond of calling him up just to exhaust the latest list of nicknames he'd come up with, like Grandpa, Mr. Rogers, Captain Underpants, and yes, Rip Van Winkle. "That's different," Steve grumbled. "Rip Van Winkle isn't half as ridiculous as Boy Who Lived or He Who Must Not Be Named." Natasha Romanoff smirked in agreement and glanced over at the kitchen window, which was closed and the shades drawn. "At the end of their war," she commented, "this Potter guy supposedly died again, and they called him the Boy Who Lived twice after that." Steve arched his eyebrow. "Really? Boy Who Lived Twice sounds so uncreative. Considering the last name they had for him, that one's a little obvious." Steve snorted. "And silly. Well, what were they going to call him at that point? Lazarus? He really died? Nobody knows. I can only dig so much into magical matters. Knowing they exist helps, but they don't have computers or organized data, so most of what I can find out is hearsay or newspaper clippings." "How did you find out where Potter lives then?" "He lives in a regular neighborhood under his own name." Steve was quiet for a little bit while he digested that information. Potter had seemed perfectly comfortable in the regular world, only a little nervous about his son calling him a war hero out loud to a veritable stranger. And he had been invited to dinner with such cordial charm and friendliness. Potter just seemed normal. "So," Natasha smiled knowingly at him, "are you going to finish wrestling with your conscience and just tell me already?" "Tell you what?" "Oh, don't play that game with me, Steve Rogers," the Black Widow chuckled. "You won't win." The kettle started whistling, and Steve bumped into Natasha in his haste to get it and escape the conversation. Blushing with embarrassment, He backed off and let the redhead pour hot water over the powdered chocolate in one mug and a ginger peach tea bag in the other cup. When the two of them were settled at the table, Steve sighed and fiddled with the string of his steeping tea bag. I went to the Smithsonian today. Natasha nodded and sipped her hot chocolate. And I guess I was just curious about that new exhibit. Natasha quickly smothered a smile. Steve sighed and rolled his eyes. While I was there, I ran into Harry Potter and his son. He paused. They, invited me to dinner. When Steve looked up, half expecting Natasha to look disapproving or skeptical, but she was smirking. That's your big secret? She chuckled. This has to be the first time you've been invited for dinner at a family's house since before the war? Steve huffed, almost laughing. Well, thanks a lot. I'm guessing you're going? Well, yes, Steve replied, a little defensively. Look, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. He seemed harmless to me. He's even got a kid, 10 or 11 years old. His son called him a war hero and Potter got all shy. Sounds like you, Natasha teased. I don't get shy, Steve frowned. Do I? You deflect. You misdirect. Don't think I haven't noticed. I don't even realize it if I am. Naturally, Natasha sighed and shook her head with a fond smile. She sipped her cocoa, and Steve sipped his tea. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes. Finally, Natasha sighed audibly and smiled at him. I think it'll be good for you, she said casually. But don't make any mistakes about Harry Potter. Or his wife. They were bona fide war heroes. And they're wizards. Or a witch and a wizard, if you want to get technical. You mean, they could be dangerous if they decide I'm their enemy, Steve summarized. Just stay aware, Natasha smiled, finishing off her cocoa. And keep me on speed dial. She put her mug in the sink, washed it, and set it in the drying rack. Steve watched her in bafflement as she apparently headed to the door. Where are you going? I have work, the shield spy said cheerfully. You just came by for cocoa and a chat? Steve laughed, getting off his chair. Did you expect more? Natasha grinned. She winked and pulled open the door. Let me know how it goes. Fine, Steve sighed. The door closed on Natasha Romanoff's coy smile, and Steve Rogers sighed and shoved his hands into his jean pockets. He glanced at his cooling mug of tea on the table and shook his head. That Black Widow was something else. Sunday was quiet, and Hermione and Harry spent the day cleaning and getting the house ready. Since the day was nice, the children played in the backyard, and judging from the happy shrieks and shouts from the small back area, James had likely invented some rowdy game for them as he usually did. Hermione fussed with the bookshelves, dusting and rearranging them, while Harry used a dirt-lifting spell on the carpet, depositing what he got into a dustpan he carried. Are you about finished carpet sweeping? Hermione suddenly asked her husband, chuckling at the odd sight it made. Arg, Harry groaned, straightening his back. I'm going to get a Muggle vacuum cleaner on my next day off. You're off tomorrow, right? Hermione asked curiously. Suppose I am, Harry mused. He dumped his dustpan into the rubbish and put it away with the broom. My schedule's all over the place these days. Come on, Harry, his wife laughed. When has your schedule ever been predictable? For that matter, when's my life been predictable? Hermione chuckled. You've got a point. Harry laughed and picked up a dusting rag to work beside his wife. I'll have to stop at Cham Avenue tomorrow for one of those devices to protect the vacuum from our magical energy. Is there any other shopping you need done? I'll get you a list, Hermione assured him. Oh, and you should stop by Sam's work tomorrow. Surprise him with some chocolate chip biscuits. It was really very kind of him to guide us at the museum like he did, and he was such a help to me with the twins. You know how they can be sometimes. That's a good idea, Harry smiled. Sam would love Hermione's biscuits, or cookies, as the Americans called them, and perhaps the people at his Veterans Assistance place would be able to share them as well. I still can't believe you invited Draco and Captain America over at the same time, Hermione exclaimed, her grin turning mischievous. Well, it was a little impulsive, Harry admitted. But Draco was so keen on meeting any of the Avengers that it seemed like too good a thing to pass up. I sure hope nothing goes wrong tonight. Don't jinx us, Harry laughed. The back door banged, and a wildly shrieking Lily dashed inside, her hair wild and her face flushed. "Watch out," she yelled, laughing. "A minter's gonna get us." Harry laughed as Lily hid behind her daddy's legs. "A minter, huh?" Harry chuckled. The door banged again and Rose dashed in, looking slightly more rattled than her sister. She dashed at her father and Harry scooped her up in a hug. Following on their heels was James in his dark sweater, arms outstretched and hands contorted into claws. He had the hood up and was lurching forward like a zombie, letting out rasping breaths like an undead inferi or something. Hermione cracked up at the sight and Lily and Rose screamed, half in terror and half in excited delight, and Harry winced at the volume. "All right, Jamesy," he called out above the shrieking girls, groaning James and laughing Hermione. "Game's over. You're scaring the twins half to death with that incredible Dementor impression." Grinning and sweaty, James dropped his arms and shoved his hood back. "Sorry," he apologized. "It's just me," he assured his wide-eyed sisters. "Were you playing Escape from Azkaban again?" Harry asked. James shrugged. "They asked," he answered. "Sevis liked it," Rose murmured. Harry lost his smile, and his insides twisted with grief. Severus had indeed liked to play Escape from Azkaban, a game he and James initially invented after hearing about Sirius daring escape when Harry was 13. The four Potter children would play either Dementors or prisoners, and they would run around outdoors, shrieking and yelling and miming, losing their souls when the Dementor inevitably caught them and gave them a big fat kiss. It was a silly game, though Harry had freaked out a little the first time he caught the kids playing it. Hermione had convinced him to let them play. Muggle kids played cowboys and Indians or cops and robbers in much the same way, pretending to shoot each other and escape from jail, etc. "When's Sev comin' home, Daddy?" Lily suddenly piped up. Harry swallowed hard and glanced at his wife. Her smile was gone too, and she turned aside to wipe a tear while she busied herself with wiping non-existent dust from the bookshelf. "Why don't we sit down for a little bit?" Harry suggested, forcing himself to sound calm. James' face had closed off, and he tried to sneak off to his room, where he stayed more often than not. James," Harry called. "You too, son." The oldest Potter boy sighed heavily and threw off his sweater before he flopped on the sofa. Harry sat next to James with Rose in his lap, and Lily climbed up on the couch's arm beside him. Hermione came into the living room too and sat in the armchair. Harry sighed and looked around at his family, facing something he had avoided thinking about for weeks. Months. "I know we all are still hoping and praying that Sev will come home soon," Harry started softly. "I want to find him, and I want him to come home. But, Dad," James whispered, his voice sounding terribly small and young. "We shouldn't give up hope," Harry said firmly. I can't." He swallowed hard and his tears threatened to run down his face. "Sometimes things don't have a happy ending," Hermione finished quietly. "I don't want to give up, and we'll keep up our hope," Harry said, his voice wobbling slightly. "But you need to understand that it might be a long time before we even find out what happened to Sev." "Dad, are you saying Sev's gone?" James whispered, his voice wobbling with tears. The girls looked solemn and scared, but they didn't understand what was going on, being barely 5 years old. "I'm saying we might not find him," Harry whispered back, closing his eyes briefly as the tears overflowed. "I've done everything I know, everything I can. I'm sorry." "There is one more thing we haven't tried," Hermione added firmly, gracefully taking charge as she usually did. "Yes, if we can find Snape," Harry agreed, turning his head to wipe his tears on his shoulder. Rose reached up and wiped her father's face with a crumpled napkin from her pocket. James looked stricken. His lip wobbled and tears rolled down his face. "Oh, sweetie," Hermione whispered, getting up and kneeling in front of her son. James threw his arms around his mother and burst into noisy tears. Harry hugged the two girls, who were crying because everyone else was crying. They probably didn't understand that they might never see their brother again. And even if they did, Sev would not be the same. Harry almost hoped that his sweet boy was dead. It saved his imagination from conjuring horrific scenarios that Sev could be undergoing. Just last night, he had battled a nightmare, inspired by some of the things he had learned about Hydra and Captain America at the museum. His son was in a lab, and the Red Skull was there, and men in Death Eater masks and Nazi uniforms had come in, firing guns that shot green light like killing curses. James, Rose, and Lily cried noisily, while their parents cried more quietly and tried to comfort their grieving kids. Harry hated this, but he and his wife had agreed that they had to let Sev go in some sense, especially for the rest of the children's sake. They all needed to grieve, and they needed to face the fact that after 3 months and more, it was looking more like they would never see their younger son again. Hermione had looked up some blood-curdling statistics that the Muggles had on abducted children. Essentially, the longer it had been, the less likely that they would be found at all, even dead. They couldn't let the other children continue on in this limbo of probably false hope. Better to let their little Severus go while holding a faint hope in their hearts that they would find him one day. "Mummy, Dad," James sobbed. "He's dead? Sev's dead?" "He might be," Hermione whispered tearfully. "We just don't want to go on with false hope. We need to live. The sadness will always be there, and we'll never forget him. But we are already starting to heal. One day it'll be better, but you'll always feel the loss of your brother." "I hope he's dead," James bawled, clutching his mother. "I hope he's with Grandma and Grandpa and Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus. I don't want him to stay kidnapped." "I hope so too, sweetheart," Hermione murmured, rubbing her son's back comfortingly. "I hope he's happy." Dinner was going to be somewhat simple. Hermione could make an incredible chicken-vegetable pasta dish, and Harry was making garlic toast and a salad. They made sure to make enough for their guests, who Harry was planning to meet at the park since the magical wards around the house would prevent Draco from operating in, and some of the wards would probably repel Steve Rogers, since he was a Muggle. The wards were simple, discouraging interest rather than making the house inaccessible or something. But with Harry there, Steve ought to be able to reach the door without getting distracted by something else. After the drama of this morning, the kids were playing quietly in the living room. Or at least, the girls were. James was sprawled on his back on the sofa, staring at a book he probably wasn't reading. "I think we shouldn't have told them all that this morning," Harry suddenly said quietly. "We should have waited until tonight. We promised we'd talk it through when it came up again," Hermione sighed. "They'll be all right. Kids are resilient. Besides, having guests will be a good distraction." Harry glanced at the clock and was alarmed at how the time had slipped away from him. Since he was meeting Draco and Steve in the same place in less than 20 minutes, he'd have to run to get there on time. Hurriedly washing his hands, Harry leaned over and kissed his wife. "Gotta go." "Be careful," she warned him with a smile. "Will do," Harry smiled back, flourishing the wand he kept tucked in his pants pocket. As he passed through the living room, he warned the kids that he would be back in a half hour, and they should pick up their toys and books and make it look nice. James got up at once, subdued and not his normal self, but he knew the drill and started getting the girls to pick up their dolls and toys while he gathered the books, a sweater, a blanket, and some other things lying around. Harry slipped on his shoes and stepped out into the brisk afternoon air. Rain might be coming in, judging by the clouds, and after a moment's deliberation, Harry ducked back into the entryway and grabbed the keys. Hermione looked up from the kitchen and grinned knowingly at him. "Stay on the right," she warned him. I know, Harry complained. "You don't have to remind me every time." "Maybe not, but that's my job," Hermione smirked, and turned back to her meal preparations. Harry got the car and drove carefully through the neighborhood, grateful for the lack of traffic on the thoroughfare that passed the park. Driving on the wrong side of the road was maddening, especially because he hadn't even gotten a British driving lesson until he was 20 years old, and then he had to learn how to drive on American roads less than 2 months ago. The rules were all different and backwards, and he had to focus with all his might lest he make a fatal mistake of some sort. He was getting the hang of it, so long as there wasn't much traffic and he took it slow. 10 minutes later, he pulled up at the park, turned off the car, and stepped out. The wind was picking up and smelled fresh and damp. Harry took a deep breath and smiled. This was fine weather. Scottish rainstorms had nothing on the weather anywhere else in the world. After some time of silent waiting, he heard the roar of a motorcycle. He turned to watch it approach, wary as always, and was rather surprised to see that it was Steve, dressed in dark jeans and a leather jacket. He wore a helmet and rode the two-wheeled vehicle with a comfortable familiarity. Harry smiled a little, remembering serious fondness for the noisy Muggle vehicles. He never had been able to ask his godfather how he'd enchanted the thing to fly. Maybe his mom had actually been the one to do it, seeing how everyone talked about her genius with charms. Steve Rogers parked the motorcycle, turned off its noisy engine, and kicked the little stand down before he got off with practiced ease. Harry suddenly remembered the black and white video at the Museum of Captain Rogers and the Howling Commandos grouped around a motorcycle even back then. Steve pulled off his helmet and tucked it into a shoulder bag, which he then slung on his back. Harry waved at him, and Steve walked over, smiling broadly. "Am I late? Or are you early?" "We're both early," Harry replied with a light laugh. "I'm waiting for someone else too." "Oh? Is it the guy you were jogging with before?" "Sam?" Harry grinned and shook his head. "Nope, not him. It's actually a friend of mine from back home. He's been investigating Snape ever since he got the idea that his godfather might not really be dead. His name's Draco Malfoy." Speak of the devil. Harry was cut off by a sound like a light snapping noise, similar to the sound made by stepping on a twig. But Harry knew the particular timbre of the sound signaled apparition, not twigs, and he put his hand in his pocket just in case. A tall man came sauntering out of the nearby trees, his pale gray suit jacket getting blown every which way by the wind. Where'd he come from? Steve muttered thoughtfully. But strangely enough, he didn't look all that confused. "I assume you've heard of apparition? Like visions?" Harry let go of his wand, lifting his empty hand as he flagged Draco down. The white blonde hair and trim figure were impossible to miss. "No, it's wizard teleporting," he explained. "Oh, right," Steve nodded, his blue eyes lighting up with recognition. "Severus did a lot of that in the battle. He was popping all over the place." "Can't wait to hear about it," Harry said with a smile. "Well, Potter," Draco drawled as he approached. He looked up pointedly at the gray clouds hovering close overhead. "You've picked a lovely evening for your dinner." "Nothing says cozy like a warm kitchen and rain drumming on the roof," Harry replied cheerfully. "Draco, meet Steve." "Steve, this is Draco. You can get to know each other while we drive." He shooed them toward the back seats as he felt the random patter of raindrops on his skin. "Steve," Draco repeated, looking bemused and befuddled. "That's all the introductions we get, Potter?" As the two guests climbed into the back of the car and Harry slid into the driver's seat, Steve stowed his bag in the center seat between them and stuck out his hand. "Steve Rogers," he introduced himself. Draco looked startled, and his gray eyes darted from Harry to Captain America in disbelief. "You have got to be joking," Draco exclaimed, though it wasn't clear if he was speaking to Harry or Steve. "I wouldn't joke about my own name," Steve Rogers replied gravely, dropping his hand once it was clear that Draco was in too much shock to shake hands. "And I thought you'd be happy, Malfoy," Harry replied with a mischievous smile. "I don't imagine you were able to snag an Avenger in New York?" "Not a one," Draco sighed. He reached up and combed his fingers through his pale blonde hair, glancing uneasily at Captain America, sitting beside him. "You were trying to snag an Avenger?" Steve repeated incredulously. "For what?" "An interview, of sorts," Draco replied stiffly. He looked nervous. "I'm a private journalist." "Relax, Malfoy," Harry laughed as he carefully turned the car onto the main thoroughfare. "Steve Rogers here knows all about Snape and wizards. He knows what I am too. Don't you?" "Yes," Steve replied hesitantly. "A friend of mine talked to some magical police officers." "Did you really die?" Harry flinched and swallowed hard. "You could say that," he replied as lightly as possible. "Of course that would be the story that made it overseas," he added jokingly. "There was no story," Steve retorted. "Just a few rumors, like that name, Boy Who Lived Twice." "Ridiculous, isn't it?" Harry sighed, turning left to enter the neighborhood. "I thought so," Steve murmured. "Ah yes, Mr. Potter is quite the hero back home," Draco grumbled, "while I am remembered as nothing but a tragic villain." "Hey, your mum saved my life, so that counts for something, right?" "True, but only because you saved my life first," Draco snorted. "Can we not start bickering?" Harry asked cheerfully. "Are you a wizard too?" Steve interrupted, speaking to Draco. "I am," Draco replied, even more stiffly than before. "So, you worked with Severus Snape?" "I knew him for roughly a day," Steve replied apologetically. "So, whatever it is you wanted to ask me, I bet you two would know more than me." "Well, considering I thought he was dead up until a few weeks ago, you clearly know more than us." "I already knew he was alive," Harry explained, meeting Steve's eyes in the rearview mirror. "I was the last person he talked to before he left England." "I'm kind of fuzzy on that," Steve said cautiously. "So he faked his death? Or he let people believe he was dead when he disappeared? Or what?" "He was badly injured, and the witnesses assumed he was dead," Harry sighed, slowly turning the car and backing into the driveway. It was painstaking, and Draco and Steve seemed to notice that. They kept quiet while Harry concentrated. When the car was parked, it was raining steadily. Harry rummaged in the glove box and pulled out an umbrella for Steve. "What about you guys?" the super soldier protested. "I don't mind getting a little wet." "We have magic," Draco sniffed haughtily. "If you wish to get wet, fine by me." He drew his wand and pulled something from his pocket. With a tap of his wand, it enlarged and revealed a fine black umbrella after the wizarding style, which meant it looked like something out of Sherlock Holmes rather than modern times. "I thought you said you couldn't use your wand outside your home?" Harry asked suspiciously and a bit curiously. "This wand is registered with the American Congress," Draco smiled slyly. "The British ministry doesn't know that Lucio Greengrass of New Hampshire shouldn't own a wand, after all." Harry laughed in surprise. "That's pretty clever. Just wanted to make sure the Orrs aren't going to be interrupting our dinner. Ready?" Steve Rogers looked bemused, but he didn't comment. They climbed out of the car, with Steve and Draco using umbrellas and Harry using an overhead shield spell that acted much like an umbrella. It was a good thing they used protection, because the rain was really pouring down. But there wasn't much wind, which was good. It was just rain, not a full-blown storm. When they reached the covered porch, Harry drew his wand and dried the umbrellas and anything else that got wet, like their shoes. Steve looked suitably impressed. "Snape was telling us about magic wands," he pointed out. "He said it was supposedly hard for a wizard to do magic without one, but you should have seen him fight. It was incredible." "I bet it was," Harry agreed. "Professor Snape was an incredible duelist, even with a wand, and most spells he did silently." "Malfoy, what was it he did every day in class to make the instructions appear on the board?" "I never could figure it out." Draco sniggered. "He put the instructions there before the class arrived and covered it with a concealment charm. All he had to do was cancel the concealment." Harry blinked, feeling a bit mollified. "That's it?" he demanded. "He could have done it with just a wave of his hand if he'd wanted. Even back then he did a few things wandlessly." Harry shook his head. "See," he said to Steve, who was watching their exchange with amusement. "You're not the only one in the dark about what Snape could do." They entered the house and the girls came running to greet him as they usually did. At the sight of the two strangers, they skidded to a stop and stared with big eyes. Harry grinned and waved at them. "Rose, Lily, these are my friends," he said cheerfully. "Want to come say hello?" Lily hesitantly came to him, but Rose stayed in the doorway to the sitting room. "You can hang up your coats," Harry offered, gesturing at the rows of hooks on the wall. He dried off his wet shoes and did the same for Steve's boots before he put his wand back in his pocket and scooped Lily up in his arms. "This is my daughter, Lily," he told his guests. "Lily, this is Mr. Rogers and Mr. Malfoy." "Hi," the girl said shyly, hiding her face in her father's shoulder. Harry chuckled and rubbed her back comfortingly. Sometimes she was the friendliest person in the room, and sometimes she was shy as a garden snake. Rose had vanished, probably to tell her mother about the arrival of the guests. "Those two look the same age," Steve commented carefully. "They're twins," Draco butted in, shrinking his umbrella and waving his wand over his shoes to dry them. "The other one's Rose, right?" "Right," Harry replied, feeling a little discomfited at Malfoy's knowledge. He'd never introduced the whole family before. "I'm not even going to ask how you knew that." "Sources, Potter," Draco laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. "Welcome." Hermione's voice greeted them from the doorway to the sitting room. She was drying her hand on a tea towel and her face was slightly flushed as she smiled and gestured for them to come in. Nice to see you again, Mr. Malfoy. And it's very nice to meet you, Mr. Rogers. My wife, Hermione, Harry explained by way of introduction. Please, ma'am, the captain said a bit shyly as he shook her hand. You can call me Steve. And why the formality, Mrs. Potter? Draco laughed teasingly. Draco is just fine between friends. Is that what we are? Hermione asked with a raised eyebrow. If that is what you wish, dear lady, Draco teased, his eyes glittering with humor. He took Hermione's hand to plant a kiss of her knuckles. She laughed and swatted him with the tea towel and demanded he take his shoes off before he stepped on her carpet. Harry chuckled and toed off his shoes, since his arms were full of his daughter. When shoes were off and an oven timer started beeping insistently at them, they all poured out of the entry hall into the sitting room and through there to the kitchen table, which doubled as their dining room since this home didn't have a separate dining area. Rose peeked at them from around the corner, and Draco offered her a peppermint. In less than 5 minutes, Draco was enthroned at the table with a Potter princess in his lap, chattering about tea parties and polite 5-year-old small talk. Harry offered to help his wife, but she demanded he sit down and entertain the guests for a few minutes, which he dutifully did, mostly explaining to the two of them why he'd brought them both for dinner tonight. I wanted you to meet each other, mostly, Harry explained, shifting Lily on his lap to his other leg where it would be more comfortable for both of them. But I need to find Snape, and we'll talk about that after dinner. It's strange, Steve said slowly. I'm still adjusting to 21st century logic, to be honest. But now I have to adjust to a whole other world that has always existed alongside the one I've known all my life. It's an adjustment, Harry agreed. I'm glad you thought of this, Potter, Draco commented. I'll send you an exclusive of the piece I'll write up after my interview. I didn't agree to an interview, Steve said a bit sharply. Draco started laughing. Relax, Captain, he said teasingly. I wasn't serious. He's a Slytherin, Harry warned Steve. Don't trust anything he says. Sound advice, Potter, Draco smiled benignly. But if you need assurance, Mr. Rogers, I cannot legally publish your words without your consent, and I truly have no need to get in trouble with the law at this time. I'm, shall we say, a sneeze away from Azkaban, and I have a son to think about. Azkaban, Steve murmured, shaking his head. I can't even imagine what would possess human beings to create such an awful place. Natasha, the woman who picked me up at the park, she did some research into your magical world and told us what she knew about it. I suppose that's how you heard of me then? Harry asked awkwardly. Yep, Steve answered. I was a little worried when you asked me about Severus Snape right out of the blue before, so we did some checking. You do know that you broke the statute of secrecy when you asked that, Potter? Draco butted in, sounding far too cheerful. I know, Harry admitted. But, he glanced at Steve. We can talk more later. I had a good reason, trust me. Technically, Snape broke the statute first, Hermione pointed out as she brought the salad to the table. If he told you about magic or performed any in front of you, he broke the statute of secrecy. They usually obliviate any muggles who find out anything about the magical world. Obliviate? Steve repeated uneasily. Erase memories, Harry explained. It's a spell. The captain suddenly looked a little uneasy. You guys can do that? It's not an exact science, Hermione admitted, looking a bit uncomfortable. But yes, erasing memories is something wizards and witches can do. Steve glanced from Harry to Draco to Hermione, looking slightly nervous, and Harry hastened to assure him that they had no intention of taking or modifying any of his memories. He relaxed only a little and sat at the table to ask the wizards questions about magic. James seemed shy tonight too, and instead of joining the interesting discussion of magic at the table, he helped his mother set the table. In a few minutes, the table was set and everyone was seated. Harry was at one end of the table with his daughters on either side of him. Draco sat next to Rose with an empty seat to his left. James sat beside Lily, and Steve sat next to him, and Hermione sat at the opposite end of the table. They all fit, and Harry was quite glad he'd magically resized the table and transfigured the extra chairs. Glancing at the empty seat beside Steve, Harry felt a sudden harsh lump in his throat. He could practically see his dark-headed Sev sitting there, elbow on the table and head resting in his hand as he silently observed everything around him, despite his mother telling him a million times not to put his elbows on the table. Harry looked away quickly and busied himself with helping Lily unwrap her silverware from her napkin. In the name of efficiency, or perhaps just to show off, Hermione temporarily enchanted the dinner things to serve themselves. Watching the dishes float around the table, Harry smiled wistfully, remembering the first time he had eaten dinner in a magical home. How amazed he had been at the Weasleys' flying dishes. Steve was suitably delighted, and Draco smiled a bit condescendingly, but he didn't say anything too insulting. When everyone was served, Steve seemed to realize he hadn't been introduced to the boy he was sitting next to. "Hi," he greeted the 10-year-old with a friendly smile. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember your name." "Oh," James flushed to his ears. "I'm James. I'm the oldest." "I can see that," Steve smiled kindly. "I think James is a great name. I had a friend named James, you know?" Yeah." James agreed a little nervously. "Sir, if it makes you sad about your friend, you can call me Sirius. That's my middle name." "Are you serious?" Steve grinned. James laughed at the pun, and he relaxed considerably. "I really liked learning about you at the museum. It was brilliant." "Yes, I bet it was," Steve agreed, looking a little uncomfortable, but hiding it pretty well. "What's your favorite subject in school?" Their dinner passed pleasantly enough, with casual talk and some amusing stories. Steve talked about growing up in 1920s Brooklyn, and Harry, Hermione, and Draco related some stories from their childhood and school days. James added some stories he knew from his godfather Ron and some other family friends, and the girls ate and babbled as they always did. Harry was glad that Draco and Steve seemed comfortable with his family, and vice versa. It had been a very long time since the Potters had invited guests for dinner. While the family was cleaning up after the meal, the girls had definitely gotten over their shyness and had to be settled down. The dessert of homemade chocolate pudding had filled them with energy, and they dashed through the house, shrieking. Harry managed to tackle them, while Steve insisted on helping Hermione clean up. James and Steve were in charge of clearing and wiping the table. They kept chattering about the 1920s, while Hermione put the leftovers away and set the dishes to wash in the sink with a useful spell she didn't usually use because she preferred to do certain things the Muggle way to avoid laziness. But when there were guests in the house, she made an exception. With Draco's help, Harry settled the twins down in the living room with a game of checkers. They didn't really know the rules, but with Harry helping Rose and Draco helping Lily, they managed to play some sort of a game. "How are your wife and son doing?" Harry asked, once things were a bit calmer. "Pretty well," Draco replied easily. "Sometimes, I think Astoria prefers me gone." Harry glanced uneasily at Malfoy, who was pointing a red circle that he wanted Lily to move next. "It's none of my business, of course," Harry said carefully. "But you know, every marriage has its rough spots. If you ever need someone to talk to." Draco looked up, his lips twisting in bemusement. "Sweet Merlin," he chuckled. "I forgot what a muggle you are sometimes. Pureblood families aren't as close-knit as you think, Potter. Astoria likes me gone on business because she can run the house her way. We don't fight, normally. There's nothing wrong with long-distance relationships. We're perfectly happy." "Oh," Harry smiled sheepishly and pointed to the black piece he wanted Rose to move, and pointed to the place he needed it moved to. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed." "No, you shouldn't have," Draco agreed easily. "But in answer to your perfectly polite inquiry, my wife and son are doing quite well. Scorpius is quite a precocious boy. I miss him terribly when I'm not home. I wouldn't be able to stand being apart from my family for weeks at a time, the way you do it," Harry admitted. Draco shrugged. "I'm not just here for the Snape story," he said quietly, "but it's a bit classified. Remember the letter I sent you after you moved? I told you I'd stumbled on a very interesting story. You're still working on that?" "Investigative journalism is delicate and dangerous work, Potter," Draco said grimly, moving a checker piece and then quickly apologizing and putting it back when Lily loudly protested. "Are you in any danger?" Harry asked, instinctively glancing up at the sitting room windows. The curtains were drawn and the rain was pounding on the roof. Everything seemed fine, but since Seth's kidnapping, the whole family was a bit paranoid. "Not right now," Draco answered with a slight smirk, watching as Rose shoved a random piece forward without Harry's attention. But, he added, dropping the smile and helping Lily jump Harry and Rose's piece, I could be. This is big. We're talking international. Intrigue. International? Harry repeated incredulously, seeming not to notice that he was losing the checker game really badly. And cultural? He was wondering if any conspiracy could spread between the magical and muggle worlds. After all, Lucius Malfoy had suspected Britain's current Minister of Magic of being part of that mysterious group that wanted to unite the magical and muggle worlds and rule over both. If the Minister of Magic was indeed part of that group which Draco had told them about, then it could very well be intrigue that spanned magical and muggle borders. The possibility spun Harry's brain and made him think of a muggle, or squib, with a metal arm and dark runestones. It could be, Draco agreed mysteriously. It would be too dangerous for me to tell you any more than that. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, Harry assured him, guiding Rose's next move. But don't be afraid to ask for help. Mione and I would be glad to be of assistance if you need it. I'll keep that in mind, Draco answered in all seriousness, which truly drove home for Harry how very dangerous this probably was. If Draco Malfoy was actually considering taking help from Harry Potter and his family, it had to be something big. Suddenly, in one fell swoop, Draco helped Lily take 4 black checker pieces. Harry groaned dramatically and Rose laughed at her father's theatrics. I think we're beaten, Rosie Posey, Harry sighed. Want to give up? Nope, the little girl declared, and decisively moved a red piece into the midst of the red army of Draco and Lily. Hermione, Steve, and James entered the sitting room at that moment, and Harry looked up at his wife with a grateful grin. You've saved my pride, he greeted her, gesturing at the sad-looking board. He had 2 black circles in the midst of about 10 red. He had not done well at all. Oh no, go ahead and finish your game, Hermione smiled innocently. I wouldn't want to deprive you of the experience. Harry made a pouting face from where he lay on his side on the carpet, and Lily giggled at him. James almost looked like he was going to laugh, but he managed to hold it in. Your move, Potter, Draco said smugly. I'm afraid there is no possible hope for you. I agree, but we'll go down fighting, Harry swore. Won't we, Rosie? He pointed to the piece she'd just moved and helped her inch it closer to the end of the board. Just one more move, and it would be kinged. James flopped down on the floor beside them, while Hermione and Steve sat down on the sofa to watch as well. The game was over in 5 more turns, with the lonely piece falling before their Black King gave its life dearly after jumping 2 pieces and attempting to run for its life. Lily cheered like she'd won a round of Quidditch, and Rose sighed sadly before she turned to her father and said frankly that she was going on Uncle Draco's team next time. Honestly, Harry was too busy grinning at the shocked Malfoy to even bother being offended about getting dumped like that. Uncle Draco, indeed. The girls set up another game, and Harry sat up for the adult conversation. He nodded at James to tell him he could be included in this talk if he wanted to be, and drew his wand. After he cast a light Muffliato spell on his daughter's ears, he took a deep breath. Steve Rogers, I'll admit I have purely selfish motives in asking you about Severus Snape. You see, I have reason to think he could help me find my son. Steve tilted his head to the side slightly and glanced down at James, who looked stunned. You have another son? The captain asked seriously. Kidnapped, Harry replied quietly. Over 3 months ago, a man with a metal arm attacked my home while I was at work. He shot Hermione and James and stole my younger son. We haven't had any news of him in all that time. I guess magic can't find him? Steve suggested. Their son is a squib, Draco butted in. He does not have a magical core to respond to even the most powerful locating spells. The captain took a deep breath and laced his fingers together while he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You think Snape could do what you couldn't? I think if anyone in the world can do it, he could, Harry explained stubbornly. But I wouldn't want to just burst in on him with all kinds of demands. I have no idea what he's been doing since I last saw him 15 years ago. I don't know what he is like now, only what he used to be like. I was sort of hoping you might know a bit. Steve nodded. I can help you there, but I'm afraid I can't help you find Snape. He's not even on this planet anymore. Harry's heart stuttered in horror. What? He whispered. He's dead? Draco demanded, his voice sounding as hollow as Harry's chest felt. No. Steve almost shouted. He smiled reassuringly. No, Snape's alive. I meant that he's not on the planet anymore. Thor and Loki took him to Asgard to finish recovering and to hide from those folks that wanted to throw him in Azkaban. Azkaban? Draco snorted. Severus Snape broke the statute of secrecy when he revealed his abilities to you, but I don't think he'd go to Azkaban for it. Who wanted to throw him in Azkaban? Hermione asked suspiciously. His name's cleared, his crimes forgiven. I mean, there would be an investigation into how he survived, but they wouldn't be able to legally prosecute him for anything he did in the war. Just surviving your death and going traveling certainly aren't Azkaban-worthy. I only just learned that yesterday morning, Steve admitted. I have no idea what went on, but the wizard people worked with S.H.I.E.L.D. to practically kidnap Snape from the hospital while he was still in a coma. So, we kidnapped him instead and sent him to Asgard. We? Hermione repeated. The Avengers? Draco asked incredulously. Severus Snape fought the Chitauri with us and nearly died when he fought Loki all alone, Steve said firmly. He's one of us and we're not about to stand by and let him be thrown into a prison where the jailers take away all of your happiness and hope and even your soul. No human being deserves that, certainly not Snape. It's rare you meet such a hero. There was a strangely solemn silence in which no one seemed to know what to say. Dad always said Professor Snape was the bravest man he ever knew. James spoke up softly. He was, Harry agreed. Or is, I mean. I'd like to know how you met, Draco interrupted. So would I, Hermione added. Does he still sneer and snarl at everyone in his path? Steve laughed. I don't know about everyone, but the first time I met him, he told me, do you not have somewhere else to be? His imitation of Snape's tone and sneer were so spot on that everyone laughed. Well, everyone but the children. James had no idea who Steve was imitating. And he told me his name was Dr. Salazar Slytherin, Steve added, making the adults laugh even harder. Even James grinned this time, as he seemed to realize that a muggle would have never heard of Slytherin House's founder. For Professor Snape to call himself that was awfully funny. It was almost as funny as it would be for old Professor Sprout to call herself Helga Hufflepuff. Slytherin of him, Harry gasped once he could talk without laughing so hard. So I guess you two weren't exactly friendly at first? The only one he was friendly with was Dr. Banner, Steve shrugged. He and I were never exactly friendly, but after some time, we were a bit more cordial. Dr. Banner? Draco repeated. I'm afraid I am not familiar with him. He is part of your Avengers? Dr. Bruce Banner, Steve explained. Yes, he is. A few years ago, he was in a lab accident, an explosion, if you'll believe it. He should have died, but instead his body changed. Now, when he gets angry or frightened, he morphs into the Hulk. Have you heard of that? Ah, Draco nodded as his gray eyes lit up with understanding. So he is a shapeshifter? Steve nodded. He can pretty much change whenever he wants to. It's calming down that's the problem. The first I heard of Snape being unusual was when he was able to calm the Hulk down with some chemical solution he invented. A calming draft, Harry exclaimed. Once a potions master, always a potions master, Draco chuckled. I am only surprised he used it on a muggle like that. Natasha told me he didn't just throw the stuff in the Hulk's face, Steve added. She said he put his hand on him and ordered him to sleep, and he did. Wandless magic, Hermione murmured thoughtfully. And in English, not Latin. Interesting. Well, we don't know that he didn't whisper in Latin, and this Natasha didn't pick it up, Harry mused. You say Banner was the only one Severus was friendly with? Draco demanded. Why? Severus and Dr. Banner had been together for months before they joined us, the captain suddenly pointed out. Neither of them trusted any of us, and for that I'm really not surprised. But we fought together in New York, and in the end, even though Snape told us he wouldn't stand a chance, he faced Loki alone and barely survived. S.H.I.E.L.D. did a pretty good job of covering up his involvement, but those magical police tried to arrest him anyway, and, well, I'm not sure now why they wanted him. This goes back to my story on international intrigue, Draco pointed out grimly. I believe there are people in governments and intelligence agencies all over the world who have a common agenda. Conspiracy theory? Hermione asked with a smile that was only slightly patronizing. Is it a mere theory if one has proof? Draco demanded, scowling impressively. I know it sounds crazy, but more and more, I have seen that there is a pattern and links and strange goings-on. Did you know? Your son is not the only squib to go mysteriously missing. In France, a squib girl went missing about a month before your son did. France? Harry demanded incredulously. Were there any answers? Hermione asked. Same as with your son. A muggle armed with magical defenses broke into a home, murdered the parents and one sibling, and took the squib. I heard this story and investigated because of what happened to your family. It seemed a bit of a strange coincidence, wouldn't you agree? The silence that followed was uneasy and waited. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look full of meaning, but they wondered what this all meant. Their son had been kidnapped by some international group of criminals that operated at the top levels of world governance? It seemed ridiculous, but if Harry's early years had taught him anything, it was that he was rarely involved in anything normal or believable. You're investigating this? Steve finally asked, looking grim and worried. On your own? I wouldn't trust anyone else, Draco smiled condescendingly. And if you breathe one word about this to anyone else, you won't live long enough to regret it. I've come too far to let a careless slip of the tongue bring down my work and possibly my life and the lives of my family. Easy, Draco, Harry warned. Steve here has a history in fighting world takeovers. Have you been to that new Smithsonian exhibit? It is quite interesting. Nazis don't exactly go around starting wars these days, Draco retorted drily. Thanks, but I'll reserve my caution for the super soldier. If you feel like you should erase those memories, Steve said hesitantly, I would give you permission. Harry, Draco, and Hermione exchanged significant looks. Maybe, Hermione said slowly, we could simply put a spell on you, preventing you from saying anything about it, even accidentally. A taboo, Harry agreed, lighting up. You're brilliant, Mione. Steve nodded uneasily. I wouldn't want to upset your investigations, but what if there are non-magical people involved too? What are the rules about that? It depends on what I find out, Draco said sternly. But I have reason to believe that these people are both magical and not, and are located in multiple countries. I believe that they have surface agendas and existences, but also have hidden agendas and possibly hidden bases as well. I cannot tell you what I have found out, but basically, if there is a group that exerts great influence over the world in general, either magically or not, secretly or not, there will be infiltrated agents within it. Steve Rogers swallowed hard, looking pale. You're saying even S.H.I.E.L.D. could be compromised? They could be compromised too, Draco agreed. In fact, I thought they were actually part of the whole cabal before I realized that they must have been infiltrated right at their founding. Steve gasped sharply and Harry and Hermione exchanged worried glances. That's impossible, Steve protested. A friend of mine, Peggy Carter, she was there when S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded. She would have noticed something. Is this Carter woman still alive? Draco asked curiously. Steve hesitated and then nodded. She's in a nursing home, though. Her mind is going. There are potions to help a failing mind regain sharpness for a time, Draco said dismissively. If you can help me, I would truly appreciate being able to speak with her. Imagine, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. This could be just what I need to uncover the next layer of intrigue. Draco trailed off, and Steve looked conflicted. I was going to go see her tomorrow? Hermione reached out and squeezed his shoulder. It's a lot to think about, she said gently. And it's a lot for us too. If you need a few days… No, Steve interrupted. He straightened up and took a deep breath, giving Hermione a polite smile. I need to find things out too. When S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to take Snape away and hand him over to his jailers like he was worthless, I started suspecting that something wasn't right. All this it's just affirming that feeling. Something is not right in S.H.I.E.L.D. There are other things, little things not really worth mentioning, but I think we need to look into it. Draco met Steve's eyes and nodded solemnly. We can go over the details later, the gray-eyed wizard said. For now, we just want to hear everything you can tell us about what shenanigans my godfather was up to when he saved the world from a Norse god. Hard to believe Thor and Loki and Asgard are all actually real, Harry muttered. Does anybody here know much about Norse myths? Hermione smiled and straightened up, looking so much like her eager schoolgirl self that Harry had to smile fondly. Of course she would know all about all mythology. If it was in a book, she knew about it, or could find it out in record time. Rose fell asleep in her father's lap and Lily climbed up on the couch with her mother, blinking sleepily and likely not understanding a word of their animated conversation thanks to the muffly-auto charm. While they chattered about Norse myths, Thor and Loki, and Severus Snape's role in stopping an alien invasion, the tense atmosphere relaxed, and Harry almost forgot about Draco's alarming news. But somehow, Harry realized that Draco knew who had taken his son. And he wasn't saying more than dire hints and dark illusions. That, more than anything, made Harry's heart clench with fear. What could be so dreadful that made Malfoy so afraid of exposure, to the point that he actually threatened to kill one of Earth's great heroes to protect himself and his family? It couldn't be good, whatever it was. I'm hoping this family dinner was everything it should be. Next chapter will start the next leg of the Winter Soldier plot, namely, the Fury assassination. Things should snowball from there. I'm anticipating going really quickly once I hit the main movie plot. Not really having to think about where the story is going is really helpful. Smiley face, Fury, rated M, mind wipe in the chair, descriptions of PTSD, violence, and blood after a car crash, getting shot. I claim to own nothing that Disney and J.K. Rowling already own. Chapter 9. Fury. The asset awoke, squinting against harsh yellow light. It was cold and he shivered until his teeth chattered together. He flinched as warm, rough hands dragged him out of the cold. Dry clothes were shoved in his arms, and he automatically dressed himself. He felt strange, groggy. He tried to remember something, but everything in his head seemed to slip away. It was blurry and everything in his body hurt. He stumbled forward almost without prompting and stumbled against a warm, solid something that cursed and slapped him hard. He reeled back, instinctively cupping his stinging cheek and blinking stupidly as he struggled to keep his eyes open and figure out what was going on. His body was operating automatically, but his brain was spinning in confusion. Asset, a familiar voice, one that demanded obedience, addressed him. Behave yourself. The asset straightened instinctively and blinked hard to bring the shadows and lights into focus. Yes, sir, he replied expressionlessly. Put him in the chair, the voice of his handler ordered. The asset blinked and dragged the shadowy shapes around him into focus. Handler Pierce stood in front of him, a few feet away. He didn't look happy at all. The other man at his side was Handler Rumlow. He didn't know the other men in the green clothes with masks. The chair stood behind Pierce, and the sight of it caused the asset's stomach to cramp and his head to start throbbing. He cringed away from it on instinct, but managed to remember the purpose of the contraption before too long. He needed it to operate correctly. Without it, he was prone to malfunction. The ones in green clothes pulled him to the chair and strapped him in, Handler Pierce sitting down nearby. The old man smiled kindly, his eyes sharp and cold as always. Wipe and prep for a new mission, Handler Pierce ordered the green ones. The asset accepted the mouthguard between his teeth and closed his eyes as he was forced to lean back in the chair's embrace. He tried to breathe, tried to remember, but it was never any good. He had no idea how he knew that, but he knew it did no good to hold on to anything. He screamed as electricity burned his brain clean and purified his thoughts. He knew nothing and was nothing. And then the words came, bombarding his ears and ringing in his head. The doors opened and he cried out in agony, struggling fruitlessly against the programming that was being awakened in his mind. Soldier? Handler Pierce said at last. Ready to comply, the asset responded. His mind was empty and full at the same time. He was empty of emotion and distractions, but he was full of programming. He could recall his duties and the consequences of disobedience. That was all he needed to know right now. Even though his head throbbed from overstimulation, he was released from the chair and given his ration, a plastic cup filled with a red-colored liquid. The asset drank it obediently, and the tremors in his body slowly ceased. His senses were sharp once again, and his stomach no longer twisted with nausea. He was given a folder. "Hydra has a new mission for you, soldier," his handler said calmly. The asset opened the folder obediently and studied the photographs. A dark-skinned man glared out at him with one brown eye. The other was behind an eye patch. Rapidly, the asset read through the mission parameters. The man was a threat and was to be eliminated. Assassination was meant to look like a disgruntled mercenary job. His task was to guard the escape route and finish the mission if it failed. He had a day to wait and practice with the tools he would use. "Elimination will be attempted by other agents," Handler Pierce said briskly. "If you're called in, your job will be to finish it off as quickly as possible. If by some chance he escapes, you track him down and eliminate him. Understood?" "Understood, sir," the asset replied, handing the folder back and standing at attention, ready for orders. Monday was busy for Harry, mostly because he was running errands. Hermione had some projects she wanted to tackle, so Harry started the day by dropping off James at school, and then he got called into St. Winifred's for an emergency. It was afternoon when he was finally finished. Before leaving the post office porting booth, he borrowed the wizard version of a payphone and called Hermione to let her know that he was headed to the magical district for shopping. He stopped at the house for lunch, per her insistence, and to pick up the cookies he'd forgotten that morning, and helped get the girls down for their naps. "When do you think you'll be back?" Hermione asked. Harry picked up her plate of chocolate biscuits and balanced it in his palm. "I'm not sure," he grimaced. "Maybe I should just apparate around and shrink the purchases so you can have the car. I might not be back in time to pick up James fro school." Hermione nodded. "All right then. You be careful." "I'm always careful," Harry grinned and pecked her on the cheek. She suddenly grabbed him and shoved some small bundle of cloth in his coat pocket. "Just be extra careful," she warned him sternly. I just have this feeling." Harry regarded her seriously before he tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear and kissed her quickly one more time. "All right," he replied just as quietly. "Don't worry about me, okay? I'm a big boy now, and you know how to reach me if there's an emergency." Hermione nodded and bit her bottom lip. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I don't mean to be paranoid, but I guess it's all the talk we had with Draco last night. I mean, it was good to be able to talk about all of it, mostly. Just everything he said made way too much sense," Harry finished, feeling a bit paranoid himself. He glanced around to check the open windows and innocently empty yard outside. "I don't want to think about what these people might want with squib children," Hermione said softly, on the verge of tears. "Why squibs?" "Maybe," Harry said uncomfortably. "Maybe they want squibs because it is so hard to find them magically, and as not true muggles, they would be more receptive to magical things like potions. Plus, most wizards don't really care about squibs, so there's less effort overall to find them. But, Mione, we don't even know that's really what's going on." "Sev was targeted," Hermione said fiercely. "We knew that already. He was deliberately targeted. Now we have proof that he was targeted because of what he is. Not because of who I am, or was?" Harry pointed out. Hermione blinked and shook her head. "Perhaps that's part of it too. We don't know. I hope Draco gets to the bottom of this. And I hope Snape comes back soon." "Steve said it could be years, or at the very least, months," Harry pointed out with a weary smile. "We have to give up on that idea, I think. Snape's gone, and there's no way we can send him a letter or something, so we're back to square one. You should have sent him a note straight away once it happened." Hermione muttered. "From the timeline, Mione, I think he was kidnapped and Snape escaped in roughly the same time period, maybe even the same night. There's no way that wasn't a coincidence. These people were trying to kidnap him too for whatever plan they're concocting." Hermione sighed and raised a hand to her face to stave off the tears that were coming. Harry pulled her in for a tight hug and planted a kiss in her hair. "I'll be home soon," he murmured. "We can talk more tonight." Hermione nodded and gave him an extra squeeze before letting him go. Harry cheerfully bade her goodbye and stepped out into the backyard. The shed in the back was mostly empty, and Harry had arranged the house's wards so that apparition was possible from inside the little structure. Once he stepped inside and shut the door, Harry concentrated on Cham Avenue and turned on his heel. The afternoon was pleasantly warm. Having never been downtown to Sam's workplace, he took a city bus to the area once he finished the shopping. His pockets were full of shrunken items no bigger than doll toys, and a plate of cookies he was glad he'd put protective charms on. Thanks to those, the cookies were not crushed or melted or overly warm. But this would be his second to last stop before home, since he still had to go by a certain shop for something Hermione had been looking for. Holding Sam's little business card in hand, Harry stepped out of the noisy, crowded bus onto the sidewalk. The VA Center was literally a block away. A sign for it directed him to take the next right, and he walked at a steady stride toward the large white building. There was a generous parking lot and some beautiful landscaping, and Harry followed the signs toward the counseling section of the large complex. He actually hadn't expected the veterans' assistance to be quite so large or expansive, and he was a little impressed. It would be nice to see Sam again, even though the last time they talked had only been Saturday afternoon at the cafe. Harry slipped in through the double glass doors and was greeted by a cheerful young lady at the directional desk. "Welcome. Can I help you with something?" Harry stuttered helplessly. He floundered for an excuse to slip back out and unshrink the plate of cookies without the muggle noticing, but he was coming up empty. "Bathroom?" he finally blurted out. "Down the hall, first door on the left," the girl replied with the same friendly smile. He followed her pointing hand and ducked into the men's bathroom, which was, thankfully, quite empty. When he pulled out his wand and the tiny plate of cookies, he didn't even have to say the spell to get the plate to return to its normal size. He sighed in relief and slipped back out of the bathroom, holding the full-sized plate in his hand. He hoped the desk girl wouldn't ask him where he'd been hiding them. When he looked back up the hall, he saw the girl at the desk talking on the phone in that professionally courteous tone used by good secretaries everywhere. Harry glanced around, wondering if Sam had his own office, but he didn't really think so. This part of the building seemed smaller. There was a conference room with double doors across from the bathrooms, and further down the hall he saw signs for doctors' offices, likely mind-healing doctors. The medical area was in a different part of the VA buildings. Hearing some muffled voices, Harry went back up the hall and peeked into a door that was propped open. The voices came from there. A man was talking and trying not to cry at the same time. The obvious grief in his voice was enough to make Harry hesitate, but he was curious all the same. He glanced up at the door and noticed the hand-decorated sign declaring a counseling group meeting every Monday afternoon from 4 to 6 p.m. "And I want to stop thinking about it." The man was sobbing now. "But the dreams just won't leave me alone. I wake up and I think I'm still there, and it's getting to be so I'm terrified to lie down and close my eyes. I just don't know what to do." Harry swallowed hard, feeling suddenly both awkward and yearning. He longed to tell the distressed man that he experienced the same thing, and that he knew exactly how he felt. "My wife, she's so good, but I almost hurt her the other night when I woke up, and I don't want to keep putting her in danger. I just don't know how to make it stop." "I know you've been trying the 4 steps," a familiar, mellow voice responded gently. "Be aware of your surroundings, ask yourself what you see, name 4 things you can identify through your senses, and know the truth of what is real and what isn't." "I do that," the man agreed. "My wife helps me too, but I'm just scared of hurting her." "Fear is one of those funny things," Sam's voice replied. "Oftentimes, our fears become real, or at least in our own heads. Sometimes, just talking about it helps. When I was struggling with the nightmares, a different man spoke up. Getting up and writing down what I dreamt helped me a lot. I would talk about it with my therapist, and talking about it helped make it less awful. Sometimes, it would help banish the dreams altogether." "Dreams are one of the ways our brains process things," Sam added, and Harry smiled a little, recalling the same advice given to him in the dead of night over a telephone. Fighting the process sometimes just makes things worse. Taking steps to process it while you're awake, through talking or writing, really helps. Don't fight alone. We're all here for you, and your wife is there for you too. "She's been really supportive," the man admitted. "But I just have no idea how to talk to her about this stuff. She wouldn't understand." "Maybe not, but she loves you," a different voice pointed out. He sounded like an older man. "My own wife was really good at helping me heal and sort through all the crap in my head, even though she wasn't ever a soldier or a therapist." She was just a stay-at-home mom who loved me enough to stick with me through my darkest times. Talk to your wife about what you can, Sam suggested. You could also try listening to soothing music at night, or leave a nightlight on. Have you thought about getting a therapy dog? Hannah suggested that. The man answered thoughtfully, sounding a good deal calmer. I, I might look into that. Thanks, Sam. Guys, that's what this group is for, Joe, Sam replied. Anybody else want to share something? Harry plucked up the courage to poke his head around the door. Sitting on several chairs were men and a few women who looked like normal civilians. There were younger people, older ones, black, white, and in between. At a modest podium at the front of the room stood Sam Wilson, who looked up at him and suddenly broke into a smile. Have a seat, Sam invited, gesturing at all the empty chairs. Everybody's welcome here, even if you're late, an older man joked, and set everyone laughing. I'm afraid I am very late indeed, Harry admitted. But I brought cookies. He held up the plate sheepishly, and grins broke out on every face. Well, if you've got cookies. Sam laughed. He pointed at a table with a coffee maker and some other snacks on the other wall. Go ahead and put it there, Harry. And thanks for coming. Harry nodded and put the plate on the table. For a few moments, the veterans came and grabbed some cookies, got refills on their coffee, and chatted quietly. Harry left the snack table, fielded several expressions of thanks and introductions, and found Sam. I really can't stay, he said apologetically. That's okay, Sam shrugged cheerfully. Want to come back next week? We talk, have snacks, laugh about dumb things. It's pretty good, actually. Harry tilted his head. Maybe I will, he said slowly. But don't count me in for sure. There's a lot of stuff I'm dealing with that I really can't talk about, no matter how much it might help. Classified stuff, got it, Sam nodded solemnly. But hey, even if you leave out the details, I think you'd still find plenty of support. Everyone's lost someone, even if it wasn't on a top-secret mission behind the Iron Curtain. Everybody's dealing with the same stuff. Guilt, regret, grief. Harry sighed and nodded. He knew Sam was right, but the thought of talking to all these strangers about his nightmares and problems wasn't a pleasant one. Talking to Hermione was hard enough. The veterans were trickling back to their chairs with cookies, thanking and complimenting him for the cookies. My wife, Harry explained, feeling a bit embarrassed at the undeserved attention. She thought Sam would be able to find some people to eat our extra cookies before the kids got a hold of them. The appreciative chuckles at Harry's joke helped him feel a little better. Thanks for the treat, Harry, Sam grinned and shook his hand. I get you can't stay today, but come on back anytime. This group meets Mondays, but I have other groups on other days. Go ahead and ask Virginia at the desk for a brochure of our programs. All right, Harry agreed reluctantly. I'll just be going then. Got errands and stuff? Awkwardly, he scooted out of the room as one of the veterans started talking about flashbacks. He approached the lady at the desk, and she looked up with a surprised smile. Oh, hi again, she grinned. Need something else? Sam told me to ask you about a brochure. Alrighty, hang on a sec, the girl replied, opening some drawers in her desk and rummaging around. She popped back up with 3 or 4 brochures in hand and passed them over to him. There you go. And most of this stuff is totally free. Some of the other things are free with most insurances, but it'll tell you all about everything in those pages. Is there anything else I can help you with? Thanks, no, Harry replied awkwardly. The brochure on top was titled PTSD. What is it, and can it be managed? He seemed to recall Hermione lecturing him about post-traumatic stress disorder sometime before they'd gotten married. Maybe a refresher would be good, since now he wasn't just dealing with 7 years of war as a kid. He was also dealing with the loss of his son and so many other things. Have a great day, the girl called after him as Harry left. He threw a distracted wave over his shoulder as he went back out into the afternoon sunshine and nearly crashed into someone coming up the walk. Oh, excuse me, Harry gasped, jumping back a step and shoving the brochures in his coat pocket. The very familiar blonde young man just smiled. No, excuse me. I wasn't watching where I was going either. Harry blinked in surprise. Hello, Steve, he said. Fancy meeting you here? Same here. Steve Rogers chuckled. Thanks again for dinner last night. By the way, I haven't had a family dinner in 70 years? Harry supplied with a smile. Something like that, yeah. Steve smiled back sheepishly. It meant a lot to me, honest. Even though we ended up talking about depressing things, and now I've got a reporter milking me for all the contacts I have. Oh my, is he really that bad? It's fine. Steve waved dismissively. At least he's not too interested in me personally. I finally lost him, and now I'm trying to find Sam Wilson. He works here, right? Yes, he's running a counseling group right now. Harry nodded back toward the building he just left. But it ends at 6, which is... He checked his watch and almost swore. Good mare. I mean, good grief. I'd better run. It was nice to see you again, Steve. Likewise, Steve replied. Bye now. Harry waved and trotted off to a spot between two buildings where he could crouch behind the huge electrical box and apparate to the bus stop. Harry never did get to that last store. He was sitting in the half-empty bus, impatiently waiting for the ride to be over, when he heard the wailing of police sirens and the humming of hot engines getting rapidly close behind them. When Harry turned, he saw a black car speed past the bus on the opposite side, being closely chased by two white police cars with their lights flashing. He stood up instinctively, even as the bus driver swerved to avoid getting hit by the speeding black car and the police chasers. Several curses and exclamations went up, and Harry watched as the black car lurched and narrowly avoided a collision with more vehicles up ahead. Suddenly, a strange crack-cracking noise caused the other muggles in the bus to shout more incoherently. Harry heard bits and pieces of it. Shooting? Wonder what's? Gangsters? Guns on a freeway? The hell are they thinking? Harry's heart pounded, and the bus suddenly lurched. The driver shouted at them to hang on and skidded to a stop. Harry fell violently to the floor, amidst the chaos of panicking humanity. He got the wind knocked out of him, and his head hit something hard. He blinked his vision back from the flashing stars and straightened his glasses. He smelled burnt rubber, heard sirens and screams, and people were shouting for someone to call an ambulance and fire truck, and Harry decided he was done. He would go home and forget this whole crazy day. Crawling to the back of the bus, Harry reached into his breast pocket for the home portkey he kept for emergencies. With his spinning head, he doubted he could apparate very far. But his fingers brushed something silky and soft. When he pulled it out, he realized that Hermione had tucked his invisibility cloak in his coat before he left the house just a few hours ago. Blessing his wife to the highest heaven for her foresight, he pulled it out and threw it over his shoulders before letting himself out the emergency door in the back of the bus. Outside, it was a mess. There was a huge pileup of cars, some smoking and some just dented, some lying on their sides and some upside down. Harry felt conflicted for a moment, feeling the tug of his healer's oath to help these people. But he had nothing to work with but his wand, and if that wasn't breaking the statute of secrecy, he had no idea what would. Regretfully, he stole away from the chaos in his invisibility cloak. There was an explosion from a few streets over, and Harry broke into a jog, never mind how it jolted his aching head. Call him crazy, but he was curious. Had the police caught their quarry, or had the black car escaped? When he turned the corner, he saw a smoking car lying upside down at the side of the wide and strangely empty street. There was no one else near. Still very much invisible, Harry darted toward the car, which he recognized as the black one the police had been chasing, and hesitated, glancing up and around. A man was striding toward the crashed vehicle. He was tall and muscular, dressed in black combat gear, with thick, shaggy brown hair, goggles and a mask covering his face, and a glint of silver where his left hand should have been. Harry's entire being froze. The man was holding a strange weapon like a gun, but different, and he was outfitted with other small arms on his person, knives, and a few small pistols. Harry didn't doubt that this man had caused the explosion and somehow toppled this black car over. When the man in black reached the car, Harry held his breath and tightened his grip on his wand. His eyes were fixed on the silvery fingertips peeking from the man's left-hand glove. Metal arm, mask and goggles, thick hair, solidly built. Harry's vision blurred with rage and horror and confusion. Was it possible that he had actually come face to face with the Winter Soldier, his son's kidnapper? The man reached over with his left hand and ripped the car open with a screeching and rending of metal. He poked his weapon into the car and stood still for a few moments before he raised his wrist and spoke softly in a language Harry had never heard before. Turning on his heel, the man marched off at a brisk pace and disappeared into an alley between two tall buildings. Harry let out a shaky breath and cursed himself for a frozen fool. He could have incapacitated the man and had the truth out of him one way or another, but he had just stood there, too stunned and shocked and indecisive to do anything. He stepped forward and peered into the car, wondering what it was that the assassin had been looking for. He was startled to see a large hole in the car and street, the edges still glowing with heat. It was just big enough for a man to wriggle through. Shaking his head, Harry left the wreckage and hurried toward the alley where the man in black had disappeared. There was no sign of anyone here, only a dumpster and a scrawny cat that hissed at him. The shakes were starting to come on after the adrenaline rush of fear and fury, and Harry didn't dare try operating. Another problem was that he was too worked up now to bother with a portkey, since he would still be angry and terrified when he got home. He decided to walk it off. What a day. He still had no idea what he'd witnessed, but he was reasonably certain that the man in black was the Winter Soldier and that he had lost his quarry. Harry had very nearly witnessed another of this man's mysterious assassinations. Who had the assassin been after? Harry stayed to the back roads and warily watched the police cars and ambulances and fire trucks that sped past him, screaming their sirens and flashing their lights and demanding to be let through. Without delay, Harry felt sick to his stomach. For all his experience as a healer, he still felt like throwing up when things like this happened. He didn't want to think about all the victims of that smash-up his bus had nearly gotten into, and he didn't want to think about an explosion that flipped a heavy car onto its back like a turtle. He just wanted to get home, hopefully after he'd stopped shaking with rage and stress. He slipped through an alley and stepped over a puddle when he saw a manhole up ahead suddenly flip up. Grunting in pain, a large man heaved himself out of the hole and rolled onto his side. He was dressed in a long black coat, and his dark head was bald and shiny with liquid. The man coughed wetly into his elbow and rasped painfully as he heaved himself to his knees and fumbled for the manhole cover. He swayed for a minute and then fell on his side. Harry was there beside him before he even had time to think, his wand out and dancing over the unconscious man in a ritual of diagnostic charms that were almost second nature to him now. The man smelled like a sewer, and blood and smoke and burnt rubber all mixed together, and he had a patch over one eye. He was bleeding heavily from a head wound, and Harry had a feeling that internal injuries would be bad, judging from the blood on his lips and chin and the rasping quality of his breaths. The runes hovering above the man's body after the quick emergency scans were finished told Harry that he did indeed have internal bleeding. His ribs had punctured his lungs, one of his arms was broken, and the head trauma alone would kill him in a matter of hours. Harry gently laid the man out and draped the invisibility cloak over the both of them. Before he started to work, he flicked his wand in a silent Wingardium Leviosa at the manhole cover, gently settling it back into place. Placing one hand on the man's chest and raising his wand, Harry began to heal. Harry wiped his forehead. He usually had potions or extra help when dealing with such extensive damage, but having to do it all himself had been exhausting. The good news was that the man would probably be all right now. Now all he needed was a hospital. Harry had healed the worst damage that surgery might be too late to fix, and he drained the excess blood away from the man's lungs and brain. It was a very delicate spell that had taken all of his concentration and almost all his reserved strength. If he was trembling now, it was from stress and exhaustion, not fear or rage any longer. Harry made ready to get up, using his invisibility cloak, and go find the nearest telephone to get an ambulance down here. But suddenly, the man's eye opened and his hand shot up, clutching Harry's wrist painfully tight. The man's other hand came up just as quickly with a tiny little firearm aimed right at Harry's head. As for Harry, the wrist the man was holding was the hand that still gripped his holly and phoenix feather wand. For a few tense seconds, they simply stared at each other. "Wizard," the man rasped, his eye glittering suspiciously. "Wizard healer," Harry replied in a whisper. "We're under an invisibility cloak, and I've saved your life. Could you put the gun down, please?" Slowly, The man obeyed, stowing the tiny gun away somewhere in his pocket or something. What happened to you? Harry whispered. Are you the one who got away from the car? There was a hole in the street. Why are you helping me? The man demanded in a low growl. Who the hell are you? I'm just a healer, Harry assured him, wondering if it was worth the risk. I was on my way home when a black car and some police sped past my bus and almost killed everyone on board with that pileup they created. Then I found a smashed-up car with a melted hole in the side. When I saw you crawl out of the manhole, I put two and two together. The man eyed him suspiciously, but he made no moves to shoot or bolt, so Harry relaxed a bit. You know about wizards, then? He asked carefully. Shield does, the man replied tersely and started to lever himself up on his elbows. Now if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be. You're in no shape to run off, Harry warned him. I was going to call an ambulance. No, the man snapped and then lowered his voice. No, you can't do that. We're compromised. Shield's compromised. Wizards, normals, my men, my boss. I don't know who to trust. I have to get to the one man I do know I can trust, and I have to do it now before they find me. Believe you me, they'll find me. Harry nodded solemnly. Sorry, Hermione. Oh, we're having company for dinner, he thought apologetically. If we hurry, we should be able to get out of here unnoticed. The man demanded icily. Did you see who your assassin was? Harry hissed. If he catches you, you're dead. Do you get that? If we can get out of here, that's best. If we're found here, I'm in better shape to fend him off. He paused. Besides, me and the Winter Soldier have a score to settle. The dark-skinned man glared at him appraisingly with his one good eye for several seconds before he stuck out his hand. Fine, he said flatly. But you do what I tell you. Got that? If I tell you run, I'll run. Don't worry, Harry interrupted peevishly. Honestly, was this what Snape meant by insufferable Gryffindors? I have a wife and kids to think about, mister. The man nodded and let Harry help him up. The name's Fury. Mine's Potter, Harry replied shortly. He slipped his free hand into his coat and tightened his grip on Fury's arm. Hold on, he warned the man before he slipped the large coin into Fury's hand and kept his fingers on it. There's no place like home, he said clearly, and the porky whisked them away. Fury fell down the instant they landed in the house's living room, letting out a growled curse as his various injuries likely protested the rough travel. Harry caught him, and then nearly got clocked by Fury's good arm, swinging around for a punch. The broken arm came around and punched him in the groin without much force, but it still hurt. With a yell, Harry shoved Fury into the sofa and backed off, his hands raised. What's the matter with you? Harry shouted. The pain wasn't all that bad, but it was irritating all the same. I was just getting you out of there. What did you do to me, you son of a dash? Harry! Hermione shouted from the hallway. Harry tackled Fury without thinking too much about it and wrestled the little gun out of his hand before he could shoot Hermione. Hey! Harry shouted, wrestling with the much bigger, stronger man. Fury, stop it. You're safe. The man stopped fighting, but his breathing didn't sound good at all. What did you do to me? He growled, his air wheezing in and out of his lungs. It's called a portkey, Harry explained, slowly getting off the injured man. We traveled instantaneously to my house. That's my wife you almost shot. Say hi, Hermione. Fury looked over at Hermione, though he was still glaring impressively. But sprawled on the sofa as he didn't look ready to jump up and attack anyone right now. The head wound had started bleeding again, and his clothes were still horribly filthy. Plus, Harry hadn't been able to do more than basic first aid and internal healing. Under his clothing, Fury was likely a mess of bruises and scrapes. If he would let Harry treat him, he could go to his friend's place much more comfortably, but Harry doubted the stubborn man would allow it. He had only been speaking to this Fury for 10 minutes, but he could already tell that he was a handful. You brought me to your own house? Fury repeated incredulously, his good eye almost as suspicious as Mad Eye Moody's. Believe me, if I'd had a portkey for anywhere else, I would have used it, Harry declared darkly. Behave yourself, and maybe you'll get a lolly for being a good boy. Fury scowled even more, but his eye glittered with what might have been humor. Hermione was still staring at the scene, dumbfounded. "Harry," she said hesitantly. And then the hallway behind her grew 3 kids. James peeked over his mother's shoulder, and the twins looked out from behind their mother's legs, all of them wide-eyed and shocked. Harry gave them a wobbly smile, knowing that he looked terrible. His hair was a mess, his face streaked with sweat and pale with exhaustion. His clothes were rumpled and stained with dirt and blood, and he had only been out getting some shopping done. "Fury, meet my kids," Harry said, gesturing at the children behind his wife. James, Lily, and Rose. "Say hello." "Hi," James said softly. The girls were too stunned and intimidated to say anything. Hermione put her hands in the twins' curls and gave him a look. Harry winced. He was definitely going to be in trouble for this later. "Mr. Fury is going to rest here for a little while," he hastily explained. "Can you guys go get the healing kit for me?" "He needs a hospital," Hermione protested, glaring at the glaring man in her living room. "Harry, what's going on?" Long story short, Harry hesitated and then met his wife's worried brown eyes. "I saw him, Mione, the Winter Soldier. He tried to kill this man here. I wasn't sure what else to do." Hermione's face drained of blood, and she darted a quick glance at Fury before she silently guided the girls back into the hallway to fetch the healing kit from the master bedroom. "You know the Winter Soldier?" Fury rumbled, wincing as he eased himself into a more upright position. "He kidnapped my son and tried to kill my wife a few months ago," Harry answered tersely. "I'm pretty sure it's him." "That was the Winter Soldier, all right," Fury grunted. Harry helped him sit up and then helped him peel off his coat. "Damn, thought he was a ghost story." "So I've heard," Harry agreed. "And watch the language. My kids are impressionable, especially this one." He darted a smile up at his son, who had come closer and was watching them cautiously. "Did you get shot, Mr. Fury?" James asked, his hazel eyes bright with concern. "Nope," Fury replied without looking at the boy. "Got banged up in a car wreck." "Your daddy a good doctor?" "He's the best," James said solemnly. "Dad's been a trauma surgeon for years and years." Fury glanced up at Harry and raised an eyebrow. Harry smirked a little. "I should take off the shirt," Harry said. "I need to see what the damage is. All I did in that alley was emergency life-saving, and I was too on edge to do a good job after. Well, I'm better now and I can do a more thorough job." "Just the internal stuff," Fury warned him. "Leave the superficial cuts and scrapes. I can handle those, and the more beat up I look, the better. If my kidney's bleeding out or something that you can take care of." "I took an oath to heal," Harry protested sternly. "Yes, and I took an oath to defend the world from its enemies," Fury snapped back. "Trust me on this. Besides, I thought you promised to do whatever I told you." Harry huffed, almost a laugh, and gently pushed Fury to the side. "Fine," he agreed. "Lie back and let me do my thing here." Hermione and the girls came back with the healing kit, and Harry thanked her quietly. "Could you go get some water?" he asked her. She nodded silently and left, the girls still trailing her, though Lily made a break when her mother entered the kitchen and darted to her big brother's side. Harry found the few potions he could use, namely a blood replenisher and a pain potion, and had Fury drink them both. "I hope they'll work," Harry muttered. "Some muggles can't take potions for some reason or another." "That's nasty stuff," Fury commented, scowling at the bottle as Harry whisked it away and let James hold on to it. "But hey, I think it's working." The man blinked his good eye, and he looked like he had been hit hard on the head. Harry wondered if it had been a good idea to give that potion to him. He seemed to have been thrown for a loop, unlike a magical person who took those magical medicines. "Hooey," Fury murmured, blinking loopily. "That stuff works better than a morphine drip, I'll tell you that." Harry managed to smile. "Good. Now relax and let me work." For several minutes, Harry muttered and ran his wand over the man's body, fixing what he could and leaving what could easily heal on its own. Hermione returned with 2 glasses of water and helped Fury drink his. The pain potion apparently made him very loopy. Harry gratefully drank the other glass before he went back to work. After about 20 minutes, he was as done as he could be. Other spells and potions could help the man heal all the way, but Fury wanted to still look beat up for some reason. So who was Harry to deny him the pleasure? When he was finished, Fury was sound asleep on the sofa and Harry was tired out. After settling the man a little more comfortably, wincing at the dirt and stains that Hermione would no doubt forced him to get out of the couch later, Harry turned to his family. They all looked apprehensive and worried and strangely interested. Even the girls. "Harry," Hermione said carefully, sitting in the armchair. "Right," he grimaced. "So I was on my way to that furniture shop you told me about, since I could apparate there, obviously. The bus I was on nearly got into an accident thanks to a car chase." Harry gestured at the man on the couch. "When the bus stopped because of a pile up, I made my way to the next street over and found his car flipped on its side and a man in black clothing walking up to it." Harry swallowed hard. "He was just like you described," he said quietly. I didn't move. I guess I panicked. Or froze. I don't know what happened. But Fury here said that the chap was definitely the Winter Soldier. He said he was a ghost story," James piped up. "But we saw him, right? Usually people don't live to tell the story if the Winter Soldier attacks them," Harry explained to his oldest son. "So he sort of is a ghost, but only in the sense that few people see him and survive." "Do you think he know where Sev went?" Hermione asked quietly, her eyes full of frightened hope. She feared the answer, but she wanted to know it anyway. "I'll hunt him down and find out," Harry replied grimly. It was nearly supper time before Fury woke up. Harry checked him over once more before declaring him well enough to get up if he wanted to, and the man immediately availed himself of the bathroom. The girls had overcome their shyness and descended on him like a plague the minute he was free, pestering him with innocent questions. "What happened to your other eye? Where did your hair go? Are you staying here forever?" Which, despite their innocence, seemed to be driving Fury up the wall. James was content to watch, protectively guarding his sisters and observing Fury's rising annoyance. Harry and Hermione watched as well, but they had perfected that parenting trick of watching without looking like they were watching. Once the family settled down to supper, Fury seemed anxious and had to practically be threatened into staying to eat something. The atmosphere eased a little bit, but it was nothing like when Steve and Draco had come over. The adults were very quiet, as was James, and Fury was not inclined to answer the girls' inquiries. Once supper was over, Fury announced that he was leaving. "Leaving where?" Harry asked, or almost snapped. "I told you I'd take you wherever you need to go. We just need to wait a bit more." "No can do, Mr. Potter," Fury growled. "I've wasted too much time already. Now, thank you kindly for the meal and the medical attention, but I am leaving now. Don't try to stop me." "You should let Harry go with you," Hermione protested, folding her arms. "Or let me come. I fought the Winter Soldier before and I'm still alive." "I am not letting you fight him again," Harry interrupted. "Mr. Fury, you can't possibly think you can just leave alone." "I very much think I can," the one-eyed man snapped at them. His glare reminded them both uncomfortably of Snape at his most belligerent. "Just try and stop me." "You're a muggle," Harry retorted in exasperation. "A simple spell could knock you out, or bind you, or petrify you, and we could keep you here by force if we had to. But we won't, because we understand you have things to do. My only price is that you let me come and help." "You only want to because you've got a grudge against the soldier," Fury snorted. "There is more at stake here than just your own little grudge match." Harry sucked in a sharp breath and fought to control his temper. "Grudge match?" he repeated, his voice trembling. "That's what you think this is? That man kidnapped my son. My son. I don't want to kill him. I need to know who he's working for so I can kill them." "Harry," Hermione murmured warningly, grabbing his shoulder. Harry shuddered at the touch and reined in his emotion. "You can forbid me from going with you, but you can't stop me," he told Fury in a steadier voice. "Not when I'm so close to finding my son." Fury glared at him for a few more seconds before he snorted. "Fine, but no more hocus-pocus traveling with me. Do you know how to drive in this country?" Harry and Hermione exchanged a grimace. "Let me go," Hermione demanded in a low voice. "Out of the question," Harry responded almost before the words were out of her mouth. "Harry," his wife protested in exasperation, "would it kill you to let someone else do the fighting for once?" "I can't lose you," Harry whispered, reaching out to grip her hand. He bowed his head to hide the tears. It would be almost worse if I lost you, Hermione said soothingly. But I'm not the cleverest witch of my age for nothing. I'll take the cloak with me. Harry was silent, deliberating in his mind. We could both go, he suggested. And take the kids along too? Hermione pointed out. Harry's shoulders slumped. His heart was pounding and he just knew it was a bad idea. But did he have a choice? Don't you dare get killed, Harry warned her in a low voice. If you die, I'll get the resurrection stone and summon you 12 times a day just to yell at you. The threats are completely unnecessary, Hermione smiled lovingly. She kissed him quickly. But I love you too. Promise me you'll be safe? I won't do anything you wouldn't do, Hermione replied slyly. She stopped teasing when she saw the anguish in his eyes. Harry, I'll be fine. It is so unlikely that anything will happen anyway. And I'll be home before you know it. You'd better be, Harry muttered. I'll be counting the minutes. He dragged her in for a desperate kiss and shoved the invisibility cloak in her hands. Hermione flashed him a smile, snatched the car keys from a row of hooks in the wall, and led Fury to the garage. Harry stood where she had left him, feeling like his heart was going to explode out of his chest. But much as he wanted to break down in one way or another, he had the kids to take care of, and they looked rather shaken by what they had just witnessed. James, why don't you help your sisters get ready for bed while I clean up? Harry suggested as the sound of the garage door closing sounded like a knell of doom. Sure, Dad, James said slowly. But then what? Then, Harry hesitated, struggling to think of something to keep the children busy until their mother got back from dropping Fury off wherever he needed to be. I suppose we can have story time? And popcorn? Lily asked hopefully. Harry managed a smile that hopefully didn't look as brittle as it felt. I think I can manage to find some. Steve was tired. It had been another long day, and not exactly because he was working. S.H.I.E.L.D. had not called him for a mission in a while, but he was still wrestling through so many things that it nearly drove him mad. Draco the reporter was more dogged than a police detective, and it was exhausting talking to him. This afternoon, after a full morning of answering Draco's questions about the war, of all things, he had gone down to the VA center to see Sam. Bumping into Harry had been unexpected, but his wife certainly made good cookies. Sam had insisted he have some with a cup of coffee, which had been pretty good, considering. Talking the mild army veteran had been nice, but still tiring. Steve trudged up the steps of his apartment building to his flat and almost crashed into his neighbor, Kate. She was on the phone, carrying a basket of laundry for the machines downstairs. Steve stopped to let her pass and wrestled with himself. Natasha did keep getting on him to ask his pretty neighbor out for coffee or something. Hey, Steve managed, once she hung up and explained that she'd been talking to her aunt, who was apparently an insomniac. You're welcome to use my machine, if you want. So you don't have to keep going up and down. Oh yeah, the pretty nurse grinned at him. What'll it cost me? Steve cringed at the phrasing and wondered if she had been approached like this before by other less scrupulous guys. A cup of coffee? Steve suggested, trying to appear completely casual. Kate nodded thoughtfully. Well, I'll think about it. But I've just spent the last several hours in the infectious disease ward. So I guess you wouldn't want that cycling through your machine. Steve nodded in reply, maybe with a little too much relief. Right. Just thought I'd offer. Sweet of you, Kate grinned and winked. Oh, by the way, I think you left your stereo on. With another grin in his direction, she hurried off down the stairs with her basket of dirty laundry. Steve watched her go and then eyed his apartment door with suspicion. He did have a stereo, but he had never used it. The closest thing he used was a newfangled record player, and those did not keep playing once the record finished. Something was wrong here. He could hear the music coming through the door, faint but unmistakable. It was actually one of his favorite songs. Carefully, Steve slunk down the hall toward the window and opened it. Easing himself out was a little heart-stopping, but he'd done worse maneuvers during the war and more recently with S.H.I.E.L.D. Inching along the narrow ledge of the apartment building, Steve made it to a window that looked into his bedroom. It was wide open, and the music drifted through it out into the night. Now even more suspicious, Steve silently climbed into the house and crept through the dark to his shield, which he'd left propped against the wall near the bed. Gripping it firmly in his hand, he inched his way into the dark hallway and could have sworn he heard soft footsteps hurry across the carpeted living room under the sound of the music playing from his never-used stereo. But he couldn't see anyone. The moonlight cast shadows, but even with that, he should have been able to see something. The serum had enhanced all of his senses, not just his muscles. But as his eyes roved over the living room, he saw someone sitting in the corner chair, the one he used for reading. Steve reached out and turned on the lamp by the chair. It was Nick Fury. His boss looked up at him with grim determination in his good eye. There was a nasty-looking scrape on his bald head that looked like it had been cleaned up, but not treated. His clothes, while somewhat tidy, were torn and scuffed. He looked like he'd been the loser in a brawl or a car accident. His heart jumped slightly as he remembered the news story about the nasty pileup and shootings that had happened earlier this afternoon. Had Fury been targeted by someone for something? "I don't remember giving you a key," Steve said stiffly. "You really think I'd need one?" Fury scoffed. He got up and turned off the lamp. "What are you doing here?" Steve demanded a little more obviously. Fury held up his phone where some glowing letters were typed out. "Ears everywhere." "My wife kicked me out," Fury said casually. "Thought you'd let me crash here for the night." "I didn't know you had a wife," Steve answered absently even as his brain spun wildly. Ears everywhere? Did that mean his apartment was bugged? He was fighting anger and disgust, as well as righteous indignation. Who would dare bug Captain America's apartment? Wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to be handling security around here? "There's a lot about me you don't know," Fury replied darkly, tapping his phone again. "I know, that's the problem," Steve responded, his brain still spinning. "I'm sorry to have to do this, but I didn't really have anywhere else to crash," Fury explained without explaining, holding up his phone again. "S.H.I.E.L.D. compromised," the screen read in green letters. Steve's world came to a screeching halt. S.H.I.E.L.D. had bugged his apartment? S.H.I.E.L.D.? He trusted them. He thought they were on his side. He shook his head, fighting off the rage that bubbled up in his chest. "Who else knows about your wife?" Steve asked, his voice sounding rough. Fury's thumbs tapped on the phone again before the man showed him the text. "You and me. Just my friends," the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. replied out loud. He deleted all the text he had typed and slipped the phone into his pocket. Steve fought the urge to scoff. "Is that what we are?" "That's up to you," Fury replied slowly, almost darkly. Steve's head was spinning from the double talk, and he turned to examine the living room again to distract himself before he went a little crazy. There was definitely someone else in the room. He could hear their breathing. "Would your wife follow you here?" Steve asked, forcing his voice to sound casual. Fury arched an eyebrow, probably wondering what Steve was referring to. Out came the phone again. "She doesn't know where I am," Fury assured him as he typed, and then showed him the screen. "Agent in the room, invisible." That explained it. But how exactly did one become invisible? Was it a superpower? Or technology? Or perhaps magic? The thought of an invisible wizard in the room with him made Steve's skin break out in nervous sweat. Again, Fury deleted the text and dropped the phone in his pocket. "I need to know I can trust you, Steve," the man said seriously. "Your wife won't find out from me. I can assure you of that," Steve replied earnestly. "But what dash?" Two gunshots ripped through the thin wooden wall, and there was a shimmer in the air of something that almost looked like glowing glass for a second before it shattered. He heard a woman yelp, and then Fury was on the floor, gasping and covered in debris from the wall. Steve dropped down beside the man, but suddenly a woman was standing next to him, dropping a floaty, silvery cloak on the floor beside her and leaning over Fury, a stick in her hand. "Mrs. Potter?" Steve hissed in disbelief. "Call an ambulance," the woman snapped at him, her brown hair starting to frizz out of its modest bun at the nape of her neck. Fury stirred and grabbed Steve by the hand, shoving something small into his palm. "Don't trust anyone," he rasped, before he fell still. Mrs. Potter let out a sound of frustration and applied herself more fully to magical emergency first aid. Steve was reeling too much to even think about asking her any questions. He shoved the little white stick Fury had given him in his pocket as his front door exploded inwards. "Captain Rogers," a familiar young woman's voice called out. Steve almost jumped out of his skin. "Kate," he spluttered. The pretty woman he'd thought was just a friendly neighbor and a nurse strode into the apartment with a semi-automatic pistol held in her hands. She looked cool and collected. She looked like a SHIELD agent. Steve was equal parts baffled and outraged. Had SHIELD been spying on him ever since he woke up from the ice? "Captain, I'm Agent 13 of SHIELD Special Service," Kate informed him, lowering her pistol and glancing briefly at Fury on the floor. Steve did a double take because Mrs. Potter was gone. She'd vanished. Again. What in the world was going on here? Mrs. Potter was an invisible magical agent? His pretty neighbor was a SHIELD spy? "What are you doing?" Steve demanded, tightening his grip on the shield. "I'm assigned to protect you, Kate, or Agent 13, replied calmly. Steve shut his eyes for a brief second, wondering how much more of the lies and spies he could take. So she wasn't spying on him. She was protecting him. Right. "On whose order?" he asked. "His," Kate replied tersely, jerking her head in Fury's direction. She stooped down next to the unconscious man, pulling a radio out of her pocket and calling for help. "Foxtrot is down. He's unresponsive. I need EMTs." Her bright eyes darted up and focused on his bewildered ones. "Do you have a 20 on the shooter?" Steve looked up at once and spotted a dark figure jumping from this apartment building to the next one. "I'm in pursuit," he replied tersely, and took off through the window, using the shield to shatter the glass. When he crashed through the gaping hole in the next building where the assassin had jumped through, he was startled by a cracking noise like the snap of a whip. Mrs. Potter had appeared right next to him, and she took off running almost before he'd rolled to his feet. He shook his head and ran after her, knowing that with her magic powers, she could probably take care of herself better than he could. Their opponent was fast, and he was smashing through doors and walls with his bare hands. "Your husband knows you're here?" Steve demanded as she blasted the wall apart ahead of them, so they didn't have to dart through one at a time. If Mrs. Potter got hurt here, Harry was going to kill him. "Not that I'm doing this," she replied with a vicious grin. Her eyes were bright, her hair was wild, and the stick in her hand was glowing at the tip, providing enough light for them to navigate by. She shouted something, slashed her stick like a blade, and almost hit their fleeing quarry. He ducked, and the red beam of light hit the opposite wall instead. Steve stifled a curse as their quarry smashed through a window and leapt to the roof of the next building. He didn't hesitate to jump after him, tumbling when he hit the concrete behind the assassin. There was open space, a clear shot, and as he rose, he flung his shield like a discus, aiming to hit the fleeing man either in the upper back or the back of his head. But the man spun impossibly fast and caught the shield in midair with a silver hand. The entire arm was metal, with a red star emblazoned on the upper bicep. The man fixed Steve with a pair of blank, bright eyes, possibly blue, in a black-streaked face. He wore a mask, and his hair was thick and long. There was a snap crack beside Steve, and the wild-haired Mrs. Potter slashed her stick. "Stupefy," she shouted. A red light shot toward the assassin, but he simply tossed the shield up and caught it by its straps, and when the light hit the shield, it bounced back. Steve and Mrs. Potter had to jump aside to avoid getting hit. The assassin threw the shield to the side and jumped over the edge of the building. Mrs. Potter let out a sound that was halfway between a growl and a scream of frustration as she scrambled up and ran to the edge. Steve got up, fetched his shield, and joined her. The woman's hair was down around her shoulders, and one hand was pressed against her mouth. Her shoulders were shaking as she silently cried. Carefully, Steve put an arm around her and pulled her close. To his relief, she didn't push him away, but clutched at his shirt. "I almost had him," she whispered brokenly. I wish I'd let Harry come instead. I'm a terrible duelist." "I thought you did great," Steve answered softly and a bit awkwardly. He could hear sirens approaching. "Come on. You need to get home, and I need to get to the hospital." "Hang on," Mrs. Potter demanded, quickly wiping her face. She reached into her pocket and drew out a pamphlet for the Smithsonian Museum. She poked it with her stick and whispered under her breath, and the pamphlet shifted until it had a big blank spot in the middle of the front page and a phone number written in a lovely script on the white patch. "Call us if you find out anything," Mrs. Potter said, handing him the pamphlet. That man's the one who took our son." Steve glanced sharply at her in concern and nodded, almost tempted to salute her in response. "I'll do that," he replied quietly. "Thank you for reviewing and following and favoriting and all that good stuff, loyal readers. You keep me going when the going gets tough." Hydra, rated M, Violence, Fist Fight, and Electric Batons. Chapter 10. Hydra. Harry was startled by the sound of their garage door opening. He wondered if he'd dozed off on the couch. It was possible. Having put the kids to bed a couple hours ago, he'd done nothing but sit here in the dark, trying desperately not to think. At the cranking sound of the garage door, which opened by hand, Harry jumped to his feet and practically ran to the door in the laundry room. He was nearly blinded by the car's headlights as it slowly drove into the garage and parked. Once the car's headlamps dimmed to parking brightness, Harry went around the back of the car and pulled the garage door closed. Hermione climbed out of the driver's seat. She moved slowly, but more like one who was simply exhausted than someone who was injured. Even so, Harry's heart beat hard in his chest as he hurried to her and pulled her into a hug. His wife trembled slightly in his arms, but she hugged him back fiercely. For a few moments, they stood there silently in the garage, illuminated by the garage light and the inside lights of the still-open car. "Love?" Harry whispered, rubbing Hermione's back slowly. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Hermione whispered back. "I'm not hurt, if that's what you're asking." She pulled away and shook loose hair out of her face. It had all come down from the bun she'd pulled it into before dinner. There were tears and tear stains on her face. Gently, Harry reached up and wiped the small teardrops away before he planted a comforting kiss on her forehead. "Come inside and I suppose we need to talk." Hermione let out a breathless, mirthless laugh. "I suppose we do," she murmured. Going inside, Harry shut off the lights and Hermione closed up the car. Silently, they puttered around downstairs, locking the doors, setting the alarm wards, hanging up the car keys and kicking off shoes, etc. Hermione took a shower while Harry made tea, and by the time they were both settled in the living room with the soft light of a mason jar full of bluebell flames and a tea tray beside it, they were in pajamas and more than ready to simply sit with one another, thinking deeper thoughts than they managed to voice. They silently snuggled together on the couch, watched the blue flames Harry had spelled into the jar, and sipped their tea. After a few minutes, Harry broke the silence, unable to bear it anymore. "Was he there?" he whispered. Hermione simply nodded. She was leaning against his shoulder, even with her wet hair, but he didn't mind in the least. He could feel her head motions better, even if she was leaving a damp spot on his pajama shirt. "Fury and I talked a bit before, well, he gave me directions, and I ended up driving to Steve Rogers' apartment." "Rogers?" Harry repeated incredulously. Why couldn't he have guessed? "You didn't tell Fury we know Steve, did you?" "It didn't come up," Hermione huffed, giving her husband a little elbow nudge. "And you know I wouldn't do that. It would have thrown a wrench into Fury's plans, and Steve has a right to keep friends private from his boss, right?" "What happened?" "We sat in the empty apartment for almost an hour before Rogers showed up," Hermione murmured, tracing the rim of her teacup with a finger. "We talked a little bit, but once we heard him arrive, I used the cloak. Even so, he somehow knew I was there. He must have hearing like a bat." "I'll bet," Harry agreed. "That super soldier serum he was dosed with must have enhanced all of his senses." He and Steve didn't talk for long before an assassin shot Fury through the wall. Harry gasped involuntarily. After all his effort to keep the poor muggle alive. "He was still alive the last I saw him," Hermione said sadly. "He'll probably be all right after the healing spells I was able to use. And after all that you did after his crash." Her husband sighed with relief. "They took him to hospital then?" "Yes," Hermione whispered, curling up just a bit tighter, but there was anger and frustration in her soft voice. After Fury was shot, Steve and I went after the assassin. It was definitely him, but we lost him. He deflected my stunner and just jumped off the roof. Blinking hard against a shudder of fear and helpless anger that rippled through his frame, Harry hugged his wife more tightly and rested his cheek against her hair. "I'm so sorry, love," he murmured, for lack of something more intelligent to say. "I almost had him," Hermione hissed, thumping her fist on her knee in frustration. "Steve threw a round shield at him, and that man caught it. He used it to deflect my spell back at us." "Perhaps you should have tried to hit him with a tracking spell," Harry said thoughtfully. Maybe the next time they saw the Winter Soldier they could try that instead of pitched battle. It was obvious that this assassin knew how to fight wizards. But could he deflect or neutralize all spells? He doubted it. Even wizards armed with stones and warded dueling robes couldn't do that. "What is going on in the world?" Hermione demanded in exasperation. "Why is all this happening? Why now?" Harry absently shook his head. "I'm sure Draco knows something," he murmured. "I swear I'm going to torture it out of that blonde Slytherin next time we see him," Hermione seethed. "Why is he being so secretive about what he knows? If this is a worldwide conspiracy, I'd think he has a right to be paranoid," Harry mused, rubbing his wife's shoulder to calm her down. The very thought of knowledge being purposefully kept from her. Harry almost smiled. "Never change, Hermione. I never would have ever guessed Malfoy to have the guts it must take to chase this story to the ground," he went on. "I don't want to think what these sorts of people would do to him if they found out what he's doing." Hermione sighed and slumped against her husband, tapping her nails on her cup. "I gave Steve our phone number," she said quietly. "Asked him to call if he learned anything." "Well, then I guess we wait for the call," Harry replied softly. Early in the morning, the tension in the Potter home was already high. Harry tried his best to act normal for the kids' sake, and he could tell Hermione was doing the same thing. But after a late, stressful night, they hadn't slept. They had stayed up practically all night, trying to rest, but ending up talking again. By the time they heard James' alarm clock going off, Harry and his wife hadn't caught more than a few short doses. They had talked mostly about what it could mean if they could catch or track the Winter Soldier and find out who he was working for, and if Sev might still be alive. They wondered if Malfoy or Rogers would help them. They speculated about possible plans and dared to hope, for the first time in months, that they would finally rescue Sev, or at least find out what had happened to him. The possibilities were so exciting and terrifying that it was little wonder they were high-strung and wrung out by the time they finished cooking breakfast. They were just sitting down to eat when the telephone rang, and Hermione was closest. She jumped up and snatched the phone from the hook, and Harry gave her a raised eyebrow as he tried to wipe porridge off Lily's chin and shushed Rose's grumpy whining for more juice. "Hello," she said cautiously into the speaker. Harry watched her closely as her face registered surprise and then annoyance. "Yes, he's here," she spoke sharply. "How did you get this number?" Harry felt a chill race down his arms and tilted his head at her even while he was filling Rose's sippy cup with apple juice. Hermione covered the mouthpiece with one hand and mouthed a name at him along with a grimace. "Draco." Harry blinked in surprise and then grumbled under his breath. How had that little snake gotten his home number? "Fine, keep your secrets," Hermione huffed, looking extremely irritated. She paused for a brief second and then sighed. Yes, I know. All right, hold on a tick." She stepped closer and held the phone out across the table to her husband. Harry flashed her a grateful look and put the device to his ear. "Malfoy, you'd better have a good explanation for this," Harry said as soon as he knew Draco would hear him. "Oh, I do," Draco's serious voice came through. "Steve Rogers handed me your number before S.H.I.E.L.D. took him away." "What, they arrested him?" Harry demanded, his pulse picking up frantically. Why would anyone arrest Captain America? Hermione's face pinched in concern, and she arched her eyebrows in a questioning look. Obviously, she was asking who got arrested, but he gave her a quick look before he excused himself from the table, not wanting to worry the kids any more than they were. James was glancing from his mom to his dad with wide-eyed confusion, and the girls were already demanding that their mother tell them who was arrested. "Relax, Potter," Draco drawled, only half mockingly. "Nobody arrests Captain America. Come on." "Well, what happened? Why are you calling me?" "Nicholas J. Fury was pronounced dead last night during surgery," Draco explained grimly. Less than an hour after, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent some folks to bring Rogers in for questioning. Have you ever heard of Alexander Pierce? Harry frowned. Should I have? He asked. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. before Fury, Draco sighed. Harry could practically hear him rolling his eyes. Honestly, don't you know anything? And now he's… Wait. Harry interrupted, kicking the bedroom door closed behind him and dropping into the armchair in the corner. You've lost me already, Malfoy. So what exactly is S.H.I.E.L.D. anyway? S.H.I.E.L.D., Draco repeated incredulously. We were literally talking about it the other night. Why didn't you ask me then? I didn't really think about it, Harry huffed. All I know is that you said you suspected them of being infiltrated and corrupted. But they're the spy agency you mentioned, aren't they? The one that Carter helped found? Right? Draco grumbled. Honestly, Potter, you can be remarkably dense. You know that? Harry scowled and let out his sudden irritation in a sigh. Thanks. You are most welcome. Now, my ignorant young friend, S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. That's a mouthful, Harry muttered. As a counterterrorism and espionage agency, they have a great deal of power in matters that are not public knowledge, like alien threats and magic, Draco went on without acknowledging his comment. We know that they actively work with the magical community in America, and we also know that not everyone within the intelligence agency is a scrupulous individual. According to my research, the corruption of S.H.I.E.L.D. goes to the very top. Alexander Pierce was the one who signed the order to retrieve Severus Snape and take him to a secret wing of St. Winifred's for processing. They never planned to take him back to England, Potter. How do you know that? Harry demanded in an unsteady voice. Sources, Potter, Draco replied wearily. Anyway, I have reason to believe that Rogers believes himself in danger, or he would not have dropped the pamphlet for me to collect, or hidden the small device Fury gave him. Harry's mind spun frantically. Device? He repeated. A red-haired woman took it the second Rogers was out of sight. Draco went on in an annoyed tone. But I've got a tracing charm on her. She hasn't left the premises. In fact, one might think she was, waiting for him to come back for it. Red hair? Harry repeated dumbly, his brain feeling like it was going through fog for how fast it was spinning through the information and what this might mean. Wait, that must be Black Widow, right? Natasha Romanoff, Draco corrected him. I'm impressed, Potter. Been doing some research of your own? Just looked up the Avengers, Harry frowned, and I may have bumped into her once. She picked Steve up in a fancy car. Cute, Draco snorted with amusement. But anyway, Rogers has one of my tracing charms on him too, and since I'm keeping an eye on the spider here at the hospital, think you could drop by the Triskelion with that fancy invisibility cloak of yours? I have a bad feeling Rogers might need backup. If S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't arrest him or threaten him, what exactly makes you think Steve might be in trouble? Harry asked slowly. Intuition? Draco replied innocently. Malfoy, Harry growled in frustration, gripping the phone tighter. All right, fine. I have an imperious agent working in Alexander Pierce's office, Draco confessed in an irritated rush. The chap has been incredibly useful, and he intercepted some highly encrypted orders from the top to detain Steve Rogers if he, and I quote, does not cooperate. Harry ground his teeth. However morally questionable Draco's spy actions were, this was terrible news, and the Imperious Curse simply enforced that the information was legitimate. So you want me to waltz in there and rescue Rogers, and consequently tip those agents off that Captain America is in league with wizards? He demanded, incredulously, even as his brain shifted into planning mode. Sneaking around was something he had always been good at. Just checking up on Steve Rogers might not be a bad idea anyway. Hermione was terribly tense this morning after what happened last night with the Winter Soldier. And if Draco had a bad feeling about whatever S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted with Rogers, it might be a good idea to serve as backup, just in case. Plus, Harry was burning with impatience and needed to be doing something other than sitting around, waiting for whatever was going to happen. So, you want me to waltz into a Muggle spy agency and kidnap Captain America? Harry asked, throwing enough incredulity into his tone to sound reluctant, but intrigued. He needed more information before he rushed in half-cocked. It may have worked out in his school days, But he was a little wiser now. Wouldn't they deduce that it was magic and track down my family? There was that too. Magical tracers were not Harry's area of expertise. While Hermione was better at complicated spells like those that hid people from magical means, there was no telling if those were foolproof. Shields in league with all sorts of wizards and witches already, Draco pointed out as if Harry was an idiot. It's not like they would suddenly deduce it was the famous Harry Potter helping under that invisibility cloak. Or they might. I don't know. And besides, the Winter Soldier would have reported your wife chasing him around with those stunning spells last night. You know? I'd say you're already under the radar, as the Muggles say it. Harry swallowed hard and rubbed his forehead. Malfoy had a point, and his use of Muggle idiom was slightly disturbing, on a ludicrous level. You think my family's in danger? He demanded rather than teasing Malfoy about his new vocabulary. Possibly, Draco replied flippantly. You have anywhere for them to run off to while you deal with this? Harry grumbled under his breath, anticipating the fight he would have with Hermione about just that sort of thing. But she was logical enough to see the merit in taking the kids off somewhere S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't likely to target them. Sam Wilson's face suddenly popped into Harry's mind, and he shook the thought away. This wasn't his friend's problem. I'll figure something out, Harry said, rubbing his forehead. Well, make it quick, Potter, Draco retorted. You need to be at the Triskelion in 10 minutes, minimum. Mind if I apparate to your backyard to pick you up? Side along is quicker. Without waiting for Harry's reply, Draco kept going, that flippant tone of his setting, Harry's teeth on edge, even as he recognized worry under it. Great. I'll see you in 1 minute. The phone hung up and Harry groaned as he rubbed his face. What a mess. And Draco's attitude certainly wasn't helping. Oh well, nothing to do about it now. He had things to take care of right now. Harry stood up and hurried out of the bedroom, letting the door bang on the wall as he left in a hurry. Hermione! He called as he stormed into the dining room, and then stopped himself and took a deep breath. It wouldn't do to panic the kids right now. What did Draco say? His wife demanded, startling him as she came out of the bathroom door right behind him. He gently pushed her back in and shut the door behind them. He heard the dining room chair thunk as James got up, and Harry threw a muffliato at the door, recognizing his own obsessive need to eavesdrop in his son. He turned to his wife and was suddenly struck. This could be the last time he saw Hermione for a while. This national conspiracy would not go down prettily. He knew that for certain. But Hermione looked more serious than she ever had, and to Harry, recalling days and years of her youthful enthusiasm, dogged determination, and loyal stubbornness at his side that had not faded, but had only matured, lending to her a beauty that could not be compared. His heart swelled with love and pride and determination. They were a team. They had always been a team. He knew without a doubt that he could trust her to take care of this. What did Draco say? She asked, her tone level and calm even as her brown eyes smoldered with worry and suspicion. Steve Rogers was called in by S.H.I.E.L.D. for debriefing, but Draco thinks they're going to arrest and detain him, Harry explained, keeping his tone as level as hers. He needs backup, specifically me and the invisibility cloak. But he thinks the Winter Soldier might have reported your involvement last night. Hermione's lips thinned and she folded her arms across her chest as she nodded, calm and collected as her mind went into overdrive, analyzing their options before the conclusion even made it out of her mouth. So we're in danger. Harry reached out and gently gripped his wife's shoulders, causing her to look up into his eyes. I'm trusting you to get the kids out of here while I go fish Rogers out of the snake pit, he said quietly, knowing how painful it would be to separate, but both knowing it was the only way. Perhaps we can catch up later? Meet at a prearranged rendezvous? Phone lines can be traced, Hermione murmured, her eyes going glossy as her brain whirred ahead of Harry's. She was already calculating how they would communicate. And Patronus charms are too big and flashy, especially ours. We should use those magic mirrors we made. Good idea, Harry agreed. Do you have any idea where you could go? Where the kids could be safe while I help Malfoy and Rogers take care of this? Hermione made a face and tapped her arms with her fingers. Apparition can be traced, she murmured, lost in thought. But I can obfuscate our car license plate and probably change the color a few times while we drive around. Any Muggle ideas? Muggle places? I don't know much about America, or at least what's around here, but it's not all wilderness and cowboys, I'm guessing. Harry swallowed hard and glanced at the phone he had put on the sink. I can. Check if Sam is home today, he suggested. He looked up into his wife's face and was relieved to see the same determination mirrored in her gaze. She nodded and took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders and looking him in the eye. We can get out of here in 10 minutes or so. Give us 30 minutes to get lost in the city and maybe the countryside too. Do you have his address? Harry let out a frustrated curse and dropped his hands to his sides. No, but I can't see if I can weasel it out of him without being obvious. Ask to send him a birthday card, Hermione suggested with a hint of a smile. If he's a smart guy, he won't correct you on when exactly his birthday is. Right? Harry chuckled with relief. Good idea. What would I do without you? Precious little, Hermione smirked. She suddenly reached up and pulled him into a fierce hug that lasted several seconds. Harry hugged her back just as fiercely, knowing that this could be the last time he was able to hug her like this for a while. I'll be fine, Harry assured her unspoken warning. You should take the death stick, Hermione murmured against his shoulder. Never hurts to have two wands. Harry's stomach twisted. Using the invisibility cloak and carrying the Elder Wand, it made him nervous to use the Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone was safely locked away in the Potter Vault back in England, so all three weren't united. But still, I'll use it if I have to, Harry conceded. But I'm just sneaking in and getting Rogers out. Nothing's going to happen. Hermione pulled away from him and gave him a scolding glare. Harry James Potter, she said sternly. Since when has nothing happened when you're involved, Harry just laughed, because he couldn't tell her how his nerves fizzled with dread and his heart pumped with adrenaline at the thought of fighting again. He couldn't tell her how the fear and the excitement were combining to turn him into a dangerous warrior who had survived more encounters with death by the time he was 17 than most people on Earth. He had missed this, he realized, and he was suddenly very glad he hadn't gone into the horror department. It felt wrong, somehow, to look forward to action and a potential battle this much. But he wasn't going to think too hard about it. If it helped him take down the monsters that had ripped his family apart and were trying to take over the world. He wordlessly tipped Hermione's head back just enough to give her a goodbye kiss, filled with all the words he couldn't say. The instant Draco Malfoy appeared in the backyard, Harry was waiting for him. His heart was thrumming in his chest, and his wand was in his wrist holster. The invisibility cloak was rolled up in a small bundle in his sweater pocket, and under the black sweater, he was dressed in a gray shirt and dark jeans and sneakers that were well broken in and comfortable, and the Elder Wand was strapped to his right ankle under his pants, just in case. Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, was dressed in a severe black suit, complete with sunglasses and what looked like a Secret Service earpiece. His blonde hair was windblown, but not completely a mess. It gave him a rather nice, devil-may-care appearance that Harry was suddenly amused at for some reason. When Malfoy yanked his sunglasses off directly after operating into the Potter's backyard, he was scowling, his lips set in a tight line and his silver-gray eyes red with exhaustion. Ready? Malfoy demanded, marching the 3 steps across the grass to grab Harry's arm. Good, let's go. Harry didn't even have time to open his mouth as the world condensed, and he was being squeezed through a vacuum. He wasn't sure side-along apparition ever got any better. They landed a second later and Harry managed to keep his footing and his breakfast. Barely. A little warning next time? Harry growled, yanking his arm out of Malfoy's grip so he could look up at where they had operat to. They were in an alley with a row of huge green rubbish bins behind them and on Harry's right, an enormous silver building stretching up into the sky for what looked like miles. When Harry peeked out of the alley, he could see security barriers, fencing, and a lot of vehicles and people milling about like ants. Welcome to the Triskelion, Draco said, the weariness in his voice making Harry twist and look at him briefly. The sunglasses were back on, but there was no missing the lines in his drawn face or how pale his skin was. He hadn't apologized, and Harry suddenly realized he wasn't going to insist on it. Malfoy looked so dead on his feet that he was actually rather pitiful. Little wonder the Slytherin had practically begged for his help. Have you slept at all this week? Harry demanded, though his stomach flipped in apprehension at what could have kept Draco Malfoy running ragged in the 2 days since they had seen each other at the family dinner. "Pepper up and wide-eye potions can only go so far, Potter," Malfoy replied with a dry smirk. "Besides, when one is saving the world, you can't worry about petty mortal concerns like sleep." Harry almost laughed. The dry sense of humor in the face of such dire odds was rather ludicrous, but comforting. It relaxed his tense muscles and helped him to focus on something other than the fact that any one of those shield people walking around out there could be in league with evil wizards and attempting to take over the world. It made him feel like trying to see Death Eaters among the mindless ministry workers back in the day. "Okay," Harry exhaled and reached into his pocket for the invisibility cloak. "Do you have a location on Rogers?" "Passing the trace charm to your control," Draco murmured. Harry turned around to see the blonde wizard waving his wand in a complicated pattern he'd never even heard of, murmuring a chant in Latin that Harry only half caught. Suddenly, the faint glowing light of the familiar charm appeared at the end of the slender stick of wood and lifted off as lightly as a bubble. Harry flicked his wand from his holster to his hand and caught the pulsing globe of light on the end of it. Immediately, he felt the pull in his chest that signified he had worked. He saw a brief flash of Steve Rogers behind his eyelids before he suddenly knew exactly where the man was. Harry's eyes went instinctively up several dozen stories to a shining glass wall where his senses told him Rogers was. "I never knew you could pass tracing charms," Harry commented, shoving his wand back into his sleeve. "There seems to be a lot you don't know, Potter," Malfoy smirked, looking slightly less tired. "All right, enough small talk. You need to be careful when you go in there. The American Aurors have layered the whole place with wards and protections that I imagine your cloak should help you avoid. So long as you don't use magic unless you must, understand? Is that the reason you can't do this yourself? That and the fact that this blasted dark mark on my arm gives off a signature that their wards deem threatening. No alarms, but there was a nasty tingle before I jumped back out. That's why I had to imperious one of these idiot muggles to do my dirty work for me." "Polyjuice doesn't erase the mark?" Harry asked drily. Malfoy gave him such a withering look that Harry didn't even wait for an answer. He threw the cloak over his head and vanished from view. "One thing," Harry commented before he set off. "How do you know this alley is safe?" One of the silvery gold eyebrows behind Draco's sunglasses went up. "Muggles see what they want to see," he said cryptically, and made a shooing motion with his hands. "I'll be here. No way is Rogers making it out of this rat's nest without aid if they decide to apprehend him and lock down the headquarters." Harry took a breath and darted forward. Dodging agents and workers and other people, Harry kept all of his focus on the sense of Steve Rogers up dozens of floors above him. He entered the Triskelions' front lobby, hardly paying any attention to the expansive space around him. If he weren't so focused on his mission, he might have been more impressed, but as it was, he paused at an elevator shaft, detecting that his tracing charm was moving. Harry waited for a few seconds, and then, when a group of men marched up and punched the up button, Harry squeezed in at the last second. There were 3 men, dressed in combat fatigues, bulletproof vests, and small communications devices in their ears. Harry relaxed after a few seconds, knowing that the men couldn't see him. He just had to control his breathing and make sure none of them bumped into him on their way out. "Target ETA 2 minutes, one man murmured into his communicator. "All teams get in position." One man took a deep breath and flexed his hands, looking supremely uncomfortable. Harry could see sweat trickling down the side of his face. The other man leaned against the elevator wall with his arms folded, his head down. Harry's heart bumped up its rhythm, and he felt suddenly cold. Target? Were they going to arrest Captain America? Harry debated for a second whether he should knock them out or maybe imperious one of them. But in the next second, he decided to simply stick with his mission. If they attacked Rogers, he would be invisible backup. The elevator dinged, and the 3 men stepped out. Harry tilted his head briefly in thought before he simply followed them out before the doors closed behind him. They moved only a few feet away and stopped in front of another elevator door. The buttons glowed orange, showing that it was occupied. One of the men reached out and pressed the down button. Harry scowled and stepped a bit closer. If he hadn't been suspicious of their intentions before, He definitely was now. He waited, tense and worried, as Steve Rogers' signature came lower and lower, until it stopped right in front of them. A silent flick of his wrist, and Harry was armed. The elevator doors opened. Rogers was there in a dark blue uniform that was both form-fitting and reinforced. A silver star on the front fanned out into red and white stripes reminiscent of his old costume/uniform, the one Harry had become familiar with in the museum. A round shield was stuck to his back like a turtle's shell, and Harry had a keen feeling he knew what pattern he would see on it if he saw the front. But more surprising than the new, much more sleek uniform Captain America was wearing was the absolute weariness on his face. He was pale and drawn, and though his posture was straight, it was straight with a stiffness that only came from bruised and aching bones that longed to lie down for 2 or 3 days straight. The man's blue eyes were rimmed with red, and they flitted over the new men outside the elevator doors with a kind of resignation that made Harry's stomach turn. He knew. He understood that he was being betrayed. But Harry would be damned if he didn't help Rogers out of this hopeless situation. There were already some men in the elevator, looking aloof and expressionless, but they stood like apprehending guards around Captain America, who stood tall and steady in the center of his enemies, and even moved aside politely for the new men to enter. Harry took a breath, threw a small charm at the man on the right, causing him to stumble, and squeezed past him, pressing against the wall opposite the panel of buttons. "Rumlow," Rogers murmured in polite greeting, though Harry was sure he didn't imagine the frosty undertone. The scarred man only gave Rogers a grim smile before he punched one of the buttons. "Ground floor." Harry gripped his wand and wondered if too much magic would strand the elevator between floors. The crowded box started to move smoothly, and Harry found himself captivated by the view outside the elevator itself. There were windows all around it, and he could see Washington, D.C. spread out below like a children's Lego city. The streets were all precisely marked out and strung between the shining skyscrapers and towering monuments like the tracks on a computer's motherboard. Sev had been interested in computers for a while, not too long before he was taken, and the memory made Harry's mouth twist into a bittersweet smile. Sev would have loved this. The elevator's swooping downward motion, the open windows, and the view. If he was able to take down this conspiracy within S.H.I.E.L.D., it was entirely possible that he could find his son again, whether dead, alive, or changed. And that hope kept Harry going with a fire that was probably not entirely rational. But he would hold his peace until Rogers moved, or the men with them, not a second sooner. As if sensing Harry's impatience, Rogers stirred suddenly. "Anyone who wants to get off." The man's voice was low, but tinged with deadly warning. "Now's your chance." Harry took a deep, silent breath to ready himself, and noticed 2 men who had sweaty bald scalps or necks. They were right to be terrified, Harry thought with grim amusement. All at once, the fight started. 2 men launched themselves on Rogers, attempting to pin him by surprise. But the super soldier shrugged them off and laid one of them out with a punch that sent him crashing into his companions. Harry cast a silent, sleeping charm at the downed man to keep him out, and wondered when it would be prudent to reveal himself. Several men drew short batons that suddenly sparked with electricity. Without warning, 2 men jabbed the sparking devices into Rogers' back, and he cried out in pain as his body buckled. Harry didn't throw off his cloak or use his wand. He was too horrified and angry to think, let alone use spells. He threw himself on the men and wrestled one of the batons away from the captain, twisting the shocked agent's arm and stabbing the sparking end of the baton into his side. The assassin screamed in a jerking, twisting manner that made Harry's stomach turn. Rogers recovered with shocking swiftness and batted the second baton away before he wrenched the man's arm and broke it. The sound of a man screaming in agony never ceased to twist Harry's insides, drag him back to darker days. He bared his teeth and jabbed his wand into the squirming man he'd tackled and electrocuted, giving him a swift, somnious curse to keep him out. Magic would have a hard time detecting that after the fact, especially if they were not looking for it. Stupefy and other obvious curses left their own fingerprints that a halfway trained wizard could catch all too easily. Harry tackled another, enjoying the pandemonium as Rogers fought off another man attempting to pin his arms to the elevator walls, flinging dark-clothed assassins left and right with his struggles. Harry's man was screaming about invisible demons, but nobody paid any attention to him. Harry punched him in the face for good measure before casting the sleeping charm, and then, purely by mistake, one of the men tripped over him, getting his boot caught in the cloak. The two of them rolled to the side, tripping another man in the process, and Harry was revealed. He abandoned his cover and realized he dropped his wand. Oh well. He grabbed the sparking baton lying closer and jabbed the shocked agent into the chest, gritting his teeth as the man howled and jerked with the current before going limp, his uniform smoking. "This ain't personal, Cap," the scarred man from before suddenly shouted, drawing a knife from his boot and jumping at him. Rogers jerked his arm away from the wall where some kind of magnetic cuff had been pinning him there, and Harry used the brief instance to jerk up his pant leg and retrieve the Elder Wand. With several precise jabs, he stupefied every man still awake in the elevator, and the scarred man didn't even see Harry before the red jet of light hit him in the back. Rogers caught him and threw him down on top of the other bodies with a finality tinged by sadness. "It sure feels personal," the captain murmured, slightly breathless. For several seconds, there was silence in the elevator, and then Harry realized that their movement had stopped and the doors were sealed. A racket on the other side alerted Harry to the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. or whoever the infiltrators were would stop at nothing to apprehend Rogers. Since operating was out of the question, Harry had to think of something else. "Where did you come from?" Rogers demanded, a bit shakily. He looked awful, rumpled and bruised as he was. "Invisibility cloak," Harry shrugged, shoving one of the unconscious agents aside so he could pick up his silvery cloak and his wand, which had fallen to the floor under him. He stuffed the death stick in his back pocket and threw the cloak around his shoulders, though he left the hood off and didn't fasten it in front. Rogers eyed him dubiously. "That just looks wrong," he commented. "But however you got here, I'm grateful." "You're welcome," Harry replied, glancing up at the security camera in the elevator, thankfully blown to bits by some stray blow. Or no, it was smoking from the inside. Harry had fried it with magic, apparently. Maybe there was just too much tech in this place to protect it all from magic. In any case, he was grateful that it was out of commission. "Why were you here?" the captain demanded, though he didn't look accusatory. "Draco Malfoy dragged me from my house 10 minutes ago," Harry replied with a shrug. "I suppose he took your apprehending seriously." "Thank God," Rogers replied fervently. He pried the magnetic cuff off his wrist and threw it on the floor with a look of disgust before he slung his shield off his shoulder and gazed down at the men lying unconscious at their feet. "Any plans to get out of here?" Harry suddenly asked. "I was hoping you had one," Rogers huffed, giving him a wry smile. Harry sighed and shook his head. "My biggest problem and greatest strength lies in rushing forward and making things up as I go." "Any ideas? Can you fly?" the super soldier asked point-blank. Harry gave him a look that asked if he were crazy. "No," he replied dubiously. Rogers grimaced. "Then I hope you have 9 lives, kid." And with that, he raised his shield and smashed the glass of the elevator wall. After a few blows and some kicks, Rogers had a decent-looking hole in the clear wall. The men on the other side of the sealed elevator doors were calling for some kind of a laser to cut through. Harry suddenly realized how very high up they were. He didn't have a broom and he couldn't fly like Snape. Oh, that's why Rogers was asking if he could fly. "We're jumping?" Harry asked, his voice going high-pitched with apprehension. "Unless you want to march into a row of machine guns," came the captain's grim reply as he nodded toward the elevator doors, which were getting thumped and dented by whatever battering ram they were employing until the laser could be brought. Harry swallowed hard, feeling ill. They would actually kill Captain America? "I'm prepared for the possibility," Rogers replied tersely. He held out his hand to Harry. "Do you have any magic to help slow our fall?" "I'm planning to let my shield take the brunt of impact." The wizard's mind whirled as he sorted through his mental catalog of spells and found a few he could use. Not flight spells, per se, but they could act like a rocket's thrusters, slowing their fall by pushing back against the ground as they drew closer to it. Plus, the cloak would help keep them from becoming a falling target. "I've got a few," Harry replied nervously. Climb on my back and hold on, Rogers ordered. And with only the slightest hesitation, Harry obeyed. He was a lot smaller than the super soldier, weight and height-wise, and it was hard to believe that 70 years ago, this man had been smaller and scrawnier than Harry on his worst day. I can't imagine you were ever smaller than me, Harry commented, latching his arms around Roger's broad shoulders and keeping a death grip on his wand. He shrugged the cloak's hood up high enough to go over the captain as well and swirled it around both of them. I have trouble remembering I'm as big as I am, Rogers admitted in reply. Ready? No, Harry grinned a little maniacally. Let's do it. Rogers held the shield out in front of them and threw himself forward just as the elevator door was pried open behind them. Even with the cloak wrapped around the two of them, the wind of their fall was blowing the material so that they were probably invisible from above, save for a weird shimmer, and from below they would have looked like a two-dimensional picture falling from the sky, flickering and blurring on the edges. Harry's spells didn't really do much, judging from the impact. The concrete under the shield gave way with a sickening crunch that jarred Harry up in the air. He came down hard on the concrete a foot away from Rogers and lay still, stunned, breathless, and bruised. But it had been fun, while it lasted. Almost like doing a Ronsky feint that ended wrong. Groaning and gasping, Rogers and Harry both sat up, squinting and blinking at the shocked onlookers around them. From high above, in the shadow of the smashed window leading to the elevator, tinny shouts came down, but thankfully, nobody was shooting or dropping electrical nets. Come on, Harry rasped, grabbing Rogers and throwing his cloak over the both of them. Several people screamed. More than one yanked out a cellular phone, and Harry managed to remember where to go. Rogers followed without a word. I would have grabbed a motorcycle, the captain grunted, cradling his shield to his chest. I've got a better idea, Harry grunted back. Looking up, he thought he spotted a flash of blonde hair in a familiar-looking alley. Wondering if there were muggle-repellent charms up there, he nodded toward it. We're heading there, he whispered. See anyone yet? Is that Malfoy? Rogers said incredulously. He never struck me as someone who would stick his neck out for a stranger? Harry finished with some amusement. Rogers made a noise of agreement, but they picked up the pace. When they made it to the alley, the captain slipped out from under the cloak and rolled his shoulder with a wince, the one that had been underneath them when the shield hit the concrete. Honestly, Potter, Draco groused, yanking off his sunglasses. Can't you do anything quietly? Hey, Harry shrugged. It's just my style. And completely my fault, Rogers interjected. Now, do we have transportation out of here? I think they're calling in the Quinjets. Harry gave Rogers a funny look at the unfamiliar word, and even Malfoy looked mystified. Portkey, right here, the blonde replied, holding out a crumpled soda can. I imagine you wish to return to the hospital to pick up that device Fury gave you. Rogers narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but then let out a weary chuckle and shook his head. I guess it's no use asking how you know about that. Be warned, Draco said as Harry reached out to take the soda can. Portkey. You little red-headed spider took it, but she's still near that machine that carries the snacks. I believe she wishes to interrogate you. Steve Rogers looked even more exhausted as he nodded. I'll help, Harry volunteered. When Rogers looked at him incredulously, Harry gave him a wobbly smile. I wasn't always a doctor, Captain, and a few spells might not be amiss if she turns out to be whoever these globalist infiltrators are. Hydra, Draco supplied flippantly. They call themselves after the many-headed beast which regrows heads if one does not cut them all off with one blow. Ready? Wait, what? Hydra? Are you kidding? Rogers demanded, sounding so shocked and bewildered that Harry felt pity for him, especially because Harry was pretty sure Hydra sounded familiar to him too. But there was no time. Hordes of armed agents were pouring out of the huge skyscraper's front lobby, and Harry had no wish to fight them all. He shoved the portkey can into the captain's hand and muttered, Portis, activating the travel spell. The hook behind their navels jerked them from the alley and sent them spinning through space to their destination. Yes, it has been quite a while since I updated. Life will do that sometimes. So, if you've been following my other stories, I may have mentioned in my last update to Avenge 3 that I will be leaving fanfiction for a few years while I'm overseas, etc. So yeah, sometime in September will be my last post, but I will definitely try to update all of my in-progress stories at least once before all that. Thank you for supporting this story and for reviewing, favoriting, following, reading, and enjoying. You mean a lot to me, all of you.